The young master of the Taiyangji sect, Yu Luo, was unceremoniously kicked down to the mortal realm by her own father for the purpose of experience. He left her with merely 10% of her magical power, and upon touching the ground, she was struck by a thunderbolt that transformed her hair into an explosive mess. With a heavy heart, she resorted to setting up a fortune-telling stall at the local market to make ends meet. Yu Luo, dear old man, why not let someone smash your furniture to see if it holds up? Bystanders, sir, you spent millions on your home renovations, do not heed her nonsensical claims. An elderly woman inquired, will my daughter successfully graduate this year and secure a good job? Yu Luo, neither is possible, for she is married and given birth. A social media influencer, searching for her mother for years, asked, Master, can you tell me if my mother is still alive? Yu Luo, wasn't your mother killed and walled up by you and your father? Subsequently, it became widely known that there was a young master at the market whose fortune-telling was remarkably accurate. Chapter 1. I am merely a baby, over 100 years old. In the Hongmeng continent, at the Taiyangji sect, the young girl, tearfully clutching the door frame, exclaimed, Father, father, please remain calm. Am I no longer your beloved baby? She is still a baby and has no desire to undergo trials. The man, veins bulging on his forehead, replied sternly, Yu Luo, you are already 105 years old. Since her birth, he and his wife had not enjoyed a moment of peace as a couple for over a century. Today, he was determined to rid himself of this burdensome presence. No one would suffice. In the distance, a gentle voice of a woman could be heard. Husband, why not wait until she matures a bit before sending her out for experience? Upon hearing her mother's voice, Yu Luo cried even louder. Wah! Father, mother, do you no longer love your baby? I am merely a 100-year-old infant. A 100-year-old infant. Such a niche term. The man silently rolled his eyes. He forcefully pried his daughter's hands apart and, before his wife could approach, tossed her down to the lower realm. Yu Luo cried out in surprise as she landed with a thud. At the moment of her fall, a tremendous thunderbolt descended from the heavens and struck her directly. Yu Luo let out a cry and sprang up from the ground. Sporting her disheveled hair, covered in soot, with smoke billowing from her mouth, she shouted angrily at the sky. Thunder, are you blind? How dare you strike me? Come on, try hitting me again and see if I don't teach you a lesson. Although she appeared to be a timid baby in front of her parents, it did not imply that anyone could come and bully her. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to shrink back upon hearing her words. They swiftly morphed into the shape of a cute chubby child, bowing repeatedly in apology to the people below. Yu Luo rolled her eyes. If you know your mistake, then hurry and get lost. Are you waiting for me to send you off? No sooner had she finished speaking than those ominous clouds vanished without a trace, as if afraid she would change her mind. My goodness, this woman is terrifying. Could it be that she is on her period? Yu Luo looked down at her current appearance and was thoroughly disgusted. She intended to perform a cleansing spell to tidy herself up, but unexpectedly discovered that her magical power seemed to be suppressed. She hurriedly tried to access her storage ring and bracelet, only to find that they were indeed locked. A chill ran down Yu Luo's spine. You wretched father, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. With so little magical power and my storage items sealed, how am I supposed to survive? In the next moment, her father's voice echoed in her ears. I told you, you are here for training, not for a vacation. Leaving you with 10% of your magical power and a storage bag is already quite generous. Engage in diligent practice, and once your merits accumulate sufficiently, your magical powers will naturally return. At that time, you shall be able to utilize the storage ring. Alas, this father is truly unworthy. Yu Luo had yet to take in her surroundings. Suddenly, an odd voice pierced the air. Do I resemble a human? Glancing around, she discerned no one nearby. In the next moment, she felt a tug at the hem of her skirt. Once more, that peculiar voice chimed, Hey, look at me, I am here. Yu Luo glanced down and beheld a massive, snow-white weasel, save for a black spot upon its head. At that moment, it stood beside her like a person, its small paw anthropomorphically grasping at her skirt. Those round little eyes sparkled with anticipation as it inquired, Do I look human to you, miss? Yu Luo finally comprehended why the lightning had struck her earlier. It was because she had shielded this creature from calamity. With a swift motion, she sent the weasel flying with an open palm, exclaiming, You appear to be a foolish creature. How audacious to seek her favor, while being so oblivious. The weasel tumbled into a patch of grass, dazed and disoriented. Shaking its little head vigorously, it scampered back, eagerly clutching at Yu Luo's skirt with its tiny paws. Miss, my name is Xiang. Since you are new here and unfamiliar with your surroundings, how about I serve as your guide? Having cultivated to such a level, it had already attained sentience. It had clearly observed that this young lady descended from the heavens, not only shielding it from the lightning tribulation but also scaring away the remaining storm. It was evident that this lady was an expert. Even if she did not offer it a reward, Xiang had resolved to cling to her side. Yu Luo considered her unfamiliarity with this new world and deemed it acceptable to keep this local weasel. Observing the sycophantic creature, she wrinkled her nose in distaste and took 2 steps back. You smell dreadful. Certainly not fragrant at all. From now on, your name shall be Stinky Weasel. With that, she cast a cleansing spell upon the Stinky Weasel. Instantly, the foul odor dissipated, replaced by a subtle scent of osmanthus. The Stinky Weasel, somewhat perplexed, lowered its head to sniff. Goodness, how has my scent changed? Where has my alluring fragrance gone? However, as long as it could stay by the young lady's side, it would gladly forego its former aroma. Yu Luo observed the now fluffy Stinky Weasel, exuding the fragrance of osmanthus, and nodded in satisfaction. If you wish to accompany me, you must abide by 3 rules. First, you must obey my commands unconditionally. Second and third, I have yet to formulate them, but I will convey them once I have decided. The Stinky Weasel eagerly nodded. Thank you, my mistress. From this day forth, I am your weasel in life and your ghost in death. No sooner had it spoken than Yu Luo's stomach grumbled audibly due to hunger. Looking down at her belly, she sighed. Stinky Weasel, I am famished. The Stinky Weasel promptly introduced. Mistress, there is a 24-hour shop just ahead where you can purchase food. Cautiously, it then asked, Mistress, do you have any money? If she was not mistaken, the mistress had fallen from the sky, so she likely possessed no currency here. Yu Luo replied, Indeed, I do not. The Stinky Weasel's eyes twinkled with mischief. Shall I go procure some food for you, perhaps by pilfering? Yu Luo could hardly believe that she, a princess of the Tianji sect, had fallen to the level of starving for a day. This was truly infuriating. Her father must have intentionally cast her into this cursed place. Not only had he suppressed her magical powers, but he had also sealed her storage ring and wristband. The remaining storage pouch contained nothing but a hodgepodge of useless items, utterly devoid of food. Upon hearing the Stinky Weasel's suggestion, her lips twitched in annoyance. If you wish to accompany me, you must abandon that thieving habit, or else. Humph. I, Yu Luo, shall never resort to consuming stolen goods. The Stinky Weasel recoiled in fear, stammering. Mistress, you misunderstand. I, Xiang, never engage in petty theft. After all, it always stole in broad daylight. Yu Luo cast a sidelong glance at it as she approached the brightly lit shop. The shopkeeper, a handsome lad appearing to be around 18 or 19, sat behind the cash register, engrossed in a game. Upon hearing the electronic welcome chime at the entrance, he hastily set down his phone and stood. Hello, what can I assist you with today? Yu Luo replied, I wish to purchase some food, but I have no money. May I exchange this talisman for it? Sula, the shop owner's nephew, had come to assist while his aunt was at the hospital giving birth. He scrutinized Yu Luo, noting that she appeared to be of a similar age, with a sweet visage, adorned in a crescent-white gown embroidered with stars, moons, and suns in silver thread. A beautifully crafted pouch hung at her waist, while a striking red bracelet adorned her wrist, and a valuable ruby ring graced her finger. Moreover, a gigantic white ferret accompanied her. She hardly seemed to be in need of money. Could it be that she had quarreled with her family and run away? If 1 talisman is insufficient, may I offer 2 for the exchange? Yu Luo, perceiving his silence, assumed he found the deal unworthy and proactively added another talisman. Alas! Had she known she would face hunger, she would have stashed some food in her storage pouch. Sula glanced at the 2 talismans stacked in a triangular formation on the counter. Who still believed in such things in this day and age? Nevertheless, upon hearing the rumbling of Yu Luo's stomach, he picked up one of the talismans, stating, 1 will suffice. Let it be a good deed for the day. He then handed her a bag of bread slices and a bottle of water, saying, Finish this and head home quickly. There are many unsavory characters outside. If you get caught, it could be disastrous. Yu Luo wished to return, but the reality was that she could not until the training period and tasks were complete. As for the so-called bad people, she paid them no mind. If misfortune were to befall anyone, it was likely to be them when they encountered her. Thus, she merely responded with a faint smile. Collecting one of the talismans, she accepted the bread and water and turned to leave the shop. Upon witnessing Yu Luo take her items and depart with the ferret, Sula felt a twinge of displeasure. How rude. He had helped her, and she did not even utter a word of thanks. It seemed that being a good person was not worth it. Meanwhile, Yu Luo perceived this as a fair transaction, believing no gratitude was necessary. The girl and her weasel finished the bag of bread and drank the water, finally appeasing their hunger. After satisfying their appetites, Yu Luo playfully tapped the stinky weasel on the head. "Stinky weasel, you have lived this long. Surely you know how to earn money?" She could not rely on trading talismans for food every day. If she wished to thrive in this place, she must devise a means of earning an income. Chapter 2. 10 Fortune Tellers, 9 of whom are charlatans. Upon hearing Yu Luo's words, the little mouse pondered thoughtfully. "Master, I once saw people setting up stalls to tell fortunes outside the vegetable market. Why don't we set up a stall as well?" In truth, it had lived deep within the mountains for quite some time, only recently venturing into the outside world. Its understanding of this realm was not significantly greater than that of Yu Luo. However, despite its lack of knowledge, it could certainly feign comprehension. Yu Luo found the suggestion quite appealing. The members of the Tianji sect were born with celestial vision, capable of calculating fortunes effortlessly. Surely, telling fortunes for mortals would be a trivial matter for them. As dawn broke, the pair, one human and one mouse, arrived outside the vegetable market. Yu Luo retrieved 2 small stools from her storage pouch, and, as soon as she set them down, a plump ant approached. "What are you doing, young lady? Move aside. This stall is already occupied." Yu Luo, upon hearing this, shifted to the side. However, the ant waved her hand, indicating that there were people in that direction as well. Yu Luo had not anticipated that setting up a stall would involve so many complications. She began to suspect that the ant was deliberately causing trouble. Thus, she boldly inquired where there might be an unoccupied spot. The ant led her to the front of a grain and oil shop, where she informed Yu Luo that this area was still available for rent, and suggested she speak with the owner if she wished to rent it. Curiously, the ant then asked, "What are you planning to sell, young lady?" "With just 2 small stools, it doesn't seem like you're selling anything." Could it be that she was a factory clerk looking to recruit workers? Yu Luo shook her head, replying, "I intend to set up a fortune-telling stall. Not to sell anything." The ant, taken aback, circled Yu Luo with skepticism. "What? Do you want to set up a fortune-telling stall? Young girl, at such a tender age. Why not pursue something more respectable? Of the fortune-tellers today, 9 out of 10 are nothing but swindlers. As for the one remaining, they can't even deceive properly. You look barely 20. How have you already adopted the ways of con artists?" The ant's voice was loud, drawing the attention of many. In the bustling early morning market, there was no shortage of idle elders. Soon, a crowd of 10 or so had gathered, pointing and criticizing Yu Luo. "Aunt Wang is right. You must be a student. Why resort to deception?" Another chimed in. "These young people today, they forsake their morals for a mere handful of coins. The world is going downhill. 10 fortune tellers, 9 of whom are frauds, and the other one a scoundrel. Young lady, are you even of age? How many years have you been in school? I bet she hasn't even graduated high school, yet she wants to tell fortunes. She's just here to swindle us out of our money." The little mouse, upon hearing this, became agitated. It stood up, baring its teeth at the surrounding crowd. "You lot understand nothing. My master fears even the wrath of thunder. Fortune-telling is child's play for her." Yet, the crowd did not comprehend its words. One elder even attempted to nudge it aside with his foot. "This little creature has quite the temper." Yu Luo gently waved her hand, and the elder's foot seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, preventing him from approaching the mouse. Embarrassed, he retracted his foot. The mouse, now beaming with pride, thought, "How about that, old man? My master is impressive, isn't she?" Seeing the crowd gathering, Yu Luo decided to set her stool down and proclaimed, "I will tell fortunes. If it's inaccurate, you owe me nothing." A middle-aged man with a bulbous nose squeezed to the front and cheerfully asked, "How much do you charge for a fortune?" Yu Luo glanced at the mouse, silently inquiring about the usual fee. The mouse tilted its head in contemplation before extending a tiny paw, suggesting, "How about 100? Once she received the answer, Yu Luo looked up and announced 100 for a reading. Observing the interaction between the girl and the mouse, the elder who had previously attempted to shove the mouse took a closer look, his pupils narrowing as he instinctively stepped back. Upon hearing Yu Luo's price, some in the crowd erupted in laughter. "See? I told you this girl is a fraud. If she had any real skills, how could she charge only 100 for a reading? With genuine talent, who would set up a stall in a place like this?" Another scoffed. "Honestly, I can't believe this girl can tell fortunes at all. 100 is too much. The last fortune teller here charged only 20. That blind man was nothing but a fraud. He was caught by the police not long ago. Added another. The plump aunt patted Yu Luo on the shoulder, saying, "You should leave quickly, dear. You don't want to get caught up in anything like him. At your age, it's better to find a proper job and work diligently." Yu Luo smiled at the aunt and turned to the others. "You haven't even tried my service. How can you be so certain I'm a fraud? I assure you, if I cannot provide an accurate reading, you owe me nothing." As the elders were mostly retired and had little to do, some of them became intrigued. Really, no charge if it's inaccurate? They believed that Yu Luo, being so young, likely lacked the ability. With a playful smile, Yu Luo continued, "If my reading is inaccurate, not only will I not take a single coin, but you can also demolish my stall. Should you see me here again in the future, feel free to destroy my stall once more." How does that sound? The crowd gasped, impressed by her boldness. Seeing that no one was speaking up, Yu Luo added with a hint of sarcasm, "What is the matter? I've said my piece. You're not afraid to give it a try, are you?" This provoked some prideful individuals. The middle-aged man with the bulbous nose was the first to relent, declaring, "Fine, I'll give it a try. Who is afraid of whom? But just so we're clear, if it's inaccurate, don't claim I'm bullying you." He viewed Yu Luo as no older than his own child, and merely wished to tease her. Even if her reading was indeed inaccurate, he, as a middle-aged man, would never actually harm a young girl at all. Another elder, leaning on a cane, chimed in, "It's just 100. I'll have a reading too." With a generous retirement income, he truly didn't mind the amount. The elder who had previously attempted to nudge the mouse shot at another glance and joined the group, saying, "Count me in. If it turns out to be accurate, then 100 is well worth it. If not, I'll consider it a penance to the fortune teller." Yu Luo smiled brightly. "Very well. Let us start with the three of you." Her gaze swept over the trio before settling on the elder with the cane. Given his age, she decided to read for him first. The man with the bulbous nose and the one who had nudged the mouse both agreed. The elder with the cane approached and sat on the stool before Yu Luo. She looked at him with a radiant smile and asked, "What would you like to know?" The elder, looking quite prosperous and jovial, chuckled heartily, "I don't have anything in particular. Just say whatever comes to mind." Yu Luo studied his face for a moment before speaking. "Sir, you are 86 years old and married at 25. Your marriage has been harmonious, and you have a son and a daughter who both attended excellent universities and have embarked on successful careers. You moved into a new home at the end of last year, and unfortunately, your spouse passed away last year. Your son and daughter-in-law have been unwell in recent months and are currently hospitalized." Upon hearing this, the plump matron cast a surprised glance at the old man with a cane and Brother Lu, realizing that the girl spoke with remarkable insight. The plump matron and the old man with a cane had been neighbors and colleagues for many years. Had it not been for their mutual understanding, she might have suspected that he was merely a plant hired by Yu Luo. The smile on the old man's face faded slightly as he directed his gaze toward the young girl, urging her to continue. However, Yu Luo abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "Grandpa, why don't you call your grandson and have him smash your furniture to see what's inside?" The surrounding crowd was left in a state of confusion by her words. "Young lady, aren't you supposed to be a fortune teller? Why would you have him smash furniture?" "You see, I told you this girl was no good," another voice chimed in. "A complete set of furniture isn't cheap. Can you afford to compensate for any damage?" The plump matron glanced between Yu Luo and the old man. Seeing that the old man was silent, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Lu, you can't possibly be considering this girl's wild claims and actually have him smash the furniture, can you? I recall that the furniture in your home cost over $1 million, crafted from fine wood." She refrained from adding that if it were to be destroyed, it would be better to gift it to her instead. At that moment, the smile had entirely vanished from the old man's face. He stared intently at Yu Luo, and after a moment's pause, he retrieved his phone and dialed his grandson's number. Chapter 3. If you cannot calculate, just admit it, Ziheng. Take a hammer and smash all the furniture in the house to see what's inside. The old man's grandson was perplexed. "Grandpa, our furniture is quite expensive." What on earth was his grandfather thinking? The old man interrupted him sternly. "I said to smash it." Fearing he might upset his grandfather, the grandson reluctantly agreed. Moments later, the sound of smashing echoed from the phone. Those who had thought the old man was merely a plant remarked, "He's really going all out." A few acquaintances shook their heads in dismay. "Old Lu, he's getting on in years. How has his intelligence diminished?" Others chimed in, "Indeed. I heard they spent millions on the renovation." Because of the words of an unrelated young girl, he's actually smashing the furniture. If there's nothing wrong. I wonder whom he'll cry to. They noted, we must remain vigilant. We cannot fall for the same trick. Amidst the whispers, a gasp erupted from the phone, followed by his grandson's incredulous voice. How can this be happening? Then came a cacophony of crashing sounds. The old man tightened his grip on his cane. What is going on? After a brief moment, his grandson, panting heavily, picked up the phone. Grandpa, I smashed the armrest of the sofa and the coffee table. And they are not solid wood. They are particle boards mixed with a large amount of glue and metal shavings. He recalled that the renovation of this house was entrusted entirely to his uncle, and his parents had insisted on using solid wood furniture. How could it have turned out like this? The old man's face turned pale and flushed. Smash all the furniture and check. Upon hearing his grandson declare that all the furniture was the same particle board, the elderly man nearly gasped in shock. Yu Luo snapped her fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy toward the old man. Grandpa, given the circumstances, your anger will not help. It would be best to dispose of all that toxic furniture and thoroughly inspect the rest of the renovations and appliances in your home. Otherwise, your son and daughter-in-law's ailments may not only persist, but could also prove fatal. Upon hearing this, the old man tightened his grip on his cane once more. The thought of his 2-month-old twin great-grandchildren filled him with dread. Fortunately, his grandson and granddaughter-in-law worked near her parents' home, and the children had been cared for by their grandparents. Had they returned to live in a house filled with toxic fumes, the children might suffer from ailments, even if they did not perish. Trembling, he asked, Young lady, can you tell me if my wife's passing is related to the renovations of the house? Before we moved, she had only minor ailments, and within 3 months of moving into the new house, she suddenly succumbed to multiple organ failure. Yu Luo looked at the old man with some sympathy, saying nothing, merely nodding. From the old man, she discerned that his daughter-in-law's brother had incurred gambling debts and was pursued by creditors. Upon learning of the renovations, he had decided to pilfer a substantial portion of the renovation funds to settle his debts, resulting in the use of the cheapest materials for everything, from furniture to the water dispenser and tiles. Had she not encountered him today, the old man's son and daughter-in-law would have met the same fate as his late wife in 3 months, succumbing to organ failure due to the toxic environment. Following the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law, his grandson and granddaughter-in-law moved back into care for him, unwittingly exposing themselves to the same toxic environment. The old man remained silent for a long while before speaking again. Before we moved in, we specifically had the place tested. The house we currently reside in was renovated with concerns over formaldehyde and other toxins. It was left unused for a whole year before we moved in. We even had it monitored twice before moving in to ensure it was safe. Yu Luo smirked coldly. Grandpa, think carefully. Were those inspectors not brought by your daughter-in-law's brother? Understanding the chain of events, the old man's rage turned into bitter laughter. My in-law really raised a fine son. That was millions of yuan. Even if he had used ordinary solid wood furniture, it would have sufficed. Why did he insist on using those life-threatening materials? The plump matron and other onlookers were equally astonished. In that moment, those who had not personally overseen the renovations began to tremble with apprehension, fearing their own homes might be in a similar predicament. Some even resolved to return home and smash a piece of furniture to check. It was better to dispose of toxic materials early than to be stuck with them. Clearly, one must oversee renovations personally, otherwise they could end up like this old man, facing disaster. The old man retrieved 500 yuan from his bag and handed it to Yu Luo. Thank you. If it weren't for you, this family might never have understood how they would perish. Yu Luo turned to the rat-like man, communicating through her gaze. Hey, rat, how much is this? The rat-like man looked up at his master. That's 500. Hearing this, Yu Luo pulled out a single bill, saying, for a divination, it's 100. Keep the rest. The old man, eager to return and address the situation at home, directly shoved the remaining money into her hands. Young lady, you have saved this old man's family. If you don't take this money, it would be a slap in my face. Had he not only had 500 on him, he would have given her more. After saying this, he hurried away, as if afraid she might pursue him. Yu Luo could only shake her head in exasperation. Well, we are bound to meet again. Uncle with the red nose immediately approached. Now it's my turn. Having seen the previous old man, he was starting to believe that Yu Luo genuinely possessed divinatory skills. A newly arrived crowd began pushing forward. What is going on here? Why are so many people gathered? The plump matron responded. We are watching this young lady perform divination. The newcomer craned her neck and scoffed. What can a little yellow-haired girl possibly know about fortune-telling? You all must be fools with too much money and too little sense. Don't be surprised if you end up losing your pants. Those who had been present from the beginning bristled at her words. You know nothing. That girl actually possesses some skill. A plump woman chimed in. Indeed. Just the other day, Brother Lu finished a reading.
If you don't believe me, ask him.
Yu Luo paid no heed to the naysayers and turned her attention to the man with the red-nosed visage. What would you like me to predict? The man rubbed his nose. I'd like to know if my daughter will graduate smoothly this year and secure a good job. His daughter was studying at a university out of town and was due to graduate soon. He and his wife hoped fervently that she would find a suitable position after her studies. Yu Luo scrutinized his features carefully before shaking her head. I cannot. The man was taken aback. Are you saying she won't graduate smoothly, or that she won't find a good job? I cannot predict either, she replied. Because your daughter has not been attending school since the year before last.
What?
The man sprang to his feet, his voice rising several octaves.
Impossible.
How can you, a little girl, speak such nonsense? My daughter is a senior this year. She just asked me for living expenses a few days ago. How could she not be in school? The onlookers who doubted Yu Luo's abilities began to revel in the man's reaction.
See?
I told you, a little yellow-haired girl can't possibly know anything. I despise charlatans, shouted another. You should leave before I report you for swindling. Two acquaintances of the red-nosed man also chimed in, advising Yu Luo to stop pretending to be something she was not. Everyone knows the Laolin couple has been working tirelessly to support their daughter's education. Indeed, old Lin would endure any hardship, even laboring in 40-degree heat, just to earn a living. Yu Luo cast a calm gaze at the speaker. Please, remain composed. She then turned back to the red-nosed man. As for your daughter's situation, it is rather complicated. Before she could finish her sentence, a woman of similar age to the man squeezed her way in.
Pa.
You seem like a decent person. Yet you turn out to be an uneducated fraud. If you would just admit your incompetence openly, I might think better of you. What do you mean by being so vague? Are you trying to tarnish my daughter's reputation? Believe me, I will slap you. This woman was none other than Zhang Yanmei, the red-nosed man's wife. Upon her arrival, she had overheard Yu Luo's last statement. She glowered at Yu Luo. My daughter is studying diligently. How can her situation be complicated? If you don't clarify your claims today, you won't be leaving. The red-nosed man's face also darkened at his wife's words. Considering your age, if you cannot predict, simply admit it. Chapter 4. If you can't play, don't play. Why are you silent now? Speak up. My daughter is doing well in school. How could her situation be complicated? You must clarify this in front of everyone, or I will accuse you of slander. Seeing Yu Luo's silence, Zhang Yanmei's anger escalated. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want me to reveal this publicly? The reason I hesitated was that I recalled my mother's words. It is not easy for women in this world. Their reputation is paramount. Zhang Yanmei, hands on her hips, retorted. I am absolutely certain. My daughter is upright and respectable. There is nothing to hide. The red-nosed man remembered that his daughter had not video-called them in nearly 2 years. Occasionally, when they spoke on the phone, he would hear the voice of a child in the background. Looking at Yu Luo's composed demeanor, he hesitated, pulling his wife by the arm. Why don't we let this gentleman have his turn first, and we can discuss later? Zhang Yanmei was having none of it. She shot him a fierce glare. You are being wishy-washy. If she doesn't clarify, how will anyone know what to think of our daughter? The red-nosed man considered this and nodded in agreement. Early morning at the market was rife with gossip, with the neighborhood women always eager to speculate. Young lady, if you truly have insight, please speak frankly to spare us from wild conjecture. Yu Luo surveyed the crowd. Each person was leaning in, eyes ablaze with curiosity. Much like the gossipers her brother used to talk about. Her gaze shifted back to Zhang Yanmei and her husband, a smirk gracing her lips. This is what you wanted me to reveal. With a deep breath, she divulged, your daughter began dating a boyfriend in her sophomore year, and by the second year, she was found to be pregnant. Subsequently, she took a leave of absence from school to marry him, and now their child is over a year old. If you have relatives at the police station, you can have them verify this. At this revelation, the couple gasped in shock, particularly Zhang Yanmei, who quickly scanned the crowd before erupting, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Luo. You wicked little thing. If you speak another word of such nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. You are deliberately trying to ruin my daughter's reputation. She has always been well-behaved. Her concern was not the truth of the matter, but the risk of familiar ears overhearing. The red-nosed man's expression darkened further. How can you, a mere girl, harbor such malice? Yu Luo's disdain for such individuals was palpable. If one could not handle the game, they ought not to play. Just moments ago, they had urged her to speak, and now they were the ones incensed. She interrupted the red-nosed man, coldly regarding both him and his wife. You were the ones jumping up and down, demanding I reveal the truth. Now that I have, why are you barking like dogs? Her bluntness left Zhang Yanmei and her husband momentarily speechless. A robust woman in the crowd patted Zhang Yanmei on the shoulder. Indeed, roundest mother, this isn't fair.
It was you two who insisted she speak.
Now that she has, you're displeased? If you want to know the truth, just call your relatives for confirmation. Others joined in. Yes, you ought to verify the facts before jumping to conclusions. The red-nosed couple exchanged glances. If they publicly called for verification, what if it turned out to be true? Zhang Yanmei gave Yu Luo a long, scrutinizing look before pulling out her phone to call her brother, who worked in the household registration office. As the phone rang, her brother answered, Sister, are you not at your stall today? Why are you calling me at this hour? Zhang Yanmei rubbed her face. I just set up, and there aren't many customers yet. Xiao Chong, could you check on Yuan's marital status for me? Her brother was taken aback. Sister, isn't Yuan in college?
Why are you asking about this?
Zhang Yanmei hesitated, but decided to mention the fortune-telling incident. Just check it for me, please. Zhang Chong expressed his disbelief. Sister, how can you possibly believe in such nonsense? Those fortune-tellers are mere charlatans. Despite his skepticism, he nonetheless opened the file on his sister's family. As he perused the information, he remarked, It's quite astonishing that as parents of Yuan, you don't trust your own daughter, but place your faith in a stranger. Whether she is married or not, you seem oblivious. However, upon discovering that Lin Yuan was indeed married, he swallowed the rest of his words. After a brief moment, he spoke, his voice somewhat distant. Sister, Yuan is truly married, and she has a child over a year old. This is unbelievable. That fortune-teller was actually right. Zhang Chong felt as if the foundations of his understanding had been shattered. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yanmei's mind buzzed, and she almost collapsed onto the ground. She prided herself on not being an overly traditional parent, yet she could not fathom why her daughter chose to conceal her marriage and motherhood from them. After several deep breaths, she turned to Yu Luo, saying, Young lady, you are indeed quite accurate. I apologize for my earlier tone. With that, she bowed deeply. I'm sorry for my earlier words. Yu Luo accepted the bow without evasion, recognizing that an apology was warranted for a wrongdoing. After receiving 100 yuan from the tipsy uncle, she chose to disregard the two adults and instead turned her attention to the elderly gentleman with a stretched foot. Sir, what would you like to divine? With the examples set by the previous two, the elderly man now appeared exceedingly compliant. He cautiously sat down, casting a furtive glance at the foul rodent.
I
wish to know when my younger son will find a partner. His son was already 38 years old, attending a medical university, and had secured a position at the provincial cancer hospital, now serving as the department head. Logically, given his decent appearance and stable job, finding a partner should not be overly difficult. Yet, for reasons unknown, his son remained single. Yu Luo noticed the elderly man glancing at the foul rodent multiple times since he had arrived, and could tell that he had recognized the weasel identity of the creature. She studied the elderly gentleman for a moment before smiling. Your son already has a partner, who is also a doctor at his hospital. They will be bringing her home for the new year to discuss marriage. The elderly gentleman beamed at this revelation. Young lady, is that truly the case? Yu Luo nodded, affirming, absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can call and inquire. The elderly man quickly waved his hands. No need to ask. I believe you. He then pulled out 100 yuan, presenting it to Yu Luo with both hands. Rising, he prepared to leave. My goodness. My son finally has a partner. He hurried home to share the joyful news with his wife. For years, they had faced ridicule from relatives due to their son's single status. But now they could finally hold their heads high. However, for safety's sake, he stepped away from the crowd and called his son.
Hello, son.
I heard you have a girlfriend? His son, busy at work, initially feared it was an urgent matter upon seeing his father's call. Little did he expect to hear such news.
Dad, who told you that?
He had not shared his relationship status with anyone. How could his father know? Knowing his son only believed in science, the elderly man insisted, Don't mind who told me. Just answer me. Is it true? After a moment's thought, his son, who planned to introduce his girlfriend to his parents soon, decided to confirm, Yes, we plan to come home together for my mom's birthday. I'm intending to marry her. So you and mom need to behave well and not embarrass me. The elderly gentleman chuckled. When have I ever let you down? After hanging up, he walked away with a noticeably lighter step. He hadn't even purchased any groceries, humming a cheerful tune on his way home. Chapter 5. No ID? Isn't that a black household? Although Yu Luo had accurately predicted the fates of all three, the onlookers remained skeptical. She was disinclined to address their doubts and prepared to close up shop and seek lodging. Now that she had money, she could afford to relax, spending it all before venturing out to earn more. Despite being cast aside by her unscrupulous father, she resisted the notion of undergoing trials. Wasn't it preferable to enjoy life? Why endure hardships unnecessarily? In her view, this was simply an absurdity. Young lady, wait a moment. Just as she and the foul rodent exited the crowd, they were called back. Turning around, she recognized the tipsy couple from earlier. Is there something else you need? Zhang Yanmei approached, her face slightly flushed. I apologize once more for my earlier behavior. Yu Luo gently sidestepped. I've already accepted your apology. If you only called to apologize again, it is quite unnecessary. The tipsy uncle rubbed his hands together. We were hoping to ask how Yuan is faring at her in-laws. Zhang Yanmei eagerly nodded. Yes. We want to ensure our daughter isn't being mistreated. Yu Luo sighed at the two of them. Whether she is doing well is hard to define. Perhaps your daughter finds being a maid to others quite agreeable. If you truly care, you should go visit her and ask her directly. It seemed that their daughter's thought processes were rather unconventional. The family she married into had 7 siblings, and her partner was the second eldest. They were all indolent, living in abject poverty, without even a decent house. After witnessing her in-laws' living conditions, Zhang Yanmei's daughter felt immense pity, constantly seeking financial assistance from her parents. Knowing she could bring in money only encouraged her in-laws' laziness. Currently, all expenses related to childbirth, child-rearing, and the upkeep of that large family fell upon the tipsy couple. Even more absurdly, their daughter, who had never lifted a finger at home, was expected to labor in her in-laws' household, even while pregnant, washing clothes and cooking for the entire family. Strangely enough, she appeared to find such a life fulfilling. Were it not for the certainty that no outside influence was at play, Yu Luo would have suspected that the girl had been cursed. As she turned to leave, Yu Luo paused momentarily. Your concern for your daughter is entirely understandable, but do not forget that you have more than one child. The couple was taken aback. How long had it been since they had paid attention to their son? They seemed unable to recall. Observing their expressions, Yu Luo felt no need to say more. To her, the couple appeared just as misguided as their daughter. After marriage, they had welcomed a son and a daughter. Logically, with 2 children, they should strive for balance rather than allow such stark disparities. Yet these 2 individuals, in their quest to demonstrate their impartiality towards gender, truly regard their son as if he were merely a foundling. Both children are in high school. Their daughter receives a monthly allowance of 2,000, alongside additional pocket money. Conversely, their son is allotted a mere 300, and he is often berated for his perceived extravagant spending. In daily life, their daughter's wardrobe is replete with designer labels, while their son is relegated to purchasing the cheapest items from street vendors. Upon turning 18, their son is callously cast out of their home to fend for himself. The funds for his university education are solely derived from his summer employment and part-time jobs. As an outsider, Yu Luo feels a sense of indignation for their son. She brazenly poses the question, do you wish to know what your fate would have been had you not encountered me today? Zhang Yanmei and her husband are momentarily taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation. With a mischievous smile, Yu Luo continues, you would tirelessly toil to support your son-in-law's family. You would even use that money to build a new house and purchase a car. Meanwhile, you too would ultimately be left with a myriad of health issues. Once your daughter perceives you as having lost your value, she would sell the very house you reside in and abscond with the proceeds. From that point onward, she would have no desire to maintain any connection with you. By then, you would finally remember you have a son. Unfortunately, he would have been deeply hurt, and you would meet your demise beneath the bridge. As she articulates this narrative, Zhang Yanmei and her husband appear to relive the events she describes, their faces oscillating between shades of green and red. Ultimately, they leave in a daze. Undeterred, they purchase tickets the same day and manage to trace their daughters-in-laws. However, upon their arrival, they are met with a transformed daughter, once cradled in their affection. Mother and father, what brings you here? Without allowing them to respond, she unleashes a torrent of accusations. How can you be so selfish? You don't work, and how can we afford milk for our little treasure? Moreover, our 4th child is about to enter high school. And his monthly expenses are also 2,000. My mother-in-law suffers from back issues, and my father-in-law has hypertension, requiring long-term medication. My elder sister has stated that a dowry of several tens of thousands is necessary. Your impulsive visit is nothing short of a deliberate attempt to make our lives miserable. Having endured a long journey, the couple is met with such hostility without even receiving a drop of water at their daughter's home. It nearly drives them to despair. Zhang Yanmei, already of a fiery temperament, immediately rebukes her daughter harshly and declares that she will henceforth consider her daughter non-existent. Unexpectedly, the daughter resorts to a tantrum, vehemently accusing them of bias against males. Such events are mere aftermath. The couple's downfall is, in essence, a consequence of their own actions. Yu Luo remains unconcerned about their plight. Armed with the 700 yuan she earned that morning, she and the little mouse indulge in a delightful breakfast. Initially intending to find a place to stay, they are informed that without an ID, they cannot secure accommodation. This leaves them in a rather vexing predicament. Sitting disconsolately by the roadside under the glaring sun, Yu Luo pokes the little mouse. Having lived this long, what should we do in such a situation? The little mouse scratches its head in contemplation, admitting it truly does not know. Just then, it spots another mouse peeking curiously from a nearby corner. Rushing over, it captures the mouse and demands, "Are you aware of any places where one can sleep without an ID?" This larger mouse had merely ventured out in search of food when it was unexpectedly seized and smacked twice. Dazed and confused, it muses, "No ID? Isn't that what they call an illegal resident? Are there still illegal residents in this day and age?" The little mouse, undeterred, insists, "Just answer my questions directly." The larger mouse, feeling quite aggrieved, suggests, "The only place where you can sleep without an ID is likely the hospital lobby." Having lived its life in the depths of the mountains, this is the first time it has ventured out. Its understanding of the world is as limited as Yu Luo's. It surveys its surroundings, failing to grasp anything. After delivering another slap, the little mouse demands, "Can't you express everything in one go? Where is the hospital?" The larger mouse, feeling overwhelmed, contemplates resisting, but is deterred by the little mouse's imposing size. "Very well. Those who recognize the situation are wise. I shall comply today," it concedes, pointing ahead. "Just go 2 intersections from here, and you will find the People's Hospital. I have heard that the air conditioning in the lobby is quite strong and refreshing." With this information in hand, the little mouse releases the larger mouse, and the pair sets off towards the People's Hospital. Chapter 6. Such a small creature. Yet it has been waiting far too long. At the obstetrics and gynecology department of the People's Hospital, a man is at his wit's end, cradling a wailing child in his arms as he paces the corridor. No matter how he tries to console the infant, the cries persist unabated. Desperate, he approaches Dr. Li, exclaiming, "What is wrong with my baby? I have fed her, changed her diaper, and tried to soothe her, yet she continues to cry." The doctor, equally exasperated, responds, "I am unsure how to assist you. We have conducted all necessary examinations, and she is perfectly healthy. Since her bath yesterday morning, she has not stopped crying. Initially, I thought it might be a bowel issue, but after changing her diaper, she continued to cry. I assumed she was hungry, yet after feeding her, she still cried. Several doctors have observed her, and her abdomen is not distended, nor have we found any abnormalities. We had her examined thoroughly, and everything appears normal. Yet, she persists in her cries, her little face flushed and her voice hoarse. Looking down at the inconsolable infant in his arms, the man feels a deep pang of sorrow. He takes her back to the ward, prepared to mix some formula for her. Even while nursing, the baby takes only a few sips before wailing again. The incessant crying has deprived both him and his wife of rest, and they now bear heavy dark circles under their eyes. His wife, leaning against the bed, has reddened eyes. "Darling, if the baby keeps crying, it must mean something is troubling her. Perhaps we should take her to the children's hospital?" The man gazes at the small bundle in his arms, her skin flushed from crying. He recalls the previous blood test, where they struggled to find a vein. If they were to take her to the children's hospital, she would undoubtedly endure yet another blood draw. He cannot bear the thought of subjecting her to this. "Shall we observe her for another day? If tomorrow she is still like this, we can go to the children's hospital, all right?" His wife understands his reluctance to see their child suffer. She too feels the weight of this burden. Although she initially felt unfamiliar with this little one, the past day has fostered a profound maternal instinct within her. "All right, it seems we must endure this discomfort a little longer." The man smiles broadly. "I am not the one suffering. You bore this child, and you are the one who has truly endured. You should lie back down." My mother always told me that failing to care properly during confinement can lead to lasting ailments. Upon hearing her husband mention his mother, tears well up in his wife's eyes once more. If only mother were still here. The man, cradling the baby, clumsily extended a hand to wipe away her tears. My dear, you've just given birth. You mustn't cry. Remember what your mother said? She instructed me not to let you shed a tear during your confinement. As he spoke, the postpartum caregiver returned with a prepared meal. Oh my, what a beauty we have here. We're in the confinement period, so no tears allowed.
Come.
Take a look at the delicious dishes I prepared for you. Noticing his wife's hunger, the man carried the incessantly crying baby outside. The child's cries would surely dampen her appetite, which could hinder her recovery. He was uneasy about entrusting the baby to the caregiver after hearing news reports about caregivers administering sedatives to infants. Thus, he resolved to let the caregiver care for his wife while he took full responsibility for their child. As Su Lu stepped out of the elevator, carrying a bag of fruit, a familiar wail reached her ears. Approaching, she confirmed her suspicion. The cries were indeed emanating from her uncle, Xia Zhonglin, who held the baby. Furrowing her brow, Su Lu questioned, Uncle, isn't she too young to be crying so much? You've been here twice already. And the little one has been in tears the entire time. Why is she still crying today? Xia Zhonglin sighed in resignation. This baby has been crying since yesterday morning, only pausing to sleep for a brief 10 minutes due to sheer exhaustion. Lele, come help me hold her for a while. Although the baby weighed merely 6 pounds, prolonged holding still caused his arms to ache. Even though Su Luo had assisted yesterday, her movements remained somewhat awkward. To her surprise, as soon as she took the child into her arms, the previously wailing infant instantly ceased crying, as if a switch had been flipped. The baby, with wide innocent eyes, gazed up at her. This was the first time Su Luo had witnessed her little cousin in such tranquility. It must be said, when not crying, she was an adorably soft bundle. Xia Zhonglin was equally astonished by this turn of events. Overcome with joy, he dashed back to the hospital room. Darling, our baby is finally calm. His wife, Tan Bing, was so excited that she barely had time to put on her shoes before rushing out to see. He stopped her, saying, Stay put, I'll have Su Lu bring her to you. Upon seeing their daughter in Su Li's arms, blowing bubbles, Tan Bing's eyes sparkled with delight. Honey, she really isn't crying anymore. She reached out, Lele, quickly, let me hold the baby. Her soft, fragrant daughter had finally returned. Su Lu glanced at the food on the table. Aunt, you should eat first. It won't be good if your meal gets cold. Xia Zhonglin echoed her sentiments. Lele is right. You should eat first, and then you can hold the baby afterward. His mother had repeatedly instructed him not to neglect his wife during her confinement, prioritizing her well-being. Tan Bing, however, could hardly focus on her meal, her gaze incessantly drifting back to the child. Eager to hold her baby, she finished her meal quickly. Mama's little treasure, come here and let Mama hold you. However, as soon as Su Lu placed the baby in her arms, she let out a loud wail once more. Seeing this, Xia Zhonglin hurriedly took the baby back. The infant continued to cry uncontrollably. Watching her little cousin on the verge of losing her breath from crying, Su Lu hesitated. Should I try holding her again? There seemed to be no better alternative. Xia Zhonglin reluctantly handed the baby back to Su Lu. A miraculous scene unfolded once more. The moment the baby was in Su Li's embrace, she transformed into a serene, soft, and adorable little darling. Yet, once removed from Su Li's arms, she would wail as if possessed by a spirit, her cries echoing throughout the room. After several repeated experiments, the results were consistent. The couple exchanged perplexed glances. So, our child doesn't want us? They regarded Su Lu with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Lele, do you possess magical powers? Su Lu also found it curious. When she had come yesterday, the baby had screamed her lungs out in her arms. Why was she suddenly so calm today? Xia Zhonglin circled around her. Lele, what is different about you today compared to yesterday? Su Lu shook her head. I worked the night shift last night and didn't even wash up.
Wait.
That's not it. As she recalled her night shift, Su Lu remembered the peculiar girl who had exchanged a talisman for food. The only difference between today and yesterday was that she had that talisman tucked in her pocket when she arrived at the hospital. Could it be that the talisman had some power? Hesitantly, she spoke, Uncle, I think I might know why the baby isn't crying anymore. But I'm not entirely certain. Seeing her hesitation, Xia Zhonglin urged, What is it? Just tell us. Tan Bing, equally anxious, added, Yes, Lele, we're family. You can speak freely. Resolving to share her thoughts, Su Luo said, I mentioned last night that I worked the night shift. Around 4 in the morning, a strange girl came into the store. So? Is the baby being so calm because of that talisman? After listening to Su Luo's account, the couple's eyes were fixed on her pocket, eager to ascertain whether the talisman was indeed the reason. Su Luo first returned the baby to her uncle. Just as the baby was about to cry again, she swiftly retrieved the talisman from her pocket and placed it on the swaddling blanket. In an instant, the baby blew a bubble and fell into a peaceful sleep, gazing innocently at her father. My goodness! Lele, you've encountered a master. The couple stared at their quiet, well-behaved, and adorable daughter, their hearts melting with affection. Uncle, Aunt, this thing is simply miraculous. Isn't it?
Su was baffled.
How could such an ordinary talisman have such an extraordinary effect in soothing the baby? She reached out to examine the talisman closely, but her uncle swatted her hand away.
No.
Be careful. What if you break it? Xia Zhonglin watched her protectively. After all, it had taken so much effort to calm the baby, and he was not keen on repeating the experience. Tan Bing relaxed, playfully scolding her husband. You're the one being clumsy. The baby is calm, all thanks to Lele. Turning to Su Luo, she added, once your confinement is over, I'll take you shopping for clothes and treat you to a feast. Xia Zhonglin, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head, recalling how he had just swatted Su Luo's hand. Lele, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. His slap hadn't been hard, and Su Luo wasn't upset. Waving her hand dismissively, she reassured them, you're being overly formal with me. I'm not delicate.
Besides,
that talisman was also exchanged from your store. She peeked at the sweet, slumbering baby in the crib, her little hands raised in surrender, peacefully dreaming. I shall take my leave now, dear aunt. Please ensure you rest well. I will return tomorrow. The woman gazed longingly at the small infant. The baby is fine now. There is no need for you to come every day. In a couple of days, we shall be discharged. Upon noticing the triangular talisman on the swaddling blanket, she called out to Su Luo, Lele, should you encounter that master again, be sure to express your heartfelt gratitude. Whatever items we have in our shop, the master is welcome to take as much as he desires. It is said that encountering such a truly capable practitioner of the mystical arts is a matter of fate. In truth, if I were to meet the master once more, I would like him to bestow a name upon my child. Yet I wonder if we share a connection. Xia Zhonglin echoed her sentiments. Indeed, he has been of tremendous assistance. We ought to extend our gratitude. Su Luo cast another glance at her little cousin in the crib. Very well, I shall take my leave now. In the adjacent room 602, the newborn baby suddenly erupted into inconsolable cries without any forewarning. The infant's face was flushed red with a tinge of purple, displaying a hint of blue. No matter how they attempted to soothe him, the crying persisted. The woman on the hospital bed, having undergone a cesarean section, initially paid little mind to the child's cries. However, as the cacophony escalated, she grew increasingly uneasy. What is wrong, my dear? Why is the baby crying? Her mother-in-law, observing her gasping grandson, was drenched in sweat from worry. Hung, I do not understand what is happening. He was fine just moments ago, and now he cries like this. I checked, there is no wet diaper, and I just fed him. He shouldn't be hungry. The woman's husband, returning from fetching a meal, stepped off the elevator only to be greeted by the loud wails emanating from their room. He frowned with mild disdain. That child next door sure knows how to make a ruckus. Hasn't he been crying since yesterday morning? Doesn't he tire? In contrast, their own child was easygoing, merely eating and sleeping, with only the occasional whimper when needing a diaper change, after which he would promptly return to slumber. However, as he approached, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Wait a moment, that cry sounds different. As he drew nearer, the realization struck him. The cries were indeed coming from their room. Good heavens! Is that my child? His strides quickened as he hurried into the room, where he found his mother, drenched in sweat, futilely attempting to calm the distressed baby. Mother, why isn't the baby being soothed? Before his mother could respond, the woman on the bed shot him an admonishing glare. If you have nothing constructive to say, kindly keep quiet. Can't you see I am trying to calm him? At times, the woman felt the urge to slap her husband for his silence. Listening to her, the man fell silent, taking the child into his arms. Yet, the little one remained unappeased, eyes shut tight, mouth agape, wailing loudly. The man, now frantic, exclaimed, "This crying must indicate something is wrong. I shall seek out a doctor." With urgency, he rushed off, cradling the child. Several doctors meticulously examined the baby, but found nothing amiss. The man, growing increasingly anxious, implored, "Are you certain? If everything is fine, why is my child crying so?" The doctors, equally perplexed, suggested, "Perhaps you should have Mao undergo a full examination." The man hesitated, concerned about potential radiation affecting such a small infant. Just then, one of the doctors pulled him aside. "The baby in room 603 was also crying like this. Perhaps you could inquire how they resolved it?" Sometimes, inexplicable matters defy explanation. The man paused, processing the suggestion. "Are you implying?" The doctor quickly raised a hand to interrupt.
Sure.
"We must trust in science. I merely suggest that you seek advice from those with experience. Such matters are not meant for open discussion, especially while she is on duty." The man understood the implication. "Thank you, doctor. I shall seek them out immediately." After finishing his meal and tending to his child, Xia Zhonglin pushed the crib next to the caregiver's bed, intending to catch a brief rest when a knock at the door interrupted him. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way to the door. At this hour, the doctors would not be making rounds. Who could it be? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a man in his 30s, who, if memory served him correctly, had a wife residing next door. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The man offered an awkward smile. "I'm from room 603, and I was wondering how your baby stopped crying." As he spoke, he peered inside. The infant in the crib stirred slightly at the sound but soon fell back to sleep. Recognizing that the doorway wasn't conducive for conversation, Xia Zhonglin suggested, "Let us step over there to talk." They moved to the stairwell. He cut to the chase. "My child suddenly stopped crying because my nephew received a talisman from a master." "A talisman?" The man frowned. "Is it the sort that people claim to possess? Aren't most of those just tricks?" He pondered the incessant wailing of his own child, pushing aside his reservations. Where did he acquire it? The doctor had warned that if his child continued to cry, there was a significant risk of hernia. The man yearned for that master to be present at that moment. He wished to procure a talisman immediately. Xia Zhonglin could hear the cries from the man's room. Although he wished to help, he was at a loss. "To be frank, that talisman was obtained by my nephew during a night shift when the master visited our shop. I cannot provide specifics about where to find him or the cost of such a talisman." The man's expression fell. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "Do you know any masters?" Xia Zhonglin shook his head helplessly. "Honestly, I used to only believe in science. To be precise, I held that belief until I witnessed the power of that talisman. I had always regarded fortune-telling as mere deception. Yet, my perspective has shifted." Chapter 8. Very well. Master Mouse, I shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your worth. At the crossroads, Stinky Mouse and Yu Luo stared at each other, wide-eyed. Stinky Mouse blinked. "Master, I believe we should head this way." Yu Luo glanced in that direction. "But it doesn't seem to lead to a hospital." Stinky Mouse stood on tiptoe, straining to see further. However, none of the other directions appeared to lead to a hospital either. Yu Luo shot it an exasperated look and posed 3 deadly questions. "Aren't you a local mouse? How can you not even recognize the way? What use are you to me?" Stinky Mouse stood there, feeling wronged as its tiny paws poked at the ground. It was genuinely aggrieved. Although it was a local mouse, this was its first venture beyond the confines of its burrow. Yu Luo cast a sharp glance at it, preparing to approach a nearby shop to inquire about the directions to the hospital. Su Lo, riding his little electric scooter, intended to return home for a shower and a good night's sleep. As he waited for the traffic light to change, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the right. Goodness, isn't that the master who exchanged charms for bread? Upon noticing the persistent presence of the foul rodent behind Yu Luo, he became even more certain of her identity. Without hesitation, he maneuvered his scooter over and parked it. "Master, what brings you here?" he inquired as he entered the shop. Yu Luo, aware that she had no acquaintances in this vicinity, did not perceive Su Lo as addressing her. She placed 2 packets of QQ candy and several lollipops on the counter. "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the People's Hospital?" The shopkeeper glanced at the items, totaling 4 yuan and 50 cents. "If you're headed to the hospital, just exit the door, continue straight along your right side. After crossing the traffic light, walk about 400 meters and you'll see the hospital entrance." Su Lo recalled his uncle and aunt's instructions, quickly pulling out his phone to scan and make the payment. "Master, if you're going to the People's Hospital, I can guide you there," he offered. The shopkeeper looked between Yu Luo and Su Lo, pondering the curious notion of addressing a girl as master. Was this somehow a more effective approach to win a girl's heart? Yu Luo recognized Su Lo as the shop attendant from the previous night who had exchanged bread. It seemed they truly shared a peculiar bond. All right, thank you, she replied. Yu Luo, adopting a humble demeanor, countered. No need to be polite. It is we who ought to express our gratitude to you. As he spoke, he glanced at the foul rodent. Master, we will need to cross the traffic light shortly. Should I hold on to it for you? The foul rodent immediately expressed discontent, standing with hands on its hips. Who do you think you're looking down on? I am a seasoned traveler, mind you. But the next moment, upon seeing the swift traffic, it hastily clambered up to Su Li's shoulder, conceding, fine. I shall grant you the opportunity to show off. Yu Luo refrained from correcting it. By age, the foul rodent could very well be considered Su Li's elder. Su Lu pointed to his scooter. Master, would you like me to give you a ride? 400 meters. It's neither too far nor too near. But it will still take a while to walk. On the way there, Yu Luo had noticed numerous electric scooters and now felt a burgeoning curiosity about them. As the scooter moved, the foul rodent clung tightly to Su Li's clothing. Once it realized the ride was steady, it began to show off, occasionally pawing at Su Li's hair. Hey, slow down. You're messing up my hairstyle. It complained. TSK, that little rascal almost collided with us just now. Su Lu silently tilted his head to the side. This pet of yours is quite noisy. The foul rodent, oblivious to its owner's disdain, puffed out its chest. One hand on its hip, the other pointing ahead. Charge forth. Let us send those faster rascals flying. Yu Luo quietly poked its back with a finger, causing the foul rodent to stumble forward, frantically grasping Su Li's clothing. Who? Which rogue seeks to harm me? Yu Luo shot at a glare. If you don't shut your mouth, I swear I will toss you down. This loquacious weasel was indeed a first for her. The foul rodent flashed a sheepish smile. Master, please don't be angry. I shall remain silent now. Its contrition was commendable, but the next moment, it turned its head and resumed its chattering. The trio soon arrived at the hospital lobby. Su Lu inquired attentively, Master, what seems to be troubling you? Yu Luo shook her head. I am not unwell.
Huh?
Not unwell? Su Lu appeared puzzled. Then why have you come to the hospital? Yu Luo shrugged. I have no identification and cannot find a place to stay, so I came here to rest.
What?
You have no ID?
Su Lu was taken aback.
Did you lose it? Yu Luo was at a loss for how to respond, glancing at the foul rodent. It promptly gestured. Master, I used to reside in a desolate temple deep in the mountains. Yu Luo immediately understood. I have lived with my master in the mountains since childhood. This is my first venture outside. Her mind raced. Where does one go to obtain an ID? If only she could resolve this issue swiftly.
Su le furrobet his brows.
He only knew that a child's birth would be registered, and only then could an ID be issued. Yet, it was evident that this little master might not even have a household registration. Faced with such a predicament, he was uncertain how to proceed. Su Lu recalled that his uncle had a friend working in the administrative office. He pointed to the upper floor. My aunt is hospitalized upstairs. Perhaps I could take you up to see if my uncle can assist you in obtaining an ID. Yu Luo, confident that she was not lacking in funds, prioritized resolving her identity issue and had no objections to Su Li's suggestion. The three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor. As they exited, Yu Luo furrowed her brow. The atmosphere here feels quite heavy. Before them, a disheveled, pregnant ghost was kneeling on the ground, ceaselessly bowing her head. I can't take it anymore. Please, allow me a painless delivery or a cesarean section. After pleading fruitlessly for a while, she flung open the window and jumped out without a second thought, only to repeat the act. Yu Luo observed her plight and sighed silently, finally grasping the truth of her mother's words about the hardships faced by women in this world. As the ghost knelt once more, Yu Luo reached out and pointed at her from a distance. The ghost paused, and in the next moment, she gradually regained consciousness, transforming into a beautiful young woman. Upon recalling the reason for her leap, tears of blood streamed down her face. Yu Luo shook her head, sighing, Go on. In your next life, love yourself a little more. But the ghost shook her head. Master, I will not leave. I must find my child. Yu Luo glanced ahead.
All right.
Let us go. This woman's child was also to be pitied. Although Su Lu could not see the ghost, he felt an inexplicable chill. Master, do you see spirits?
Yu Luo,
having gained a general understanding of this world from the fortune-telling she had witnessed, shot him a glance. What are you thinking? You must believe in science. Su Lu scoffed. You can keep your delusions. Seeing Su Li's bemusement, the foul rodent covered its mouth, chuckling. The trio made their way to the patient ward, where the distant wails of a child could be heard. Su Lu explained, Master, my uncle's child has been crying since he got out of the bath yesterday morning. Today, after using the charm you provided, he stopped, but now the child in the next ward is crying. As he spoke, they arrived at the door of Tan Bing's ward. Su Lu knocked before the door opened, revealing a startled maternity nurse. Su Lu, I thought you had already gone home. Tan Bing and Xie Zhonglin had also been awakened by the commotion. Both looked at Su Lu, who had returned, somewhat bewildered. Lele, why have you come back again? Su Lu stepped aside to make way for her uncle and aunt. I've brought the master with me. She exchanged this talisman for me. Upon hearing Su Lu mention that she had brought the master, the couple instantly perked up. Xie Zhonglin hurriedly approached the doorway in a flurry of excitement.
Master, please come in.
I am Xie Zhonglin. The talisman you provided has been immensely helpful to us. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. I shall dutifully oblige. Su Lu covered her face in disbelief. Was this really her skeptical uncle? His servile demeanor was quite embarrassing to behold. Yu Luo smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Xie. I need to attend to a matter next door. I'll be with you shortly. Next door? Attending to a matter? Xie Zhonglin's eyes lit up as he recalled a previous incident involving the neighbor. Could it be that today he would witness the master capturing a spirit? Chapter 9. Xiang, scare her. The door to room 602 was ajar. Yu Luo knocked gently. The man who was calming a child merely glanced her way before shouting to the woman in the hospital bed, Wife, is that someone from your family at the door? The woman turned to look, but did not recognize any of the three figures outside.
Who are you?
Have you come to the wrong room? Xie Zhonglin, brimming with joy, approached the man and, after exchanging a glance with Yu Luo, subtly gestured. In hushed tones, I must inform you that this is the master who provided us with the talisman. What? This girl is the master? The man scrutinized Yu Luo from head to toe. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Luo interjected, If you wish for a blissful life ahead, keep your mouth shut. Work diligently and speak less. Otherwise, not only will your wife leave you, but your mother and children will also grow to resent you. The man's words caught in his throat, leaving his face flushed. Watching her husband being put in his place, the woman in the hospital bed stifled a laugh. Truly, the master had a way with words. Her husband was a good man, diligent in his work, yet he had the unfortunate luck of possessing a tongue that often failed him. Yu Luo chose not to engage further with the man, instead turning her attention to the child in his arms, who was wailing incessantly. There, a fierce infant spirit was clinging to the child, gnawing at his soul. Upon noticing Yu Luo's gaze, the infant spirit bared its teeth in defiance. Yu Luo glanced at the foul rat beside her. With onlookers present, she decided to grant the rat some dignity. Xiang, give her a scare. Damn it! How dare she bare her teeth at me? If it weren't for your mother's sake, I would have slapped you silly. The rat, having noticed the infant spirit, hurried over to the man. With paws on its hips, it stood tall and roared at the baby in his arms. Having cultivated its abilities over the years, the rat possessed some minor magical powers. The infant spirit, being a mere facade, was swiftly weakened by the rat's full strength, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. The baby's cries ceased. The ghostly woman, who had been standing quietly beside Yu Luo, gasped and hid behind her upon seeing the infant spirit's form. Oh my, there's a ghost. Yu Luo, exasperated, pulled her out from behind. You're a ghost, yet you fear ghosts? The female spirit covered her eyes with her hands and shrank back, muttering to herself, as long as I can't see her, she definitely can't see me. Yu Luo rolled her eyes. Aren't you looking for your child? This is her. The ghost shook her head vigorously, unwilling to believe. My child could never look like that. Yu Luo signaled to the rat, which approached the infant spirit and swatted at it. Look at how scared your mother is. Quickly tidy up your ghostly appearance. The infant spirit retracted its neck. Fine. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of others. Conceding once is not shameful. In the next moment, the spirit transformed into a chubby child resembling a traditional doll. Yu Luo pushed the ghostly woman in front of her. Look closely. This is your child. The ghost cautiously opened her eyes and finally sensed a trace of maternal connection with the child before her. She rushed forward, embracing the infant. Baby, mommy has finally found you. The infant, bewildered, replied, You abandoned me. Why are you looking for me now? This was due to her mother having forsaken her, leading the infant to envy the fortunate children who were born and thrived, driving her to torment their souls. Sighing, Yu Luo lamented. This little ghost has had a tragic fate. She was aborted 20 times, In 19 of those instances, upon discovering she was a girl, her family ended her life. In the other 9, she never even had the chance to be born, as they terminated the pregnancy upon learning of her gender. On the 20th attempt, just as she was about to be born, her mother jumped off a building. Yu Luo now understood why her own mother often lamented the hardships faced by women in the world. Sometimes, girls were denied even the opportunity to be born and grow up. Tears streaming down her face, the ghost held the infant tightly. "Mommy never abandoned you. I have always wanted to find you, but I was trapped and unable to leave." The infant believed her mother had indeed forsaken her, which was why she had perished. Though they were close, she had never considered seeking her mother throughout the years. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the two ghosts embraced, weeping bitterly. Yu Luo, unable to bear the sight, interjected, all right, it's time for you to go. I will help you." She had intended to say she would assist in ensuring they would be reborn into a good life in their next incarnation. But recalling that her powers were suppressed by her unscrupulous father, she realized she currently lacked that capability. Not one to promise what she could not deliver. Yu Luo swiftly changed her words, "I will help you burn some paper money." Having earned 700 yuan that day, and after spending 20 on breakfast, she still had 680 left. Paper money was easily affordable. To her surprise, the ghost mother and daughter both shook their heads vehemently. The infant timidly looked at her sister and said, "I don't want to be reborn anymore. Can I stay with you and Mommy?" The ghost mother echoed, "Yes, yes. Being human is just too hard. I never want to be human again." Yu Luo felt somewhat speechless, but, seeing their resolute decision, and knowing they had never harmed anyone, she agreed to let them accompany her temporarily. Su Le, Xia Zhonglin, and the couple from room 602 had anticipated a thrilling ghost-catching spectacle. They were taken aback when Yu Luo merely spoke a few words to the air before it all concluded, especially the man from 602, who curiously glanced at his peacefully sleeping son. "Master." Yu Luo raised a finger to her lips, "Don't speak." His tongue was destined to utter most displeasing words. She was not his mother, and would not indulge him. The man cast a somewhat aggrieved look at his wife. "Why can't the master allow me to speak?" The woman in the hospital bed ignored him, instead turning to Yu Luo. "Master, there are many children born here. Why are only ours and the ones next door being targeted by unclean entities?" The rat chimed in, "Did you hear that? They called you unclean." The infant's spirit huffed, angrily poking its fingers. The female ghost eagerly embraced her, exclaiming that her mother's baby was the best, certainly not a filthy thing. Yu Luo shot a glare at the smelly rat before responding to the woman's inquiry about their family's recent misfortunes. Moreover, both hospital rooms had been occupied by her mother in the past. When Yu Luo referred to her, she meant the spirit of the infant. The female ghost had resided next door during her labor, while the previous mother of the infant had occupied room 602 during her abortion. Upon hearing this, the man immediately interjected, "Master, without discussing anything else, could you possibly sell us a talisman for peace?" Fearing that Yu Luo might silence him again, he hurriedly completed his request in one breath. Yu Luo nodded in agreement, stating that it was certainly feasible. She then retrieved a neatly folded talisman from her pouch and handed it to the woman on the hospital bed. The woman accepted it with both hands, expressing her gratitude profusely. After glancing at her husband, she urged, quickly, "Give the master 2,000 yuan." The man placed the child down, and, upon realizing Yu Luo had no phone to make a payment, reluctantly opened his wallet, counted out 2,000 yuan and offered it with both hands. He felt quite satisfied with the price, yet when he spoke, the words came out altered. 2,000 yuan for a single talisman? The master certainly earns money with remarkable ease. Yu Luo cast a sidelong glance at the man, gently shaking her head. Why must you, a perfectly fine person, possess such a mouth? The woman on the hospital bed felt her smile falter at her husband's words and quickly looked towards Yu Luo. Fortunately, Yu Luo merely smiled as she counted the money, showing no sign of anger. She shot the man a fierce glare. "If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet." The man pouted in grievance. "Is it wrong to praise the master?" Once Yu Luo finished counting the money, the woman spoke again. "Master, is there any way to remedy my husband's mouth?" Yu Luo shrugged helplessly. "Your husband's way of speaking is innate. It cannot be altered. The only remedy I mentioned earlier is all I can offer." As she was about to exit, she paused momentarily and added, "Your husband speaks without thinking. If one day he says something intolerable, perhaps you should inquire about his true feelings. Your marriage appears to be a match made in heaven. Do not forsake it easily." Yu Luo was not advocating for the man, but rather, she discerned from the woman's features that if she divorced him, She would likely fall prey to a charming scoundrel who would deceive her financially and romantically, leading to a dismal fate. This man, aside from his unfortunate way of speaking, had scarcely any flaws. He was capable both in the parlor and the kitchen, earning all the money and never squandered it outside. He was adept in household chores, from laundry to cooking. He concerned himself with the illness of her parents more than a biological son would. However, due to his careless speech, he often failed to earn appreciation. Nevertheless, she had said all that she could. What would ultimately transpire was left to fate. Chapter 10. How much would I be rewarded if I captured him? After emerging from room 602, Xia Zhonglin became even more obsequious towards Yu Luo.
Master.
Could you assist me in naming our baby? Yu Luo frowned, for she had never been adept at naming. During her time at the Tianji sect, she named her pets merely based on their colors. She glanced at the infant in the crib and then at the couple. It seems you are fated to encounter me. Thus, the first character of your daughter's name shall be decided by me. Let us use the character Yu. As for the second character, since your names contain elements of mountains and water, let us incorporate that. Yu Luo feigned an air of profundity, while inwardly feeling perplexed. Why must I be tasked with this? Isn't there anything else I could be doing? She approached the window, gazing outside, and upon spotting the sun hanging in the sky, a thought struck her. Let us use Yang, for the second character. How does that sound? Thus, combined with Yu, the name became either Xia Yuyang or Tan Yuyang. Yu Luo deemed this her most impressive creation yet. The couple, bewildered, repeated the name and found it quite agreeable. Consequently, they did not seek the opinion of the peacefully sleeping infant, and so the name was settled. Upon concluding the naming, Su Le promptly articulated the purpose of bringing Yu Luo upstairs. Uncle, I recall you have a friend working at the administrative hall. Master. Since you grew up in the mountains, how would one go about obtaining an ID card without a registered household? Xia Zhonglin paused, reassessing Yu Luo. You seem to be under 20. Is it possible someone your age lacks a household registration? Due to the nature of his work, his alertness heightened. He casually inquired, which mountain did you grow up on and who lived there? Upon hearing this, the smelly rat squirmed, thinking, see? It's a good thing I'm here, otherwise, the master would surely slip up. Yu Luo remained composed and replied, I have always lived in a temple on Yodo Mountain with my master. I was unwell for many years and bedridden. Xia Zhonglin discreetly observed her micro-expressions and, finding no hint of deceit, he relaxed. Let me make a call to see what processes we should follow. He took out his phone and dialed his friend. The call connected quickly.
Xia.
Are you planning to register my niece's household? Xia Zhonglin chuckled. Not yet. The matter of Yu Yang's registration can wait. I have a little girl here who has lived in the deep mountains all her life without a household registration. She now wishes to obtain an ID card. Do you know what the procedure is? The other side paused. Well, that depends on where the mountain is located. Moments later, Xia Zhonglin hung up the phone. Master. My friend suggests we consult the local police station. Yu Luo hadn't anticipated that obtaining an ID card would be such a challenge. However, it was evident that having an ID was essential. It seemed this errand was unavoidable. Tan Bing glanced at her peacefully sleeping daughter. Dear, the baby is quite well behaved now. Why don't you take the master to inquire? Xia Zhonglin shot a quick glance at the nanny. All right, Lele. You stay here and help the nanny take care of your aunt and the baby. He was apprehensive due to the alarming stories he had heard about irresponsible nannies. Naturally, soulève no objections. Yet, Yu Luo waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Just tell me which police station to go to, and I can handle it myself. She was not a mere child of 3. Such a trivial matter surely did not require company. Seeing that Yu Luo was serious, Xia Zhonglin pulled out his phone and searched. Master, since you lived on Nyoto Mountain, you should go to the Nyoto Mountain police station. It's about 20 kilometers from here. I can call a taxi for you. Just remember the license plate number, and you can get in the car right at the door. I have a spare room at home. If you finish your business and need a place to stay, you can come to my house temporarily. Upon hearing that taxis could be summoned via phone, Yu Luo's eyes lit up. This little gadget is incredibly convenient. It can make calls and summon taxis. She promptly decided that once she acquired her ID, she would not only buy an electric bike, but also a mobile phone. Xia Zhonglin and Su Le accompanied Yu Luo to the hospital entrance. While waiting for the bus, Xia Zhonglin handed over 3,000 yuan to Master Yu Luo, 2,000 of which was for the talisman, and the remaining 1,000 was meant as a fee for naming the baby. After all, the talisman given to the patient in the adjacent room also cost 2,000. He He couldn't take advantage of the young master. Thinking about his desire to purchase a mobile phone and an electric bike, Yu Luo graciously accepted the money. Subsequently, he retrieved a peace pendant, the size of a 1 yuan coin, tied with a red string from his pocket. Here, take this back for the baby to wear. It will protect her from misfortune,
he said.
Xie Zhonglin hurriedly accepted it with both hands, carefully placing it in his pocket. Thank you, master. Outside the Natushan police station, the stinky rat lay despondently in the flower bed, retching. Oh my heavens! That ride was utterly unbearable. From now on, I swear I will never ride in a car again. Yu Luo, though not prone to motion sickness, was still overwhelmed by the unpleasant odor within the vehicle, further solidifying her resolve to acquire an electric bike. After what felt like an eternity of retching, the stinky rat felt as if its very essence had been drained. As it walked, its legs trembled unsteadily. Master, we can never buy a car like that again. This thing is a death sentence for a rat. The rat lamented, feeling utterly unworthy of such torment. Yu Luo stifled a laugh, bestowing it a surge of spiritual energy. Instantly, the stinky rat felt rejuvenated, proclaiming, Master is indeed formidable. Yu Luo, uninterested in banter, strode directly toward the police station. Zhou Qiang, holding a teacup, stepped outside and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the plump, stinky rat. He instinctively glanced at Yu Luo several times, as this was the first time he had witnessed someone keeping a yellow weasel as a pet. Yu Luo approached with a smile. Excuse me, officer, I've lived on Natushan my whole life and now wish to register my household and obtain an ID card. Where should I go for that? The polite and beautiful young girl evoked a high degree of tolerance from the officers, Zhou Qiang included. He smiled and pointed toward the household registration office. Head over there. You'll find a registration room, and someone will guide you through the process. As they spoke, 2 more officers emerged from inside, one holding a set of materials. Hey, what do you think? Where could this serial killer be hiding? One of them remarked. It's been half a month, and people are living in fear, yet we've uncovered not a shred of evidence. Could he have already left our area and fled elsewhere? As they approached, Yu Luo recognized one of the officers and abruptly retracted her footstep. Excuse me, officers, are you heading out to handle a case? The 2 turned at her voice, and she stood there, a charming girl of 18 or 19, clad in a crescent-patterned dress, appearing both beautiful and innocent. The matter of the serial killer's escape was not a secret. The officers were indeed carrying wanted posters intended for distribution across streets and villages. The officer with a poster generously handed one to Yu Luo. Yes, little girl, a serial killer has fled to our area, so be cautious when you go out. Avoid venturing alone into secluded spots and stay safe. Yu Luo nodded obediently. All right, I'll remember that. Thank you, officer. While speaking, she seized the opportunity to glance at the paper in her hand. It depicted a fierce-looking man with a scruffy beard. Notably, beneath his image, alongside his personal information and offenses, there was a bounty notice stating that anyone providing leads would be rewarded 50,000 yuan. Instantly, Yu Luo's spirit soared. Officer, if providing information earns 50,000, how much would the reward be for capturing him? She desired to settle down here, and, at present, what she lacked most was money and merit. Capturing such a nefarious individual would surely accumulate great merit, and if she could also receive a substantial reward, it would far surpass her earnings from fortune-telling. Chapter 11. Did you dismantle the police station sign? Upon hearing Yu Luo's words, the 3 exchanged glances. Today's young girls truly possess an innocence that is refreshing. Zhou Chang's tone grew serious. Little girl, this man is a fugitive. If you happen to spot him, simply call the police. Do not approach him on your own. This serial killer is armed and possesses some combat skills. Several special police officers from the neighboring province have already lost their lives trying to apprehend him. To the 3, the idea of a defenseless girl like Yu Luo confronting such a man seemed like a suicidal endeavor. Yu Luo blinked. Okay, thank you, officer. I'll remember that. Watching them depart, she gestured toward the despondent ghost mother and daughter. Today, the sun will not harm you. You too follow them. That young officer is in for a significant trial today. If you can assist him through this ordeal, it will serve as a merit for you both. The ghost mother tentatively extended a hand. Oh, the sun truly won't hurt me anymore. The mother and daughter joyfully floated off in pursuit. Yu Luo pondered briefly before turning to leave. The stinky rat, somewhat confused, inquired, Master, were you going to ask how to register for a household and obtain an ID card? Yu Luo shot at a glance. You know nothing. This is sharpening the axe before cutting wood. She had casually scanned the registration process outlined on the wall nearby, noting the requirement for a birth certificate and other documents. Since she had none, it would be wiser to deal with a serial killer first. Later, acquiring her household registration would surely be much easier. The stinky rat scratched its head. How is registering for a household related to chopping wood? Not far from the police station at a scrapyard, a man lounged leisurely on a recliner, scrolling through short videos with one hand while tossing peanuts into his mouth with the other. He took a swig from a beer and disdainfully scoffed. They don't even understand the dangers lurking in the dark. What a bunch of fools.
Moment latte.
After finishing his last sip of beer, the man stood up, stretching lazily. This past half-month has nearly bored me to death. It seems it's time to leave. With that, he picked up a large wrench from the table and headed toward a small room nearby. Since he was leaving, the two old fools he intended to keep as hostages no longer had any reason to live. Just as he reached for the doorknob, a girl's voice floated in from outside. Is the boss in? I have some scrap to sell. The man cursed his misfortune inwardly, donned a large mask, and coldly approached the door. There stood a beautiful young girl in a white dress, smiling brightly. His gaze instantly turned lecherous. Who would have thought I could have a little fun before leaving? He grinned widely as he walked over. Little sister, what are you selling? The stinky rat peeked out from behind Yu Luo, wrinkling its nose in disdain. Master, he smells awful. Yu Luo ignored it and pointed to the large words nearby. What I want to sell is this. The man barely glanced, instead reaching out his hand towards Yu Luo. Little sister, fate has brought us together. Come, let us go inside and talk. Yu Luo subtly stepped back a couple of paces. Boss, I suggest you take a look at whether you can accept these characters. If not, I'll seek another place. In a bid to deceive Yu Luo into entering, the man crouched down and turned over the characters. The first character was mountain, followed by head, and then cow. As he flipped over the next 3 characters, he inquired, Little sister, is this a dismantled sign? His words faltered as he discerned the remaining 3 characters, which read police station. Arranging these characters, they spelled out Nyo Tushan police station in bold letters. What the hell? The man, stunned, read them again in disbelief. Did you dismantle the police station sign?
Who on earth are you?
Have you really stolen something right from under the police's nose? You are even more audacious than I am. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid to accept it? The man regarded Yu Luo, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and intrigue. Those who would dismantle a police station sign must either possess true prowess or be utterly foolish. After weighing his options, the man did not perceive Yu Luo as someone of great capability. He chuckled. Of course I dare to accept it. Come, let us go inside and weigh it. As he spoke, he had already carried the 6 characters inside the doorway. Once he had lured this girl inside, he would dictate the course of events. With his sinister gaze, Yu Luo smiled, thinking it was quite fortuitous. She too wished to enter and deal with this scoundrel. The moment Yu Luo crossed the threshold, the man swiftly shut and locked the door. His eyes roamed hungrily over Yu Luo. Little sister, come, today I'll let you experience what it means to be in ecstasy. Yu Luo chuckled. Is that so? I too wish to let you taste what true ecstasy feels like. With that, she signaled to the stinky mouse. Such scum. She needn't lift a finger. The stinky mouse alone could handle him. The stinky mouse playfully stood at attention, raising a paw in a clumsy salute. Received. Guaranteed to complete the task. Then, with a leap, it sprang onto the man's head, lifting its rear and delivering a noxious fart akin to a toxic gas bomb right in his face. The man was so overwhelmed by the stench that tears streamed down his face. Damn it, I'll kill you, he shouted, raising his hand to grab the stinky mouse.
Damn.
I've taken down dozens of men, and this weasel dares to fart on my head. It's simply courting death. After releasing its foul gas, the stinky mouse had already jumped back onto Yu Luo's shoulder, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Master, this person reeks. Yu Luo nodded. He's a scoundrel. Of course, he stinks. Meanwhile, the previously furious man had descended into madness. He picked up the large wrench he had left on the table and smashed it against his own leg. After shattering his knees, he began to smash his toes. Then his hands and arms. Yu Luo ignored him and walked towards the inner room. Upon opening the door and observing the situation inside, the stinky mouse gasped. Master, that despicable man is too wicked. Inside the room, 2 injured individuals were bound to chairs, their mouths stuffed with torn rags. The ropes were tied extremely tightly, some digging into their wounds. Most alarmingly, they were not wearing a stitch of clothing. The stinky mouse covered its eyes with its tiny paws, exclaiming, Pervert! Pervert! This is simply perverted. Upon hearing the door open, The two men instinctively recoiled. When they saw it was Yu Luo, they began to whimper and struggle. Yu Luo did not rashly approach them. Instead, she removed the rags from their mouths and gently reassured them, "You're both injured. Please don't move around. That man has been dealt with. You are no longer in danger. I will call the police to take you to the hospital." Upon hearing her words, one of them burst into tears. "I thought we were going to die." The other also reddened, saying, "Thank you for saving us." Yu Luo quietly cast a spell of spiritual energy over them. All right. Hardship will eventually lead to relief." She found a bed sheet from another room and covered the two of them. After giving a few more reassurances, she exited with the stinky mouse. Chapter 12. Police Officer. "I want to report a crime." Outside the Nyotushan police station, Yu Luo was huffing and puffing as she dragged a small cart. The man on the cart was wailing incessantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The stinky mouse hopped onto his head, scratching. "What are you yelling about?" "It's so noisy." Yu Luo disdainfully kicked the cart. "Had I known, I would have had you chop off your arms and legs instead." She simply abandoned the cart and dashed into the police station. "Police officers, I've caught a bad guy. Hurry and bring him in." Hearing her voice, two police officers quickly emerged. Upon seeing Yu Luo, one of them chuckled. "Little girl with those skinny arms and legs, you caught a criminal? Don't joke around." The other frowned. "Have you finished your homework?" Yu Luo was at a loss for words. She knew that further explanations would be futile, so she simply pointed outside. "If you don't believe me, go take a look. I've caught that serial killer." "What? A serial killer?" The two exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. "Little girl, even if you're joking, there's a limit, all right? If that killer were so easy to catch, would people be in such a state of panic?" Seeing their disbelief, Yu Luo's temper flared. "Why are you two big men so slow? Going out to take a look won't cost you an arm or a leg. Am I lying to you for money or something? I really caught him. Is there no basic trust between people anymore?" Observing Yu Luo's indignant demeanor, the two officers exchanged glances, somewhat helpless. This was undoubtedly another spoiled child accustomed to getting her way. Arguing with a brat would lead nowhere. Fine. Let's just go take a look, they decided. The moment the man on the cart saw the police, tears streamed down his face. "Officer, I want to report a crime. Even if I'm a murderer, that doesn't justify her abusing me." Upon seeing the man's appearance, both officers couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What the hell?" This was indeed that infamous serial killer. Regardless, this bastard wouldn't die anytime soon, nor could he escape. Their eyes sparkled as they looked up and down at Yu Luo. "Little girl, how did you catch him?" Yu Luo cleared her throat. "Well, I saw the wanted notice, did some calculations, and found a prop at your doorstep." "Wait a minute." The two officers thought something was off. A prop at their doorstep? What could possibly be there? Upon closer inspection, they gasped. "Where's our sign?" 10 minutes later, police cars and ambulances swiftly arrived at the scrapyard. The couple from the small room was taken to the hospital, and even the man on the cart was sent along. Yu Luo was perplexed by this expression. "Officer, he has killed so many people. Why are you still treating his wounds?" The officer was momentarily taken aback. "Well, that's the protocol." Upon hearing this, Yu Luo ceased her inquiries. A female officer entered carrying several takeout meals and first handed one to Yu Luo. "Here, little girl, you've done a great service today. You must be starving. So, eat up." Indeed, witnessing the wretched state of that scoundrel had brought her a sense of satisfaction. Yu Luo was indeed a bit hungry and politely expressed her gratitude. She then pushed some of her meal towards the filthy rat. Without hesitation, she began to eat heartily. The taste of the tomato and scrambled egg rice was surprisingly delightful. The female officer sat beside her. "What's your name, dear? Where do you live? You helped us catch that murderer. So surely reporters will want to visit you and your family." Yu Luo, engrossed in her meal, didn't even look up. "Sister, my name is Yu Luo, and I live in a temple on Yodo Mountain. My master passed away a few months ago, and I have no other family." The female officer felt a pang of guilt. How could she press on in such a manner? "Eat slowly, and if you need more, there's plenty here." Yu Luo looked up and sweetly smiled, thanking her. To be fair, she found the police station quite pleasant. Not only was there air conditioning, but they also provided meals. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to stay here until her identification was sorted out. Once Yu Luo had finished her meal, the female officer could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Sister Yu Luo, how did you manage to catch that murder?" Her two colleagues had mentioned that Yu Luo had deduced it. Such claims were met with skepticism by both the provincial task force and others in the station. As the officer posed her question, the room fell silent, everyone intrigued. Yu Luo blinked, sister, I truly deduced it. Moreover, I foresaw that your boyfriend would be in danger today. The officer's expression shifted to one of alarm. Don't say such things. She had heard that fortune tellers' predictions often held true, especially the ominous ones. Though she remained skeptical of Yu Luo's abilities, she did not wish for her boyfriend to be in peril. The filthy rat, sensing the tension, interjected, hands on its hips. How dare you speak like that? My master never makes baseless claims. Observing the female officer reach for her phone to call her boyfriend, Yu Luo swiftly stopped her. Sister, I've already sent someone to follow him. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is likely to emerge unscathed. If you call him now and disrupt the events set to unfold today, he will undoubtedly meet with misfortune. Upon hearing this, the female officer reluctantly put her phone away. How confident are you in saving him? Yu Luo raised her hand and indicated with her fingers. 8. In the street office, what? The serial killer has been apprehended? Chong was somewhat incredulous. Which team was responsible for this? He hung up the phone in a daze, glancing at the unfinished, wanted notice in his hand. You all can head back. This notice need not be posted. Once the leaders of the various streets and villages had departed, the other two could hardly contain their eagerness. Brother Chong, which team is so impressive? Chong's expression reflected a mix of complexity. Do you all remember that little girl who wanted to register her household when we left? The two nodded. Brother Chong, we're asking about the team that caught the murderer. Why are you changing the subject? Chong shot them a glare. I'm not changing the subject. The one who caught the murderer is her. What? The murderer was caught by that petite girl? They exchanged incredulous glances. Brother Chong, how can we believe such news? Chong himself found it somewhat absurd. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out when we return. Just as the three stepped outside, a vehicle speeding at no less than 100 miles per hour barreled toward them. Chong and one other quickly sidestepped. The last person, despite intending to evade, found his limbs unresponsive and could only stand frozen in place. Just when he thought he was doomed, a tremendous force propelled him several meters away. At the same time, a deafening crash erupted as the street office's heavy iron gate was significantly dented by the vehicle. The infant spirit gleefully extended her tiny hand, high-fiving the ghostly mother. Oh yay, mommy, we really saved him. The ghostly mother gently lifted her, kissing her cherubic face. Well done, sweetheart. The infant spirit reciprocated with a kiss on her mother's cheek. Mommy is wonderful too. Chapter 13. Is there money in catching him? An hour later, having received word of the murderer's capture, the dispersed task force members had largely returned to the Nyoto Mountain Police Station. Yu Luo found herself surrounded by dozens of officers. Little girl, how did you know that man was hiding at the recycling station? Yu Luo beamed innocently. Officer, I've said it many times, after seeing the wanted notice. I calculated his location. Then I found a prop and went over with a filthy rat. We were able to catch him, and the rat contributed significantly too. Many in the crowd winced at her mention of props. It was the first time they had seen someone dismantle the police station sign to use as a prop. Chun Donghai, the head of the task force, fell silent for a moment before pulling out his phone to show a photograph. Can you help me deduce where this person is right now? With just a glance, Yu Luo frowned. Officer, why are you showing me a photo of a deceased person? Chun Donghai's pupils dilated. It seemed this young girl indeed possessed remarkable abilities. He then revealed another photograph. What about this person? Where is he now? Yu Luo scrutinized it closely. Is there money in capturing him? Chun Donghai's lips twitched. Little girl, can we refrain from being so mercenary? Assisting the police in apprehending criminals is a civic duty. Yu Luo shook her index finger. No, you see, I just came down from the mountain. I need to register my household and obtain an ID. After getting the ID, I need to buy a phone and an electric bike, and then there are living expenses. How can any of this be free? Chun Donghai honed in on the essence of her words. You don't have a household registration? Yu Luo nodded, right. I came here to register and obtain an ID. Catching that man was just a way to earn some extra money. What? Chun Donghai's expression mirrored that of a bewildered subway passenger. After a brief silence, he waved his hand. I'll have someone expedite the household registration process. Once it's clear, I'll ensure you're set up immediately. I'll also expedite your ID issuance, and besides the standard reward, I'll arrange for you to receive a phone and an electric bike. How does that sound? Upon hearing his words, the filthy rat's eyes lit up. Master, quickly agreed to him. To the rat, this was a golden opportunity, getting a phone and an electric bike without spending a dime. Such a deal was simply too good to pass up. Yu Luo, however, remained unmoved. You said there's a reward for catching that man. What about your own reward? Surely you wouldn't intend to pocket it for yourself? Previously, for providing leads on a captured individual, the reward had been 50,000 yuan. Thus, the reward for this individual would undoubtedly be substantial as well. She observed that mobile phones were nearly ubiquitous, with almost everyone possessing one. They surely couldn't be too expensive. As for electric scooters, they were abundant on the roads, and their prices were likely quite reasonable as well. Therefore, considering all factors, merely exchanging a phone and an electric scooter would certainly result in a significant loss. Chun Donghai chuckled. As long as you help us determine his whereabouts, the reward shall be yours. Previously, he had heard that those who dwelled beyond the mundane regarded wealth as mere refuse, valuing everything based on fate. He never expected this young girl to place such importance on money. Upon hearing that the reward would be substantial, Yu Luo scrutinized the photograph once more. This person is currently moving swiftly. I am unable to pinpoint his location for the time being. Chun Donghai felt a twinge of disappointment. However, in the next moment, Yu Luo continued, but I do know where his ultimate destination lies. Chun Donghai was somewhat at a loss for words. Why couldn't this girl just convey everything in one go? 2 hours later, dozens of vehicles were parked outside the Nutushan police station. A throng of journalists, armed with cameras and microphones, made their way inside. Which team from the Special Investigation Unit apprehended the serial killer? The heads of the Special Investigation Team exchanged glances. We apologize, but we cannot disclose that information. Another reporter stepped forward. I heard a human trafficker was also captured today. Is the team that caught the trafficker the same one that apprehended the serial killer? Other reporters chimed in with various questions. Yet, the responses were uniformly cold and curt. No comment. The journalists, who had arrived with great enthusiasm, departed dejectedly. Tell me, in this day and age, is there anyone who doesn't crave fame? Who knows, in the past, after such major cases were solved, the responsible parties would invariably accept interviews. It's truly strange that today, not even the identity of the apprehenders is known. Oh well, it's not just us who haven't received any news. At this moment, Yu Luo was purchasing a mobile phone with her freshly minted household registration and temporary ID. Little Mouse, which color do you prefer? Little Mouse stood on a stool, stretching its neck to peer over the counter. Master, I think this dazzling purple looks splendid. Yu Luo examined 3 phones closely. All right, I'll purchase this red one then. So, why did you ask me? The shop assistant chuckled, returning the other 2 phones to their place. Little sister, please take out your SIM card, and I can help you set it up. Yu Luo shrugged her shoulders. I don't have a SIM card. The shop assistant immediately fetched a notebook. In that case, we also sell SIM cards here. Would you like to choose one? Yu Luo took the notebook and glanced at it. What's the significance of these? The assistant explained, we sell mobile cards here, and you can choose from available numbers. This side shows the available plans. Each plan varies in terms of data and free calling time. Yu Luo poked Little Mouse, who was sulking with its back turned. Little Mouse, you can handle the number selection. Choose whichever you think is best. Upon hearing that it could choose, Little Mouse's face lit up. Master, are you serious? After Yu Luo nodded, it eagerly surveyed the options multiple times. Finally, its little paw pointed at a number with many 4s. Master, I think this one is quite nice. At this moment, the previously inconspicuous female ghost spoke up. Master, people usually avoid selecting numbers with 4, as it sounds like death. The plump infant spirit chimed in cheerfully. Exactly. For sounds like death, this number has so many 4s, it's clearly inauspicious. Little Mouse shot them a disgruntled glare. You don't understand anything. My master is no ordinary person. She doesn't mind such trivialities. The shop assistant, noting Yu Luo's silence, tactfully suggested, Little sister, would you like to choose another? The number that Little Mouse selected contained 6 4s. A number like this would typically be avoided by anyone sensible. Yet Yu Luo shook her head. No, I'll stick with this one. As for the plan, just set it up for 88 monthly. Little Mouse gleefully exchanged mischievous glances with the mother-daughter ghost duo. See? Master 1T, heed your words. The infant spirit, hiding behind the female ghost, stuck out its tongue at Little Mouse. Yu Luo disregarded their childish antics and turned to the shop assistant. Could you please teach me how to use some commonly used apps? The assistant, already charmed by this beautiful and sweet-tongued little sister, was more than happy to oblige. She quickly set up the SIM card. All right, first, let me show you how to download apps. You see, when we need to download an app, we open this application store. Chapter 14. Well, having a name is better than having none. After purchasing the phone, Yu Luo proceeded to a nearby bank to obtain a card, depositing half of her reward. Subsequently, she exuberantly took Little Mouse to a luxurious hotel for their stay. Ah, now this is what life is all about. Reclining in a massage bathtub, Yu Luo felt even more resolute in her decision to indulge. Training was simply not an option.
Now.
She was a petite fortune holder with nearly 200,000 in her grasp. To not relish in life would be utterly irresponsible. Enduring hardship was simply not her style. Little Mouse frolicked nearby. Yu Luo playfully tossed a dollop of foam onto its head. Little Mouse, do you think you resemble a character from a cartoon? Little Mouse hopped over to the mirror, striking a pose with its paws on its hips. After following its master's lead, it exclaimed, "Wow. My looks seem to have improved." After bathing, Yu Luo retrieved a light purple dress adorned with pearls from her storage bag, slipping it on. Lying on the soft bed, she pulled out her phone to order takeout. "Little Mouse, is there anything you desire? Come over and take a look." Little Mouse hurried over, still reminiscing about the tomato and egg rice bowl it had enjoyed at the police station. "Master, is there no tomato and egg rice bowl?" Yu Luo shot it a look. "I'm not short on cash now. Why would I order a rice bowl? You clearly have such limited aspirations. Go on. I'll order for myself. You just wait to eat." The mother-daughter ghost duo watched eagerly from the side. Considering that they had also played a part in today's success, Yu Luo decided to be generous. She found a rice bowl restaurant on her phone and offered, "Do either of you have any cravings? Each of you can choose one dish." Little Mouse leaned in to take a look, its spirits instantly lifting. "Hee hee. It seems my status in Master's heart is unshakable." In less than half an hour, several delivery personnel arrived with their orders. Yu Luo savored barbecue in one hand and milk tea in the other, enjoying herself immensely. Little Mouse took a bite and grimaced at the spiciness. Seeing its comical expression, the mother-daughter ghost duo finally felt a sense of victory, laughing uncontrollably. Yu Luo selected a non-spicy skewer for Little Mouse and poured it some milk tea. After just a sip, Little Mouse was enamored with the flavor. "Master, this is delicious. Let us always order this from now on." The female ghost remarked while enjoying her rice bowl. "This drink is all about technology and skill. Consuming too much can lead to a short life." Upon hearing these words, Yu Luo instantaneously found the food in her mouth to be utterly unappetizing. Alas, when might she finally unlock her storage bracelet and ring? Within them lay an abundance of spirit food, the taste of which was unparalleled. Most crucially, while earthly fare merely satiated hunger, those spirit delicacies could fortify the body and prolong life. Indeed, they possess the extraordinary ability to heal ailments and save lives. For cultivators like herself, consuming such food could also enhance their cultivation levels. The following day, Yu Luo awoke naturally, only to discover it was already 11 o'clock. She lamented that the previous night's fantasy drama had been so mind-numbing that she had found herself binge-watching until 1:30 in the morning, merely to witness how absurd the conclusion would be. Noticing several friend requests on her phone, she opened them to find they were from Stinky Rat, Zhou Qiang,
and Chen Donghai.
"Do you know them?" she inquired. Stinky Rat shook its head, explaining that the first entity it interacted with upon emerging was its master. These three individuals left no impression on it whatsoever. Yu Luo pondered for a mere 2 seconds, concluding that if Stinky Rat did not recognize them, she certainly would not either. Thus, she decisively clicked to reject the requests. The female ghost leaned in, appearing hesitant to speak. Remembering that she had yet to learn the ghost's name, Yu Luo asked, "What is your name?" Upon mentioning names, the ghost's demeanor darkened slightly. "As for my previous name, it is best left unspoken. Since I and the baby spirit have chosen to follow the master, why not allow you to bestow upon us new names?" Suddenly, Yu Luo felt that naming her, the ghost, was a splendid idea. However, noticing the baby spirit's eager gaze, she contemplated, "You look rather plump. How about we call you Pang Pang?" Turning to the female ghost, she added, "And since your complexion is so pale, we shall name you Bye Bye." The baby spirit and the female ghost accepted their names, realizing that having names was certainly better than being nameless. Stinky Rat, on the other hand, felt quite pleased with its own name, at least not as dismissive as Bye Bye or Pang Pang. Recalling that the female ghost seemed to have something to say earlier, Yu Luo inquired, "Bye Bye, what were you about to say?" Bye Bye glanced at her phone and replied, "Zhou Qiang is the older officer among the three you had me follow yesterday." Yu Luo was taken aback. So, the person who had sent her a friend request was likely an acquaintance from the police station? The thought that she had merely assisted in apprehending 2 individuals and was now in line for a substantial reward of nearly 200,000 left her feeling regretful for having so bluntly declined the requests earlier. She quickly opened her phone and asked Bai Bai, "Do you know how I can add them back?" With Bai Bai's assistance, she promptly sent friend requests to the 3 individuals. No sooner had she sent the requests than they were accepted. Chen Donghai messaged, "Little Master, would you consider taking an idle position with us?" Zhou Qiang inquired, "Little Master, a relative of mine asked if you sell talismans for safety." He Tingting expressed her gratitude, stating, "Little Master, thank you. My boyfriend said he nearly got hit by a car yesterday." In addition to her message, He Tingting also sent a red envelope, which Yu Luo opened to find contained 888 yuan. Quite delightful. Receiving a red envelope upon waking foretold a splendid day ahead. As for Chen Donghai's message, she pondered before replying, "Officer, what benefits come with an idle position? Is there still a reward for apprehending criminals?" She had no intention of working for free. Zhou Chang's message, however, provided her with a clue. The 2 talismans she had sold were priced at 2,000 yuan each, while a fortune-telling session only cost 100 yuan. Wasn't that a bit off? She turned to Bai Bai and asked, "Do you know how much fortune-telling typically costs?" Bai Bai thought for a moment and replied, "Master, nowadays, very few people believe in fortune-telling. Those street vendors typically charge only 10 or 20 yuan. However, in the novels I've read, wealthy individuals are often quite superstitious. If one possesses genuine skill, the fees can range from hundreds of thousands to even millions." This statement felt rather unhelpful. Could the fantastical elements of novels truly compare to reality? Yu Luo fell into contemplation. If Bai Bai's assertions were accurate, charging 100 yuan for a fortune-telling session did not seem excessive. Nevertheless, she decided to set her concerns about the fees aside for the moment. She replied to Zhou Qiang, "I currently have no talismans. If you still want some, I shall purchase materials today to assist you in creating them." Zhou Qiang promptly replied, "All right, then give me a location, and I will come by after work to collect them." Yu Luo swiftly shared a location, and, noting that Chen Donghai had yet to respond, she set her phone aside. "Stinky rat, let us finish breakfast, and then purchase an electric bike." Upon hearing the prospect of acquiring an electric bike, Stinky Rat leaped with joy. "Oh yeah, in the future, I shall also belong to the ranks of those with vehicles." Seeing Bai Bai and Pang Pang gazing longingly at the prospect of going out, Yu Luo raised her finger playfully, admonishing, "Stay right here. Do not feign innocence. Even if you act pitiful, I shall not take you along. Ghosts who bask in the sun too long risk losing their very souls." Chapter 15, Because You Have an Evil Ghost on Your Back. At the electric bike store, Stinky Rat eagerly examined one bike after another. "Master, these electric bikes are all so appealing. I want so many of them." Stinky Rat suddenly found itself afflicted with a case of indecision. Yu Luo shot it an exasperated glance. "What are you so excited about? I didn't say you could choose." She pointed to a cute pink 3-wheeled electric bike and asked, "How much is this one?" Although the shopkeeper sported dark circles under his eyes, he remained exceedingly enthusiastic in his pitch. "Little sister, you have great taste. This model is our store's star product. It boasts exceptional endurance, able to travel up to 100 kilometers on a full charge." Sensing Yu Luo's youthful appearance and her unmasked fondness for the bike, the shopkeeper quoted a lower price than usual, originally priced at 5,999 yuan. "It is now on sale for only 3,688 yuan. We will even throw in 2 helmets and a raincoat, along with a 1-year warranty." Yu Luo glanced at the shopkeeper's back and, with a smile, inquired, "Have you been experiencing a string of bad dreams and misfortunes lately?" The shopkeeper, stretching his shoulders and yawning, looked surprised and asked, "How did you know?" "Let me tell you, I have been incredibly unlucky recently. I choked while eating, sputtered while drinking, stumbled down the stairs, and encountered elevator malfunctions. For this reason, I even went to the temple to burn incense, but it seems of little help." Yu Luo offered a mysterious smile. "Because I see that you have an evil ghost on your back. If you do not expel it, even if you do not perish, you will suffer greatly. My ghost-catching fee is normally 999 yuan, but since fate has brought us together, I will offer you a special discount. Not 888, not 666, just 888. What do you say? Would you like me to help you get rid of it?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression turned grim. He sold electric bikes for 3,688 yuan, and this young girl was suggesting a price of 3,888 for ghost catching. If he fell for her trickery, He would not only lose a bike, but would also have to give her change? Little girl, I have never done anything wrong. If you wish to buy, buy. If not, please leave. Keep talking nonsense, and I will call the police on you. As the old saying goes, those who do not commit wrongs need not fear the knock of ghosts at their door. The shopkeeper truly did not believe that any evil spirit was haunting him. Yu Luo shook her head with a hint of regret. If you choose not to believe, so be it. However, the adage the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of applies equally to spirits. Although this proprietor is not a bad person, there is a certain unscrupulousness in his sales practices. Last night, I perused the same model of electric scooter online. At the official flagship store, the brand and battery range are identical, yet it retails for a mere 500 yuan, while he charges 688 yuan, claiming it is a promotional price. TSK, such blatant exploitation. But alas, there are other vendors selling electric scooters. Before leaving, Yu Luo kindly offered a word of advice. Boss, I reside at the Xiangla Hotel, just up ahead. Should you require anything, do feel free to find me. The proprietor paid her no mind, returning to the counter to doze off. His patience is commendable. Another might have scolded the young lady. Yu Luo, accompanied by her mischievous pet, switched to another shop. They offered the same brand, model, and battery life, complete with helmets, for only 888 yuan, which included registration. After providing her identification, Yu Luo casually inquired of the proprietor, "Do you know if there's a feng shui street nearby?" The boss furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I don't believe so." "Are you looking to consult a fortune teller?" Yu Luo shook her head. "No, I intend to purchase some materials for talismans." Upon hearing this, the boss scrutinized her closely. "Young lady, you can draw talismans." Her pet, exuding confidence, stood proudly atop the scooter. "Creating talismans is child's play for my master." At first, the boss mistook it for merely a pet ferret, but upon closer inspection, he recoiled in fright. "Is that the great Master Huang?" The pet raised its head with an air of superiority. "You possess a discerning eye." The boss hastily clasped his hands together, bowing to the creature. "My apologies, great master. I failed to recognize your grandeur. Please forgive my ignorance." He then counted out 888 yuan from the counter and handed it to Yu Luo. "Master, please take this. I will sell you the scooter at cost." Yu Luo chuckled. "I appreciate your kindness, but please keep the money. In business, one must ensure mutual profit." The pet also waved its paw graciously. "Indeed, with such an attitude, I am quite pleased. In light of your understanding, I shall bestow a blessing upon you." With a flick of its paw, the atmosphere in the shop transformed, becoming significantly more agreeable. Yu Luo was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. She smiled and said, "The great master has blessed you. You shall enjoy health and prosperity for the next 3 to 5 years." The boss beamed with delight, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Thank you, master. Thank you, great master." Just then, a surge of customers entered the store. The boss and his 3 employees became overwhelmed, promptly summoning his wife and mother to assist. In a short span, they sold multiple scooters, leaving the boss grinning from ear to ear. "Master, you and the great master are truly my benefactors. The hour grows late. I know a fantastic private restaurant, and tonight I shall treat you." Yu Luo waved her hand to interrupt. "No need for a meal. We just finished eating. Just teach me how to operate the scooter." The boss was taken aback. "So, even a master has things they do not know?" He laughed heartily. "No problem. I will ensure you learn." Taking the keys from Yu Luo, he began to explain the scooter's functions. To ride an electric scooter, first, you must grasp the handlebars firmly, maintaining your balance. Here is the accelerator, and here is the brake. The horn is located here, and this is the rear-view mirror. He repeated the instructions twice and demonstrated as well. Yu Luo felt confident she understood. "Step aside, let me give it a try." Turning the key and accelerating, the scooter glided smoothly forward. The pet chirped excitedly from the rear-view mirror. "Master is amazing. Master is formidable." The store owner gave a thumbs up. "Truly a master. You grasp it immediately." Yu Luo was elated by the praise. "Oh, it's merely a small electric scooter, easily handled." After meandering through a side alley a couple of times, Yu Luo waved goodbye. "Thank you, I'm off." The owner hurriedly accompanied her outside. "Please take care. And you can return in about 7 days to collect your registration." Yu Luo gave an okay sign as she departed. The pet bounced joyfully on the scooter, eventually discovering a snug spot in the storage compartment, where it settled in comfortably. "Master, I believe this space is perfectly designed for me. A bit of cotton padding would make it even better." Yu Luo glanced down, Such a trivial matter. I'll help you buy some shortly. In the next moment, Yu Luo gasped, followed by a dizzying whirl. Minutes later, both Yu Luo and her pet found themselves dejectedly squatting by a drainage ditch. Yu Luo was the first to speak. It's your fault. If I hadn't been watching you, I wouldn't have fallen. The pet, pointing its finger, could only seethe in silence, internally grumbling. Dear master, could it be a matter of your own skills? Once they retrieved the scooter, both Yu Luo and her pet calmed down considerably. They engaged in a thorough reflection on their unfortunate fall into the ditch, ultimately deciding to seek out Yu Luo for another lesson. As for why they wouldn't return to the scooter shop, naturally, they felt too embarrassed to do so. Chapter 16. Your talent for shifting blame is truly remarkable. In the electric scooter shop, the owner's mother, Yang Meixiang, arrived with a prepared meal, only to find her son slumped over the counter, a picture of distress. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he occasionally muttered, "Stay away, stay away." Concerned, she approached and gently nudged him. You hang, wake up. Did you have another nightmare?" Zhang Yuhang blinked awake, feeling utterly drained, with achy joints. He yawned. "Mom, just set the food down. I have no appetite right now." Yang Meixiang opened the lunchbox, retrieving the soup she had made that morning. "If you're not eating, at least drink some soup. Your body won't hold up otherwise." Seeing her mother's worried expression, Zhang Yuhang reluctantly lifted the bowl and sipped the soup, only to choke and bring tears to his eyes. Yang Meixiang hurried to pat his back, exclaiming, "Oh, dear. Why are you choking again?" After several minutes of coughing, he finally regained composure. Once he was feeling better, Yang Meixiang surveyed the shop. "No customers again today? I passed by the other store earlier and counted. They sold several scooters in just a few minutes." Zhang Yuhang sighed silently. "Don't mention it. Someone did come by earlier, expressing interest in buying a scooter. But when I quoted the price, she claimed I was haunted by an evil spirit. You know how the elderly are. They tend to believe in such things." Upon hearing her son's words, Yang Meixiang's expression grew serious. She recalled that her son had seemingly begun to experience a streak of misfortune 10 days prior, his business plummeting drastically. "Son, pull up the surveillance footage for me to examine." As Yang Meixiang beheld the wretched creature on the monitor, she abruptly rose from her seat. "Holy heavens! This is a weasel spirit." Zhang Yuhao appeared somewhat puzzled. "Mom, what do you mean by weasel spirit? Isn't that just a pet ferret?" Yang Meixiang slapped his arm, exclaiming, "You silly boy, this is unmistakably a yellow weasel." She grasped her son's ear and nudged him forward. "I once heard my grandmother say that the weasel spirit is black for 1,000 years and white for 10,000. Just look at this one. Aside from the dark spot on its forehead, it is pure as snow. This creature must possess divine intelligence." She poked Zheng Yuhao's forehead with a hint of frustration. If the weasel spirit willingly follows that girl, how could she possibly be an ordinary person? "And you deliberately inflated the price. Are you trying to swindle that young lady?" Zheng Yuhao shrank back, feeling guilty. "I thought she would bargain. Who knew?" Yang Meixiang shot him a stern look. "Let me tell you, such capable masters are rare gems. If she is willing to help you for 3,888 yuan, it shows she has a good heart. Since there's no business at the store, let us go find the master at the hotel. And when we get there, you better have a good attitude, understood?" Zheng Yuhao felt as though he were on the verge of breaking down from the pressure he had endured lately. He stared at the surveillance footage and asked, "Mom, are you certain this is truly a yellow weasel?" Yang Meixiang slapped the back of his head. "You don't believe in the master, nor in your own mother?" She lamented, "Your father passed away early, and I've worked tirelessly to raise you. Do you know how difficult it has been for me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhao immediately surrendered. All right, don't be upset. I'll go, okay?" Yang Meixiang wiped her eyes and smiled again. "Then hurry up and wrap things up. I'm your mother. How could I possibly harm you?" When the mother and son hurried into the hotel lobby, presenting the surveillance screenshot in search of Yu Luo, they were informed that the guest had already left and had yet to return. Zhang Yuhao initially thought to return later, but as soon as he voiced this idea, Yang Meixiang scolded him mercilessly. "Look at what state you're in. According to the master, you could perish at any moment. If you don't care about your old mother, can't you at least think of your wife and children? If anything were to happen to you, this family would fall apart, do you understand?" Seeing her mother tear up again, Zheng Yuhao obediently sat down. Yang Meixiang patted his shoulder. "That's better. Perhaps this is a test from the master for us. By the way, call your wife and let her know, so she doesn't worry." Your wife has been quite concerned about your recent misfortunes, and it has taken a toll on her already slender frame. She can't be burdened with more anxiety. Zheng Yuhao complied, taking out his phone. All right, I'll call her right now. Outside Zhonglin's supermarket, Yu Luo parked her electric scooter neatly and walked inside. Upon hearing the door's chime, Su Lu immediately approached her. Master, what brings you here today? Yu Luo gestured outside. I bought a scooter and am not quite adept at riding it. I was hoping you could teach me a bit. Su Lu accompanied her outside. Nice. This scooter is actually quite good-looking, cute and pastel, perfectly suited for our lovely master. He circled around Yu Luo's electric scooter, asking, what part do you find challenging? Yu Luo candidly replied, I struggle a bit with turning and keeping it straight. Not straight? Su Lu found it hard to imagine just how crooked it was. He pointed to the road before them. Why don't you take a lap and let me see? At that moment, the area was relatively empty, making it an ideal setting for a novice to practice riding an electric scooter. Yu Luo turned the key and set off. In less than 100 meters, she had already veered off course several times.
Sulefase palmed.
Master, you're not steering properly. You need to control the handlebars. Once the scooter is balanced, it won't veer off like that. He demonstrated several times, thoroughly explaining how to grip the handlebars, control the direction, and some small tips for turning, as well as how to maintain balance when the scooter tilts. Having previously fallen into a drainage ditch, Yu Luo was cautious this time. She listened intently and watched closely. The wretched creature beside her was equally engrossed, thinking that with such an impressive owner, it too could one day transform into something extraordinary. If it learned now, it could also own an electric scooter in the future, taking its master on thrilling adventures. After Su Lu had explained and demonstrated multiple times, Yu Luo eagerly hopped on the scooter. Su Lu pointed to the tiles on the ground. Master, why don't you try riding along this row of tiles? After preparing herself mentally, Yu Luo firmly grasped the handlebars and set off. After one round, then two, and finally three, she began to ride straighter, and turning became much easier. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the wretched creature.
See?
I told you that the seller of the scooter simply didn't know how to teach. She was the cleverest little princess of the Heavenly Machine Sect. With a good teacher, how could she possibly fail to learn? You really have a knack for shifting blame.
Don't you?
Chapter 17. Master, please accept me as your disciple. By the way, Su Lu, do you know where I can purchase materials for talismans? After improving her writing skills, Yu Luo remembered her promise to Zhou Qiang regarding the safety talisman. Since she had made a commitment, she certainly could not go back on her word. If this question had been posed to Su Lu yesterday, he would have been at a loss. However, after witnessing the power of Yu Luo as safety talisman, he had begun researching online upon returning and had indeed discovered a local feng shui street that sold such items.
Master.
I found it online, but I haven't been there myself. Yu Luo retrieved her phone from her tiny purse. That's simple enough. As long as we have the address, we can use a navigation app to get there. As she pulled out her phone from such a small pouch, Su Luo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Master, is this your legendary storage bag? He had only ever seen such things in novels. Never did he expect them to exist in reality. The wretched creature stood with hands on its hips, exclaiming, Hey, kid, you have quite an eye. Yu Luo nodded in agreement. Yes, this is a small storage bag. If you want one, I can give you one when the opportunity arises. Within her storage bracelet, she had a dedicated storage tower containing various storage artifacts, including many of those small storage bags. Hearing Yu Luo so casually mention giving him one made Su Luo's eyes light up with excitement. Great. Thank you, master. Let us add each other as friends. When he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass, he couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. It was only as they approached the feng shui street that he recalled how he had just been acting like a sycophant before Yu Luo, much like his uncle. Even he appeared more obsequious than his uncle.
Alas.
No wonder the old adage states that nephews take after their uncles. This upright individual has indeed been influenced by his uncle. Following the navigation, they arrived at Feng Shui Street. Observing the desolate street, Yu Luo furrowed her brow and asked Su Lu, Are you certain this is Feng Shui Street? Su Lu checked his phone and affirmed, This is definitely the place everyone mentioned. The two approached a shop named Bafong Like Ai. Upon hearing some commotion, an elderly man dozing in a recliner opened his eyes, glanced at the two young individuals under 20, and promptly closed his eyes again, returning to his slumber. Yu Luo peered into the shop and inquired of the proprietor, Do you sell materials for drawing talismans? The old man lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized Yu Luo from top to bottom. I do have those materials, but young lady, Not everyone can draw talismans as they please, he remarked, casting a stern look at Yu Luo. You should advise your girlfriend. These esoteric matters aren't something just anyone can master. Mishandling them could have dire consequences. In his eyes, Yu Luo and Yu Luo resembled naive youths, seemingly fearless due to their ignorance. Yu Luo glanced at Yu Luo and retorted, Old man, please refrain from making baseless assumptions. We are not a couple. The irate little mouse leaped onto the armrest of the recliner, pointing at the old man and angrily exclaiming, Are you blind, old man? If your eyes are of no use, you might as well gouge them out and feed them to the dogs. My master is a celestial being. How could he possibly regard a mere mortal like Yu Luo? Suddenly, the old man sprang up, exclaiming, My goodness, is that a celestial master? Instantly, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He slapped his own face in a display of humility, saying, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. I did not recognize the esteemed Celestial. Please, come in. Once inside, he retrieved various talisman papers, brushes, and vermilion from the counter. Master, what kind of talisman do you wish to draw? We have many specifications of talisman paper. Please indicate your preference. As he spoke, he rummaged through the bottom drawer and produced a brush. This is the kind sold online. I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Would you like to try it? After all, he had ruined several brushes without successfully drawing a talisman himself, having never succeeded in the past. Yu Luo curiously took the brush. It resembled the watercolor pens she had seen in her online videos, though the pigment inside was made of vermilion. Let us give it a try, she said. All right, please fetch me 2 more of these and 2 stacks of the regular talisman paper, along with some brushes and vermilion. She extracted a sheet from the nearby stack and effortlessly sketched a talisman for exorcising evil spirits. Holding it up to the light, she remarked, not bad. This brush is quite convenient. I'll buy more online once we find a place to stay. The old man, while assisting her, secretly observed her actions. He was astonished to see her complete a talisman in less than 10 seconds. Most notably, she had succeeded. His jaw dropped in disbelief, and the items in his hands clattered to the floor. No way. You drew that talisman so casually? Yu Luo found his astonishment amusing. Why not? Does it take half a day to draw a talisman? This old man is quite excitable, like a naive young lad. The old man gazed at the talisman with longing. May I see that? Yu Luo generously extended the talisman towards him. If you wish to see it, feel free. The old man carefully accepted the talisman with trembling hands, examining it meticulously several times. Wow! This is utterly remarkable, he exclaimed. Having lived over 60 years, he had never encountered such a vibrant talisman. Gently placing it on the counter, he unexpectedly knelt and embraced Yu Luo's legs, smoothly expressing, Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Luo recoiled, stepping back in disbelief. What did you say? Accept you as a disciple? This is utterly absurd. Realizing his blunder, the old man corrected himself. No. I meant to say I wish to take you as my disciple. The moment those words left his mouth, his expression turned more sorrowful than if he had been weeping. He slapped himself on both cheeks in frustration. Damn it! Why does my mouth always fail me at crucial moments? Yu Luo remained silent, merely smiling at him. The old man felt increasingly embarrassed under her gaze. Striving to regain his composure, he mentally rehearsed his proposal several times and took a deep breath. Master, would you consider taking me as your disciple? Yu Luo mimicked his earlier mannerism, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You with your frail limbs, expect me to accept you as a disciple? What could you possibly assist me with? I seriously suspect you have no offspring and are attempting to con me into providing for you. The old man shook his head vigorously. No, I have children. I would never impose on you for that. Rising, he proceeded to demonstrate a series of movements. Then he cheekily shoved Yu Luo aside. Master, if you accept me, the benefits would be immense. Not to mention, all the items in my shop would be free for you to take. And despite my age, I am still quite spry. I can be more useful than those young whippersnappers. Yu Luo suddenly felt as if he were being indirectly insulted. What did the old man mean by that? In the gaze of the old man, Yu Luo shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of taking on a disciple at this time. She had no desire for further training, let alone the burden of mentoring someone. Upon hearing this, the old man appeared disheartened. However, upon seeing the talisman on the counter, his spirits revived. Even if we cannot become master and disciple, I can still consign various talismans for sale here. Master, would you consider placing your talisman for sale with me? As long as the master agreed to consign the talisman, he would have the opportunity to see her frequently. When the day came that she decided to take on a disciple, he would be first in line. Yu Luo found this proposition intriguing. If I were to place the talisman with you for sale, what would be the fee? The old man pondered for a moment, extending 3 fingers. No fee. We'll split the proceeds 70-30. Yu Luo remained silent, regarding him with a bemused expression. The old man faltered, glancing at his own hand, and, with a pained expression, retracted 1 finger. Master, I do not require any additional fees from you. I propose we split the proceeds from sales, 80 to you and 20 to me. What say you? It is worth noting that those inferior to your craft are valued at several times less. A talisman, imbued with even a modicum of spiritual essence, can fetch upwards of 100,000 or even several 100,000 when sold to the affluent. Yours, dear master, could command over 1 million with ease. Let us not even speak of an 80-20 split. Even a 90-10 division would fill your belly. Yu Luo gestured with her index finger. 90 to you, 10 to me. If you agree, I shall consign my items to you. If not, I shall seek others. For there are many willing to assist in the sale, as long as my talismans prove effective. The old man feigned a troubled expression. Very well. I shall not make a profit. Yu Luo interrupted. If you find this so difficult, perhaps it would be best to abandon the matter altogether. I can easily find someone else. The old man was clearly delighted, despite his pretense. The corners of his mouth were nearly splitting with joy. Yet he insisted on speaking in contradictions. Upon hearing her words, the old man became flustered. No, 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 master. I am not troubled. A 90-10 split is more than satisfactory. Yu Luo teased him. Are you truly not troubled? The old man nodded vigorously. Absolutely not troubled. Such is the mastery of a true master, unfettered by convention. Yu Luo's expression turned grave for a moment. Let this matter rest for now. But should you attempt such mind games with me again, do not be surprised if I resort to physical means. Although her powers were diminished to a mere 10%, in this land known as Huagua, she likely had few rivals. The old man, feeling a twinge of guilt, wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, yes. I assure you it won't happen again. Yu Luo ignored him and unfurled a stack of talisman paper, swiftly beginning her work. The old man was once again astonished by her speed, eyes wide in disbelief. Master, may I record a video? Upon noticing Yu Luo paused to look at him, he quickly waved his hands, smiling. Please do not misunderstand. I guarantee I will not capture your likeness. The old man wished to record a video to flaunt among his peers, having long endured their ridicule for lacking skill and failing to produce quality items. Today, he intended to set the record straight, demonstrating that even a half-baked individual could have an exceptional master. In his heart, regardless of whether Yu Luo accepted him, he considered himself her disciple. Yu Luo pondered. If the process of drawing talismans were to spread and others learned from it, she would surely accrue merit. It was a splendid opportunity. Thus, she promptly agreed. Very well, I shall create a peace talisman and an exorcism talisman. Please record attentively. Within mere minutes, Yu Luo had completed 10 peace talismans, 10 exorcism talismans, and 10 house-protecting talismans. All done. We shall discuss further sales later. As she turned to leave, the old man gazed at her with longing. Master, we are now partners. Might I have your address? He had not noticed Yu Luo's phone and assumed she, like many masters, did not use one. Yu Luo halted. Let us first become friends. I am currently residing in a hotel and do not have a permanent address. When he saw her produce a phone from her pouch, the old man gasped in astonishment for what felt like the umpteenth time. Is that a storage bag? Good heavens! What is her background to possess such a thing? He stared blankly at Yu Luo's pouch, dazed, as he added her as a friend. By the time he regained his composure, Yu Luo had already departed on her electric scooter, leaving only her silhouette behind. The old man stomped his foot and hurried after her, calling, Master, I am Sun Wujin. Yu Luo merely waved her hand in response. At the market, where Yu Luo had set up her stall the previous day, an elderly man with a cane stubbornly sat on a small stool. Beside him, a couple in their 50s looked somewhat exasperated. Dad, it's quite late. Perhaps the master is taking a day off. Shall we return home and come back tomorrow? The old man, reminiscent of a child, insisted. No, you two go back. I shall wait for the master here. Though he had learned the reasons behind his son and daughter-in-law's recent illnesses, the doctor had informed him that the damage was irreversible and would only worsen. The old man firmly believed that the master would possess a solution to restore their health. A stout woman returned from lunch and approached them. Lu Leoj, why are you still here? The son and daughter-in-law looked at her as if she were their savior. Aunt Chow, please help us persuade my father. He insists on waiting for the master. To them, the old man seemed to be acting stubbornly. The stout woman approached Luda and glanced at the beads of sweat on his forehead. What are you doing? In this sweltering heat? Thank goodness there is no sun today. Otherwise, I fear all three of you would end up in the hospital. The old man cast a guilty glance at his pallid son and daughter-in-law. They had only just been discharged from the hospital and had spent most of the day waiting with him, which indeed did not seem right. You two should go back. I will wait a while longer. If the master has not arrived by then, I will return tomorrow. The son and daughter-in-law exchanged silent sighs, burdened by their stubborn father. Sometimes, they felt on the verge of tears. Now, the family had moved back to their original home and once again became neighbors with the stout woman. She assessed the son and daughter-in-law. Why don't you both go back and rest? I will keep an eye on your father. If anything happens, I will call you. Observing their faces, it seemed that if they stayed any longer, they would faint. The two exchanged glances. There appeared to be no better options. Very well. We appreciate your help. We will return to rest. If anything arises, please call us. The stout woman chuckled, waving her hand. We are neighbors. There is no need for formality. My two little rascals used to frequent your home for snacks when they were younger. After watching the pair leave, the stout woman turned disapprovingly to Luda Lu Leoj. I must say, we are getting older and cannot behave like unreasonable elders, causing trouble for our children. In her view, Luda forcing his newly discharged son and daughter-in-law to wait for the master was simply unreasonable. Noticing Luda's silence, she continued, that girl has never been seen before. She merely set up her stall here yesterday. Who knows if she will return? If you wait here indefinitely and she never comes back, will you truly wait every day? Luda finally lifted his head. If she does not come for a day, I will wait for a day. If she does not come for a month, I will wait for a month. Until my death, I shall remain here, waiting for her. The stout woman was taken aback by his words. Why are you so stubborn? Lu Da's eyes suddenly turned red, his voice slightly choked. I am not being stubborn. This is the only chance for Zhengwo and Saixia. The doctor stated that multiple organs within their bodies had sustained fatal injuries, with some beginning to fail. Even the finest medications would prove ineffective. At most, I would find myself mourning the loss of a child within 2 years. He had also sought the counsel of several esteemed masters and renowned physicians, yet none of them could provide a remedy for such a dire condition. The stout matron remained speechless for an extended period. If she were in his position, it was likely she would be even more obstinate than old Lu. She had initially believed that old Lu's son and daughter-in-law merely appeared haggard due to their recent discharge from the hospital. Little did she know that the toxic renovations within their home were so detrimental. Chapter 19. 9 Nuclear Bombs. Masterpiece Lu Ti, Zhongnyo? The electric bike had been mastered. The talisman supplies had also been procured. Yu Luo and Su Luo intended to return to their respective homes. However, upon gazing at the congested roadway before her, Yu Luo felt a twinge of trepidation. Although her skills had improved, the sheer number of vehicles was overwhelming. After calculating mentally, she noted that there had been no traffic incidents ahead. She decided to poke the slumbering rodent sprawled across the seat. Hey, buddy, wake up. Why are there so many cars on the road? The rodent blinked groggily.
Huh?
Have we arrived so soon? Yu Luo smacked its head. You big-headed fool. I asked why the road is so congested. The rodent, now fully awake, surveyed the densely packed vehicles. What on earth is happening? Observing the interaction between the girl and her rodent, Su Lu chuckled. There are several schools nearby. It's nearly 4 o'clock, the peak time for student pickup and drop-off. This road is usually jammed until at least 7 in the evening. Yu Luo was taken aback. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Zhou Qiang. Officer, what time do you finish work? Shortly, she received his reply. Master, I finish at 5. What's the matter? Yu Luo felt a pang of frustration. Su Luo, is there a route to Xiangla Hotel that isn't congested at this time? Of course. Do you see that intersection? It leads to a vegetable market. If we pass through the market, we can exit onto another road that runs by a cemetery, which typically has fewer cars and pedestrians. Yu Luo was well aware of the vegetable market. She had set up her stall there just the previous morning, earning her first bucket of gold. Recalling her promise regarding the storage bag, Su Lu eagerly offered to escort Yu Luo there. Given her lack of direction, she naturally accepted the proposal. Once the route was confirmed, the 2 electric bikes set off towards the market. As they approached the spot where she had sold her goods, the rodent's eyes widened in surprise. Master, master, look over there, isn't that the gentleman who gave us 500 yuan yesterday? Having learned from the previous mishap involving a drainage ditch, Yu Luo was now more prudent. She halted before glancing in the direction indicated by the rodent.
Oh, it truly is that gentleman.
And look, the stout matron is with him. Remembering the extra 400 yuan she had collected, she rode over to him. What a coincidence. It's you again. She produced the 400 yuan and handed it over. This is the excess you gave me yesterday, since you left early. I'm returning it to you now. Old Lu, being of advanced age, had been waiting since 6 in the morning. Coupled with his knowledge of his son and daughter-in-law's plight, it had taken a considerable toll on him. At this moment, he appeared somewhat dispirited. Upon hearing Yu Luo's voice, he almost believed he was experiencing another hallucination. It was only when he saw the money in her hand that he realized it was real. With excitement, he sprang to his feet. Master, I have finally found you. The sudden movement caused him to feel dizzy. Yu Luo quickly steadied him. Careful, old Lu. As she did, she channeled a slight surge of energy into his body. Instantly, he felt the weariness dissipate. Noticing the unusual sensation within himself, he became even more convinced that Yu Luo could indeed save his son and daughter-in-law. Master, you truly possess remarkable abilities. He then bent his knee, intending to kneel. Yu Luo gently waved her hand, a force preventing him from proceeding with his gesture. Old Lu, let us converse calmly. We share a bond, and if I can assist, I certainly will. There is no need for such formalities. What was the matter with these gentlemen? One after another, did they intend to morally compel her? Remembering the doctor's words about his son and daughter-in-law's health, old Lu's eyes reddened. Master, could you examine my son and daughter-in-law? The doctor said the hospital could do nothing. Yu Luo glanced at old Lu's lineage and found nothing amiss. Just as the day before. Don't despair just yet. If your home isn't far, please bring them here, so I can take a look. Yu Luo had not intended to engage in serious practice, nor did she have any inclination to visit others for medical consultations. Old Lu was taken aback by her willingness to oblige so readily, momentarily at a loss for words. The stout matron had already taken the initiative to call old Lu's son. Jinghua, you and your wife must come over immediately. The master is here. And we can't keep her waiting. Although the stout matron appeared youthful, she was nearing 70. Old Lu's children were slightly older than hers. When busy, her children often played with old Lu's children, and they would casually visit each other for meals. Whenever old Lu's family needed assistance, the stout matron's family would lend a hand without hesitation. Though they were neighbors, years of camaraderie had forged a bond closer than that of some relatives. She certainly did not wish for old Lu's son and daughter-in-law to meet an untimely demise. After hanging up, the stout matron approached Yu Luo with a smile. Master, they're not far. They'll arrive in about 5 minutes. Please wait a moment. Old Lu, clutching his cane tightly, realized that simply waiting was not a solution. Master, would you like something to drink? Yu Luo, having rarely indulged in beverages, was uncertain of what to choose. She turned to Su Lu for assistance. What would you like to drink? Su Lu was taken aback. Is there enough for me? Old Lu laughed heartily. Of course. Everyone gets a share. Sule, feeling emboldened. Replied, then I'll have a walnut drink. Walnut drink?
I've never had that.
I might as well give it a try. With a sense of curiosity, Yu Luo added, then I'll have a walnut drink too. The stout matron chimed in, Old Lu, I like green tea. The rodent piped up. I want a walnut drink too. Yu Luo tapped its head lightly. Why are you always included? Old Lu chuckled heartily at the exchange. It's all right. It's all right. I told you, there's enough for everyone. He then turned to enter the nearby grocery store. Boss, I'll have 3 walnut drinks. 1 green tea, 1 Red Bull, and a few straws, please. The shopkeeper packaged everything together for a total of 28 yuan. Old Lu, with a modern flair, paid via QR code. He first handed a walnut drink to Yu Luo. Master, here's your drink. Next, he presented one to Su Lu. Young brother, here is your walnut drink. Su Lu received it with both hands. Just as he was about to open his drink, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. Holding the walnut beverage in his hand, he took a closer look and nearly burst out laughing. For emblazoned across the middle were the words, 9 nuclear bombs. He had always thought it was merely a joke, never anticipating that he would encounter it himself today. Caught in a dilemma, he hesitated between drinking and not drinking. Yu Luo had already opened the bottle for the stinky mouse and inserted a straw, placing the can directly into its sleeping nook. The stinky mouse was relishing its drink of 9 nuclear bombs with great enthusiasm. Yu Luo also opened her own bottle and took a generous sip. sweet and delightful. It seemed rather enjoyable. As she drank, she glanced at Yu Luo, questioning, "Why aren't you drinking?" Yu Luo awkwardly chuckled, I'll drink now, I'll drink now." Despite his internal struggle, upon witnessing the satisfaction exuding from the duo of one person and one mouse, he gritted his teeth and popped open the tap. Well then. Nuclear bomb it is. Drinking just one bottle shouldn't cause any harm, right? As he sipped, he discreetly glanced at Lu Grandpa's drink bottle. Upon seeing the prominent characters Zhang Niu, he nearly choked. Then he turned his gaze to the plump lady enjoying her green tea. He could no longer restrain himself. Cough. Cough, cough. The stinky mouse shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, "How pitiful you are, choking on a mere drink." Yu Luo nodded in agreement. "Let us keep our distance from him, lest we be sprayed later." Yu Luo coughed until tears welled up in his eyes. Fearing that a glimpse of Master Lien's green tea would provoke another fit of laughter, he forced himself to turn away. The state of people nowadays. Even their fakes lack sincerity. Chapter 20. Everyone stand up. A few minutes later, a man and a woman came running, panting heavily. They were Lu Grandpa's son, Lu Zhangwo, and his daughter-in-law, Zhao Caixia. Yesterday, they had heard their father mention that the master was a very young girl. However, they never expected Yu Luo to be so youthful, appearing to be scarcely out of her teens. As they approached within a few meters of Yu Luo, they slowed their pace, adjusting their breaths as they walked. By the time they reached her, their breathing had steadied considerably. "Greetings, master." Yu Luo merely cast a brief glance at the two, instantly discerning their physical condition. She had previously only predicted that they had been harmed by the toxic air in their home. Yet she never anticipated that these toxins were so aggressive as to directly assault the most vital organs of a human being. Were it not for her intervention, the two of them would have undoubtedly perished within 2 years. She recognized that Lu Grandpa had indeed spoken the truth. Their current ailments could not be remedied through medication alone. Lu Zhangwo and Zhao Caixia had thought they were largely unscathed, but suddenly hearing such news left them staggered. They looked at their father, who seemed to know everything, and felt disoriented. They were merely in their 50s, and their grandchild had just been born. How could they be beyond cure? No wonder the doctor insisted on a full-body examination for even minor ailments yesterday. It appeared that their father's assertion about the toxins not causing them substantial harm due to their brief stay was nothing but falsehood. Their spirits deflated instantaneously. Yu Luo placed a hand on each of their shoulders and infused them with a surge of spiritual energy. "Do not be disheartened. You have encountered me, after all. If you wish to live long and prosper, then stand tall. Truly. Don't wait until your illness does not kill you, but you frighten yourself to death instead." Upon hearing Yu Luo's words, both felt a lightness in their bodies, as though the shackles binding them had been cast off in an instant. Their eyes gleamed like high-powered flashlights as they stared at Yu Luo. "Master, can you truly cure our ailments?" Yu Luo took a few steps back. "Keep your distance from me. Do not look at me with those eyes, for they frighten me." Lu Zhangwo hurriedly pulled his wife aside, awkwardly managing a smile. "Master, please do not take offense. We are simply too excited. We meant no disrespect." Zhao Caixia nodded vigorously in agreement. Yu Luo waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. It's all right. I am not angry. I just dislike it when people are too close to me. Especially when they look at me with the hungry eyes of a wolf eyeing its prey. Back in my hometown, I would have already punched you." Upon hearing that Yu Luo was not angry, Zhao Caixia rubbed her hands together. "Master, can you truly cure our ailments?" Although Lu Zhangwo and his wife still had no clear understanding of their specific condition, that did not hinder their imaginations. In their minds, they were undoubtedly afflicted with a terminal illness. Otherwise, the doctor would not have concealed the truth from them, only informing the elder. For in both the television shows and novels they had encountered, patients in such situations typically had only a few months left to live. Yu Luo nodded. "I can indeed heal the ailments within your bodies, but not at this moment." Even Lu Grandpa and the plump lady, who had been hesitant to disturb Yu Luo, drew nearer, for pairs of eyes stared eagerly at her. The plump lady, being quite impatient, directly posed the question that everyone else was thinking. "Master, you say you can cure them, but not now. When precisely will that be?" "When, indeed?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Yu Luo hesitated. "Well, roughly in about 6 months." "What? 6 months?" The faces of Lu Zhangwo and his wife turned pale in an instant. Such a long time, they feared they might very well be dead by then. "About 6 months?" Lu Grandpa slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The doctor said my son and daughter-in-law could last at most 2 years. If the master says 6 months, that means there is hope. This is simply wonderful news. The plump lady, who had been gripping her hands tightly, finally relaxed, revealing a smile of relief. This is truly splendid. Lu Jiangwo and Zhao Caixia were bewildered. Wait. We're about to kick the bucket. Why are you two so happy? After a moment of regaining their composure, the plump lady sensed something amiss. Jiangwo, Caixia, why aren't you two happy? Lu Jiangwo, somewhat irked, replied, we're all going to die. What is there to be happy about? Lu Grandpa glared at him.
Pa.
Who says you're going to die? Observing his reaction, Zhao Caixia realized there might indeed be a misunderstanding. She tugged on Lu Jiangwo, signaling him to remain silent. Dad, when the master said our ailments were untreatable by the hospital, you didn't say anything, did you? Your silence implies we'll certainly be worrying ourselves sick. Lu Grandpa sighed. Fine. Since the master has a way to save you, it won't hurt to tell you now. Yesterday, I went to the hospital to discuss our situation with the doctor. The doctor suggested that given the circumstances, it would be best to undergo a full-body examination. Upon hearing Lu Grandpa's words, Lu Jiangwo and his wife burst into laughter.
So,
we merely have some organs beginning to fail, and we can still live for another 2 years. It is not a terminal illness that claims life within a month or two, is it? Old Master Lu angrily slapped his son. Of course not. You foul-mouthed fool. Don't speak carelessly. Lu Jiangwo immediately gave himself a resounding slap to the face. Yes, I want to speak recklessly. He then turned to Master Yu Luo, saying, it's getting late. Shall I invite you and this young brother to dinner? Whether my wife and I can extend our lives depends on the master. I must ensure the master is well taken care of. Master Yu Luo glanced at the time. It was already 4:30. I have other matters to attend to, so let us postpone the meal for another time. First, I will draw you a couple of health talismans to keep on your person. These talismans can temporarily slow the decline of your organs. As she spoke, she opened the small compartment at the back of her electric scooter, retrieving talisman paper and a brush to begin her work. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Lu family were overjoyed, their eyes narrowing into slits. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. After their jubilation, Lu Jiangwo composed himself and said earnestly, Master, please draw one for my father as well. We all wish for him to accompany us for a few more years. They say an elder in the house is like a treasure. If it weren't for my father, we would never have encountered the master. Without the master, we wouldn't have discovered the toxic renovations, and our family would have been doomed. Master Yu Luo looked at old Master Lu. Very well. I will draw a health and safety talisman for your father. Given his age, he is bound to face some bumps along the way. However, a mere health talisman may not suffice. Lu Jiangwo nodded in agreement. We don't understand, so please proceed as you see fit. Master Yu Luo promptly opened a payment code. I sell a standard safety talisman for 2,000 yuan. You can figure out the rest for these talismans. In the meantime, she had already finished drawing old Master Lu's talisman. Lu Jiangwo stared at the QR code, momentarily unsure of how much to transfer. Seeing this, the anxious rat beside him flailed its paws in distress. Hey, not you, mouse. It's a pity to be so big yet so dim-witted. I can't help but wonder if all your cleverness has grown into your size and face.
can't you see?
More is better. If your attitude satisfies me, perhaps I might bestow a blessing upon you. Lu Jiangwo understood that such an impressive master was a rare find. Thinking of his sister and his son's family, he quickly said, Master, could you sell me a few more safety talismans? I wish to buy one for my sister, my son, my daughter-in-law, and my grandson each. Naturally. Master Yu Luo was pleased at the prospect of earning money and cheerfully replied, Of course, how many safety talismans do you need? Lu Jiangwo calculated. Let us start with 8. Master Yu Luo happily drew 8 talismans in one breath. Chapter 21. Free love cannot prevent a dog from eating excrement. While Master Yu Luo was busy drawing the talismans, Lu Jiangwo transferred 110,000 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, he cunningly added Master Yu Luo as a friend. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, Master Yu Luo could not hide her delight. Truly, a generous boss. She folded 2 of the talismans into a beautiful triangle and handed them to Zhao Caixia and Lu Jiangwo. These are for you too. Keep them on you. She also neatly folded the health and safety talisman and handed it to old Master Lu. This is for you as well. Keep it close. It will bless you with health and turn misfortune into fortune. As for the remaining 8 safety talismans, She did not fold them but simply tore them off and handed them to Lu Jiangwo. These are all the same. Just as she was about to pack up her things, she inadvertently glanced at the plump lady and abruptly halted her actions. Madam, I believe your eldest son could also benefit from a talisman. The plump lady, having already placed her full trust in Master Yu Luo, immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Master, what is wrong with my son? The Lu family members also inquired. Yes, Master, what is wrong with Daong? Master Yu Luo remained calm. It's nothing serious. He has merely encountered a skin-wearing ghost. Were it not for our fateful meeting, I wouldn't even bother with such a trivial matter. Hearing the first half of her statement, the four of them sighed in relief, only to feel their hearts drop at the second half. The horrifying image of a skin-wearing ghost from novels and television flooded their minds, causing tears to stream down the plump lady's face. Master, you must save my son. Oh heavens! How could my son encounter such a ghastly creature? The Lu family members joined in pleading with Master Yu Luo. Master, Daong is a good person. Please save him. Master Yu Luo scanned the four of them and commanded, silence. I will draw an exorcism talisman. With swift strokes, she completed the talisman and handed it to the plump lady. Send this to your son, and instruct him to return with the one who has entranced him within 7 days. At that time, you may contact me, and I will personally deal with the skin-wearing ghost. Keep this talisman on him. It will protect him for 7 days. If he does not return by then, prepare for the worst.
What?
Daong has strayed? Both the plump lady and the Lu family were incredulous. Daong and his wife are in a free love relationship.
How could that be?
Master Yu Luo scoffed. Free love cannot prevent a dog from eating excrement. Having said her piece, she opened her payment code. Madam, it's time to settle the bill. I have other matters to attend to. The plump lady's family was not short on funds, so she readily scanned 5,000 yuan. Thank you, Master. When my son returns, I will trouble you again. As Master Yu Luo collected her things, she glanced at her. Madam, whether he wishes to return is another matter altogether. The plump lady was taken aback. Did her son not listen to her? After bidding farewell to the four, it was nearly 4:40. Su Lu stopped at the intersection. Master, it's south this road. Go right, and you can use the DD navigation. Master Yu Luo waved her hand. I understand. You may go back now. After Su Lu left, she opened the DD navigation and input Xiangla Hotel, selecting the nearest route. She frowned upon seeing the distance displayed.
Huh?
That is odd. I remember it being over 10 kilometers from the electric scooter vendor. Why does the navigation show less than 5 kilometers to Xiangla Hotel now? Never mind. I'll follow the navigation. It can't be wrong. After about 2 kilometers, Master Yu Luo looked at the large iron pipe, nearly a meter thick, spanning above the river. She checked her phone's navigation again. Is this iron pipe also a road? To verify if the route indicated by the navigation was indeed this iron pipe, she deliberately dismounted her scooter and walked a few steps. The navigation voice prompted, continue straight for 80 meters, then veer to the right. It appeared to be correct. Having confirmed the route, Master Yu Luo assessed the situation and decisively abandoned the idea of riding over. She effortlessly lifted her electric scooter and walked across the large iron pipe in one go. Fortunately, this section was deserted and no one witnessed her, otherwise there would surely be some dropped jaws. However, shortly thereafter, another unfortunate soul gazed contemplatively at the electric vehicle route displayed on the navigation system. In the neighboring province of Lucheng, a man was passionately engrossed in an embrace with a voluptuous woman, fervently kissing her. Darling, it was only after meeting you that I truly understood what it means to be with a woman. The woman giggled coyly. What about your wife? Isn't she a woman too? The man smirked with a hint of arrogance. Compared to you, she lies in bed like a lifeless pig, devoid of any allure. The woman, entwining her arms around his neck, leaned closer, her voice dripping with seduction. Uncle, don't you wish to have me again? The man swallowed hard, his throat constricting, and with a husky voice, he lifted her and tossed her onto the bed. You enchanting little temptress, once is never enough. I could gladly perish in your embrace. As he spoke, he hurriedly shed their garments. The woman gasped, Oh, uncle, you're so naughty. He chuckled mischievously. A man who isn't bad will never be loved by a woman. If I weren't so wicked, how could you possibly love me? The indescribable scenes unfolded for a staggering 20,000 words before the storm in the room finally subsided. The man, now satisfied, stepped onto the balcony with his phone in hand and lit a cigarette. The woman on the bed was someone he had encountered that morning during breakfast. After engaging in a deeper conversation with her, he suddenly realized how bland his life had been over the years. Before meeting this woman, he had thought that his monotonous marriage was perfectly fine. But now, he yearned for a life far removed from that.
Just then his phone rang.
Assuming it was his wife calling, he was about to hang up when he noticed it was his mother. Glancing at the slumbering figure on the bed, he closed the sliding door to the balcony. After answering, he lowered his voice a notch. "Mom, why are you calling at this hour?" The man was none other than Chao Daong, the son of the plump matriarch. The matriarch was quite familiar with her son. Upon hearing his brief response, she immediately realized that the rumors about his infidelity could not be dismissed. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress her rising anger, she spoke, "Chao Daong, do you think what you're doing is fair to your wife?" Chao Daong was taken aback. He cast a glance at the woman on the bed and shamelessly replied, "Mom, I'll tell you, it was only after meeting Huang Shu that I realized what a woman truly is." His mother's patience wore thin upon hearing such disgraceful words.
Pa, how dare you?
"You shameless beast. Don't forget, Xia Ting was the one you swore was your true love. Xia Ting must be cursed for having chosen you." The mention of his wife irritated Chao Daong. "Mom, I was young and foolish back then. Besides, I haven't mistreated her over the years. If she hadn't married me, who knows what kind of miserable life she would be leading. In the end, she's the one who benefited." The matriarch's blood pressure began to rise at his shamelessness. What's wrong with Xia Ting? Without her managing the household, could you even run your business smoothly? Clearly, Chao Daong did not share her sentiments. "Mom, tell me, what does Xia Ting do? Laundry, cooking, housework, taking care of the kids. Aren't these things any maid could handle?" The matriarch scoffed. No wonder there's a saying online, "When love fades, even breathing feels wrong." She was too exasperated to continue discussing his wife with her son. In a serious tone, she warned, "Do you know that the harlot you've encountered is a deceptive spirit? She will be the death of you." No matter how angry she was, he was still her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't bear to see him come to harm. Chao Daong chuckled as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Mom, do you even hear what you're saying? A deceptive spirit? What era are we living in? You still believe in such superstitions?" The matriarch was also fed up. "How much longer do you plan to stay there?" Chao Daong calculated. "At least another 2 weeks. His tone turned serious. "Mom, if Huang Shu agrees to my proposal, once my work here is done, I hope you and Dad will support my divorce." The matriarch's anger flared up again. "Divorce? You better stay alive long enough to talk about that." With that, she hung up. Despite her anger, she still had Chao Daong send her the address to ensure that the talisman was sent to him, reminding him to keep it close. Chapter 22. After all, from nothing, friendships can blossom. At the Xiangla Hotel, Zhou Qiang entered the lobby. "Hello, I have an appointment with a guest in room 601. The receptionist greeted him with a standard smile. "I'm sorry, that guest has left and hasn't returned yet. You can wait on the sofa over there." As Zhou Qiang turned away, the receptionist added, "Coincidentally, the 2 people over there are also looking for that guest. Perhaps you know them." Zhou Qiang paused, feeling a twinge of caution as he glanced towards the sofa. The young master seemed rather inexperienced. He hoped he wasn't dealing with any con artists. Casually, he made his way to the sofa. Just as he sat down, he asked, "I overheard the front desk say you're also here looking for my niece?" Zheng Yuhao and Yang Meixiang turned to look. There was no one else present, making it clear that he was addressing them. Yang Meixiang, hearing Zhou Qiang refer to Yu Luo as his niece, quickly stood up with a flattering smile. "Hello, I'm Yang Meixiang, and this is my son Zheng Yuhao. Are you a relative of the young master?" As she spoke, she sized up Zhou Qiang, tugging at Zheng Yuhao from behind to prompt him to greet the man. Zheng Yuhao hurriedly stood up, but upon meeting Zhou Qiang's piercing gaze, he felt as if he were being called out by a teacher during class, stammering, "Hello. I'm Zheng Yuhao, 35 years old, and I run an electric vehicle shop a kilometer away." Noticing his nervous demeanor, Zhou Qiang waved his hand dismissively. "All right. I'm not here for a census. What do you want with my niece?" Yu Luo mentioned her master has passed away and that she has no family left. Despite his initial caution, Zhou Qiang sensed that these 2 did not seem like bad people. However, as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Who knew if they harbored any ulterior motives? To the police, Yu Luo was merely a naive girl raised in the mountains, easily deceived by those with ill intentions. Yang Meixiang, with a smile, chimed in, "It's my useless son here. The master came to his shop today to buy an electric vehicle," saying he had offended a malevolent spirit. Hearing her words and observing the weary Zheng Yuhao beside her, Zhou Qiang felt relieved. As long as they weren't con artists, he was fine with it. Yet, recalling the horror films he had seen, Zhou Qiang turned his attention back to Zheng Yuhao. As the old saying goes, debts have their owners. Have you done something illegal or immoral? Otherwise, why would a ghost be haunting you? Zheng Yuhao, for reasons unknown, felt an involuntary tension whenever Zhou Qiang looked at him. At this moment, the situation remains unchanged. He waved his hands dismissively, insisting, no. I have never engaged in any wrongdoing, aside from occasionally inflating car prices. Yang Meixiang observed Zhou Qiang's incessant references to his niece and began to wonder if he truly was related to Yu Luo. She worried that Zhou Qiang might harbor an unfavorable impression of her son, which could subsequently affect the master's view of them as well. Eager to mitigate this, she interjected, "Indeed, my son is inherently kind-hearted. He wouldn't even harm an ant." Years of experience in criminal investigation allowed Zhou Qiang to swiftly assess a person's character. Leaning back slightly, he thought, as long as he hasn't done anything wrong, let us maintain that. He then glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 5:20. Could it be that Yu Luo had ventured far to procure materials for her talismans? Yang Meixiang and her son, one anxious about leaving a poor impression and the other somewhat intimidated by Zhou Qiang, fell into silence. It was at this moment that Yu Luo entered, sipping her milk tea. With the mischievous Shou Shu behind her, nibbling on a chestnut, his eyes squinting with delight. "Master, humans truly enjoy their food. This small chestnut is surprisingly delicious." Initially, Yu Luo had been indifferent to the chestnut, but upon tasting it, she found herself enchanted by its sweet, sticky flavor. Zhou Qiang, who had been attentively watching the doorway, approached immediately upon her return. He greeted her with a vague, "Master," before inquiring if she had procured the talisman paper. Yu Luo nodded, noting his plain clothes and omitting the formalities of addressing him as police uncle. "I live alone, and it's inconvenient to take you upstairs. Let's do it here," she suggested. Zhou Qiang scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "The talisman doesn't require the date and time of birth, does it?" Yu Luo chuckled. "Fear not. It's unnecessary. I recognize you as a friend." With a playful raise of her eyebrows, she added, "After all, one can forge friendships from nothing. Wouldn't you agree?" Realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, Zhou Qiang conceded, "Indeed, you are right. I purchased this peace talisman for myself last night." He had inadvertently mentioned Yu Luo's talents to his wife, who insisted he procure a peace talisman today. She even warned him that if she did not see the talisman by day's end, he would be relegated to the couch for the night. Yu Luo chose not to tease him further and instead settled onto the sofa in the lobby, finally noticing Yang Meixiang and her son. When her gaze fell upon Zheng Yuhao, she smiled enigmatically. "You must think carefully. Seeking my assistance now does not come at a discounted price." Yang Meixiang, eager to appease, approached, imploring, "Master, please forgive this foolish child. It is entirely his fault for not recognizing your greatness. The cost is of no concern, as we would be immensely grateful for your help." Yu Luo dismissed them, instructing them to wait in line. After all, Zhou Qiang had made an appointment that morning. Shou Shu cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Yuhao, boldly jumping onto the sofa and insistently pushing against him. Whenever Zheng Yuhao shifted even slightly, Shou Shu would glare fiercely, only relaxing when Zheng Yuhao finally stood up. It then leisurely grabbed a tissue to rest upon, continuing to munch on its chestnut. "Humph, this kid is truly hopeless. Can't he see that his mother hasn't even sat down? Does he think he is so special?" Yu Luo retrieved the talisman paper and pen from her bag. In mere seconds, she skillfully crafted a peace talisman, tearing it off, folding it into a triangle, and presenting it to Zhou Qiang for 2,000 yuan, non-negotiable. She then opened a payment QR code. Zhou Qiang had heard tales of talismans costing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. He and his wife had anticipated that Yu Luo's talismans would be expensive, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the reasonable price. Without hesitation, he requested additional talismans for his wife, son, and parents, totaling 8, amounting to 16,000 yuan. With the money now flowing in, Yu Luo cheerfully folded the 8-piece talismans into attractive triangles. "Here you go, uncle. Take these back and report to your family. Otherwise, I fear you may end up sleeping on the couch tonight." Zhou Qiang stood proudly, declaring, "That cannot be. My aunt is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. She is utterly devoted to me." Shou Shu covered its eyes with its tiny paws, exclaiming, "At your age, still showing off your affection. Aren't you ashamed?" Chapter 23. The chubby ones are ready to feast. Master, my son. Zhou Qiang had just departed when Yang Meixiang approached with eager sincerity. Yu Luo finished her milk tea and nibbled on a few more chestnuts before leisurely turning her attention to Zheng Yuhao. What's the matter? You're a grown man. Is your mouth merely for venting? From the beginning until now, Zheng Yuhao, the very subject of concern, had remained silent, letting his mother do all the talking, just like the mama's boy his mother had described. This displeased Yu Luo. Clearly, she harbored some dissatisfaction towards her son.
Yang Meixiang hastily kicked Zheng Yuhao.
Why are you just standing there? Reflect on the miserable days you've been enduring lately. Zheng Yuhao finally cast aside his lingering hesitation and approached with a smile. Master, I admit I was in the wrong at noon. I was blind to your greatness. Yu Luo raised her hand, interrupting him with 3 fingers. If you wish for me to help you eliminate that malevolent spirit, this is my price. If you agree, please make the payment now. If you find it too steep, the door is right there. Though Zheng Yuhao felt a pang of regret, the thought of paying 30,000 yuan to rid himself of the malevolent spirit seemed worthwhile. He promptly nodded, exclaiming, "All right, thank you, master. I will make the payment right away." Shou Shu shot him a sidelong glance, smirking. You can be quite shameless at times. Earlier, my master kindly offered to charge you only 3,888 yuan, and you were unwilling. Now you rush in for 30,000. The malevolent spirit glaring at Zheng Yuhao muttered. Little brat, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. Before it could finish, Shou Shu leaped onto Zheng Yuhao's shoulder and gave it a resounding slap. Who do you think you are? I have no interest in you, yet you're unable to distinguish between friend and foe. The malevolent spirit howled in pain, its malevolence diminishing. It gazed at Shou Shu in terror. Why you? Shou Shu delivered another slap. You can hardly speak properly and still dare to harm others. With a final wail, the malevolent spirit relinquished its tight grip on Zheng Yuhao, its eyes darting around for an escape. It had previously believed that spirits could not feel pain, but Shou Shu's slaps had made it painfully aware of its error. Yu Luo didn't spare it a glance. She gently called out, "Bye-bye, Pang Pang." In an instant, the ghostly figure Bye-bye, accompanied by her daughter Pang Pang, floated down from upstairs. Upon spotting Yu Luo, Pang Pang beamed and floated over, exclaiming, "Master, you've finally returned." Yu Luo extended her hand, gently grasping Zheng Yuhao and drawing the malevolent spirit closer. This will be your dinner. Pang Pang took a couple of steps back, expressing distaste, but he's so ugly. The female specter, Bye-bye, crouched down and gently cradled Pang Pang in her arms, whispering soothingly, though it may appear unsightly, consuming it will grant both you and your mother enhanced strength. Do you not wish to become formidable? Pang Pang tilted its little head, conflicted as it glanced between the menacing ghost and its mother. If I become powerful, will I be able to protect my mother? Bye-bye nodded affirmatively. Indeed, have you not always aspired to be strong? Gritting its teeth, Pang Pang resolved, very well. For the sake of becoming powerful, I shall eat it. I shall simply close my eyes and envision it as a bowl of rice. Could you perhaps consider my feelings? It longed to flee, yet the vile rodent loomed menacingly nearby. Observing Pang Pang, now in a spectral state and poised to partake in the vile feast, it reluctantly shifted its gaze to Yu Luo. Master, you cannot allow this. I have never taken a life. You mustn't let them consume me. Yu Luo chuckled softly. You have not taken a life merely because Zheng Yuhao possesses a resilient fate, aided by his ancestors' pleas. It does not imply you are a benevolent spirit. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago from such torment. Unmoved by Yu Luo, the malevolent spirit's eyes darted around. Those of the Xianmen sect speak of karma. Do you not fear the consequences of allowing them to consume me? Yu Luo sneered. The Xianmen sect? Karma? You? A malevolent spirit who preys upon the innocent. Dare to speak of karma? The spirit let out a wretched wail, its form dissipating further. Yu Luo turned to Zheng Yuhao. I am certain you are curious as to why this wretched spirit has latched onto you. You may inquire of it soon. With a gentle wave of her hand, Zheng Yuhao suddenly beheld the grotesque spirit, its head grotesquely misshapen. Startled, he recoiled several steps, mustering the courage to ask, "Why do you wish to harm me?" Bolstered by Zheng Yuhao's fear, the spirit regained its audacity. I was the one who met with an accident while riding the electric bike you purchased. If I do not seek you out, whom should I pursue?
What?
Rage swiftly supplanted fear within Zheng Yuhao. Is this reasonable? Shouldn't you seek out the driver responsible for the accident? He struggled to fathom that the spirit's attachment stemmed from this incident. The spirit rolled its eyes. That driver was wealthy and influential, adorned with protective talismans. How could I dare approach? Initially, I intended to fabricate a scheme for compensation, but I never anticipated being killed. Ultimately, when the traffic police allocated responsibility, it fell entirely upon him. Thus, not only did the spirit fail to extort a dime, but it also lost its life. The immense resentment transformed it into a malevolent ghost, and unable to harm the affluent driver, it vented its fury upon Zheng Yuhao. Damn it! Zheng Yuhao's temples throbbed with suppressed anger. So, I am destined to suffer misfortune? He finally comprehended the meaning behind Yu Luo's earlier remark. The benevolent are often taken advantage of, even by ghosts. So it was merely because he was a pushover that this spirit chose to torment him? Reflecting on the near-death experiences he had endured these past few days, his sleepless nights and lack of appetite, Zheng Yuhao longed to obliterate the spirit before him. The spirit. Noticing his clenched fists mocked, "What? Do you wish to strike me? Come, hit me right here." Zheng Yuhao swung a punch, only for his fist to pass through the spirit's form, leaving it unscathed. The spirit erupted in laughter. "Is it true you are still weaning? Should I suggest you return to your mother for a drink before coming back?" It was fully aware that as an ordinary person, Zheng Yuhao posed no threat to it, emboldening its arrogance. Breathing heavily, Zheng Yuhao's nostrils flared in indignation. Observing his fury, Yu Luo raised her hand and gently flicked her fingers. "Enough, now you may strike it. You have 20 minutes. The spirit, realizing Yu Luo had no intention of sparing it, chose to retaliate with defiance. "Hit me? Are you jesting?" Before it could finish, Zheng Yuhao's fist landed squarely on its face. "Ouch, that hurts." In disbelief, Zheng Yuhao gazed at his own hand before a cold smirk crept across his face as he seized the spirit, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. The spirit wailed pitifully, Stop. Big brother, please. I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again. I beg you, spare me." Hearing the spirit's pleas, Zheng Yuhao hesitated. Observing his cessation, Yu Luo waved her hand. Bye, Pang, it's time to eat." She would not allow this malevolent spirit to escape unscathed. Its contrition was not genuine. It merely sought to evade punishment. If spared, it would soon return to its malevolent ways. Chapter 24. Great Fortune? How great! In the 8 Directions fortune shop, chaos reigned, littered with discarded talisman papers. "Damn it! Another failure," Sun Wujin muttered under his breath. As he discarded yet another poorly drawn talisman and reached for a new sheet, he discovered he had exhausted his supply. Forget it. It's not as if I haven't been unable to draw talismans for just a day or two," he reassured himself, sweeping the fallen papers into a fire pit, where they were consumed in flames. Ever since Yu Luo's departure, he had slowed down her talisman drawing videos to an excruciating pace, attempting to replicate her technique. After hours of effort, not a single successful attempt was made. Once the shop was tidied, he carefully stored Yu Luo's talismans, bringing them home. After boiling water to soak some noodles, he cunningly snapped a picture of Yu Luo's talisman and shared it in a local peer group, adding a teasing remark. "I am not particularly skilled and have nothing of worth. Could you all help me evaluate the efficacy of this talisman?" After sending the message, he muted the group chat. Contemplating further, he opened another group. "Brothers and sisters, quickly send your gifted little ones over. There is a great fortune to be had here." He had come to terms with the fact that even if he could not become a master disciple, he would be content if those around him could succeed. Sun Wujin's master had taken in 9 disciples, 5 males and 4 females, with him being the 5th. He had 3 older brothers, 1 older sister, 3 younger sisters, and 1 younger brother. Apart from the youngest sister, the age differences among them were minimal. All 9 had been rescued by their master, who had taken them in as abandoned infants or orphans. As soon as he sent the message, his younger sister, still in university, was the first to respond with a question mark. Following her, his eldest brother replied, "Old 5, what madness are you up to now?" His second brother sent a meme depicting a dog with the caption, "What are you scheming?" The third senior sister sent a voice message to Xiao Wu. "You haven't encountered yet another insurmountable issue, have you?" The fourth senior brother interjected, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." The sixth junior brother chimed in, "Brother, how much do you need? Just name your price." The seventh junior sister quipped, "Brother, why don't you simply shut down that shabby shop of yours? We can certainly manage without supporting you." Only the usually slow-witted eighth junior sister innocently asked, "Great fortune? How great could it be?" Upon reading everyone's responses, Sun Wujin meticulously addressed each of the previous 7. He unified his reply, "I haven't lost my mind. I don't wish to do anything I've encountered no issues, and I'm not short on money. I have a son and a daughter. I don't require your support. Following this, he privately messaged the 8th junior sister. At least you understand me, junior sister. Let's not engage with those foolish ones. I assure you, they will soon be begging us. After sending this message, he promptly shared a video of Yu Luo crafting talismans in the group chat. With a rather boastful tone, he sent a voice message. Open your eyes and behold. If we had such a master, our ancestral master's grave would surely emit green smoke. After this display of arrogance, he set his phone aside and began to eat. Remarkably, today's instant noodles tasted far more delectable than usual. In the local peer group, upon seeing the image shared by Sun Wujin, the members didn't even bother to look and began to mock him. People, if one lacks self-awareness, how are they any different from livestock? Indeed, why clutter the group with such trash? Why is the group master allowing such a person to stay? I really didn't want to laugh, but some individuals are just too amusing. I see certain people deliberately trying to annoy others, seeking attention. There's no helping it. If a tree sheds its bark, it's doomed to die. If a person loses their shame, they become invincible. A deluge of malicious messages flooded in. The group master, Yi Zhou, the owner of a thriving firm in the city center, typically ignored group messages, with his assistant managing the group. At this moment, the assistant heard the phone buzzing incessantly, with notifications. Upon opening the phone, he discovered the messages from the peer group. As the discourse grew increasingly outrageous, he chose not to intervene, merely sending a message. Mind your language. Avoid using prohibited words. Seeing the management's response, the members unitedly exclaimed, Management, kick that waste Sun Wujin out of the group. His presence is dragging down our group's reputation. Yes, expel him. We don't harbor useless individuals in our group. The assistant felt a strong urge to remove Sun Wujin immediately. However, being merely an employee, he had to seek the boss's approval. Boss, there's a man in the group, aged 50 or 60, utterly incompetent, who has never successfully crafted a talisman. I don't know what has incited the wrath of the crowd, but everyone is demanding his expulsion. Should we proceed? Yi Zhou, perpetually busy, had no interest in insignificant characters. Hearing his assistant's account, he displayed a hint of disdain. Since everyone demanded his removal, then let it be done. Such trivial matters shouldn't trouble him. If it happens again, have him gather his things and leave. That kind of waste certainly didn't deserve a place in his group. With Yi Zhou's directive, the assistant promptly located Sun Wujin in the group and unhesitatingly expelled him, additionally setting it so that he would not be able to rejoin. In the siblings group, the 3rd senior sister was the first to finish watching the video. Xiao Wu. That special effect is quite impressive. The eldest senior brother followed closely. You believe in such fake videos? The 2nd senior brother remarked, if this is genuine, I'll eat wherever you take me. The junior sister remained silent. The 4th senior brother pressed, tell me honestly, where did you find this video? The special effects were so remarkable that he wanted to recruit the creator to his own company. The 6th junior brother and the 7th junior sister both sent emojis of elderly subway passengers. The 8th junior sister, still a beat behind, exclaimed, wow, brother, is this video real? Sun Wujin had anticipated a deluge of calls and messages. However, to his surprise, he finished his noodles without receiving a single call. Opening his phone to check the local peers' reactions, he discovered he had been expelled. When he attempted to rejoin the group, a message indicated he had been barred from entry. Meanwhile, in the siblings group, aside from the naive 8th junior sister, no one believed that the video was authentic. This was utterly ridiculous. He had intended to show off. Yet not a single person took him seriously. Had he merely flaunted his solitude? No, this could not stand. Others might doubt him. But how could his seniors and juniors not believe him? Thus, he decisively initiated a group video call. Upon connecting, without waiting for anyone to respond, he presented each talisman crafted by Yu Luo, laying them out on the table. Open your eyes and witness what this is. You truly doubt my video is anything but special effects? Just look at this. The 2nd senior brother was the first to react. Wow. Old Wu. These things seem genuinely impressive. The eldest senior brother added, Old Wu, keep your hands steady. The 3rd senior sister gasped, is this real? Before anyone could speak further, Sun Wujin boasted, of course it's real. I witnessed the master create these with my own eyes. He added, and that video was shot by me. Upon hearing this, the 8 pairs of eyes on the screen widened in astonishment. The eldest senior brother was the first to respond, Old Wu, do not let anyone else see these 3 talismans. I'm buying a plane ticket right now. We can discuss everything once I arrive. Such spiritually charged talismans were truly priceless. As for that master, not to mention becoming a disciple, even receiving a smidgen of guidance would benefit them for a lifetime, except for the junior sister attending university. The other siblings immediately expressed their intent to bring along their talented younger relatives. Without waiting for Sun Wujin to reply, they hung up the video call. Sun Wujin stared blankly at his phone. Surely, no one had seen the photo he posted in the local peer group, right? Chapter 25. Didn't you say Sun Wujin was a waste? At the thriving firm, Yi Zhou suddenly received a call from a colleague. Master Yi, you must look at the image I sent you. After hanging up, Yi Zhou opened the chat with that person and was met with an image of a glowing talisman. He sprang to his feet, immediately dialing the colleague's number. His tone softened. Master Chun, where did you acquire this image? If this talisman is genuine, it could be directly sent to auction. Wealthy individuals are most precious about their lives. They'll pay any price for something that can save them. Furthermore, even if he knew the most powerful peers, none could produce such a spiritually rich talisman. This existence, capable of altering fortunes, required thorough understanding to avoid offending them unknowingly, lest he find himself in dire straits. Taken aback by his eagerness, the other party responded, Master Yi. This was shared by Sun Wujin in the group. Didn't you see it? Just moments ago, he was being ridiculed for posting this very image.
What?
Was it sent by Sun Wujin? Yi Zhou hastily opened the group messages and began to scroll through the conversation. After examining the images sent by Sun Wujin several times, his expression darkened progressively. The thought of having personally instructed someone to kick Sun Wujin out sent a chill down his spine. He turned around and slapped his assistant across the face with a resounding crack. Did you not say that Sun Wujin was a worthless fool? What on earth is going on? Damn it. This imbecilic assistant is going to be the death of me. Fortunately, he had rarely spoken in the group, otherwise he might have insulted the man beyond redemption. The assistant, clutching his face, looked utterly aggrieved. Mr. Yi, I didn't say that. It's what everyone believes. If you doubt me, ask other peers. Everyone in the circle knows that Sun Wujin is a good-for-nothing. Yi Zhou shot him a glare. I don't care what others say. If I hear such words from you again, you can pack your bags and leave. That fool. The mere fact that Sun Wujin could share this image indicated that, whether or not he had drawn the talisman himself, he certainly knew the person who had. Immediately find out Sun Wujin's phone number and address. We're going to apologize to him right now.
What?
The assistant thought he must have misheard. You want to apologize to Sun Wujin? The most renowned feng shui master in Huaqing is going to apologize to the most incompetent one? Isn't that a bit backward? Yi Zhou, growing impatient, snapped. Do you not understand human speech? Huang Wei had been Yi Zhou's assistant for over 2 years, and this was the first time he had witnessed such a furious outburst. Startled, he quickly replied, I'll look it up right away. Could it be that Sun Wujin had been feigning ignorance all along? If that were the case, might he secretly use his abilities against me? Huang Wei immediately began to recall every word he had uttered in the group chat, terrified that he might have inadvertently offended Sun Wujin. Meanwhile, Yi Zhou contemplated what gift would be appropriate to bring. After all, Sun Wujin had seen those kinds of talismans. Surely, his offerings would not impress him. After finishing his bath, Sun Wujin lounged comfortably on the sofa, idly watching videos. Growing increasingly bored, he switched off his phone and rummaged through the thick layer of dust covering his talisman paper and brushes. I refuse to believe that I, Sun Wujin, cannot draw a single talisman. 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 200. 3 hours later, he triumphantly held a protective talisman, slightly dimmed, in his hands.
Huh.
I told you, it wasn't my fault that I couldn't draw before. Master's talisman. I managed to complete it in just half a day. This fully demonstrates that I, Sun Wujin, am certainly not a worthless fool. Just as he was reveling in his accomplishment, his phone rang. In a jovial mood, Sun Wujin didn't even check who was calling and answered directly. Hello, who is this? Yi Zhou's ears were ringing from the loud voice. He held the phone slightly away from his ear and replied, Master Sun, this is Yi Zhou. I sincerely apologize for my assistant kicking you out of the group today. I have come to offer my apologies in person.
Who? Yi Zhou?
The youngest and most formidable feng shui master in Huaqing is calling me, and he wants to apologize? Sun Wujin instinctively glanced at his phone. It was an unfamiliar number, likely a scam call. Normally, he would hang up immediately, but today, feeling cheerful, he decided to play along. Hey, do you know who my master is? How dare you call me with a scam? Master? Yi Zhou was taken aback. On the way there, he had thoroughly reviewed Sun Wujin's information. Hadn't his master passed away long ago? Could it be that Sun Wujin had taken on a new master? He quickly explained, Master Sun, this is not a scam. I am truly Yi Zhou, and I am currently downstairs at your residence. They had first parked outside the Baifeng Kaifeng store. Upon seeing the ironclad security, they decided to head directly to Sun Wujin's home using an address provided by an acquaintance.
Wow.
Yi Zhou has come to my home? Is it because of that talisman I shared in the group? As Sun Wujin pondered whether to meet Yi Zhou, he suddenly heard the voice of his senior brother on the line. You are Master Yi? What brings you here at such a late hour? Without hesitation, Sun Wujin hung up the phone, slipped on his slippers, and headed downstairs. Downstairs, Shun Danian scrutinized Yi Zhou discreetly. The most famous and youthful feng shui master in Huaqing appeared at his junior brother's home so late. He would bet his life that it was connected to those talismans. Yi Zhou was also observing him. If you remember correctly, this man was Sun Wujin's senior brother. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, gesturing to his assistant beside him. This is my subordinate who acted without discretion and offended Master Sunday. I brought him here to apologize. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced behind Shun Danian. Is your master not here? If Sun Wujin had taken on a new master, perhaps that person had also accepted his senior brother as a disciple. He hoped to glean some information. Shun Danian looked perplexed. Their master had passed away 5 years ago. What was wrong with this Yi Zhou? Did he not understand how to engage in conversation? Yi Zhou quickly feigned an apology. I'm sorry, it was my recklessness. It seems that Sun Wujin has indeed taken on a new master. At that moment, Sun Wujin opened the door and stepped out. With a mocking tone, he said, So it's really Master Yi. What wind blew you here, such a busy man? Shun Danian shot him a disapproving look. Old Five, how are you speaking? You're becoming more and more foolish. Nowadays, you can't even speak without barbs. Chapter 26. You foolishly dare to profit from her? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since Yi Zhou had come bearing gifts to apologize, it was only reasonable to allow him entry. Once inside, Yi Zhou presented the gifts he had brought. Master Sun, today my assistant acted thoughtlessly, swayed by the slander of others, and kicked you out of the group. Upon learning of this, I have reprimanded him severely. Now I hope he can apologize to you, and that you will not take it to heart. Shortly, I will re-add you to the group, granting you management rights. From now on, that group will be yours. Feel free to kick anyone you wish. This was a well-articulated statement. It not only indicated his ignorance of the incident, but also showed that he was firmly on Sun Wujin's side. After speaking, he kicked Huang Wei lightly. Huang Wei hastened to bow deeply. Master Sun, I am truly sorry. I was blind to your worth. Before he could finish, Sun Wujin waved his hand. I accept your apologies. However, I shall not rejoin that group. Such a trash-filled group does not deserve my presence. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he discreetly surveyed the room. When Sun Wujin descended the stairs earlier, he had not taken the time to tidy up. Thus, the remnants of discarded talisman paper were strewn about haphazardly. Upon discerning the intricate patterns inscribed upon them, Yi Zhou's pupils constricted. Astonishingly, this was yet another type of rune he had never encountered before. The room was occupied solely by Sun Wujin. Could it be that the talisman circulating in the group was indeed crafted by him? Suppressing the shock that welled within, he feigned indifference and casually inquired if Master Sun had been drawing talismans earlier. Sun Wujin nodded affirmatively. Yi Zhou's heart raced, quickening its rhythm. No wonder the old adage claims that great talents often remain hidden in plain sight. It appeared that Sun Wujin was one such master concealed within the city. He dared not continue probing, saying, Today has been quite the disturbance. We should take our leave. I shall invite both of you esteemed seniors for a meal another day. In Yi Zhou's mind, Sun Wujin was a concealed expert, and thus, his senior brother must also be an extraordinary individual. Sun Wujin and Shun Danian were eager for him to depart, naturally not wishing to retain him. Once in the vehicle, Yi Zhou's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He immediately set out to ascertain the identities of those who had previously mocked and derided Sun Wujin, placing them all on a blacklist. From this day forth, he resolved to sever all contact with them and anyone associated with them, including the group, which would be disbanded immediately. Such a master could easily eliminate someone without leaving a trace. Even if alliances could not be forged, it was imperative not to offend them. After bidding farewell to Yi Zhou, Sun Wujin eagerly presented the talisman he had drawn. Senior brother, what do you think of my artwork? Shun Danian glanced at the faint glow emanating from it and smirked, begrudgingly complimenting. Not bad, not bad. Quite the improvement. He then shifted directly to the topic. Where are those 3 talismans of yours? Hurry and show them to me. Sun Wujin, feeling a tad disgruntled, retorted, Senior brother. You currently resemble one of those scoundrels who forget their roots after a brief encounter. Shun Denian rolled his eyes dramatically. Get lost. I see you're looking to stir trouble if I don't keep you in check for 3 days. Sun Wujin shot him a withering glance. What 3 talismans? When did I ever claim to possess only 3? With that, he produced 30 talismans and laid them out on the table. Observing Shun Denian's astonished gaze as he inspected each one, Sun Wujin raised an eyebrow triumphantly. What do you think? Are your eyes dazzled yet? With his self-satisfied demeanor. Shun Denian struggled to suppress the urge to punch him. Who crafted these? How do you know such a remarkable person? And did you say anything inappropriate in their presence? A person of such caliber could extinguish a life more effortlessly than squashing an ant. This junior brother, although not malicious, often speaks inappropriately. He must not offend someone unknowingly. Sun Wujin waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I am not the sort to be foolishly garrulous in the presence of an expert. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. This master appears to be a young girl of no more than 20. Currently, we have a cooperative relationship. She sells the talismans through me, and we split the profits 90-10. I suggested that you bring along any talented descendants, hoping that perhaps someone might catch the master's eye. Before he could finish, Shun Denian sprang to his feet. What did you say? You're selling talismans for the master and keeping 90%? Are you out of your mind? Sun Wujin recoiled slightly. Initially, I proposed a 70-30 split, but she disagreed. Shun Denian was at a loss for words. 70-30? You truly are incorrigible. He paced furiously around the room, and after several laps, he finally spoke with exasperation. Such a master is usually showered with offerings. You, lacking sense, dare to profit from her? Sun Wujin felt a bit aggrieved. Regardless of her prowess, I am assisting her in selling her goods. I can't toil away without earning anything, can I? Moreover, the young master agreed to it. What is your issue? Shun Denian's forehead pulsed with irritation. What do you mean by selling for her? Let me ask you, does she struggle to sell these talismans? This junior brother truly embodied the essence of ignorance untempered by fear. Sun Wujin, indignant, replied, What are you fussing about? This division was explicitly stated by the master. If she said so, she must have consented to my earning this money. Hearing this, Shun Denian calmed down, uncertainly asking, Did the master truly say that? Sun Wujin nodded. Pulling out his phone, Of course it's true. The young master even mentioned that when she decides to take on disciples, I will be the first she considers. If you don't believe me, text her and inquire. Upon hearing this, Shun Denian fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that his 5th junior brother possessed some undiscovered merit? After a brief moment, Shun Denian abruptly yanked Sun Wujin up from the sofa, circling around him multiple times, yet failing to discern any notable difference. Sun Wujin interjected, Stop spinning around like a headless chicken. Our immediate priority is to sell these talismans at a good price. The young master undoubtedly needs money, which is why she agreed to let me sell them. We mustn't let her down. Upon Sun Wujin's remark likening him to a headless chicken, Shun Denian's fists clenched and unclenched. After several deep breaths, he restrained himself from striking him. Fine. Let us focus on the master's affairs. This is simple. Huaqing is rife with wealthy individuals. Sun Wujin was well aware of the abundance of affluent individuals in Huaqing. However, the crux lay in his poor reputation there, making it challenging to sell these talismans at a high price. Shun Denian shot him a disapproving glance. Tell me, why did Yu Zhou come to apologize today over such a trivial matter as kicking you from the group? Sun Wujin confidently remarked. He must have seen the photo I posted in the group. Otherwise, as the prominent figure in Huaqing's feng shui circle, he would likely disdain even glancing at someone famously regarded as the most useless in the circle. Shun Denian chuckled. Then it settled. Keep half of these talismans. And for the other half, seek out Yu Zhou tomorrow. In room 601, after finishing her bath, Yu Luo leisurely enjoyed takeout while admiring the balance in her bank account on her phone. She now possessed over $1 million. Was it time to consider renting or purchasing a home? Just then, the ghost Bai Bai, accompanied by her daughter Peng Peng, floated in, both having just indulged in a hearty meal. Yu Luo eagerly beckoned them over. Bai Bai, should I buy a house or rent one? The gluttonous rat, annoyed, remarked, Master, why don't you ask me such an important question? Yu Luo shot at a glance. I did ask you, do you have any insight? The rat was momentarily silenced, retreating slightly as it focused on its skewers. Pang Pang made a face at it, and the rat swatted her onto the ceiling. You disrespectful little brat, stay up there. Pang Pang struggled to come down, only to realize she couldn't escape. Resigned, she closed her eyes and fell asleep.
Bye-bye.
Seeing that her daughter was merely restrained and not in any real danger, allowed the antics to continue. Master, purchasing a house for personal residence is feasible now. But if you seek appreciation in value, it may prove challenging. Yu Luo harbored no illusions about the potential appreciation of real estate. Very well, let's go house hunting tomorrow. She conceded. While a hotel may offer comfort, it cannot compare to the solace of one's own home. Upon hearing Yu Luo's intention to purchase a property, Bai Bai eagerly began to elucidate the criteria for selecting a residence. Master, when considering a home, one typically evaluates several factors: transportation, shopping, environment, healthcare, and educational districts.
Wait.
Yu Luo interjected. I can comprehend transportation, shopping, and healthcare, but what exactly is an educational district? Bai Bai, undeterred, explained. An educational district means that if you purchase a home in that area, your future children may attend schools within that district. Her? Future children? Yu Luo's lips twitched in bemusement. I have no need for an educational district. Go inquire where I might find properties that align with my requirements. Promptly, Bai Bai floated away to gather information. After a satisfying meal, Yu Luo turned on the television and began watching a mindless fantasy drama. Just as she reached the second episode, a prompt appeared. The following content requires a platinum VIP subscription to view. Yu Luo recalled having activated a VIP subscription just the previous night. Checking her account in the upper right corner, she discovered she had merely acquired a standard VIP membership. Determined to continue, she gritted her teeth and upgraded to a platinum VIP. She naively expected this upgrade would allow her to binge-watch the series to its conclusion. Yet, after viewing 10 episodes, another familiar prompt appeared. The following content requires a gold VIP subscription to view. After activating the gold VIP, she watched another 10 episodes, only to be met with another notification. The following content requires a diamond VIP subscription to view. Very well, I shall proceed with this. Ultimately, after yet another 10 episodes, she encountered yet another barrier. The following content requires a supreme VIP subscription to view. Good grief, Yu Luo exclaimed, pulling out her phone and typing, who is the owner of the Zahaha player. Such information was easily accessible. A quick search revealed it. Puzzled, Yu Luo noted. Shouldn't a company have only one owner? Why does it display a CEO and 2 presidents? Never mind, an extra person is no concern, she thought. Reviewing the details of the 3 individuals once more, she swiftly performed a few gestures, and with a gentle grasp of her hand, 3 bewildered old men materialized before her. Without wasting time, she struck each of them sharply across the face. Are your descendants unable to survive?
Huh.
With the old men looking on in dismay, Yu Luo continued. I activated a standard membership, then requested a platinum membership, followed by a gold membership, and after that a diamond membership, only to be met with the absurdity of a supreme membership. Why don't you all just ascend to the heavens? If you can't afford to live, then perhaps you shouldn't. Such a disgraceful display. You ought to fear choking on your own greed. Having vented her pent-up frustration, she felt a modicum of relief. The 3 old men huddled together, fearfully regarding her. Master, this is hardly our fault. We have been dead for many years, one protested. Not your fault? If a son is not raised properly, it is the father's fault. The grandfather and great-grandfather are also to blame. I do not care. You must compel your descendants to rectify this situation. Otherwise, you shall remain here, and I will treat you well every day. She conjured a dark whip, snapping it in the air, which startled the 3 old men. Please, please, we will go. We shall go at once. They stammered. Goodness, what a situation. We labored for our descendants while alive, and even in death, we find no peace. At that moment, Bai Bai returned, accompanied by the plump figure floating from the ceiling. Their movements noticeably subdued. It appeared that the master treated her and her daughter quite well. Once the 3 old men had departed, Bai Bai floated closer. Master, I have gathered the information. For over $1 million, one can only purchase an ordinary commercial property. Yu Luo, somewhat perplexed, queried, what is a commercial property? Bai Bai explained. It refers to those tall buildings outside, each floor housing several households. Your budget of over $1 million would only secure 1 unit within such a building. Pondering this, Yu Luo expressed her distaste for such hive-like structures. I noticed some taller buildings nearby that had 2 or 3 stories complete with yards. How much for those? Bai Bai gasped in disbelief. Master, those villas are extraordinarily expensive for ordinary people. Realizing her own extraordinary status, she paused, then continued. However, if you wish to purchase a villa, I have heard of another option, a haunted house. A haunted house? Yu Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. Are they very affordable? Bai Bai nodded vigorously. Indeed. I discovered a villa in the Lanshan district, occupying over 600 square meters, complete with a spacious yard. It is said that a couple quarreled, and the wife poisoned her husband's meal, leading to their demise. The property changed hands several times, undergoing renovations and even consultations with feng shui masters. Yet the couple's spirits continued to wreak havoc. 2 previous owners nearly met their end. Since then, no one dares to purchase it. The price has plummeted from over 10 million to just 150,000, yet it remains unsold. Upon hearing Bai Bai's account, Yu Luo was elated. This was truly tailored to her specifications. You have worked hard. Tomorrow we shall go and inspect that house. Bai Bai glanced skyward. Master, can we release the plump one? That rascal drank a can of beer tonight and is now blissfully asleep, sprawled on his back. With a casual wave of her hand, the restraints on the plump figure vanished, allowing it to float down. Chapter 28. Chased by her own grandfather in a dream. Beijing. Zahaha headquarters. 3 individuals, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, encountered one another at the entrance.
Ah?
Did you all not sleep well? Zhang Yuan yawned, observing the others. He Xiaodong rubbed his eyes, lamenting, I spent the entire night being scolded and beaten by my grandfather. I'm utterly exhausted. The remaining 2 exchanged astonished glances. Lu Jian exclaimed, What the hell? I also dreamt of my great-grandfather, who beat me all night. Zhang Yuan added, I, too, dreamt of my grandfather. The trio exchanged knowing looks, all sensing something was amiss. He Xiaodong scrutinized the others and asked, What did your grandfather say? Zhang Yuan replied, My grandfather warned that unless I abolished the membership schemes, I would be beaten every night. Upon hearing this, He Xiaodong and Lu Jian exchanged wry smiles. Our grandfathers said the same. Deciding against going to the office, the 3 opted for a cafe, each ordering a cup of bitter coffee. Zhang Yuan spoke first. I believe that us sharing the same dream is decidedly abnormal. The other 2 nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting shared sentiment. Experiencing identical dreams. With their grandfathers uttering the same words, it was undeniably peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jian pulled out a contact from his phone. Should we consult the master about this? Zhang Yuan and He Xiaodong exchanged glances. Perhaps not. After all, it's just our grandfathers. They wouldn't wish us harm.
Would they?
Due to a restless night, the 3 individuals planned to take a brief nap at noon. To their astonishment, as soon as they fell asleep, each of them dreamt of their respective grandfathers. You troublesome little rascals, why haven't you changed your ways? Are our words ineffective? After saying this, they were subjected to another round of vigorous chastisement. Upon awakening, they felt as if every part of their bodies ached dreadfully. It would have been better to forego sleep altogether. For 3 consecutive days, whenever they dozed off, they were promptly punished by their grandfathers, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. In a mere 3 days, they appeared to have aged a decade, their spirits dwindling significantly. On the 4th day, Lu Jian finally could no longer endure it. I don't care about you 2. I am determined to seek out a master today to help us. The other 2, equally exasperated, agreed, all right, go ahead and call the master. Enduring this daily torment was unbearable, even coming from their own grandfathers. Zhang Yuan hesitated. What if we modify the membership system? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the others. He Xiaodong chimed in. What's the matter? Is money burning a hole in your pocket? Lu Jian added, this situation affects more than just our family. It's outrageous to let such a chance slip away. Zhang Yuan fell silent. His grandfather had appealed to his emotions and reason the previous night, emphasizing that a gentleman acquires wealth through proper means. He had been told that their current method of making money was not only unseemly, but also lacking in conscience. He sighed silently. The company was not solely his to dictate. Without the agreement of the others, his consent was meaningless.
Now,
he could only hope that the master Lu Jian summoned would help them resolve their predicament. The master arrived promptly. After listening to the 3 recount their tale, he performed a ritual and consulted their grandfathers. Soon, he furrowed his brow. If you refuse to heed the old gentleman's advice, I fear the situation will be difficult to resolve. Hearing this, the trio grew anxious. Master, what exactly is going on? We haven't offended anyone. The master, not withholding any information, replied, according to your grandfathers, a powerful figure encountered a membership scam while watching television. In a fit of anger, he summoned the three of you. If you do not comply with your grandfather's instructions, this powerful figure will torment you daily. He Xiaodong was the first to protest. Wait, does this powerful figure really need that little money? The master ignored him. To be frank, he had long held a disdain for these membership scams. It was a relief that a powerful figure was willing to take action against the political market. Lu Jian interjected, Master, is there truly no better solution? The master shook his head. You all should discuss this among yourselves. For now, the powerful figure is only asking you to change the membership system. Should he become genuinely angered, not only will your company be at risk, but your lives will also be far from easy. After the master departed, the three exchanged glances. Finally, one of them slammed the table, declaring, So, what if we earn a little less? However, while they agreed to alter the membership system, they insisted it should not be entirely for free. 2 hours later, the official account of Zahaha released an announcement. To combat membership scams, I will lead by example. From today, there will only be one type of Zahaha membership, allowing access to all videos with the purchase of a single membership. Upon the release of this announcement, other platforms that maintained membership scams were left dumbfounded. What was Zahaha attempting to achieve? After finishing their meals, were they going to smash their bowls? Yet, while they were still in a state of confusion, numerous celebrities and public figures stepped forward to denounce the membership scam. Those platforms that had yet to respond were immediately named and shamed, leading to a sharp decline in their reputations. Ultimately, they were compelled to begrudgingly revise their membership systems. In contrast, Zahaha, the first to amend its practices, not only suffered no losses but also reaped substantial profits, gaining an excellent reputation in the process. To commemorate this success, Lu Jian, Zhen Yuan, and He Xiaodong made a special trip back to their hometown to pay respects to their deceased elders. Meanwhile, in a separate narrative, Yu Luo rose early to have breakfast, accompanied by her pet mouse and plump white cat, before heading out. She had arranged to meet an agent to view a purportedly haunted house. The agent, a man in his 30s, dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and leather shoes, greeted her with enthusiasm, extolling the virtues of the property. Miss Yu, this villa is spacious, affordably priced, and luxuriously furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. If you miss this opportunity, I assure you, you won't find another deal this advantageous. The original owner needed to sell quickly as they were relocating abroad, and there were dozens of interested buyers ready to view the property, making the competition quite fierce. The white cat rolled its eyes, unimpressed. What a load of nonsense. No wonder they say salespeople have the gift of gab. Yu Luo raised her hand, interrupting the agent. Are you saying the competition is fierce because there are ghosts there? The agent faltered, his confidence waning. So you know? Yu Luo, uninterested in further banter, instructed him. Just call the current owner and ask for the lowest price they would accept. If the price is reasonable, I can make an immediate payment. The agent initially feared this deal might fall through, puzzled by Yu Luo's determination. Miss Yu, you do realize there are ghosts, yet you still wish to buy it? The villa had been on the market for over a year, with barely any inquiries. After all, those who could afford a villa typically did their research prior to purchasing. No one would willingly spend money on a haunted house, regardless of their wealth. Yu Luo nodded. Go ahead and ask. If they are willing to sell for 1.3 million, have them come over and I will sign the contract after viewing the property. Moments later, the agent returned with a grim expression. Miss Yu, the owner insists they will not sell for less than 1.5 million. Having seen the villa's condition, he felt that even the interior renovations were worth more than that price. However, he thought to himself that for such a life-threatening haunted house, being able to sell it for 1.3 million was already quite remarkable. Yu Luo appeared troubled. After accounting for her expenses over the past few days, she currently had just over 1.3 million on hand, which was insufficient for the purchase. Fine. I will return in a couple of days when I have enough money. In Chapter 29, titled Buying a Haunted House, Shen Dajing inquired at the front desk. Hello, young lady. Has our boss arrived? The receptionist, wearing a professional smile, replied. The boss's arrival time varies daily. May I ask if you have an appointment? Upon hearing this, Sun Wujin grinned. We do not have an appointment. But please call him and mention that Sun Wujin is here. Sun Wujin? The receptionist was intrigued, as she enjoyed listening to gossip during her downtime. In the local feng shui circles, tales of Sun Wujin's exploits were well known. It was said that despite his age, He was only half competent in his endeavors and had never even successfully drawn a talisman. Such a lowly figure. Why would the boss meet with him? Nevertheless, recalling Yi Zhou's instructions, she concealed her thoughts. All right, please wait a moment while I call the assistant to Mr. Yi. She dialed Huang Wei's number. Assistant Huang. There is someone named Sun Wujin here seeking to meet the boss. Huang Wei felt a jolt of surprise. Are you sure he introduced himself as Sun Wujin? Could it be that he feels yesterday's apology was insufficiently sincere? Today, I specifically came to the company, intending to create a scene. Yi Zhou, who was enjoying his breakfast,
Set down his chopsticks.
after taking the phone from Huang Wei, he instructed, please entertain him well. I will be there shortly. Once he hung up, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Huang Wei. Have you done something foolish again? Huang Wei, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, stammered, no. Yesterday, I disbanded the group as you instructed, and I haven't done anything since. Yi Zhou felt slightly reassured. He resolved to act according to the situation, willing to bow and apologize if necessary, for his dignity was worth less than his life. At any time, survival remained paramount. Sun Wujin and Shen Dajing had just sipped their tea when Yi Zhou arrived. Upon entering, he discreetly scrutinized Sun Wujin and Shen Dajing, only relaxing when he noticed their expressions were not angry. With utmost humility, he approached. May I inquire what brings you both here? Shen Dajing tugged at Sun Wujin's sleeve. Sun Wujin leisurely set down his teacup. We didn't come for anything serious. We just want to make you a bit more famous. Make me more famous? Yi Zhou was taken aback. What do you mean? Sun Wujin produced 6 talismans from his pocket and placed them on the table. These you must sell for me at the highest price and as quickly as possible. Ever since he had seen the pictures in the group, Yi Zhou had dreamt of seeing the actual objects. To his astonishment, not only had he seen one, but he was now presented with 6. He trembled with excitement. Are you really letting me sell these? Upon receiving confirmation from Sun Wujin, he immediately called a client. Hello, President Yang. I have several high-level talismans in my possession. After hanging up, he explained to the 2 men, this is the actual wealthiest person in Huaqing. He wants 2-piece talismans, offering 10 million each. Sun Wujin, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered and sprayed it everywhere.
Wow.
Truly a tycoon. It was only because of Yi Zhou's involvement that the client could offer such a price. Had it been him, the client might not have even offered 10,000 and would have likely reported him as a fraud. In the midst of their conversation, 20 million had already been transferred. Yi Zhou promptly sent the entire amount to Sun Wujin, eager to take credit in front of Yu Luo. Sun Wujin hurriedly bid farewell to Shen Dajing and left the office. As soon as they stepped outside, he called Yu Luo via video. Yu Luo, feeling somewhat dejected after leaving the agency, answered her phone. Immediately, she heard Sun Wujin's sycophantic voice. Master, I've sold 2 talismans, and I'm transferring the money to you now. Hearing about the money, Yu Luo's eyes instantly sparkled. How much? I hope it adds up to 150,000. That way, I can buy the house today. Sun Wujin held up 2 fingers. Realizing Yu Luo couldn't see, he lowered his voice, a total of 20 million, 10 million for each. What? Yu Luo was somewhat incredulous. Are you saying 1 talisman sold for 10 million? Goodness. Did the previous sales incur significant losses? However, regardless of whether it was old Lu's family or the plump aunt, while their lives were comfortable, they were not wealthy enough to reach such heights. Forget it. In the end, ordinary people are the mainstream. She remembered her brother saying that only 20% of people were wealthy, while the remaining 80% were ordinary. What was it called again? She couldn't recall at the moment and couldn't be bothered to think of it. After hanging up, she turned back and walked into the agency. The agent, surprised to see her return so soon, greeted her professionally. Miss Yu, are you looking to see other houses? Yu Luo shook her head. No, I still prefer that villa. 150,000 is 150,000. Have the owner come over, so we can sign the contract directly after viewing. The agent promptly called the owner, who expressed that they would come immediately upon hearing someone was willing to pay 150,000 for the villa. In less than half an hour, a red convertible sports car pulled up in front of the agency. A stunning woman, adorned in a red long dress and wearing sunglasses, stepped out. With glamorous waves and an alluring figure, she scanned the interior of the house before striding in and sitting across from Yu Luo. You wish to buy my house. You must have inquired thoroughly. This is a haunted property, and I want to clarify that once the contract is signed, I will not be responsible for any issues that arise. The agent was anxiously pacing beside them. If you say that, what if she decides not to buy? Yu Luo was quite pleased with the woman's candor. Rest assured, once this house is in my hands, I will not hold you accountable regardless of what happens. Hearing this, the woman scrutinized Yu Luo for a moment before removing her sunglasses. The expression she wore was exaggeratedly disdainful. My goodness, are you some sort of evolved panda? It was evident that dark circles surrounded her eyes. Even the thick makeup could not conceal them. She looked back at Yu Luo. I am Tianying. This villa was a birthday gift from my family. Ever since I received it, I have been plagued by nightmares, with a woman chasing and berating me, claiming I am trying to steal her man. Recalling her year-long experience, even Tianying's beautiful face wrinkled in distress. That woman must have been a bit unhinged. Her family was wealthy and powerful. What kind of man could she possibly want to steal? Realizing she was off topic, she chuckled awkwardly. I mention this not to boast, but simply to let you know that the house may indeed be haunted. Yu Luo smiled in response. Miss Tian, it is not just a dream. There is indeed a female ghost attached to you. Observing the vengeful spirit clenching Tianying's neck, Yu Luo gently snapped her fingers. With a shriek, the ghost dissipated into a wisp of dark mist. For a fleeting moment, Tianying felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. After banishing the ghost, Yu Luo stood up and said, "Shall we go view the house now?" Chapter 30. A pair of scoundrels. None shall look down on each other. Inside the sports car, the mischievous creature explored every nook and cranny.
Hey,
Master, this car doesn't seem to have an unpleasant odor. Due to the villa's somewhat distant location and a previous experience of car sickness, the creature was adamant about not getting into the agency's car. Therefore, Tianying allowed it to accompany Luo in her sports car. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt an inexplicable sense of security beside Yu Luo. Given her prior experience with the ride-hailing car, Yu Luo had assumed all vehicles would carry that unpleasant smell. To her surprise, this car not only lacked any foul odor, but also emitted a delightful fragrance. She examined the vehicle and asked Sister Tian, how much did this car cost? In Yu Luo's perspective, a car could never be more expensive than a house, could it? Tianying, focused on driving, replied, I'm not sure. It was a gift from my brother for my birthday this year. I think the base price is around 8 or 9 million, and with all the fees, it's nearly 10 million.
Why?
Are you interested in buying a car? Hiss. Upon hearing the price, Yu Luo swiftly pulled the mischievous creature back. Stay still. If you break anything, I couldn't even afford to sell you. Tianying was amused. It's fine, let it play. It's not so easily damaged. She had been observing the spirited ferret and noticed it seemed quite well behaved, causing no trouble at all. Yu Luo diverted the conversation, inquiring how her family could purchase a property known to be haunted, suggesting perhaps it was some sort of wealthy family drama. Tianying, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, I used to be rather rebellious and had a penchant for adventure. Yu Luo witnessed firsthand what it meant to be wealthy and headstrong. To seek adventure by purchasing a haunted house? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. In the Lanshanju Villa area, Tianying and the agent's car came to a halt in front of a villa with a large courtyard. After disembarking, Tianying handed over the keys. I want to go in. You all can take a look. She had visited the house once after the renovations were completed, but upon entering, she fainted and spent a week in the hospital. Since then, she had been plagued by nightmares. She was genuinely terrified. The agent didn't dare enter either. Ultimately, only Yu Luo ventured inside, accompanied by the smelly rat and the chubby one. As she opened the door, a stunningly lifelike landscape painting greeted her. The chubby one gasped in awe.
Wow.
Is this a hand-painted mural? A piece this large must be worth a fortune.
Goodness.
Could this be the so-called ironwood furniture? I heard a single table can cost over 100,000, and this crystal chandelier is absolutely breathtaking. Though cleaning it might be a bit of a chore. The smelly rat was equally pleased, leaping onto the sofa and bouncing a couple of times, clearly approving. Meanwhile, the chubby one sprawled on the carpet, rolling about.
Mom.
This carpet is so soft. At that moment, a figure clad in white with flowing hair appeared on the staircase. Her gaze swept across the living room, landing finally on Yu Luo. Is it you, you little hussy, trying to steal my uncle? As her voice fell, she was already standing before Yu Luo, her pale hands reaching out to grasp Yu Luo's neck. You little wretch, die. If you perish, my uncle will be mine. The smelly rat, using a table for leverage, leaped and kicked her in the head. How dare you prance around in front of the rat lord? Do you think I won't make you a ghost for eternity? The female ghost let out a piercing scream, propelled backwards to crash against the wall, trembling in the corner. Don't come any closer. The smelly rat seized her hair, dragging her back and tossing her at Yu Luo's feet. Master, how should we deal with this ghost? Yu Luo didn't even glance at the female ghost, but instead looked up towards the staircase. Will you continue to hide like a coward? In the next moment, a middle-aged male ghost, his lips dark and clad in a suit, floated down from above. Master, I am wronged. It is this wretched woman's doing. According to the male ghost's account, the female ghost had seduced him with her youth and beauty, becoming his mistress. Initially, he had been taken with her, buying her this villa and a luxury car, spending lavishly on her. However, as time passed, the female ghost grew discontent, frequently pressuring him to divorce and marry her. As he put it, she wanted not just money but love. This became intolerable for him. After he firmly rejected her, the female ghost resorted to trickery, becoming pregnant with his child. Although she eventually had an abortion, he grew to loathe her and began to neglect her. Subsequently, he found a younger and more understanding mistress, and broke up with the female ghost. Naturally, she refused. They had a fierce argument, but eventually, she relented and agreed to the breakup, insisting that he accompany her for one last meal. The subsequent events unfolded as Bai Bai had learned. The female ghost poisoned the food, cut the phone lines, and tossed the mobile phone into the sink, locking all doors and windows. After consuming the tainted meal, they both perished in the villa. The female ghost was somewhat indignant. You were the one who showed interest first. If you didn't like me, why did you flirt with me? The male ghost retorted. A man's desire for beauty is natural. I was merely playing with you. I never said I would marry you. You were the one who became greedy. Tears of blood streamed down the female ghost's face. You clearly said you loved me, and that we would grow old together. The male ghost scoffed. Those are just words spoken in bed. Did you really take them to heart? The female ghost wiped her tears and lunged at him. You scoundrel. You're nothing but a scumbag. I'll strangle you. The male ghost grabbed her hair, retorting, even if I am a scumbag, at least I'm not like you. A woman who would sell herself for money. I never intended to kill you. The female ghost hesitated briefly before tossing her hair back, gritting her teeth as she asked, who are you calling a woman who sells herself for money? The male ghost shot back, that would be you. If I had no money, would you even look at me? You're nothing but a bus, a pickup girl. The female ghost screamed, I'm young and beautiful. What man wouldn't he want me? If I weren't after your money, would I be after your age? Take a look in the mirror. If you had no money, not even a dog would look at you. As she spoke, her long nails swiped at the male ghost's face. The smelly rat intervened, slapping both ghosts. Enough. You two are a pair of wretches. Neither should disdain the other. Damn it. I came here to view a house, not to watch you two bicker. Bai Bai also approached and slapped them both.
Bah.
Scumbag and wretched woman. The two ghosts, who had just been at each other's throats, whimpered and huddled together in the corner. The female ghost sobbed, It hurts so much, uncle. I want hugs and kisses. The male ghost, shedding his previous disdain, embraced her and gently kissed her face. Don't cry, darling. Kisses will make it all better. The chubby one tilted her head, perplexed. Mom, weren't they enemies? Why are they hugging now? Bai Bai wrapped her in her arms. They're shameless. Let us not watch. We might end up with needle eyes. Chapter 31. This is a resurrection armor. After touring the villa, Yu Luo was exceedingly satisfied. She glanced at the two ghosts cowering in a corner and instructed Bai Bai. From now on, you take care of them. If they misbehave, just twist them up and let Chubby have them as a snack. They will be responsible for cleaning up inside and out. If they don't listen or do poorly, just beat them. No need for mercy. The female ghost had previously attacked anyone she perceived as a rival for the male ghost, including several who nearly perished at her hands. Although the male ghost did not directly intervene, his inaction was equally unforgivable. Thus, Yu Luo felt no remorse in subjugating them. Upon seeing Yu Luo and the smelly rat emerge, Tian Yingying hurried over. Yu Luo, how did you find it? Yu Luo glanced back at the villa. Quite good. Let us sign the contract and transfer ownership. Tian Yingying also peered inside the villa. Did you see anything dirty? Yu Luo replied candidly, indeed. There's a male ghost and a female ghost inside. My smelly rat even gave them a good thrashing. Ah? Tian Yingying's expression was one of shock. The gaze darted back and forth between the foul rodent and Yu Luo several times before finally giving a thumbs up. Sister, you are truly impressive. The elders at home have instructed me to befriend those from the mystical realms whenever possible. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she added. "After we finish signing the contract, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast." Turning her head, she called out to the two specters peeking curiously at the doorway. "Did you hear that? You filthy creatures." The two spirits bared their teeth at Pang Pang. "You think you can bully me, huh? Get to work immediately. This little girl is only someone I, the Rat Lord, can torment, understand?" The two spirits, feeling begrudged, had no choice but to begin tidying up the room. At the Yang residence, old Master Yang frowned at the two talismans. "Such trifles demand 10 million? Surely my son hasn't he been swindled?" Yang Tiancheng tucked one of the talismans into his shirt pocket, assuring his father, "Master Yi has vouched for its efficacy. It must be genuine. Spending 10 million for peace of mind is a bargain." After reassuring his father, he grabbed his briefcase and headed out, instructing the household staff. "I'll be on a business trip abroad for a week. Take good care of the old man. Contact my assistant if anything arises." On the way to the airport, the car came to an abrupt halt in traffic. The driver glanced at the navigation system and said, "Mr. Yang, the congestion ahead seems severe. Shall we take a detour?" Yang Tiancheng checked his watch. If the traffic persisted, he would undoubtedly miss his flight. "Very well, let us take a detour." The driver turned the steering wheel, veering onto a side road. 20 minutes later, they bypassed the traffic jam. Observing the unimpeded expressway ahead, the driver smiled, confident they wouldn't be late. Just as the vehicle was about to ascend the overpass, a utility pole suddenly toppled without warning, sparking as the wires crackled. With a resounding crash, Yang Tiancheng's car was crushed, the current from the pole surging into the vehicle. Sparks erupted around the car, all occurring in the blink of an eye. By the time onlookers reacted, some had dialed emergency services, while others called for ambulances, but in their hearts, they feared the occupants of the car had met a dire fate. Even if they miraculously escaped the pole's wrath, electrocution seemed inevitable. The presence of electricity deterred anyone from approaching. The drivers behind felt a chill run down their spines, grateful they had kept their distance from the luxury vehicle, lest they too be crushed. In the age of the internet, news spreads rapidly. Before the police and paramedics arrived, some individuals had already posted about the accident online. Those familiar with Yang Tiancheng recognized his vehicle instantly. "Goodness! The chairman of the Yang Corporation has perished like this?" As old Master Yang scrolled through his phone, he stumbled upon the scene, causing his device to drop to the ground. "No, this cannot be happening. His son had only just departed. How could he be involved in an accident?" Yang Tiancheng's rivals reveled in the news, laughing heartily. "Ha! Truly, the heavens are assisting me." They quickly contacted several media outlets, rushing to the scene with cameras in tow. "Good day, viewers. We're live from Huaqing, where it is reported that the vehicle involved in the accident belongs to Yang Tiancheng, the chairman of the Yang Corporation. Given the current circumstances, it appears he is in grave danger. Let us now follow the rescue efforts closely." The power company had shut off electricity in the vicinity. Firefighters, police, and ambulances soon arrived on the scene. They began by using a crane to remove the fallen pole, then slowly pried open the crumpled roof and doors of the vehicle. In the gap beneath the driver's seat and the back row, two shadowy figures curled up within. The reporter rushed forward. "It seems these two bodies are indeed Chairman Yang and his driver." Before he could finish his sentence, a robust voice interrupted. "What do you mean by that? Do I look like a corpse to you?" As onlookers gaped, the figure began to rise. "Who sent you? Are you hoping for my demise?" A wisp of black smoke billowed from his mouth as he spoke. The crowd stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, a voice of joy emerged from the front seat. "Mr. Yang, you're unharmed? This is wonderful." Yang Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback. "Shall see you're safe too?" The front passenger sat up, grinning upon realizing his boss was indeed alive. However, as he spoke, smoke continued to escape his mouth. Overcome with emotion, he began to weep. "Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't suggested the detour, we wouldn't have faced this accident." Yang Tiancheng patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Don't be disheartened. This was an unforeseen event. Our brotherhood has survived this calamity, and surely we shall be blessed henceforth." Among the onlookers, an elder circled the car, stating, "Thank goodness your vehicle was in front, otherwise several cars could have been crushed." The overpass permitted only one-way traffic with 3 lanes, as previously noted. Due to the luxury nature of Yang Tiancheng's car, which was larger than the others, the vehicles behind had kept their distance, a significant reason no other cars were damaged. Yang Tiancheng's nemesis, blending into the crowd, clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it, you're lucky to be alive." As old Master Yang hurriedly approached, Intending to collect his son's remains, he wiped a tear from his eye upon witnessing the live broadcast. "You little rascal. You scare me to death." The other board members of the Yang Corporation, believing their chairman had perished, sighed in relief. Though Yang Tiancheng and his driver felt little harm, they still opted for a thorough checkup at the hospital. The results revealed that apart from their singed skin and scorched hair, they had no significant issues. With time and a few baths, their skin would return to normal. The only troublesome aspect was their burnt hair, prompting both men to shave their heads completely. Rumors began to circulate that Yang Tiancheng had survived due to his good deeds, resulting in a notable rise in the company as stock. As events unfolded, Yang Tiancheng returned home from the hospital, repeatedly examining the other talisman. "Father, I owe my life today to that talisman. You cannot imagine how certain I was that my end had come. Suddenly, an immense force pressed me down. When the electricity surged into the vehicle, I distinctly saw a beam of light emerge from my shirt pocket, enveloping me." Old Master Yang's pupils constricted. "Do you speak the truth?"
Yang Tiancheng nodded vigorously.
"I am your son. What benefit would there be in deceiving you? If you wish, I can swear an oath." Old Master Yang ignored him, taking the talisman to examine it closely several times. Unable to discern any differences, he nonetheless made a decision. "You must discreetly seek out Master Yi and procure more of these talismans." Yang Tiancheng shook his head. "Father, to me, this is not merely a talisman." Old Master Yang, puzzled, asked, "Not a talisman? Then what is it?" Yang Tiancheng's tone grew serious. "It is a resurrection charm." Chapter 32. "Come, sister will take you out for some fun." At the wind and water consulting firm, Huang Wei warmly welcomed Yang Tiancheng as he entered. "Today, President Yang has managed to turn misfortune into fortune, and surely, greater blessings await him in the future." Yang Tiancheng, exhibiting utmost politeness, replied, "Not at all, it is all thanks to Master Ye's grace." Upon seeing Yi Zhou, he hurriedly presented the gift he had prepared. Yi Zhou accepted it without opening it, merely setting it aside. "President Yang, what brings you here today?" he inquired.
Yang Tiancheng,
adopting a humble demeanor, said, "Master Yi, my survival from that calamity was entirely reliant on the talisman you provided. I have come to request a few more to take back with me." Yi Zhou feigned profundity and raised a hand to interrupt him. "President Yang, talismans of such caliber are rare and cannot be sought after. It is all a matter of fate. You already possess 2. Do not be greedy for more." In truth, of the 6 talismans given to him by Sun Wujin, only 2 were safety talismans. The notion of not being greedy was merely a pretext for Yi Zhou, who could not conjure up more talismans. Yang Tiancheng, oblivious to the reality, found Yi Zhou's words to sound quite sophisticated and could only express his regret. "Very well. I shall heed Master Ye's advice." Thinking of the 2 evil-repelling talismans and 2 house-suppressing talismans still in his possession, Yi Zhou's mind whirred. "Has your niece been having nightmares lately? I happen to have 2 high-grade evil-repelling and house-suppressing talismans available." Upon recalling his niece, Yang Tiancheng wasted no time in purchasing the remaining 4 talismans. He resolved to keep 1 evil-repelling talisman for himself and gift 1 to his niece, while placing 1 house-suppressing talisman at the group headquarters and the other on the family altar at home. An hour later, Yang Tiancheng reluctantly exited Yi Zhou's office. "Master Yi, if you come across such talismans again, please reserve 2 for me." Yi Zhou nodded. "If fate allows, you shall be the first to know." After seeing Yang Tiancheng off, Huang Wei entered with a peculiar expression. "Boss, I found that Sun Wujin transferred all the money to a 19-year-old girl named Yu Luo." Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. "Who authorized you to investigate him without permission? This assistant is becoming increasingly reckless." Huang Wei shrank back. "I merely wanted to help you gather more information." He raised 3 fingers. "I swear I did nothing else." Yi Zhou, maintaining a cold demeanor, ignored him, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. "Are you suggesting that this girl, Yu Luo, could potentially be Sun Wujin's new master?" Huang Wei nodded and handed over some documents. "I investigated, and it is indeed plausible that Yu Luo is the one drawing the talismans. The records show she previously resided on Yodo Mountain and only recently descended after her master passed away." He then opened his phone. "I also discovered that she purchased the haunted house from President Yang's niece today." Gazing at the smiling girl in the photograph, Yi Zhou pinched his fingers. Minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead.
"Phew,"
he gasped, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat. "This matter ends here. No one is to disclose anything. Understood?" Huang Wei, wiping the sweat from his brow, nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. Yi Zhou approached the window, gazing in the direction of Lanshan residence. Just who is this girl? Yu Luo, and what lineage does she hail from? How is it that even the heavens seem to protect her? After a brief pause, he continued, I recall the owner of Lanshan residence gifted me a house, which has been cleaned. I shall be moving there tomorrow. He then turned and returned to the sofa, pointing to the gift Yang Tiancheng had brought. Transfer the money from the talismans to Sun Wujin, and also take this to him. Tian Yingying held a particularly favorable impression of Yu Luo. After dinner, upon hearing that Yu Luo intended to return to the hotel to check out, she immediately offered to drive her back to assist with her move. Yu Luo only requested to be dropped off outside the Xiangla Hotel, declining her offer to help with the move, stating she had very few belongings. The only substantial item she possessed was her electric scooter, which she could ride back to Lanshan residence once fully charged. Recalling the luxurious mansion she had just seen, the mischievous little mouse poked its front paws at her. Can I choose a room I like? Yu Luo playfully tapped its head, of course. With such a large house, you could even choose 2 rooms. She added, in the future, just speak your mind. If you keep acting timid and small-minded, do you believe I won't discipline you? The little mouse pretended to be scared, shrinking its neck, but its eyes sparkled with delight. My master is simply too kind to me. Once they had tidied up and checked out, Yu Luo received another call from Sun Wujin. Master, I've sold 4 more talismans, and as a token of gratitude, the client has sent you a gift. If you have the time now, I can bring it over to you. What do you think? Sun Wujin's demeanor was more humble than ever. He now regarded Yu Luo as a deity of fortune. Even if he could not become her disciple, he intended to cling to her coattails for life. Yu Luo pondered for a moment. All right, I bought a house today, and am moving. You can deliver the items to Villa number 6 at Lanshan residence. With the haunted house's reputation and the rotund little mouse by her side, there was no way any fool would dare to try stealing from her. Upon hearing about the new house, Sun Wujin quickly congratulated her. Congratulations, master, on your new residence. I shall present you with a generous red envelope. Yu Luo, noticing he had not hung up, asked suspiciously, do you have more to discuss? Sun Wujin hesitated. My fellow disciples and their families wish to meet you, master. Would that be convenient? After uttering this, everyone on Sun Wujin's end held their breath. Yu Luo understood his intentions clearly. As long as their motives were pure, meeting them posed no issue. Fine, they can come over, but I won't be providing any meals. Whatever you wish to eat, you must bring along. I detest cooking. Upon hearing this, Sun Wujin beamed with joy. That's splendid. I have a disciple whose culinary skills surpass that of 5-star chefs. The dishes are not only delicious but also visually appealing. Tonight, he will whip up a feast for you. And I guarantee you will never want to eat anyone else's cooking again. Even though she had just finished a meal, Yu Luo felt a pang of hunger at his words. All right, the villa is equipped with kitchenware, so just buy the ingredients and seasonings you need. After hanging up, she recalled the thrilling rides she had seen in a video, including roller coasters, giant swings, pirate ships, and haunted houses. She turned to the little mouse and raised an eyebrow. Let's go. Sister will take you out for some fun. Now that I have my ID, have bought the villa, and have money in hand. If I don't indulge now, when will I? Chapter 33. This is the distinction between humans and beasts. 2 hours later, the little mouse trembled as it lay in the flower bed, retching violently. Master, you can have your fun, but I can't take it anymore. That roller coaster is simply a death trap for mice. Its tearful expression prompted Yu Luo to wave her hand. All right, I'm too lazy to continue playing. Watching others enjoy themselves in videos seemed exhilarating, but the reality was merely passable. After infusing a surge of spiritual power into the foul rodent, both the man and the creature made their way outside, preparing to return home. At this moment, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. The entrance of the amusement park was bustling with people, some entering while others exited, and some were waiting for their family members to fetch the car. To the right lay the parking lot of the amusement park, where Yu Luo's electric scooter was parked in the designated area for such vehicles. As she intended to head towards the parking lot, she suddenly noticed a thick, malevolent aura emanating from an SUV that was attempting to turn around. Upon closer inspection, she saw a vengeful spirit, glowing ominously in red, whispering insidiously into the driver's ear. Look at how blissful those people are. Their laughter radiates joy. Why is it that they possess such wealth and leisure while you toil away like a beast? You work tirelessly, only to face layoffs without even receiving severance. If you can't afford your wife's treatment, her medication might cease, wouldn't it? Their joy, could it be a mockery of your impotence? Go forth, collide with them, and make them aware that even a clay figurine has its limits. Yu Luo merely observed in silence. The man's visage revealed a history of hardship. He lost his father at a young age, and his mother later remarried, with his stepfather treating him indifferently. At home, he was a mere shadow. His academic performance was mediocre, rendering him invisible at school, and the university he attended was equally unremarkable. His job followed suit, being neither outstanding nor dismal. After 2 years of employment, he married his current wife, and they had a son and a daughter. This year, his wife was diagnosed with breast cancer, and he was subsequently laid off from his job. To compound his woes, his elderly mother, who assisted with childcare, tragically fell down the stairs and passed away. Following the burial, the family's already precarious finances became strained. Today, he had driven his car with the intention of selling it to fund his wife's medical expenses. But the buyer was intent on undervaluing it. The car, which had cost over 200,000 yuan when purchased, was now being offered for less than 50,000. He resolved to return home and see if anyone else would offer a better price. Under the spirit's influence, the man gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. The spirit, sensing his turmoil, continued to incite him. The one who undercut your car's value is just ahead. His smug demeanor indicates he has you cornered. Run him over. Make him pay for his insolence. As the spirit's words seeped into his mind, a flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes. His foot instinctively pressed down on the accelerator, but just before he could fully commit, he slammed on the brakes. In a fit of rage, he pounded his fist on the steering wheel, shouting, "Get the hell away from me!" Following this outburst, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He stumbled out of the car and collapsed onto the parking lot steps, trembling as he fished out a cigarette and took a deep drag. Upon glancing back at his vehicle, a wave of fear washed over him. To his horror, he realized there was something sinister lurking within his car. His gaze shifted towards the entrance of the amusement park, where children clung to their parents. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he couldn't bear to contemplate the disastrous outcome had he succumbed to the spirit's manipulation. Yu Luo observed the man's reaction with satisfaction. She approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, discreetly channeling another surge of spiritual energy into him. "Hello, are you looking to sell your car? The spirit that was so close to you, if its malevolent energy isn't dispelled, you might fall ill, or worse, endure years of misfortune." Startled, the man quickly processed her words and managed a nervous smile. Yes, this car is barely a year old, hasn't even reached 10,000 kilometers, and has never been in an accident. Yu Luo cast a glance at the spirit drifting away, raising her hand to interrupt him. "I have some matters to attend to. Please wait here a moment. If your car is indeed in good condition, I will certainly offer you a fair price." With that, she set off to see whom the spirit would attempt to deceive next. Given the opportunity that had presented itself, it would be remiss not to seize it. The man, desperate to sell the car and secure funds for his wife's treatment, readily agreed. "Of course, take your time, I'll be right here." After bidding him farewell, Yu Luo followed the trail of the dense malevolent energy and soon located the spirit. It was now whispering into the ear of another man in his 30s. "Look at the smiles on those faces. Aren't they infuriating? Why do they get to be so joyous while you toil endlessly? You're human too. Yet they bask in wealth and leisure while you labor like a beast." The same insidious rhetoric was being repeated. Yu Luo scrutinized the man before her. Though not extravagantly wealthy, his family enjoyed a comfortable life. They owned a car worth hundreds of thousands, 2 spacious homes, and boasted nearly $1 million in savings, along with a loving wife and 2 adorable children. His parents were also supportive, both receiving pensions. By all appearances, his life was exponentially better than that of the previous man. Yet, he was consumed by a deep-seated resentment and malice that bubbled to the surface. Yu Luo remained still, observing. Even the most formidable of spirits would find it arduous to sway a person of good heart. Just as the previous man had ultimately seen through the spirit's deception, so too would this man reveal his true nature. For, indeed, a fundamentally wicked person, even without external provocation, would eventually unveil their inner demon. The man's eyes had begun to redden, filled with murderous intent as he surveyed the crowd of children. What gives them the right to be so happy? I wonder how I should crush them when the time comes. He contemplated whether their bodies would burst like balloons upon impact. With this thought, a deranged smile spread across his face as he pressed the accelerator. The car shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards the throngs of people at the amusement park entrance. Yu Luo's expression turned icy. Behold, this is the distinction between humanity and beast. If this man seeks to forsake his life, let him meet his demise. One less scoundrel will bring joy to countless families. This transaction will undoubtedly be worthwhile. With that thought, Yu Luo delicately snapped her fingers, and the car, which had been racing towards the entrance, abruptly changed direction. With a thunderous roar of acceleration, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle. The vehicle collided with a sharply defined concrete platform adjacent to the parking lot at a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. The front of the car crumpled upon impact, and bystanders murmured that the driver's head had been obliterated.
Oh my.
How terrifying! Yu Luo exclaimed, feigning shock as she patted her chest. Stepping away from the throng of onlookers, she extended her hand and deftly grasped the malevolent spirit, dragging it forth with ease. Yu Luo, with a disdainful flick of her wrist, discarded the wretched entity onto the ground, allowing it to experience the true meaning of being unable to escape death. Had fate not intervened with her presence today, an unprecedented man-made catastrophe would have unfolded here, resulting in the tragic demise of 28 individuals, leaving over 30 others with lifelong disabilities and more than 20 severely injured and hospitalized. Among the deceased, 18 were children under the age of 10. Chapter 34. Is someone in your family ill and in need of a kidney? Upon her return, the man remained seated on the same steps, his posture unchanged. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Why do you not go to witness the commotion over there?" Having heard of the grave accident, the man was reminded of his own past ordeal, causing beads of sweat to form in his palms. The thought of joining the spectacle was far from his mind. Glancing hesitantly at his car, then back at Yu Luo, he ultimately resolved to speak the truth. "Young lady, you may leave. I shall not sell my car." Inwardly, Yu Luo commended the man. Observe, a person of benevolence who, despite enduring hardships, refrains from harming others for personal gain. She chose to feign ignorance. "Uncle, weren't you planning to sell your car to fund your wife's treatment? Why the change of heart?" The man was taken aback. "How did you know I intended to sell my car for my wife's medical expenses?" Yu Luo casually fabricated a response. "I overheard you speaking to a gentleman earlier." With a resigned sigh, the man confessed, "To be honest, my car is haunted. If this young lady were to purchase it and something were to go awry, even if it cured my wife, I would never find peace." Thus, he dared not sell the vehicle. If all else failed, he would resort to selling his house. Seeing the sincerity etched on his face, Yu Luo smiled. "You needn't worry about that. I happen to be skilled in exorcism. How much did you purchase this car for?" Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized her anew. His gaze fell upon the lively ferret practicing its punches nearby, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "Is that a spirit medium?" The ferret, with a mischievous laugh, pummeled the malevolent spirit once more before giving the man a thumbs up. "Not bad, you have good taste." Recognizing the ferret's true identity, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him. To be candid, all the paperwork would total nearly $48 million. "What can you offer?" Yu Luo beckoned to the ferret. "Go check it out." She had been traumatized by the previous ride in a ride-hailing vehicle, and now, simply seeing a black car gave her psychological distress. The ferret, recalling the nauseating experience from the last ride, retreated rapidly, shaking its head vehemently. "I don't want to. That car reeks. I refuse to go near it." Yu Luo's intention to purchase the car was merely to assist the man. Noting the ferret's unwillingness to inspect the vehicle, she suggested, "Uncle, why don't you open all the doors and we can take a look from outside?" The man readily complied, introducing himself as Wang Hu as he opened the door. Yu Luo offered a brief introduction in return. As the door swung open, both Yu Luo and the ferret instinctively took a few steps back. In the next moment, they were both astonished.
Huh?
There's no foul odor? They cautiously approached, sniffing the air, and found it still devoid of any unpleasant scent. The ferret swiftly pinned the malevolent spirit against a nearby tree, then dashed into the car. "Master, it truly doesn't smell bad." Yu Luo climbed into the vehicle, surveying her surroundings. Not only was there no foul odor, but a subtle hint of mint lingered in the air. Exchanging glances with the ferret, they pondered why the previous ride had been so repugnant. Though Wang Hu's car had been used for a year, he took great care of it. Upon inspection, aside from the odometer showing fewer than 10,000 kilometers and some wear on the tires, it was nearly indistinguishable from a new vehicle. The absence of any unpleasant smell further pleased Yu Luo. After assessing the car's condition, she stated directly, "I quite like this car, and I believe we can negotiate a fair price. However, I do not know how to drive and would like to hire a driver. Do you have anyone suitable in mind?" Hearing this, Wang Hu felt a rush of excitement. Fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, he ventured, "Miss, do you think I could be that driver?" Since being laid off, he had been searching for work, but others dismissed him for his age or insufficient qualifications. Ultimately, he resorted to manual labor at a construction site for a few months, as he needed to care for his ill wife and transport his children. The foreman eventually let him go. He now dreamed of securing a stable job, even if the pay was lower. Yu Luo circled around him, assessing him. "Very well. I will hire you." Unsure of the appropriate monthly salary for a driver, she nudged the ferret with her foot, seeking its opinion. "Hey, ferret, how much should a driver be paid?" The ferret pondered briefly, then held up 2 fingers. Yu Luo signaled her approval and turned to Wang Hu. "I will buy this car for 200,000. If you agree to be my driver, I will pay you a monthly salary of 20,000.
What?
Wang Hu could hardly believe his ears. "You said you would pay 200,000 for this car? And offer me a 20,000 monthly salary to drive?" He knew that even if one bought a car today and sold it tomorrow, it would lose significant value. Moreover, his car had already been owned for over a year. To sell it for 200,000, one would either have to be extraordinarily wealthy or have ulterior motives. Aside from his healthy body, Wang Hu could not fathom what else he had that was worth scheming over. Yu Luo nodded with a smile. "You heard correctly." Recalling the anti-fraud slogans she had seen, Wang Hu tentatively asked, "Is someone in your family gravely ill and in need of a kidney?" "A kidney? What do you mean?" The ferret's little eyes fixed on Yu Luo. "Is someone really in need of a kidney?" Yu Luo playfully slapped its head. "Is this a new internet meme?" Wang Hu awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't mean it that way. I just find it hard to believe." In a tone reminiscent of the video she had seen, Yu Luo assured him, "Relax, no one in my family is sick. I want to be taking your kidney." With the price settled, Yu Luo promptly transferred 220,000 to Wang Hu. The 200,000 was for the car, and the additional 20,000 was for the following month's salary. After the transaction was complete, she waved her hand. "You may return home now. Report to the villa at No. 6 Langshan residence tomorrow." Wang Hu stared at the notification of the completed transaction, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over him.
Boss.
"Would you like me to drive you back?" Yu Luo declined with a wave of her hand. "No need, I have my own car." Wang Hu felt a warmth in his heart. The boss was young but genuinely kind-hearted. Despite having her own vehicle, she was willing to buy his car at a loss and specifically mentioned needing a driver. "Oh, how wonderful. I shall be a diligent and dedicated driver." He stood still, eager to see what kind of car Yu Luo possessed. Upon spotting the adorable pink electric vehicle, his lips twitched in disbelief. "All right then. Electric vehicles are indeed vehicles." Noticing that he had not yet departed, Yu Luo casually came to a halt, retrieving a piece of talisman paper and a talisman brush from the trunk. With a few swift strokes, he crafted a talisman and handed it over. "The spirit from your vehicle has already been captured. You can drive without worry. Take this back to your wife and ensure she keeps it close. Though her ailment may seem terrifying, it is merely in its early stages. With timely treatment and a positive mindset, she shall surely live a long and prosperous life." Wang Hu accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, boss." Yu Luo stowed away his belongings and waved goodbye, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Before departing, the mischievous rat did not forget to pull down the fierce spirit from the nearby tree. Chapter 35. That male ghost tempts mother. Outside the No. 6 villa at Lanshan residence, a dozen individuals anxiously awaited the arrival on the road. A boy with a fair complexion, exuding an air of scholarly charm under the sunlight, furrowed his brow. "Grandpa's son, with the sun nearly setting, do you think Master will return today?" He was eager to showcase his skills and win over the Master's palate, hoping to earn his esteem. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Sun Wujin also felt uncertain. He glanced at his senior brother, Shen Dajing. "Do you think I should send a message to inquire?" Shen Dajing surveyed the crowd. Everyone remained calm. "The Master assured us he would return, and he will surely keep his word. We merely need to wait a bit longer." With the leader's words, no one dared to voice further objections. Inside the villa, a chubby face pressed against the glass, secretly observing the people outside. "Mom, do you think they are good or bad people?" Bye-bye, too, gazed outside, concluding they appeared harmless. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. The 2 mischievous spirits, noticing the scene, craned their necks to look outside. Bye-bye smacked each spirit playfully. "Have you finished your chores?" The female ghost swiftly hid behind the male. "Uncle, she's so fierce." The male ghost leered at Bai and yanked the female ghost out. It's wrong to be lazy. Quickly apologized to Bai. The female ghost was momentarily stunned, but her eyes soon glowed a fierce crimson, her demeanor spiraling into madness. Isn't it you, wretched creature, who tempted him? You vile harlot! Her gaze toward Bai was filled with malice. You want to steal my uncle? Not a chance. With that, she lunged at Bai, who seized her hair and delivered a resounding slap. Only you would consider trash as treasure. I wouldn't accept this scoundrel even if he came to me. Bai then grabbed the male ghost and gave him a slap too. If I catch you looking at me with that kind of gaze again, I swear I'll pluck your eyes out. She looked forward to the Master's return, eager for him to rid them of these despicable spirits. The two ghosts howled in pain, their malevolent energy dissipating significantly. Yet, not 10 minutes had passed before the male ghost resumed his lewd glances at Bai, inciting her wrath once more. This time, the female ghost noticed his actions and seized him, leading to a frantic scuffle. I'll beat you, wretched man. At your age. Acting so shamelessly even as a ghost. The chubby spirit quietly observed everything. As Yu Luo appeared, riding a pink electric scooter and donning a matching pink helmet. Everyone gasped in astonishment. They knew the master was young, but they had not anticipated him to be so youthful, resembling a minor. Sun Wujin hurriedly approached. Little master, you've finally returned. We've prepared hairy crabs, blue crabs, lobsters, abalones, pork ribs, chicken, duck, fish, and more. Please let us know if there's anything else you need. Yu Luo shot him an annoyed glance. Step aside. You're blocking my way. This remark elicited a chorus of suppressed laughter from behind. They had assumed the master would be difficult to approach, yet he was surprisingly down to earth. Once the electric scooter came to a halt, the mischievous rat yawned and crawled out from a small hole. Chubby, come here. I've brought you a gift. However, upon seeing the throng of people before him, he abruptly halted. What on earth? Why are there so many people? What do they want at our doorstep? Irritated, he inquired of his master, should I chase them away? Yu Luo shook his head. No need to drive them away. They are here to prepare our dinner. Instantly intrigued by the prospect of food, the rat's demeanor softened. They are family. Ignoring the rat, Yu Luo opened the door and welcomed everyone inside. The kitchen is over there. Aside from the ingredients and spices, everything else is well stocked, he implied. Stop chattering, let us get cooking. Those skilled in the culinary arts rushed into the kitchen, eager to have their talents recognized by the little master and receive his guidance. Before long, only Sun Wujin and Shen Dajing remained. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow at them. You two can't cook? Sun Wujin awkwardly rubbed his hands together, diverting the conversation by retrieving a gift box sent by Huang Wei. Master, this is a gift from the person who purchased your talismans. He continued. 4 more talismans were sold, each for 10 million. I will transfer the money to you now. Upon hearing of the substantial financial gain, Yu Luo's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted the box, giving Sun Wujin a thumbs up. Well done. He then opened the small box, revealing a jade bracelet of exquisite quality. Having seen many fine items, Yu Luo remained unfazed by its beauty. Sun Wujin and Shen Dajing exchanged glances, acknowledging that the master's calmness in the presence of such treasures was truly remarkable. Just then, the chubby spirit floated out from the room. Spotting the chubby spirit, Shen Dajing sprang to his feet. You audacious little ghost. Sun Wujin quickly grabbed him, subtly glancing at Yu Luo. Seeing Yu Luo remain unfazed while sipping tea, and the rat not reacting, Shen Dajing felt his face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he muttered, I'll step outside for some fresh air. He then dragged Sun Wujin to the courtyard. Junior brother, do you think that little ghost is being raised by the master? Sun Wujin shot him a look. Is that even a question? With the master here, would any unruly spirits dare to act up? Shen Dajing buried his face in his hands. Goodness! How embarrassing to be seen in the master's house. Inside, the mischievous rat yanked the fierce spirit out and tossed it onto the ground. Chubby, see how much master cares for you. I went out and even brought you a little snack. Upon seeing the feeble spirit, the chubby spirit's eyes lit up. After consuming that ghost last time, both she and her mother had grown significantly stronger. If they feasted on the spirit before them, they would surely become even more formidable. With this thought, she sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Rat Master. Mom said you're much older than us, so we must respect our elders and not argue with you. However, there was still one more pressing matter. She glanced around and floated over to Yu Luo. Speaking in a hushed tone, Master, can you drive away those two original ghosts? Yu Luo paused. Why is that? Pang Pang found himself in a quandary, as the female ghost frequently lashed out, accusing his mother of stealing her man, while the male ghost shamelessly flirted with his mother. Yu Luo couldn't help but chuckle at her words. You're but a little child. What do you know of seduction? Pang Pang glanced upstairs, exclaiming, Of course I know. With that, he mimicked the male ghost's lascivious gaze towards Bye-Bye. Master, look. He behaves just like this. Eyes all twitching as he looks at my mother. The female ghost claimed that he was seducing her, even berating her mother as a vixen, alleging that she was stealing her man. Really? Yu Luo asked incredulously. Is he truly that shameless? Pang Pang nodded vigorously. Yes. Thus, I detest them entirely. Yu Luo reached out to gently pat his chubby cheeks. Alright, it's not a big deal. If you dislike them so much, just twist them up and devour them, then. Such ghosts that nearly caused several lives ought to be dealt with. Given the chance, they would surely harm others again. Since they were so ungrateful, there was no need for them to remain as ghosts any longer. Chapter 36. Have you become foolish from staring at these? Due to the culinary prowess of Shen Daji's grandson, Shen Qingqing, the fair, sunny, and scholarly boy, Yu Luo was thoroughly satisfied with the meal. She patted her full belly, wiped her mouth, and, without any preamble, stated, while this meal was indeed delightful, I must reiterate that I currently have no intention of taking on disciples. She paused deliberately, observing the young ones. Aside from a hint of disappointment, they were not disheartened. She continued, however, if I could enjoy such delectable meals daily, I wouldn't mind offering you a few pointers. Naturally, she added, as for future ingredients, I won't let you bear the cost. I shall pay for them myself. The group, spanning from the elder son Wu Jin to their younger counterparts, harbored some minor ambitions. Yet their character remained commendable. Their journey in the mortal realm also included imparting knowledge and guidance. She had previously heard of a senior brother who established a sect during his own trials in a lesser world, gathering a multitude of disciples who went out to vanquish demons and monsters, swiftly accruing merit. She had no intention of undergoing rigorous training or the cumbersome task of mentoring disciples. Otherwise, she could easily replicate that approach. The reason Yu Luo agreed to guide them was that any merit accrued from their future endeavors in fortune-telling or ghost-catching would partially belong to her. Another day of effortless gains. The once hopeless crowd felt rejuvenated upon hearing her words, especially Shen Qingqing, who had only ever been interested in metaphysics and cooking since childhood, blushed with excitement. He immediately turned to his grandfather, Shen Daji, asking, Do you have a house in Huaqin? I want to live there and be with Master. He aspired to become a master even more formidable than his grandfather, dazzling his father in the process and making him lament his son's unprofessional pursuits. Shen Daji shot him a glare. You little rascal, are you giving up on your studies? Shen Qingqing shrugged. That lousy college of mine isn't that strict. I'll just tell the teacher I'm doing an early internship. Seeing his grandson had already made plans, Shen Daji naturally ceased his opposition. Alright, I'll buy you a house tomorrow. Yu Luo had little interest in their future plans. Recalling how Sun Wujin had recorded her talisman-making video, she remarked, You should first learn those two types of talismans from the video before coming to me. If you can't even draw such simple talismans, even if I'm willing to guide you, it would be futile. The implication was unmistakable. Do not disturb her until they had mastered those two talismans. Sun Wujin's sixth disciple, Lu Feng, who had little interest in metaphysics and was solely focused on becoming the world's wealthiest businessman, flattered her, asking, Little Master, do you have any talismans that attract wealth? Yu Luo scrutinized him from head to toe. What's this? Even the richest in the magic city isn't enough for you? This fellow was indeed something else. You're already swimming in wealth, and yet you seek wealth-attracting talismans? Lu Feng chuckled. My goal is to be the world's wealthiest. Yu Luo laughed at his ambition. A lofty aspiration indeed. Keep striving for it. Lu Feng, with a pained expression, asked, Is there truly no wealth-attracting talisman? Yu Luo shook her head. There is. However, this item would prematurely deplete your fortune. Are you certain you want it? Being a businessman, Lu Feng was adept at weighing pros and cons. Upon hearing it would exhaust his fortune, he promptly declined. Yu Luo scanned the crowd. To express my gratitude for today's dinner, I shall gift each of you a health and safety talisman, wishing you peace and wellness in your future lives. At her words, everyone's eyes brightened. Thank you, little master. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Yu Luo inspected the surroundings and found that the troublesome ghosts were surprisingly adept at cleaning, leaving even the nooks and crannies gleaming. Unfortunately, their annoying behavior made it imperative that they could not be spared. After indulging in a delightful bath, she settled down to watch a mindless xianxia drama. As she watched, she couldn't help but critique. Goodness, these lines are utterly brainless. They talk of annihilating the three realms at every turn. Are they serious? And what else with these outfits? They all look like they're in mourning. So unappealing. The number one beauty of the three realms? Really? The little rat perched at the foot of the bed, its tiny eyes wide with excitement.
Hit him.
Jime, is your hand just for show? Oh, come on. Are you blind? Don't you see she asked the villain? I can't take this anymore. I simply cannot watch. It huffed and turned its head away. No wonder there are so many calamities these days. It turns out the immortals are all busy with romantic affairs. Truly, even after becoming immortals, they only concern themselves with love, stealing men and women. If those in power do not fulfill their duties, what use are these immortals at all? Yu Luo chuckled and patted its head. These xianxia dramas are all fictitious. They're merely for amusement and should not be taken seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, a towering figure suddenly appeared in the room. Humph, you didn't watch these and ruin your brain, did you? Is that why you've neglected your training? Hearing that familiar voice, Yu Luo sprang up from the bed, dashing towards him. Dad, are you here to take me back? I can't bear to stay in this realm for even a second longer. There's no spiritual food, no spiritual pets. And I can't even fly. Look how thin I've become. The man disdainfully raised a hand to press against her forehead, preventing her from getting too close. Stop playing the victim. I see you haven't lost weight. You've actually gained. Seeing her father not buying into her act, Yu Luo dropped the charade. You say I haven't trained well? Let me clarify. In these 3 days, I uncovered a deceptive renovation scheme for old Lu, aided the police in capturing 2 heinous criminals, and even caught 2 ghosts selling the talismans, and saved the wealthiest man in Huacheng right at the amusement park entrance. The man coldly interrupted her. Be quiet. Don't make excuses. Of what you've said, aside from the first day of earnestly setting up shop, which of the rest wasn't mere coincidence? Yu Luo felt a twinge of guilt. However, she stubbornly held her head high, refusing to relent, regardless of whether it was mere coincidence. Just tell me, are these matters of my doing? Her father snorted coldly. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If you continue to be lackadaisical tomorrow, I shall not hesitate to seal your storage pouch and your entire essence of magic. Upon hearing this, Yu Luo was instantly alarmed. Are you still my biological father? Since when does a father think only of making his own daughter suffer? Her father shot her a glare. Whether I am your true father is not a justification for your negligence. Choose one. Healing the world, divination, or vanquishing demons. From tomorrow onward, you must train earnestly, otherwise, I shall completely seal your magical powers and storage pouch. Seeing her father's unyielding demeanor, Yu Luo's mind whirled, and she exclaimed, Stop. I choose divination. After all, from her previous experience with street stalls, it was evident that most people no longer believed in fortune-telling. If she were to set up a stall, and no one came to seek her counsel, she could hardly be held accountable. Her father's tone softened somewhat. Since you have made your choice, then train diligently. To prevent you from slacking off, you must perform at least 5 divinations each day. If that proves insufficient, then you shall conduct live broadcasts. Alas, her father knew too well how adept she was at avoiding effort. If not for her laziness, given her innate talent, she would have at least surpassed the Great Ascension stage by now. It was precisely her indolence that had kept her cultivation stagnant at the spirit transformation stage. Yu Luo, who had initially thought she could brazenly shirk her responsibilities, was momentarily taken aback. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, I can't believe it. Father, you are such a difficult person. Chapter 37. Stinky Mouse, do you wish to be a man or a woman? 5 divinations it shall be. Yu Luo glared somewhat displeasedly at her father. However, I have one request. Her father coolly uttered a single word. Speak. Yu Luo pointed at the trembling Stinky Mouse. If you give it a transformation pill, I would feel less lonely. I need someone to keep me company. As long as Stinky Mouse can turn into a human. Whenever I don't feel like working, I can send it to do so instead.
Clever, right?
The Stinky Mouse, desperately trying to reduce its presence, froze in surprise. I've been cautious with my breathing. How did I get roped into this? Yet, upon realizing what Yu Luo had proposed, it was overcome with joy. Yes, yes. I vow to remain utterly loyal to my master, even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of flames. Yu Luo's father frowned as he regarded it. To be frank, the obsequious demeanor of the stinky mouse was somewhat irksome. However, considering that his daughter was alone in the lower realm, amidst unfamiliar surroundings, it seemed she truly required a devoted companion. Thus, he inquired, "Do you wish to become a man or a woman?" Hearing this, Yu Luo too directed her gaze at the stinky mouse. "Indeed, stinky mouse, do you wish to be a man or a woman?" The stinky mouse was momentarily at a loss. Previously, it had solely focused on cultivating to human form, but it had never contemplated the question of gender. In its eyes, as long as it could become human, it mattered not whether it was male, female, or non-binary. Raising a paw to scratch its head, the stinky mouse found itself momentarily bewildered, recalling the times in the mountains when a man and a woman got too close, only to be the subject of whispers. Clarity suddenly dawned on it. Master's father, I wish to become a girl of similar age to my master. This way, when I follow her, no one will speak ill of us. Yu Luo's father waved his hand, and a pink pill along with a black dagger flew towards the stinky mouse. He then shot a glance at Yu Luo. Remember your promise. Train rigorously and do not cause your mother to worry. Upon hearing him mention her mother, Yu Luo's voice dimmed. I understand. Hurry along now. Stop being so verbose. Once her father's figure vanished, she sniffled. Oh, how I miss mommy. From the day she was born until now, when she had been cast down to train, it was the first time Yu Luo had been away from her mother. After a moment, she wiped her eyes with her hand. To see mommy again soon, I suppose I must encourage Stinky Mouse to work hard. Noticing her somber mood, the Stinky Mouse hesitated to boast. And master, can I eat the pill now? Yu Luo had assumed it had already consumed it, but upon glancing back, it remained in its original form. She frowned. Why haven't you eaten yet? I gave it to you. It's yours. Eat it whenever you wish, no need to ask me. Upon hearing her words, the stinky mouse gulped and devoured the transformation pill in one bite. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped its body. As the light grew brighter, a girl of around 18 or 19 years, clad in a flowing white dress with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, appeared. The dazzling light gradually faded as she emerged. Curiously, Yu Luo reached out and poked her face. Stinky Mouse, why is your face so round? Seeing that she was still dazed on the ground, Yu Luo pulled her up and brought her to the mirror. Stinky Mouse, look. You are human now. You can stand and walk. No more lying on the ground like before, understand? The Stinky Mouse gazed at the mirror in awe. Lifting a hand gently, the reflection mirrored its movements. A yawn escaped its lips, and so did the figure in the mirror. Suddenly, it covered its face and wept. Oh, I have finally become human. Yu Luo, not particularly adept at consoling others, merely patted her shoulder. There, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? Seeing that the stinky mouse continued to sob, her annoyance grew. If you cry again, I will smack you. Honestly, I am trying to be kind and comfort you. And you still cry. How ungrateful. Noticing her irritation, the stinky mouse hurriedly dried its tears. Master, I am truly sorry. I am just so overjoyed. Hearing it call her master, Yu Luo frowned again. You are human now, so please refrain from calling me master. Just call me sister. Since you were previously called Fragrant Mouse, you shall now be known as Yu Xiangxiang. The stinky mouse was quite pleased with its new name. Thank you, master. Remembering Yu Luo's request, it promptly changed its address to thank you, sister. I really like this name. Yu Luo yawned. All right, go back to your own room and sleep. Tomorrow, we have work to do. Ugh. That father of mine is truly unbearable. After devouring wicked spirits, he has become even more formidable. Bye-bye, sitting in the room. Practice meditation as Yu Luo had instructed. Meanwhile, Pang, unable to remain still, excitedly rolled around the villa. While tumbling about, it spotted a round-faced girl emerging from Yu Luo's room. At first, it thought it must be mistaken. Rubbing its eyes with its chubby hands, it looked again and saw the girl enter the bedroom next to Yu Luo's. Pang tilted its head, utterly perplexed. Besides, master, is there someone else in this villa? The curiosity of a child knows no bounds. At this moment, Pang was consumed with a desire to uncover the identity of the inexplicably appearing round-faced girl. Without hesitation, it floated to the door of that bedroom, pressing its head against the door to listen. All it could discern was the faint sound of running water. Could it be a friend of Masteress? Never mind. Rather than speculate here, I might as well go in and find out. After making up her mind, the plump girl confidently employed her wall-passing technique. With a resounding duong, she was abruptly propelled backward by a force. Ouch! It hurts! Mommy, help! Upon hearing her daughter's cries, Bai swiftly floated over, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. She noticed no formidable figures or spirits, only the plump girl clutching her head in distress. She crouched down and gently embraced the girl, whispering, "Baby, are you having a nightmare?" Upon seeing her mother, the plump girl instantly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. With tears streaming down her face, she released her grip from her head and began to wail, "Wah, Mommy, my head hurts." It was then that Bai noticed a large, swollen bump on her forehead, comparable to the size of a fist. Her eyes filled with concern. "Tell me, my dear, who hurt you?" Upon uttering this, a fierce aura surrounded her, boiling with rage. No matter who had dared to harm her daughter, she would ensure they faced the consequences. Sensing her mother's fury, the plump girl timidly wrapped her small arms around Bai's neck, lowering her head in guilt. "Mommy, no one hurt me. I just bumped into that door." "What?" Bai was skeptical. Given their current strength, passing through a wall should be a trivial matter. How could she have been injured by a door? Unconvinced, Bai set her daughter down and approached the room. Once again, with a duong, she too was flung backward, sporting a similar swollen bump on her head.
Ow!
That really hurts. While bathing, Xiang wrapped herself in a towel and rushed out, exclaiming, "What is happening? What is going on? Damn it! After finally becoming human, I get hit by the door twice while trying to take a shower." Irritated, she flung the door open. "Do you think I have no temper?" Bai and the plump girl stared at the girl in front of them, hands on her hips, cursing. "You're a stinky rat?" Xiang rolled her eyes. "From now on, please call me Aunt Xiang. Chapter 38. A young lady shouldn't be so rude. The following day, recalling Yu Luo's words about going out for labor, Xiang awoke before 7. On her first day as a human, she could not afford to leave a poor impression on her master. However, once she had completed her morning routine, she discovered that Yu Luo was still sound asleep. Therefore, dutifully, Xiang raised her delicate little fists and knocked emphatically on the door. The thunderous knocking roused Yu Luo from her slumber. With messy hair, she sat up groggily, wondering if there was an earthquake. The next moment, upon seeing Xiang knocking at the door, she furiously approached and yanked it open.
Stinky rat.
"I turned you into a human, and this is how you repay me? Do you know that lack of sleep can age you quickly? You don't have an early class at 8, so why are you up so early?"
How annoying!
The two girls, sporting large bumps on their heads, quickly withdrew. "Oh my, the master has quite the morning temper." Xiang shrank her neck. "Master, have you forgotten about what you promised your father? He said last night that if you don't practice diligently, he will seal your cultivation." Yu Luo, irritated, grabbed a handful of her hair. "All right, I get it. Next time, knock more quietly." Once dressed, she opened the door to find Xingchen holding a thermos. "Master, here's breakfast. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a variety. Let us see if it suits your taste." As he spoke, he unveiled several large thermoses, revealing an array of breakfast items: fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, soy milk, stuffed pancakes, lean meat porridge, pickled vegetables, rice rolls, wontons, and noodles. Yu Luo's mood lightened considerably. She picked up a fried dough stick and took a bite. It was crisp on the outside and tender within. Utterly delightful. Her eyes sparkled. Not bad. You haven't eaten yet, right? Sit down and join me." Xingchen shook his head. "No, thank you, I've already eaten." Yu Luo grabbed a pair of chopsticks and sampled the pickled cucumbers. They were tangy, spicy, and wonderfully crunchy. "This pickled dish is superb." Xingchen beamed. "I'm glad you like it." His gaze lingered on Xiang for a moment. "Master, who is this?" Yu Luo, with a mouthful of porridge and pickled cucumbers. Didn't he even look up? "This is my sister, Yu Xiang. You can call her second master." This was Xiang's first meal since becoming human. After savoring a stuffed pancake and while sipping soy milk, she heard Yu Luo's words and half spit out her drink. Cough. What on earth is second master? Yu Luo disdainfully pushed her plate of pickled cucumbers and porridge aside. "How rude. Now that Xiang is human, do you still want to eat?" Xingchen felt something was off, but obediently called out, "Second master." After all, grandfather said that masters are never wrong. Whatever they say is the truth. As he glanced at the chair next to Yu Luo, he sensed something was amiss. "Master, hasn't Ti Huang Daxian woken up yet?" Xiang shot him a sideways glance. At such a young age, you have quite a few questions. Have you learned those 2 talismans yet? Shin Xingqian's curiosity evaporated instantly. Not yet. But I'll practice again when I return. Yu Luo couldn't help but chuckle. I must say, the stinky rat's tongue can be quite sharp sometimes. After finishing breakfast, as they stepped outside, they spotted a black SUV parked outside the courtyard. Yu Luo suddenly remembered that she was now part of the car-owning class. When compared to a car with air conditioning and no foul odors, the electric bicycle seemed far less appealing. Wang Hu immediately got out to assist them in opening the car door. Miss Yu, and this young lady, please be careful not to bump your heads. Yu Luo pointed to Xiang Xiang, introducing her. This is my sister, Yu Xiang. Wang Hu quickly greeted, hello, Miss Xiaoyu. After confirming their destination, Wang Hu stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. The market where Yu Luo used to set up her stall was roughly 15 kilometers from Lanshan residence. Given that they had missed the morning rush hour, the roads were clear, and they arrived in just about 20 minutes. Once they disembarked. Considering that Wang Hu's wife was ill, Yu Luo waved him off. Uncle Wang, if you're busy, you can head back early. Just come to pick us up at noon. Wang Hu adamantly shook his head.
No, it's fine.
I'll wait for you here. After discussing the situation at home, to ensure he could work without worry, his mother-in-law had come early to help care for his wife. Yu Luo generously paid him 200,000 yuan for his car and agreed to a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. So he certainly couldn't let that money go to waste. Seeing he was unwilling to leave, Yu Luo said no more and led the stinky rat to the entrance of the grain and oil store. Last time, Fat Aunt mentioned that only the shop had an available spot outside. She planned to rent it to set up her stall. Upon seeing Yu Luo, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Young lady, are you here to tell fortunes again? Are you interested in renting the spot in front of my shop? Yu Luo, already intending to rent it, asked in return, how much do you plan to charge for the rent? The proprietor's eyes twirled restlessly. Discussing finances can be quite detrimental to our rapport, isn't it? Aren't fortune tellers like yourselves supposed to speak of fate? He paused for a moment. I shall be magnanimous this time and waive your fee. I require only a modest share of your earnings. Observing the glimmer of greed in his eyes, Yu Luo couldn't help but sneer inwardly at the suggestion of a share. Do elaborate, she challenged. With a sly grin, the proprietor extended 5 fingers. I am not a greedy man. Allowing you to vend freely before my establishment, a 50-50 split of your fortune-telling and talisman sales is hardly excessive, wouldn't you agree? His tone dripped with condescension. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Xiang Xiang's eyes, while Yu Luo was incensed by his shamelessness. Excessive? Not at all. I ought to thank you. You could have simply robbed me, yet you chose to negotiate. Truly, that is commendable. The proprietor, discerning the sarcasm in her tone, retorted. What manner of speech is this? Do you expect to receive something for nothing? The audacity of today's youth knows no bounds. If you wish to set up shop here, it is a 50-50 split, or the deal is off. Rent is negotiable. If you refuse, then leave. With that, he cursed and stormed back into his shop. Humph. That insolent wretch truly lacks appreciation. He grumbled. To call himself a fortune teller is a generous label. In truth, he is nothing but a charlatan. Offering her a semblance of respect, and she dares to consider herself a master? Xiang Xiang could no longer contain her fury and prepared to strike. But Yu Luo restrained her. Violence is unlawful, especially for a young lady. Let us not be so uncouth. Turning, she smiled sweetly at the proprietor. Who is it that just called someone shameless? As their eyes met, the proprietor's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, raising his palm like a fan, and began to strike himself across the face. I am shameless. I am a scoundrel. I peddle counterfeit goods. I spy on my daughter-in-law bathing, and I consort with the widow next door. Chapter 39. Hurry and break up with your boyfriend. He is your undoing. The proprietor's antics instantly drew a crowd. People began to murmur and point. An elderly woman spat vehemently. You wretched scoundrel. The chicken essence I bought here last time was a fraud. Another woman chimed in. Don't even get me started. The soy sauce I purchased was counterfeit. And, to top it off, there was a dead rat inside. When I returned to confront him, he flatly denied it was from a store. A man with a child expressed his outrage. I am the real victim here. I could never bring myself to buy such expensive drinks. Yet I bought my grandson a walnut beverage, and guess what? Noticing the interest from the crowd, he cleared his throat. Upon returning home, my daughter-in-law saw the label on that walnut drink. 9 nuclear bombs. Can you believe it? I merely wanted to treat my grandson to something nice, but ended up with counterfeit goods, and she berated me for it. Thankfully, the child went to the hospital for a checkup, and thankfully, he was fine. Yu Luo and Xiang Xiang exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Is 9 nuclear bombs a fraudulent drink? They recalled the last time old Lu had treated them to that very beverage. Had they unwittingly consumed counterfeit products themselves? With the first few voices speaking up, soon the crowd erupted with tales of their own experiences with counterfeit goods from this establishment. Angered, they rushed into the shop, discovering that every item, be it flour, rice, cooking oil, or even beer and condiments, was a sham. The so-called master Lushir tea, jiang beef, and 9 nuclear bombs were mere child's play. The flour contained no flour, the noodles were devoid of any noodles, and even the rice noodles lacked rice. Many individuals promptly dialed the Market Supervision Bureau to report the store. Meanwhile, the proprietor remained on the ground, continually slapping himself while recounting his misdeeds. Internally, he was in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? That wretched girl is merely a charlatan. Why can I not control my body, let alone my mouth? Yu Luo blinked gently. The proprietor struggled to his feet, still slapping himself, and declared, I confess. I will report myself. A scoundrel like me deserves to face justice. And with that, he truly dialed the police, recounting all his transgressions. Before long, a squad car arrived with sirens blaring. After a brief statement, they, along with the Market Supervision Bureau, sealed the shop. Once the police departed, Yu Luo set up her little stool and called out, fortune-telling, 100 for a reading. If it's inaccurate, there's no charge. Xiang Xiang energetically joined in the promotion. The crowd, still present, quickly gathered around once more. Those who had previously seen Yu Luo's readings were skeptical, while newcomers were utterly bewildered. Little girl, how old are you? What can you possibly know? Yu Luo, sitting confidently, replied, I can predict anything. Would you care for a reading? If it's wrong, there's no charge. A girl who appeared somewhat frail, dressed in long sleeves and pants despite the heat, and with her head bowed in shyness, hesitated for a long while before finally sitting on the stool. Master, I wish to know if my current boyfriend is my true fate. She had been in a relationship with him for over 2 years, and his family had recently been urging them to marry. His parents even suggested that, regardless of marriage, they could have children while still young. Yu Luo scrutinized her for a moment before declaring, that man is detrimental to you. He is certainly not your destined match. The girl was taken aback. What do you mean, detrimental? Yu Luo nodded, indeed. Reflect on this. Before you met him, were you not confident and radiant? Yet now, being with him has only diminished your spirit. If someone causes your decline, it is certain that they are not your fate. You must depart from him. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. The girl was shocked by Yu Luo's bluntness and momentarily dazed. However, upon reflection, she realized that since being with her boyfriend, he had continually undermined her confidence, leading her to feel increasingly inferior. Noticing her silence, Yu Luo pressed on. Aside from belittling you, has he not also told you that wearing fitted clothes, applying makeup, and working in an office are signs of unseemly women? Has he claimed that good girls do not demand bride prices and should bear all household responsibilities, showing deference to his parents while working diligently in a factory? All without spending recklessly? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, how do you know this? Yu Luo rolled her eyes internally. How do I know? I can predict. Of course. You with your beauty and education. How could you be so blind as to fall for a man who is not only impoverished but also devoid of any dignity? She refrained from voicing the harsher truths she wished to express. She genuinely wanted to pry open the girl's mind to see what thoughts resided within, a graduate from a prestigious university, raised with utmost care by her parents. Yet, for the sake of a scoundrel, she relinquished a respectable job to toil on an assembly line, tightening screws. Such is the nature of talent. The girl lowered her head, for her family had always instilled in her the belief that a woman must be steadfast. My boyfriend insisted that since we cohabited, no one else would want me. Over the past 2 years, there were moments when she contemplated breaking up. Yet each time, her parents would remind her that her boyfriend had already met them. If she were to part ways, it would bring shame upon their family in the village. Her boyfriend would always assert that after living together for a year, no reputable family would wish to marry her. Before Yu Luo could speak, Xiang Xiang could no longer contain herself. Dear sister, what's the matter? Can't you muster some resolve? Haven't you heard the saying, when you blossom, the gentle breeze will come? Listen to me, your foremost priority right now is to leave that toxic man immediately. Then, Return to the field where you excel, and focus on living your own life well. Do not heed any misguided chatter from anyone, including your parents. A hasty middle-aged woman rushed forward, exclaiming, "My dear, I must say, your boyfriend seems quite unwell. The masters have proclaimed that he is detrimental to you. Heed their advice and hastily break off this relationship. My son is 28, doesn't smoke, drink, or gamble, can cook, looks handsome, and has a pleasant temperament. He holds a bachelor's degree and earns $20,000 a month. Both my husband and I receive a pension. We will provide the customary betrothal gifts according to local traditions. And after marriage, you can choose where to live. Would you consider this? In this day and age, not only the women who have only dated once are sought after. Even divorced women with children are in demand. This girl clearly seems to be one who is capable of living a stable life. If she were to pair with her son, it would indeed be a boon for their family." The girl's face flushed a deep crimson. She stammered, casting a desperate glance towards Yu Luo. Yu Luo shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was unable to assist further. The other elderly onlookers, who were slower to react, chimed in, "Indeed, my dear, not to mention anything else. Anyone who can speak to a girlfriend in such a manner is undoubtedly not a good person. My lad is 25, a graduate from a prestigious university, and aside from being somewhat awkward, he excels in every other regard. Additionally, my nephew runs a small company. Although the economy has been sluggish, he still manages to earn several $100,000 each year." The girl, blushing, produced a 100 yuan note and handed it to Yu Luo with both hands.
Thank you, master.
"I will speak to him about breaking up right away." She then turned to the earlier speakers. "I'm sorry, but I currently have no intentions of dating again." Yu Luo accepted the money and gave her a final glance. "Let us be friends. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out to me. Regardless of that scoundrel and his family, they are certainly not good people, and they will not easily agree to a breakup." Chapter 40. If the law cannot bring them to justice, I shall take matters into my own hands. After the girl departed, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. A couple, their eyes vacant and hair lifelessly yellowed, emerged from the throng. Those who recognized the couple felt a pang of compassion and stepped aside. The man guided his wife to a seat. The woman, her voice hoarse, implored, "Master, our daughter has been missing for nearly 2 months. Could you possibly divine her whereabouts?" As the words left her lips, tears streamed down her face once more. The man's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. They both yearned for Yu Luo's answer, yet simultaneously dreaded to hear it. Yu Luo handed the woman a tissue. "Do not weep. If you ruin your eyes with tears, who will care for your daughter when she returns?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in the couple's once dull eyes. The woman trembled as she raised her hand to cover her mouth, her tears flowing even more profusely. The man, his eyes reddening with emotion, exclaimed, "Master, do you mean to say our daughter is still alive?" After their daughter went missing, they had promptly reported it to the authorities. Yet as days turned into weeks, their hearts grew colder with despair. Neither the police nor friends and neighbors had been able to uncover any trace of her. It was as though their daughter had vanished into thin air, neither seen alive nor found deceased. Many had advised them that after so much time, their child was most likely gone, urging them to let go and focus on their future. But without their daughter, what future remained for them? Yu Luo snapped her fingers, sending 2 streams of energy into their bodies. "I can assure you, your daughter is alive." As she spoke, she turned and signaled to Xiang, who discreetly slipped away from the crowd. The couple gazed at Yu Luo with eager anticipation. "Master, where is our daughter?" Yu Luo raised a hand to calm them, retrieving her phone to dial the first emergency number. "Hello, police officer. There's a child who has been kidnapped and is being held captive." Upon hearing Yu Luo's words, both the couple and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Many in the crowd were aware of the couple's plight, having heard about their daughter's disappearance over a month ago. In the hearts of the townsfolk, it was generally assumed that the child was no longer among the living. Yet now, many felt a surge of joy for the couple. However, in a world as vast as this, every kind of character exists. A sharp-faced old woman in the crowd scoffed. "What is there to be happy about? A mere girl, missing for so long, even if found, will surely be tainted." The old woman's words caused the expressions of those around her to shift, some even whispering in delight at her misfortune. Another elderly woman with a prominent mole on her nose shot a disdainful glance at the couple. "They call it kidnapping and captivity, but who really knows the truth? A girl so young, flaunting herself in skirts, can't be anything good." Others, who clearly shared her sentiments, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if she wasn't asking for it, why would they have targeted her? Humph. Perhaps she willingly presented herself, throwing herself at them. Just look at her mother, with such a demeanor. How could she be a respectable woman? The elderly women continued to speak more harshly and brazenly. The couple, who had already been exhausted from searching for their daughter for days, were barely holding on by a thread. Upon hearing these words, the woman could no longer suppress her emotions and collapsed. Seeing his wife in distress, the man disregarded confronting the old women and rushed to support her. Yu Luo flicked her fingers again, sending another surge of energy into the woman's body. Feeling somewhat guilty, she soothingly said, "Do not be angered. I assure you, they shall be held accountable for every word they utter. If the law fails to bring justice to these old wretches, I will take action myself." Initially, she had assumed that the missing child was just a young girl who had not suffered any real harm. That was why she had spoken so bluntly. However, she never anticipated that these elderly women would harbor such malice towards a mere 10-year-old girl. She had often heard her mother lamenting the hardships faced by women in this world. She once believed that the hardships faced by women were predominantly caused by men. However, her perspective has since transformed. Had she not recalled the slogans she encountered at the police station, she might have charged at those elderly individuals, delivering a few well-deserved punches. Yu Luo scanned the crowd, and her gaze landed upon a girl holding a phone, her face ablaze with anger. "With such fervor, I shall grant you a fortune today." She lightly snapped her fingers, and the number of viewers in the girl's live stream surged exponentially. Now that the rumors have surfaced, concealing them is futile. Transparency could serve the missing girl better. The elderly women, upon hearing Yu Luo's words, did not exhibit any restraint. Instead, they escalated their mockery. Pointing at the couple, one taunted, "Look at them. As parents, they dare to embrace in public. What kind of daughter could such individuals raise?" Another elderly woman stomped her foot, feigning distress.
Oh,
"How utterly shameless. I suspect their daughter isn't missing at all, but has eloped." The man, infuriated, felt his eyes redden. "You are perpetuating victim blaming. Do you dare to report me?" The elderly women merely rolled their eyes dismissively. "Report you? Oh, how terrifying," cackled the one with a black mole beside her nose, slapping her thigh in amusement. "Go ahead, report. We haven't named anyone, so if you choose to step forward, that is on you." The woman who had initially spoken chimed in, "Indeed, I have a heart condition. Let the police come and try to arrest me. I'll make sure to extort them." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from her. The young girl holding the phone could no longer contain her outrage. "Enough. You disrespectful old fools. Do you not fear retribution? I've been live streaming this entire time. Every one of your actions has been recorded, and the viewers have seen it all. My followers may be few, but they're sufficient to hold you accountable for defamation." Just then, several police cars pulled up outside the crowd. Upon stepping out, Zhou Qiang immediately spotted the familiar figure of Yu Luo. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Surprised to see an acquaintance, Yu Luo quickly diverted the conversation. "I called the police. This couple's daughter has been kidnapped and is in their basement not far from here." As soon as the elderly women caught sight of the police, they attempted to flee, but suddenly realized their legs felt as though they were glued to the ground. After Yu Luo informed Zhou Qiang about the girl's condition, she turned and flashed a mischievous smile at the elderly women. "Oh, by the way, officer, these individuals were spreading baseless rumors about the missing child and her parents, and their words were quite vile. The onlookers heard everything, and the girl recorded it live. Surely this couple can take legal action against them?" Zhou Qiang, who had little patience for such vile creatures, shot a cold glare at the elderly women. "If the rumors spread exceed 500 instances, the victims can file a criminal lawsuit. If the situation is severe and has a detrimental impact, even if the victims do not press charges, we will pursue it to the end." The girl quickly offered her phone to Zhou Qiang. "Officer, I can provide evidence. I have 100,000 followers. And there were 1,000 viewers just now." Her words halted abruptly as she noticed the current viewer count, 1,000,000. Zhou Qiang was highly satisfied with this number. With sufficient viewers, there was a solid chance to ensure these elderly women faced the consequences of their actions. It was the perfect opportunity to set an example for those who spewed slander daily. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the arrest of all the rumor-mongers. The elderly women finally grasped the gravity of their situation. "You can't arrest me. I have a heart condition. I'm sorry, I'll apologize, I promise to change. I can't go to jail. My grandson is about to take his college entrance exams, and if I get imprisoned, my son will surely berate me. The elderly woman with the mole grabbed the hair of the one who had started the rumors. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be spouting nonsense. The sharp-tongued elderly woman retaliated, clawing at her face. Pfft, what kind of person are you? Who hasn't been slandered by you in the neighborhood? Zhou Qiang coldly observed their brawl. Once both women bore bruises, he waved his hand to have them taken away. Watching the elderly women's retreating figures, Yu Luo lightly snapped her fingers. Even if the law may punish you, your great-aunt, shall ensure you do not have an easy time of it. After the elderly women were led away, Yu Luo pulled Zhou Qiang aside. Officer, the little girl was merely abducted and confined at home. She hasn't suffered any harm. However, to prevent future malicious rumors stemming from this incident, I suggest. Listening to her, Zhou Qiang glanced at the girl still holding the phone, then recalled the actions of the elderly women. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to Yu Luo's proposal.
All right.
He approached the girl, patting her shoulder. Young lady, to prevent unnecessary rumors, you should join us in rescuing the missing child. The young streamer, stunned by the viewer count in her live stream, could hardly believe it. Excuse me. Officer, my name is Jean Xiaobai. Are you sure you want me to come along? After receiving Zhou Qiang's confirmation, Jean Xiaobai paused for a moment, then turned the camera towards her face. Guys, the police officer is inviting me to help rescue that child. Oh my gosh, Xiaobai has made it today. What have I done to deserve this? Yu Luo and Zhou Qiang discreetly shifted to the side. Who would have thought that Jean Xiaobai was such a social butterfly? About a kilometer away from the market, in a residential building, a woman in her 40s or 50s entered her home with a bowl of shredded meat noodles. She pressed a section of calligraphy on the wall, and a hidden door in the wardrobe revealed a keyhole. Taking a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. The basement layout differed slightly from the upper floors, consisting of a simple 2-bedroom, 1 living room, and 2-bathroom design. The woman placed the bowl on the table and moved to a nearby bathroom, where the walls were plastered with various cartoon stickers. With practiced ease, she removed the mirror from the wall, unveiling another keyhole behind a large frog sticker. She dug a key from the soil of a nearby potted plant and unlocked that door as well. Only then did she carry the bowl inside. This concealed room was a small space of less than 10 square meters, furnished quite simply with only a small bed and a covered portable toilet. A little girl, her foot shackled with a chain, sat quietly on the bed. She was Xia Luo, who had been missing for nearly 2 months. Upon seeing the woman enter, Xia Luo displayed no emotion, silently accepting the bowl of noodles and beginning to eat. She had to survive. Only by living well can one hope to see their parents again. When Xia Luo first arrived here, she had cried and made a fuss, even resorting to starvation. However, no matter how much she protested, this deranged woman showed no intention of releasing her. Starving and crying only served to worsen her own suffering, proving utterly futile. Gradually, Xia Luo learned to be wise, obediently eating her meals each day and refraining from tears. The woman watched her with a twisted smile, declaring, Lele, do not be afraid. As long as you behave, I will never harm you. As she spoke, she sat down beside Xia Luo. You may consider me your mother. After all, in a few years, you will marry Jia Cheng, and we shall be a family. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law is also a mother. You must eat well to nurture your body, so that after marriage, you can bear me many grandchildren. Xia Luo paused in her eating, but then continued to consume her noodles with a calm demeanor. Initially, she had counted the days, but now she had lost track of how long she had been confined. Xia Luo understood that her parents would undoubtedly report her missing. In the early days of her captivity, she had hoped that her parents or the police would find her and rescue her. Yet, the absence of any rescuers for such a long time indicated the seclusion of this place. She had abandoned hope of being saved by others and instead yearned to grow up quickly, to possess the strength to confront the woman. However, until she acquired the ability to save herself, her only recourse was to protect herself and strive to survive. Only by living well could she hope to see the light of day again. Upon witnessing the girl finish her noodles, the woman smiled and collected the bowl and chopsticks. She then went outside to fetch several bottles of mineral water and a bag of small bread rolls. Lele, you performed splendidly today. This is your reward, she began. But before she could complete her sentence, a slap landed on her face. The figure of Xiang slowly appeared in the room. Without waiting for the woman to speak, she delivered several swift slaps and then seized the woman's collar, pulling her close. In a chilling voice, she inquired, do you have a penchant for imprisoning others? The woman, Her face a mask of terror, glanced at the locked door and recoiled, stammering, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Xiang struck her again. "I am your worst nightmare." She then tossed the woman aside and approached Yu Luo. "Little sister, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." Yu Luo stared at her in disbelief. "Sister, are you really here to save me?" Xiang nodded vigorously. "Yes, your parents found my sister. And she calculated that you were here, so she sent me ahead. Soon your parents and the police will arrive, and you will be free to live a normal life again." Ultimately, Yu Luo was just a 10-year-old child. Upon hearing this, she could no longer suppress her emotions and burst into tears. "Wah, sister, you have finally come to rescue me." As Xiang was about to comfort her, the woman on the floor suddenly sprang up and charged at Xiang. "Get away. This is my son's chosen bride. You cannot take her." Xiang kicked her aside, swiftly performing a hand sign that caused the door lock to click open. She strode to the entrance and shouted, "The child is here. There is no danger." Upon hearing her voice, police officers equipped with body cameras and Jin Xiaobai, who was live streaming, rushed in. The room quickly filled with people, causing the couple to hesitate in approaching. Although Yu Luo had assured them that their daughter was safe, fear gripped them nonetheless. Yu Luo pushed them forward. "Haven't you been searching for your daughter? She is inside. Why are you still standing there?" The woman wiped her tears and took her husband's hand, entering the room. The police had already removed the iron chains from Xia Li's feet. She leaped into her parents' embrace, sobbing, "Mommy, Daddy, I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again." The three of them cried joyfully as they held each other tightly. After the police documented the scene, they escorted the woman out of the small room. Zhou Qiang sat on the sofa with a stern expression, exuding authority. "Why did you kidnap Yu Luo?" According to their investigation, Yu Li's family had no connections with the woman's family, nor any reason to bear a grudge. The woman smirked, unfazed. "Because my son has taken a liking to her. He said she is the most beautiful and adorable little girl he has ever seen. So, I brought her here. Now that she is 10 years old, after a few more years, she can marry my son." It turned out that the woman's son was mentally challenged. One day, while out shopping, he spotted the innocent and lively Yu Luo and incessantly declared that he wanted to marry her. The woman believed that if Yu Luo were allowed to grow up normally, she would never agree to marry her son. Thus, she orchestrated this abduction, intending to confine Yu Luo until she was old enough to become her daughter-in-law. Upon learning the reason behind Yu Li's kidnapping, many parents felt their hair stand on end, fearing that their own children might encounter such a lunatic. Chapter 42. This is her deserved retribution. "Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, we truly do not know what would have become of us." Yu Li's parents brought her before Yu Luo. The family of three knelt, preparing to bow to the ground. Yu Luo gently raised her hand to stop them. "All is fate. Besides, I have been compensated for my services." Thinking of the hardships the couple had faced while searching for their child, having lost their jobs and depleting their savings, she continued, "This incident is both a calamity and a blessing for you. In this era, where attention is currency, seizing the spotlight is tantamount to seizing wealth." She refrained from saying more. The couple exchanged a glance and bowed deeply to Yu Luo. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." They had previously worried about their future livelihood, but upon hearing Yu Luo's words, they felt a sense of clarity. Since Yu Luo had already explained Xiang's identity to Zhou Qiang, she merely completed a brief statement before returning to her stall at the market. As soon as Yu Luo sat down, a balding old man pushed through the crowd, collapsing to his knees before her, weeping profusely. "Master, please save my granddaughter. She has something growing on her back, and the doctor says it's a tumor." Upon hearing this, the onlookers expressed sympathy. Nowadays the most feared ailment is a tumor. Judging by the old man's appearance, his granddaughter was likely very young. They hoped that the little master could truly save the child. However, Yu Luo paid no heed to the murmurs, fixing a cold gaze on the old man. "If there is an illness, go to the hospital. I am not a doctor. Why are you begging me?" Her words left the onlookers and the old man momentarily stunned. Why is the little master speaking so harshly this time? The old man quickly adjusted his demeanor, lowering his head and feigning a pitiful expression. Having followed the doctor's advice to undergo surgery, we soon found ourselves confronted with a recurrence of the ailment, leaving me utterly at a loss. It has come to my attention that you possess remarkable foresight and a benevolent heart, which is why I have sought your assistance. Your compassion is renowned. With an air of impatience, Yu Luo interjected, Enough with the flattery. Perhaps you should first describe the nature of the tumor on your granddaughter's back. Humph. This old man begins with a display of feigned misery to elicit sympathy and now seeks to elevate her status, attempting to morally coerce her. It is utterly bewildering that this decrepit soul would dare to play such tricks in her presence. Truly, he must have a death wish. Upon hearing Yu Luo's request to elaborate on the tumor, the old Mediterranean man lowered his gaze, pretentiously wiping away tears, while a sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. He was certain that by portraying a sufficiently tragic narrative and elevating her in status, even if out of sheer pride, this little master would not neglect his granddaughter. If a mere 100 yuan could cure her affliction, it would be a tremendous windfall. However, the details regarding his granddaughter's condition must not be divulged in front of the gathering crowd. With a theatrical sob, he began, "My granddaughter is a sweet girl. Can we perhaps speak privately?" Yu Luo scoffed, "No, you may speak openly or step aside. Do not obstruct the way." The old man was taken aback. "Master, how can you be so unkind?" Yu Luo regarded him with a sardonic smile. "You appear to be mistaken. I am not kind-hearted in the least. The onlookers here are all seasoned individuals who have lived for decades." Upon hearing Yu Luo's words, the crowd sensed something amiss. Regardless of the previous fortune-tellers or the girl and Xia Luo's parents, the little master had been accommodating. Yet the moment this old man arrived, the little master's demeanor changed entirely. Could it indicate that this old man harbored ulterior motives? Seeing Yu Luo's impenetrable demeanor, a flicker of malice crossed the old man's eyes. With reddened eyes, he addressed the crowd. "You two have daughters or granddaughters. How could such a private matter be discussed here?" Before he could finish, a woman stepped forward. "What privacy are you talking about? You mention your granddaughter's tumor is on her back. Moreover, the young master merely asked you to describe the tumor, not to have your granddaughter unveil her clothing for inspection. Why does this suddenly concern you so?" Another elderly lady furrowed her brow at the Mediterranean man. "Brother, you seem quite evasive. Is there perhaps more to your granddaughter's condition?" The old man's face shifted between shades of blue and white, ultimately clenching his teeth as he muttered, "The tumor on my granddaughter's back resembles a human face. Initially, it was just a bump, but within 5 days, one could discern her facial features." Upon hearing this description, Xiang frowned. "Sister, based on his description, it sounds akin to a human face sore." Yu Luo cast not a glance at the old man. Xiang, enlighten everyone about this ailment." Xiang stepped forward, cleared her throat, and proclaimed, "The symptoms described by this gentleman are characteristic of a human face sore, and those afflicted by such a condition are typically individuals lacking in virtue. Judging by his countenance, this Mediterranean man is certainly no saint. His granddaughter could not have possibly developed such an affliction without cause." As soon as she finished speaking, the old man sprang to his feet, abandoning his previous pitiful act. He aggressively retorted, "What do you mean by that? My granddaughter has always been well-behaved and kind-hearted, never harming even an ant. How could she be one of ill character?" With a flick of her finger, Yu Luo sent the old man stumbling back several paces, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "If I am not mistaken, your granddaughter contracted this ailment 3 months ago, did she not?" Upon hearing this, the old man began to act again, his eyes reddening. Yes, master, your insight is remarkable. My granddaughter is indeed a good child. You, who dwell outside the mundane world, possess a heart of compassion and cannot stand idly by while others suffer." Yu Luo let out a cold laugh. "Firstly, your granddaughter is hardly the virtuous child you claim. Secondly, this is her just punishment, and I shall not intervene on her behalf. Furthermore, I do not possess a compassionate heart. I take great pleasure in watching those who deserve their fate suffer." Before the old man could respond, she continued, "I presume you are aware of the girl from your granddaughter's school who committed suicide 3 months ago?" At this, the old man trembled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I do not know what you're talking about." Yu Luo scoffed. "You truly do not know? Then tell me, why would that girl, seemingly well-adjusted, choose to leap to her death?" The old man stammered, "How should I know? Perhaps she was involved in an early romance and was abandoned by her partner." Unable to restrain herself any longer, Yu Luo slapped him across the face. "You are indeed a product of a flawed lineage. Even at this point, you remain unrepentant. This good granddaughter of yours has bullied others relentlessly, driving that girl to despair, leading to her tragic end. Now your granddaughter suffers the consequences, and it is her just retribution." It was astounding that this old man continued to insist that his granddaughter was virtuous. Yu Luo had never encountered such a so-called good child. The Mediterranean man, still in denial, protested, "That is not true. My granddaughter was merely teasing her. It was the other girl who could not handle it." Yu Luo found his excuse laughable. Engaging with such a person was futile. She waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave. I shall not accept your request for a fortune, nor will I save your granddaughter. By the way, since you believe her to be resilient, let her enjoy the life that lies ahead. The human face sore is merely the beginning. Soon it will spread across her entire body." As the old man turned to leave, she flicked her fingers, sending an imperceptible light into his being. Such a demon would not be content with merely a human face sore. Chapter 43. Will I become a vengeful spirit? Next. Another woman sought assistance for selecting a date for her son's new home. Additionally, an elderly lady, her teeth long gone, requested help in choosing an auspicious day for her grandson's hot pot restaurant opening. Such trivial matters, devoid of complexity, Yu Luo delegated to Xiang. Meanwhile, she picked up her phone, intending to explore nearby dining options. After a long morning of activity, she deemed it necessary to treat herself to a delightful meal. Just as she opened her phone, she received a call from Zhou Qiang. "Hello? Little master, those gossiping old women are suddenly claiming someone is pulling out their tongues. They went to the hospital for a checkup, but everything appears fine. What could be the matter?" Hearing this, Yu Luo chuckled like a cunning fox. With utmost seriousness, she replied, "I suspect they are feigning such ailments to evade responsibility, much like that previous woman who insisted she had a heart condition. Did she truly have one?" Zhou Qiang was momentarily taken aback. The information they had uncovered revealed that the old woman indeed suffered from heart disease. However, upon examination at the hospital, it was discovered that she was in perfect health, her bodily metrics entirely within the standards for incarceration. A ludicrous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this all be the machination of Yu Luo? Yet, this aligned perfectly with his desire to impose severe penalties on a few individuals. With this thought, he chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, I too believe these individuals are exceedingly cunning. They have resorted to deceit to evade criminal responsibility, and thus, they must be punished even more severely." Upon hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Yu Luo felt a sense of satisfaction and hung up the phone. Those old women were fond of spreading rumors. Let them experience the torment of having their tongues pulled out. From this day forth, for a century after their demise, their souls would repeatedly endure the punishment of tongue extraction. Should they endure, they would be cast into the realm of beasts. If fortune did not favor them and they could not withstand it, their souls would be utterly scattered. In a self-built house behind the People's Hospital, a Mediterranean old man hurriedly pushed open the door and ascended to the second floor. "Ting ting. Didn't we hear that there's a highly accurate fortune teller at the Northern Vegetable Market a few days ago? I consulted her today, and she revealed that the tumor on your back is the result of that wretched woman who jumped off the building." A girl with long hair, attractive yet seemingly demure, emerged from the room. This was Ma Tingting, the granddaughter of the Mediterranean old man. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Ma Tingting's eyes darkened as she inquired, "Did she say how I can get rid of it?" The old man hesitated. "She said she wouldn't intervene to save you, claiming this is your due retribution." Ma Tingting seized a teacup from the table and smashed it at his feet. "Then won't you beg her? Won't you morally compel her? If you can't even do that, what use do I have for a grandfather like you? Moreover, after that wretched woman died, didn't you invite a master to perform a ritual to suppress her? Why do I still have this cursed thing?" The old man smiled ingratiatingly. "Tingting, please don't be angry. I'll find a way." Ma Tingting shot him a glare before turning back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Later, she entered the bathroom, removed her shirt, and gazed at the tumor on her back that resembled a human face in the mirror. Her eyes held a venomous glint, tinged with madness. "Jiang Yao, you vile creature. Even in death, you remain unrepentant. Since the soul-guarding nail proved ineffective, this time, I shall ensure you cannot even become a ghost." Humph. There are plenty of masters in the world who can capture ghosts and tell fortunes. As long as I have money, who would hesitate to help me deal with a ghostly entity? Just as she was about to put on her clothes, a faint white mist suddenly emerged in the mirror. Subsequently, a figure appeared beside her, twisted limbs, a flattened head, and drenched in blood. From the features, it was discernible that this was the very Jiang Yao who had jumped off the building. Jiang Yao, with eyes devoid of color, fixed a relentless gaze upon her. "Ma Tingting, I have come to collect your life." With that, she reached out and grasped Ma Tingting's throat. Aren't you simply relying on your family's wealth and your principal being a relative to bully others without restraint? I could do nothing while alive, but now, I shall personally claim the lives of each and every one of you. The suffocating sensation finally instilled a semblance of fear in Ma Tingting. Jiang Yao, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will become a malevolent spirit, condemned to the depths of hell. Jiang Yao's eyes turned a fierce crimson. As long as I can extinguish the lives of you vile creatures, what does it matter if I become a malevolent spirit? Even if I plunge into hell, I will ensure the demise of those who tormented me. Recalling the inhumane torture she had endured, Jiang Yao tightened her grip. Just as Ma Tingting was on the brink of death, a clear voice echoed in Jiang Yao's ear. If you kill her outright, how can you repay the suffering you've endured? Jiang Yao's movements froze. It was this very voice that had liberated her from the binding soul-guarding nail and brought her here. After a moment of silence, she replied, I only want the deserving to die. I do not wish for anything else.
Indeed.
Slowly tormenting these individuals would be far more gratifying. But would that not make her akin to the very scum that had tormented her? The voice seemed to sense her thoughts and spoke again. No, you are not like them. They tormented you for their amusement. Their actions were wrong, inhumane, and twisted. You, however, seek revenge to ensure they can no longer harm others. Your actions are akin to ridding the world of evil, far nobler than theirs. Jiang Yao felt a haze of confusion. Will I become a malevolent spirit? The voice did not respond directly, but posed a counter-question. Will you harm the innocent? Jiang Yao resolutely shook her head.
No.
Others have not harmed me. Why would I harm them? The voice clearly expressed delight. Then that settles it. Do not heed the misguided words of others. As long as you do not harm the innocent, how could you possibly become a malevolent spirit? A flicker of joy finally graced Jiang Yao's disfigured face. Thank you, I understand what I must do now. I will not let them die easily. The voice, now imbued with mirth, responded. That's the spirit. Go forth and act. I have placed a protective spell upon you. Ordinary practitioners of the mystical arts cannot harm you. Remember, should you encounter danger, seek me at Villa number 6 in Lanshan. Jiang Yao repeated the address, nodding in agreement.
All right.
At a quaint private dining restaurant, Xiang waved her hand in front of Yu Luo. Master, what troubles you? Yu Luo's dazed eyes gradually refocused, revealing a hint of satisfaction on her face. I am well. Let us eat. That Jiang Yao possesses quite the admirable disposition. Perhaps, in the near future, Bai Bai and Pang Pang will gain an additional companion. Xiang seemed perplexed. Master, what about that woman with the facial tumor? Do you truly intend to disregard her? Yu Luo raised an eyebrow. What of it? Do you feel sympathy for her? Xiang hastily shook her head. No, I would never sympathize with such a person. I merely believe there must be a pitiable soul caught in this situation. The Mediterranean old man's family does not seem to be lacking in wealth. Do you think they might hire someone to deal with that ghost? Yu Luo placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into her bowl. Enough. Eat your meal. At this rate, who knows how long it will take you to finish. If I were to rely on you, the yellow flowers would have long since wilted. Upon hearing this, Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, do you mean to say? Oh my master is truly remarkable. Chapter 44. Rest assured. They will no longer bully you in the future. In a villa in the southern part of the city, a bespectacled middle-aged man stared in terror at the twisted, bloodied figure before him. Please don't come any closer. I didn't harm you. If you seek vengeance, target those who tormented you. Jiang Yao, with a crackling sound, twisted her head back into place and grinned menacingly. So, you are aware that they bullied me? I humbly inquire, esteemed Principal One, regarding the announcement disseminated by the school, which states that my leap from the rooftop was due to personal issues. What exactly is the nature of these personal issues? Is it truly worth my young life, blooming like a flower, to take such drastic measures? The middle-aged man, Principal One, was so startled that he fell to the ground in shock, exclaiming, This has nothing to do with me. It was indeed the threat from Ma Tingting's grandfather that compelled me to say such things. Jiang Yao slowly bent down and seized him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Upon noticing the yellow, unidentified liquid on the floor, Jiang Yao smirked derisively. Fine. I shall spare you for today, but should you dare to utter a falsehood, I will twist your head off. With that, she flung him against the wall as if he were refuse. The combination of fear and the impact nearly rendered Principal One unconscious as he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air like a suffocated pig. After a moment of silence enveloped the room, he mustered the courage to look up. scanning the area and finding Jiang Yao absent. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Humph. Even in death, she remains so naive. It serves her right to be bullied. With that, he staggered to the desk and dialed Ma Laota's number. Hello? Father, did you not claim that the master had bound Jiang Yao's soul, ensuring she would never reincarnate? Why has she come to seek me out just now? Ma Laotu, preoccupied with inquiring about reliable masters from friends, was incensed upon receiving this call.
Wen Gong.
How dare you ask me? That so-called master was your recommendation. I wish to know what is going on as well. I consulted someone today, and they revealed that the affliction on Tingting's back is indeed the work of that wretched Jiang Yao. As her uncle, you must urgently seek out a master powerful enough to ensure that she can no longer inflict harm. Wen Tsong felt a surge of frustration. Very well. I shall look into it, but you must also counsel Tingting to refrain from. His words were cut off by Ma Laota's interruption.
Wen Gong.
How can you possibly side with Jiang Yao? You issued a statement regarding her, did you not? Wen Tsong frowned. Father, are you attempting to entertain me with your nonsense? Had it not been for Tingting's bullying, would Jiang Yao have taken her own life? Ma Laotu sprang up from the sofa in outrage.
Wen Gong.
Do not speak such reckless words. My Tingting is a good girl. The announcement clearly states that Jiang Yao's suicide was due to personal issues. Who knows if she was simply spurned and acted out of despair? Before he could finish, a hoarse voice echoed. Oh, is that so? I was spurned, yet I remain oblivious? Ma Laotu turned in terror, only to find the space behind him empty. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, patting his chest. Surely, it was merely his overactive imagination caused by concern for his granddaughter. The next moment, an unidentified liquid dripped onto his head with a soft plop. Ma Laotu slowly looked up to see a distorted figure with a flat head grinning down at him from the ceiling. The liquid, he felt, was none other than the blood seeping from the figure's mouth.
Ah!
A ghost. Ma Laotu dropped his phone in fright. The pungent odor of urine quickly filled the room as he turned to flee, only to slip and crash to the ground. After convulsing a couple of times, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yao descended from the ceiling, retrieving the still-connected phone from the ground, laughing maliciously. Principal Wen, did you truly believe I was unaware of your relationship as Ma Tingting's uncle? Do not fret, I shall ensure you have plenty of entertainment. Before her words could fully resonate, she reappeared before Principal Wen, clutching his throat. I warned you, should you lie, I would twist your head off. Just as Principal Wen was slipping into unconsciousness, Jiang Yao whispered ominously in his ear, Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift demise. After rendering him unconscious, Jiang Yao disposed of him beside a heap of trash, stripping him of his clothes and casting them into the refuse.
Subsequently,
she sought out a few of Ma Tingting's sycophants who were currently reveling in a bar. One of the demons, sporting a high ponytail and adorned with piercings, seized a timid girl by the hair, pulling her closer. Had it not been for our pet's untimely demise, I would never have discovered how adorable you are, little lamb. The girl recoiled in fear. You are bullying me. Believe it or not, I will report you to the police. The ponytailed demon disdainfully gripped the girl's chin, forcing her to look up. Report us? Go ahead. Do you think Jiang Yao, who died before, ever reported anything? As she spoke, her other hand viciously twisted the girl's face. Then, she slapped her hard. I cannot stand your innocent facade. The girl's face swelled rapidly. The ponytailed demon laughed heartily. Oh my, your skin is rather thin. Just one slap, and look at the result. Imagine if we were to deliver a few more. The other demons gathered around, intrigued. That's simple. Let us test it out. One hesitated. Let us not go overboard. Jiang Yao just passed away. The ponytailed demon, irritated, interrupted. Everyone is having fun. Can you not ruin the mood? If you don't want to play, then leave. Another blonde demon chimed in. Exactly. It's just one more case of someone succumbing to personal issues. What's the big deal? Witnessing their reckless demeanor, Jiang Yao's eyes blazed with fury. You all shall perish. As her rage intensified, the lights in the private room began to flicker ominously. The ponytailed demon turned to the blonde. Go check it out. The words halted abruptly as they beheld Jiang Yao behind them, her limbs distorted, gripping the blonde's neck and lifting her off the ground. The remaining demons sensed the shift in the atmosphere and turned in alarm.
Ah!
A ghost. Jiang Yao discarded the unconscious blonde to the side and cackled. You all claimed to enjoy playing, did you not? Today, we shall engage in a delightful game. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses must forfeit their life, shall we? The ponytailed demons shook their heads vigorously, screaming as they rushed to the door. only to find it sealed as if welded shut. Jiang Yao glided over, delivering 2 sharp slaps to each of them. You will either play or die. The group collapsed to their knees. Jiang Yao, we're sorry. We were wrong. We acknowledge our faults. Please, spare us. Jiang Yao grinned once more. You claim to be sorry? I see you are merely afraid. Spare you? When I begged for mercy, how did you respond? She circled them, recalling, you once said, you have no right to beg for mercy. Now, I shall return that very phrase to you. You worthless scum have no right to seek mercy. Ultimately, the demons succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness like dead pigs. The girl, who had been huddled in the corner, mustered her courage and stepped forward, deeply bowing to Jiang Yao, exclaiming, thank you. Through the girl, Jiang Yao seemed to glimpse a reflection of her former self. Gradually, the hue of her eyes returned to a more natural state, as if she were conversing with the girl, or perhaps with her past self. Rest assured, they shall no longer torment you. Chapter 45. Did they believe that simply confessing the truth would absolve them? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. From that day forth, Jiang Yao sought out those scoundrels daily, relishing her vengeance upon each one. Even though Principal One had summoned several masters, none could withstand her resolve. Just as the voice had foretold. On the 3rd day, Jiang Yao once again gathered Principal Wen, Old Man Ma, Ma Tingting, and her sycophants. Old Man Ma had awakened that morning exhibiting signs of a stroke, with his lips twitching involuntarily and his hands trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Jiang Yao, he became so agitated that he nearly collapsed. The others, though not afflicted by strokes, bore dark circles under their eyes and looked as though they had aged a decade in a single day. Jiang Yao cast a disdainful glance at Old Man Ma. What a disappointment! Turning her attention to the others, she chuckled ominously. Shall we play a game of red light, green light today? In a moment I shall call out 1, 2,
3.
Principal Wen once again fell to his knees, pleading, Jiang Yao, I was wrong. I will issue a new announcement revealing the truth and surrender myself to the authorities. Ma Tingting and her lackeys, sensing Jiang Yao's reluctance to strike, hastily chimed in, yes, yes. We too have realized our mistakes. We shall record an apology video and confess to the police, detailing our wrongdoings. There was no alternative. The torment of living in perpetual dread of imminent demise, though not fatal, was excruciating. In contrast, they preferred to face the judgment of the law. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yao relented. Very well. We shall proceed as you propose. Ecstatic, they exchanged glances. Principal One exclaimed, excellent. I will issue the announcement immediately, and then turn myself in. Ma Tingting and her cohorts eagerly affirmed, we shall record the apology video right away and accompany you to surrender. In their haste to escape Jiang Yao's clutches, they acted swiftly. The new announcement and apology video were online within 10 minutes. Following this, they rushed to confess. Upon hearing of their surrender, the girl from the bar boldly stepped forward, becoming the most compelling witness to corroborate their heinous actions. Others who had suffered under Ma Tingting's bullying also came forth. With irrefutable evidence and ample testimonies, their fates were swiftly sealed. Principal Wen was dismissed from all positions and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Ma Tingting and her companions received sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. At the moment the verdict was announced, they collectively exhaled in relief. Finally, they could rid themselves of that malevolent specter. In their eyes, these punishments were trivial matters. In time, with a little maneuvering, they could easily convert their sentences to probation. As for everything else, as long as they had money, nothing posed a real concern. Just when they thought they could rest easy, Jiang Yao once again led them to an abandoned warehouse. Today, shall we play a game of cops and robbers? I shall be the cop, and anyone I catch will face dire consequences. At the mention of this game, cold sweat broke out among them, though they knew it was but a game. The imagined sensation of a blade at their throats felt achingly real. As they desperately sought cover, they questioned her, Jiang Yao, we complied with your demands. We issued a new announcement, recorded an apology video, and turned ourselves in. Why do you still haunt us? Jiang Yao grinned wickedly. I never promised to let you go. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Let the game begin. Did they truly believe that revealing the truth could secure their freedom? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, at a quaint private dining establishment, Yu Luo ordered a dish and soup separately for Wang Hu was reluctant to dine with them. Gazing at the delectable meal before him, Wang Hu felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He had assumed that with a monthly salary of 20,000, Meals would not be provided, and he had brought along 2 steamed buns for the journey. To his surprise, not only was there food, but it was also lavish. After satiating his hunger, Yu Luo intended to return for a brief nap when she received a message from Lu Jiangwo, the son of the fortune teller whose home was infested with toxic renovations. Master, are you busy? Aunt Chao wishes to consult you about her son. Yu Luo was momentarily taken aback. Turning to Xiang Xiang, she inquired, who is Aunt Chao? She had never bothered to remember such inconsequential figures. Xiang Xiang covered her face. She is the plump aunt you mentioned, whose son encountered a skinwalker. Upon hearing this, Yu Luo immediately understood. Noticing the glaring sun outside, she swiftly turned and entered a nearby cafe, sending her location to the sender. I am here. Have her come to me. The server, clad in a fitted uniform, approached with a tray bearing an exquisitely shaped teapot and 2 transparent glass cups. After placing the tray down, she poured tea for both before cheerfully presenting the menu. What would you like to drink, ladies? It was Yu Luo's first visit to a cafe, so she instinctively looked to Xiang Xiang for guidance on ordering. Xiang Xiang opened the menu, glancing at the peculiar names and English descriptions, utterly bewildered. She had never sampled such beverages. She turned to Yu Luo, handing over the menu. Sister, which one do you want? Yu Luo shot her a look of disdain. Truly, you are of no assistance whatsoever. She examined the menu, noting the options, Americano, available hot or iced. Glancing at the dark liquid depicted in the image, she immediately dismissed it, assuming it must taste terrible. Next was the latte, which appeared somewhat earthy in color, likely unremarkable as well. After perusing the selections, nothing appealed to her until she spotted a heart-shaped cappuccino. Her eyes lit up. Of all the choices, this one appeared the most attractive. She pointed at it, telling the server, 2 of these, please. The server smiled and took the order. All right. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, the coffee arrived. For both Yu Luo and Xiang Xiang, this was their inaugural experience with coffee. Yu Luo lifted her cup to her nose, inhaling the aroma, a blend of burnt undertones infused with a hint of sweetness from the milk. She took a tentative sip, quickly grabbing a napkin to dab her lips, discreetly spitting the coffee into the tissue. Good heavens! It's both bitter and sweet, with an overpowering burnt flavor. How could anyone enjoy such a dreadful drink? Xiang Xiang leaned forward. Sister, how is it? Is it good? Yu Luo nodded. Not bad. It tastes a bit like 9 nuclear bombs. You should try it. Believing her words, Xiang Xiang eagerly took a large gulp. The next instant, oh my heavens! Xiang Xiang expelled the entirety of her coffee into the nearby trash can, her expression contorted into one of bitter dismay, reminiscent of an emoticon. Noticing the curious gazes of several onlookers, she hurriedly lowered her voice. Master, how could you deceive me like this? This dreadful concoction is utterly unpalatable. Yu Luo, grimacing in agreement, stuck out her tongue. After consuming 2 cups of tea, the bitterness in her mouth finally began to dissipate. Hee, dear friend, one must endure the bitterness together. Xiang Xiang, are you speaking a language comprehensible to humans? Just now, the taste was so bitter, I nearly succumbed. Chapter 46. Chao Daiyong's demise loomed ever closer. As Lu Jiangwo and the plump auntie arrived, Xiang Xiang was engaged in a perplexed conversation with Yu Luo about the other patrons who were drinking coffee. Sister, how can these people endure? It's so bitter, yet they don't even wrinkle their brows. To be honest, Yu Luo found it somewhat perplexing as well. After contemplating, she surmised that this might be another form of enduring bitterness. Otherwise, she could not fathom why anyone would willingly consume such a bitter beverage. Xiang Xiang felt bewildered. Is enduring bitterness the correct interpretation? Upon entering, the plump auntie spotted Yu Luo as if she had found her savior, her feet seeming to sprout wings. She rushed over, exclaiming, Master, my ungrateful son refuses to believe that the enchantress outside is a skin-wearing demon. Although she professed her desire to ignore Chao Daiyong, how could she truly turn her back on her own flesh and blood? Yet, despite her fervent pleas, her son clung stubbornly to his assertion that Huang Shu could not possibly be a skin-wearing demon. This morning, he even called to announce his intention to propose to the enchantress tonight. Should she acquiesce, he would return and divorce his wife. Regarding such a scoundrel, Yu Luo had little inclination to expend her energy. Have you sent the talisman? The plump auntie wiped away her tears. I dispatched it the day before yesterday, so I presume he received it yesterday. But judging by his attitude, he likely hasn't even opened the package. Her son had been adamant that she was merely a victim of a scam. It was likely that even upon receiving the package, he would remain skeptical of the talisman's efficacy. Yu Luo shrugged her shoulders. There is nothing to be done then. It is futile to reason with a fool determined to meet his demise. I cannot be expected to make a special trip for him. Primarily, I have no desire to save such a scoundrel. The plump auntie stamped her foot in frustration. How could I have raised such a heartless wretch? His wife is competent both in the kitchen and the parlor, and she is kind to both the elderly and children. How could he suddenly be enchanted by an outside demon? Lu Jiangwo was equally astonished by Chao Dayong's infidelity. In his youth, Chao Dayong had been a shadow to Lu Jiangwo and his sister. Though not blood relatives, their bond resembled that of brothers. In the past, he had never perceived Chao Dayong as someone capable of such treachery. While he disapproved of Chao Dayong's actions, the years of camaraderie compelled him to intervene rather than watch his friend self-destruct. After deliberating, Lu Jiangwo finally spoke. Master, is there a simple and swift method to ascertain that woman's identity as a skin-wearing demon? If we can make Chao Dayong aware of her true nature, he will surely abandon his infatuation. Given that the plump auntie had provided 5,000 for the talisman, Yu Luo replied candidly. The most straightforward method is for your son to throw the talisman you purchased onto Huang Shu. She is a skin-wearing demon, and the talisman will sear her soul, forcing her true form to emerge. Upon hearing this, the plump auntie's face lit up with joy. She immediately retrieved her phone and dialed Chao Dayong's number.
Dayong.
Mom has come to a realization. If Huang Shu is not a skin-wearing demon and you truly wish to be with her, then go ahead. However, you must heed my advice and test her. If she proves to be genuine, I will consent to your marriage. Lu Jiangwo frowned at this declaration. Infidelity was the root of familial discord. While he could tolerate Dayong's foolishness, he was baffled that the plump auntie was also falling for it. The plump auntie shot him a look that urged patience, signaling for him to wait before speaking again. Chao Dayong was entirely consumed with thoughts of marrying Huang Shu. Even while working, his mind wandered to the intoxicating moments spent with her. Remembering his mother's stern warning from yesterday against marrying Huang Shu, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. It seemed he had finally encountered true love, yet his mother did not understand him at all. After hearing the plump auntie's words, he grinned widely, his smile stretching from ear to ear. As long as he could gain his family's acceptance of his beloved, he would gladly undergo any trial, no matter how arduous. Thus, Chao Dayong readily agreed, though he added, but let's be clear, this test shouldn't be too harsh. He was still somewhat apprehensive about his mother, making things difficult for Huang Shu. The plump auntie scoffed. I really cannot fathom what kind of potion that demon has poured into my foolish son's ears. In just 2 short days, she has bewitched him into this pitiful state. Rest assured, the test is quite simple. You merely need to discreetly place the talisman I sent you onto her. If she is unscathed, I will grant my blessing for you to be together. She had come to a resolution. If that vixen truly was not a skin-wearing demon, her son would leave her with nothing. The elderly couple would then live with their daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and pretend they had never borne a son. Upon hearing his mother's proposed method of testing, Chao Dayong felt even more elated. He eagerly exclaimed, "Great, I'll test it as soon as I finish up." He then began to defend Huang Shu. Mom, she truly is wonderful. Just wait until I'm done. I'll bring her home for you to meet. I guarantee you will absolutely adore her as a daughter-in-law. She is far superior to someone like Xia Ting. The plump auntie could no longer contain herself. She interrupted him impatiently. Enough. Let us discuss this after the test. It must be said at that moment, she was tempted to rush to Lu City and give her foolish son a good slap. At his age, instead of cherishing a good life, he was pursuing an infatuation. If word of this got out, they would lose all face. Seeing her face flush with anger, Lu Jiangwo quickly poured her a glass of water. Auntie, please don't be upset. Once Dayong sees that woman's true colors, he will understand the merits of Xia Ting. The plump auntie sighed deeply. Oh, let us hope so. I'm too embarrassed to even discuss our family's troubles. How could a man so easily bewitched by an enchantress be worthy of my daughter-in-law? Yu Luo stifled a yawn and waved at a nearby waitress. Miss, the bill, please. She then turned to the plump auntie and Lu Jiangwo. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. It's all Xiang's fault for waking me up so early. I feel as tired as a dog. The waitress approached with a sweet smile. Our boss has observed that your experience with our beverages has not been satisfactory today, so he has decided to waive the charges for you both. Upon hearing this, Yu Luo was instantly revitalized. In that case, if I order something else, will it also be complimentary? The waiter paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Yu Luo, upon stepping out, promptly retracted her foot and sat back down. Then please bring me a beef pizza, 12 inches. She exclaimed, feeling a bit hungry after drinking tea. The waiter continued to wear a sweet smile, saying, all right. Please wait a moment. While waiting for the pizza to arrive, the plump woman eagerly inquired, Master, if that painted skin ghost reveals itself, will my son be in danger? Yu Luo leaned back slightly. As long as he keeps that talisman close to him, the painted skin ghost won't be able to approach him for the time being. However, since he has already been intimate with the ghost, it is akin to being branded. No matter where he goes, the ghost will be able to locate him. Hearing that her son had been marked by the painted skin ghost, the plump woman's spirits plummeted. Master, is there any way to remove the mark? Yu Luo nodded. Of course, there is a way. She paused briefly before continuing, however, all of this hinges on your son returning alive. The painted skin ghost typically targets men, especially those who are lecherous and fickle. She will first seduce them, and the day the man becomes utterly infatuated with her will be the day she extracts his heart. Chao Daong is drawing closer to his demise. Chapter 47. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it entirely. When the pizza arrived, Yu Luo warmly greeted Xiangxiang, the plump woman, and Lu Jiangwo. Don't just sit there, let us eat. The plump woman, preoccupied with worry for her son, ate a slice without tasting it. Lu Jiangwo, having just finished his meal, also took a token bite. The rest was devoured by Xiangxiang and Yu Luo. After finishing the pizza, Yu Luo wiped her mouth and waved to the waiter. Miss, could you please summon your boss? Though it was said to be complimentary, it felt inappropriate to take advantage of others. The waiter, somewhat surprised, thought this person might be getting a bit too demanding. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and smiled, saying, of course, please wait a moment while I consult with the boss. Lu Jiangwo and the plump woman, initially ready to leave, immediately sat back down upon hearing Yu Luo's words. Every word from the master was significant. Since she mentioned wanting to see the boss, it indicated that there was indeed something important regarding the cafe's owner. The two decided to stay and see how this unfolded. Before long, a man in his 50s, dressed in athletic wear, approached with the waiter, wearing a courteous smile. Hello, I'm Gao Heng, the owner of this establishment. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you've had with our drinks, he said. Yu Luo raised her hand to interrupt him. Hello, Mr. Gao. Our issue with the drinks is our own fault and has nothing to do with you. I asked the sister to bring you over, not to discuss that. Hearing that Yu Luo did not intend to address the drink issue, Gao Heng glanced at the waiter in confusion. Did she perhaps have a complaint about her service? The waiter felt a cold sweat break out on her palms and back. She truly hadn't done anything to upset the customers. Noticing their reactions, Yu Luo decided to be direct. Mr. Gao, you needn't look at her. I've called you over regarding your son. Upon hearing this, Gao Heng's composure faltered. He discreetly assessed the 4 individuals before him. These 2 girls appeared to be around 18 or 19, and his son was also about that age. Goodness. Could it be that his son had been involved with someone else's daughter, and now they had come to confront him? As this thought crossed his mind, the smile on his face began to wane. Could we perhaps discuss this privately? There are many customers here, and I can't afford to lose face. Yu Luo, oblivious to his momentary apprehension, waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing shameful and that it was fine to discuss it here. Besides, it would serve as a warning for others to pay more attention to their children. Gao Heng cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jiangwo and the plump woman, finding them indifferent and engrossed in the unfolding drama, which struck him as peculiar. If someone were to pursue his precious daughter, he would surely leap to defend her rather than sit idly by. Realizing he might have misunderstood, he awkwardly smiled and asked, May I inquire what this is about? At that moment, his curiosity about the gossip overcame his concern for his son. The plump woman, equally intrigued, probed, Yes, master, what is wrong with his son? Master? Upon hearing the plump woman refer to Yu Luo in such a manner, Gao Heng scrutinized the 4 again and noted the respect and admiration in Lu Jiangwo and the plump woman's eyes when they looked at Yu Luo. Could it be that this young girl was indeed a master? Yu Luo remained unfazed by his speculations. Mr. Gao, your son has joined a suicide group and has arranged to take his life with others in the group tonight. Gao Heng had not yet fully processed this shocking revelation when the plump woman gasped loudly. Just the other day, I heard about a young man in his 20s from the west side of the city who joined some group and hanged himself at such a young age. She had always believed such tales were mere rumors, never imagining she would encounter a real situation today. Yu Luo's voice was not intentionally lowered. Many nearby patrons overheard her words. Initially, some were inclined to believe, but upon hearing the plump woman's exaggerated gasp, they exchanged skeptical glances. Are today's con artists so brazen? They murmured. These four clearly seemed to be collaborating. The moment that girl finished speaking, the plump woman chimed in. Should we alert the police on behalf of the owner? Never mind, it's better to avoid trouble. Let us just watch. If the owner believes them, he will surely be taken advantage of later. Upon hearing this, Xiangxiang's temper flared. She planted her hands on her hips, ready to confront them. But Yu Luo swiftly pulled her back. The plump woman and Lu Zhengwo, who had intended to support Yu Luo, obediently resumed their seats. Gao Heng had naturally heard the murmurs and stood rooted to the spot, his expression darkening. This girl claimed his son had joined a suicide group and would take his life tonight? How could this be? His son had always been cheerful and optimistic. Wait, that's not right. Just a few days ago, he had heard his wife mention that their son had been acting strangely lately. He had dismissed her concerns as overreactions. Could it be that his son had truly joined that wretched suicide group? The sudden realization sent a chill through Gao Heng's heart. He licked his dry lips and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, asked, Master, based on what you've said, what should I do now? Although he still found it hard to believe his son would consider suicide, both his son and daughter were the apples of his eye. And he could not afford to gamble with their lives. He also wanted to see if this so-called master was truly a fraud. The other patrons exchanged glances, a silent consensus forming among them. This owner was undoubtedly about to fall victim to a scheme. In fact, several individuals had already resolved to alert the authorities as soon as Yu Luo demanded payment. They had never encountered such an audacious fraudster before. It was imperative that the police apprehend them. Yu Luo, feeling a pang of regret, produced a charm and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. Her mother's words rang true. What is free often proves to be the most costly. Take this back and place it in the pocket of your son's clothing. From this moment on, you and your wife must remain by his side for 24 hours, sharing uplifting anecdotes from his childhood, she instructed. After this period, he will abandon any suicidal thoughts. Gao Heng accepted the charm with both hands, initially expecting Yu Luo to expound on the complexity of the charm's workings, akin to those charlatans from the streets. To his surprise, the method was refreshingly simple. He glanced at the charm and expressed his gratitude, asking, What is the fee for this? Surely this charm isn't the main prop of the scam? Gao Heng had regained his composure, and it dawned on him that this was likely a novel form of deception. The other patrons shared his suspicions. Let's wager. That so-called master will undoubtedly claim this charm is exceedingly valuable. Is it even necessary to bet? If they don't charge for the charm, then the entire scheme is rendered meaningless, another chimed in. They had anticipated something innovative, only to find it was the same old trick in a new guise. However, Yu Luo's response was destined to disappoint them. She rose, glancing at the empty pizza plates on the table, her heart aching. Yet her face adopted an air of serene detachment. You treated us to coffee and pizza, so it seems we are fated to cross paths. I shall gift you this charm, she declared, and without lingering in this sorrowful place, she swiftly departed with Xiang.
Damn.
This might just be the most expensive pizza she has ever had, reflected the plump woman and Lu Zhengwo, who, after finishing their fruit, looked at Gao Heng with envy before making their exit. The patrons who had anticipated witnessing Gao Heng being conned were left dumbfounded. Is this truly a scam? Gao Heng pondered, glancing down at the charm in his hand. Regardless, when it comes to my son's life, it is better to believe than to dismiss. Chapter 48. The Master's method truly works. After observing Yu Luo and her companions depart, Gao Heng inquired about a few details from a waiter before hastily driving home. His wife, Aou, looked surprised. Why are you back at this hour?
She asked.
Gao Heng glanced upstairs. Is our son home?
Aou nodded.
Yes, he is. What's the matter? After securing the front door, Gao Heng led Aou to the study on the first floor. He closed the door and deliberately played music, turning up the volume slightly. Aou regarded his peculiar behavior with confusion. Old Gao, what is going on? Are you planning some sort of thrilling game in here? A hint of blush crept onto her face at the thought. Gao Heng pulled her into a corner, lowering his voice. A few strange guests arrived at the cafe earlier. Upon hearing this, Aou's heart froze. What did you say? A master claimed our son is involved in a suicide group? Gao Heng quickly placed a hand over her mouth. Sure, keep your voice down. Understanding her husband's caution, Aou whispered, Are you sure they were genuine masters? Gao Heng scratched his head. The girl looked very young, perhaps around 18 or 19, but she was accompanied by two others. I later asked the waiter, who said those two were also there to consult the girl, and they mentioned something about a skin-wearing ghost. In an effort to gain his wife's cooperation for the upcoming actions, Gao Hang continued, moreover, they didn't charge me a single penny, so they can't be fraudsters. Here's my thought. We have never interfered in Fan's personal matters. His computer and phone passwords are probably still set by us. Aou's eyes widened in realization. You mean to say you want me to lure our son out while you secretly check his computer? Such an act of invading their child's privacy would have been unthinkable for Gao Hang in the past. Yet now, for the sake of his son's life, he felt he had no choice but to resort to this strategy. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Don't frame it so harshly. I just want to see if our son truly joined such a group. After a brief silence, Aou recognized the lack of better alternatives and nodded in agreement. All right. I'll ask our son to take me to Shirley Xiong for cake soon. You need to act quickly. Before leaving, Aou extended her hand. Give me that charm. I'll discreetly place it in our son's pocket. In the room on the left side of the second floor, Gao Fan was busy sending messages in a group chat. I've bought the rope and learned how to tie knots. See you at 8 o'clock at the square. Just as he hit send, a knock echoed from outside, followed by his mother's voice. Fan, are you free now? Mom wants some cake from Shirley Xiong. Could you drive me there? Realizing he would soon depart from this world and could no longer be with his parents, Gao Fan tucked his phone into his pocket and opened the door. Aou subtly examined her son, speaking gently. Fan, if you're busy, it's all right. I can wait. Gao Fan smiled. No problem. I was just about to go out. Let us go now. Aou linked her arm through his, seizing the opportunity to slip the charm into his pocket. No wonder people say sons are like thoughtful military coats. They truly don't miss the mark. Just then, Gao Fan's phone chimed with a new message. Mom, you should go change your shoes. I'll bring the car around for you. As he turned to retrieve his phone, he noticed 3 responses in the group chat. Received, see you there. Hearing the car fade into the distance, Gao Hang emerged from the study, armed with a spare key, and ascended to the second floor, unlocking Gao Fan's room. He tiptoed to the computer, hesitating for a long moment before pressing the power button. He recalled how much he despised his parents rifling through his belongings as a child. He felt a wave of shame wash over him for his current actions. Yet, the thought of Yu Luo's warning about his son's impending suicide steeled his resolve. At worst, I'll apologize to my son afterward. With this thought, the weight of guilt lightened considerably. He pressed the power button and waited for the computer to boot up, glancing around his son's room. Everything was neatly organized and spotless. On the neatly folded blanket lay his son's favorite Pikachu figurine. He simply couldn't fathom why his cheerful, lively son would contemplate such a tragic end. The sound of the boot-up completed brought him back to reality, but upon seeing the desktop, Gao Hang felt an icy chill wash over him. Due to his son Gao Fan's desktop wallpaper, which astonishingly turned out to be a suicide note addressed to them, there was no need for him to seek further evidence. Everything was already self-evident. He refrained from using the computer any longer and abruptly exited Gao Fan's room, shutting down the device. Gao Hang could not recall how he made his way from the upper floor back to the study. Trembling, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, gradually regaining his composure. He retrieved a piece of paper and meticulously transcribed every word spoken by Yu Luo at that moment. He must remain composed. If he faltered, his son would be doomed. At the Shirley Xiong cake shop, Aou purchased 3 small cakes. Fan, this is your favorite mango cake. Do you remember when you were little and your mother bought you a mango cake? Your cousin took a bite, and you pinned him to the ground and beat him soundly. Later, your aunt compensated you with 2 identical small cakes. Do you recall that? Recently, Gao Fan, who had lost interest in everything and was consumed by thoughts of death, suddenly envisioned the scene that Aou described. A genuine smile involuntarily graced his face. Of course. I remember. My cousin was still defiant after being beaten, proclaiming he would grow taller than me one day to return the favor. But look at him now. Not only is he overweight, but he's also short. I can take both of them down with one hand. As these words escaped him, both mother and son were momentarily stunned. It seemed that life wasn't so dull after all. Oh my son can finally communicate normally. Aou joyfully turned away to wipe away a tear. This is your sister's favorite strawberry cake. Shall we take it to her later, walking along North Ring Road? Every time you visited the cake shop as a child, you insisted on bringing your sister a strawberry cake. You would wait eagerly at the entrance for her to finish school. Then you both would share bites of each other's cakes.
As always,
Gao Fan seemed to relive the joy of waiting with a small cake for his sister after school and enjoying it together.
All right.
We will take the North Ring Road later. Aou felt a surge of joy. It appeared the master's advice was indeed effective. She began to ponder what other activities could evoke memories while being time-consuming and labor-intensive. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes lit up. Dumpling making. Chopping the filling and making the dough is certainly time-consuming. Upon arriving at her daughter's workplace, she called her down. As she handed over the small cakes, her eyes darted playfully. Xiao Jia, come home for dinner tonight. Your father mentioned he craves shepherdess purse dumplings. I remember you and your brother both adore them. I'll have Fan take me to buy some shepherd's purse, and we can make a large batch. Gao Jia looked puzzled. Mom, if you want dumplings, we can just eat out. Making them ourselves is too much trouble. Aou interrupted her. What do you know? Homemade is far tastier than anything from outside. When you and your brother were little, as long as I made dumplings, you both would eat until you were stuffed. So, it's settled. You'll return after work. And Fan, and I will head out. Thus, Aou and Gao Fan spent 2 hours procuring several pounds of shepherdess purse, along with beef, pork, and scallions. In Aou's words, let us make a big batch this time. Chapter 49. Curiosity kills the cat, a first encounter. Ruu is truly clever. Upon receiving his wife's message, Gao Heng did not hesitate to praise Aou effusively. With such a capable wife, he could not afford to lag behind. After some thought, he retrieved the dusty checkers set from the storage room. Hence, the family of 3 reminisced about the past while prepping the freshly acquired shepherd's purse. They subsequently chopped the filling and kneaded the dough. Aou rolled out the dumpling skins while Gao Heng and Gao Fan clumsily learned to make dumplings by following a video tutorial. Aou and Gao Heng intentionally slowed their pace. When Gao Jia returned from work and saw that they hadn't finished making the dumplings, she rolled up her sleeves and joined the dumpling-making brigade. As a social butterfly, her eyes flitted between her parents before she posed a question that had long lingered in her mind. Dad, Mom, how did you two meet? Who pursued whom? The couple exchanged glances, both puzzled about how to steer the conversation away from the topic at hand when their daughter's inquiry arrived. Truly, she was a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket, a divine assist. Gao Heng was the first to respond. Of course, I pursued your mother. Let me tell you, the first time I laid eyes on her, I felt as if she radiated light. Thus, the family transitioned from discussing how Gao Heng and Aou met to their courtship, marriage, pregnancy, and childbirth. Gao Fan's spirits began to lift once more. Aou cast a deep glance at Gao Fan. I believe you two siblings possess some sort of magic. Gao Jia and Gao Fan exchanged bewildered glances. Aou smiled, her eyes sparkling. Because the moment you two were born, I loved you with all my heart and soul. Although we had only just met, tell me, do you not possess magic? Hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter. Seizing the moment, Gao Heng chimed in indeed. When you were little, you were so tiny and soft. At first, your mother and I were afraid to hold you, fearing we might accidentally harm you. As the dumplings were completed, darkness enveloped the sky. After the family finished dinner, Gao Heng seized his son, who was about to retreat to his room. Fan, come, play a few games of checkers with me. I remember you had a unique strategy that was quite formidable. After the father and son retreated to the study, Gao Jia entered the kitchen. Mom, what are you two up to? She was well aware of her parents' usual demeanor. Today was exceptionally unusual. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Aou's tears began to flow freely. Seeing her mother cry, Gao Jia's eyes also reddened. Mom, please don't cry. Medicine is so advanced now. As long as it's not terminal. With tear-stained eyes, Aou gazed at her. Advanced medicine? Terminal? What do you mean? Gao Jia appeared bewildered. Today, you suddenly went to the trouble of making dumplings for us and reminisced about the past, much like those television dramas where someone conceals a terminal illness from their children. Her voice grew softer with each word.
Aou is sick.
I would rather it were us who were gravely ill. Gao Jia was even more confused. Then what is it that has you both acting so strangely? Aou glanced outside and lowered her voice. A master visited our cafe today. She said something about your brother. Gao Jia's eyes widened in shock. Mom, do you mean to say Fan joined a suicide group? If that master hadn't intervened, he would have. Unable to utter the word die in reference to her brother, who had shared a love-hate relationship with her since childhood, she struggled to find the words. Gao Jia, youthful and quick-witted, suggested, Mom, we can't keep dragging this out. My birthday is in a few days. How about I invite some friends over for a pre-birthday celebration? We can throw a wild party, and by the time he wakes up, it will have been nearly 24 hours. Upon reflection, Yu agreed. After all, they couldn't play checkers all night. The mother and daughter immediately split their tasks, one calling friends while the other procured supplies. By the time Gao Heng and his son emerged from the study, upon entering the room, one is greeted by a multitude of guests, with the living room transformed into a vibrant birthday party venue.
Goya.
Gracefully holding 2 glasses of red wine, extends them to the attendees, explaining that, due to impending commitments in a few days, she has chosen to celebrate her birthday a tad earlier. Gao Heng accepts a glass, proclaiming to his son, "You are now of age. Let's toast together." Thus, the evening unfolds with a series of toasts that carry on until the stroke of midnight. Gao Fan, who seldom indulges in alcohol, finds himself growing drowsy after just a few drinks. After accommodating their guests in the guest rooms, the family of 3 gently assists Gao Fan back to his own room. Noticing the ominous notes wallpapering his space, Gao Jia prudently acquires some sleeping pills from a friend for safety, contemplating administering them should he awaken too early. The family remains vigilant by Gao Fan's bedside, each member wide awake. Meanwhile, after departing from the cafe, Yu Luo and Xiang Xiang return home, with Xiang Xiang hesitating to voice her thoughts. On her 20th attempt to speak, Yu Luo can no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Speak your mind, or let it be. Do not leave me in suspense." Xiang Xiang, lowering her gaze, eventually responds, "Master, rescuing Gao Heng's son does not resolve the underlying issue. Ultimately, it is the suicide group and their orchestrator that pose the true threat." Yu Luo, sitting cross-legged on her bed, replies, "I am acutely aware that the matter remains unresolved. It is precisely why I feel the pizza was a poor trade." Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiang's eyes brighten with realization. "Sister, do you have a plan?" Yu Luo playfully pokes her forehead. "How can one not say your wit is a tad sluggish?" She then gently points to the talisman before her, infused with a trace of spiritual energy. "As long as we approach Gao Heng's son, we can immediately pinpoint the mastermind behind that group." Before she can finish, Xiang Xiang showers her with praise. "Wow, Master, you are truly remarkable." Yu Luo lightly taps her on the head. "Enough with the flattery." Xiang Xiang chuckles, "Flattery or not, I merely speak the truth." Yu Luo rolls her eyes. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you, and the chubby one. There is no need for mercy, with such heartless beings." Xiang Xiang stands at attention, offering a clumsy salute. "Do not worry, Master. I shall ensure the task is completed." It is only then that Yu Luo feels a twinge of unease regarding the chubby one. Typically, upon her return, the rotund figure would eagerly come to her without her summons. Yet since this morning, she has not seen either of them. Concerned for their safety, she raises her voice. "Bye-bye, Pang Pang, come to my room immediately." In the next moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, materialize before her, though both keep their heads bowed. "What is the matter?" Yu Luo frowns at them. "Lift your heads." The 2 spirits hesitantly raise their gazes. Upon seeing the sizable bumps on their foreheads, Yu Luo gasps in alarm. "What happened to your heads?" Pang Pang, pouting, bursts into tears. "I saw Xiang Xiang wanting to go in last night and bumped into the door." After listening to her sobbing recount the events, Yu Luo finds herself at a loss for words. They say curiosity kills the cat, and it appears it can also be the downfall of spirits. Thankfully, the mischievous rat only set up a harmless barrier, otherwise, the 2 would likely have met their demise last night. Observing their woeful expressions, she gestures gently, causing the bumps on their heads to vanish instantaneously. Seeing the bump on Bai's forehead disappear, Pang Pang eagerly touches her own head. "Oh yay, my bump is gone." She then turns around and chirpily thanks Yu Luo. Yu Luo pats her head. "From now on, keep your curiosity in check." After advising Pang Pang, she turns to Xiang Xiang. "The location has been confirmed. You must go and return swiftly." Bai and Pang Pang exchange puzzled glances. "Master, where are you sending us?" Xiang Xiang grabs one of the spirits. "Come on, I'll explain what we are to do on our way." Chapter 50. The dagger given by Master Father is quite handy. Pang Pang looks on curiously as Xiang Xiang gathers a wandering spirit here and another there. "Aunt Xiang, why are we bringing them along for our task? Aren't they going to be a nuisance?" The spirits appear dazed, uncertain of their purpose. Bai taps Pang Pang on the head. "If I am not mistaken, these 3 must be the individuals Xiang Xiang mentioned who are planning to commit suicide tonight, right?" Xiang Xiang gives her a thumbs up. Correct. Quite astute of you. In the next instant, this peculiar group teleports to the exterior of a self-built house in the southern part of the city. Xiang produces the invisibility talisman given by Yu Luo and applies it to herself, leading the 3 spirits and 2 ghosts boldly into the house.
From the outside,
The house appears unremarkable, akin to any other self-built structure. However, as Xiang surveys the interior, she quickly discerns something amiss. From the opulent light fixtures to the lavish furniture and flooring, everything exudes luxury. The spirits, now regaining their composure, turn to Xiang with inquisitive expressions. Where are we?
who are you?
Why have you brought us here? Xiang points to a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. Did you not all fall for his deception? Planning to end your lives today? How can you not even recognize him? The 3 spirits exchange glances. They are not only intelligent but also perceptive, quickly deducing their identities. Yet, no one speaks. Instead, they collectively gaze at the man on the sofa. Did not the group leader claim he was 18 years old and from a profoundly unfortunate background? How can he possibly be a middle-aged man? Could he be the leader's father? Yet, the decor of this house starkly contrasts what the leader described. While the 3 remain perplexed, a shady-looking man enters the room, ingratiatingly offering a cigarette to the middle-aged man on the sofa. Brother, after the commission for those 4 useless ones clears today, aside from the share I deserve, could you lend me a bit more? The man narrows his eyes. Have you been gambling again? The lackey's face pales slightly. They drag me into it. You know how I get. Once I start, I can hardly stop. The man abruptly stands, kicking him to the ground. I warned you about your gambling habits. How many times must I repeat myself? If you cannot refrain, perhaps I should just end you. The lackey writhes on the floor. Brother, this isn't my fault. I do much more work, yet I receive so little in return. A fierce glint flashes in the middle-aged man's eyes. Are you implying that I take too much? He glares at the lackey. Do not forget, this business was my undertaking. It was I who guided them into the trap and taught you the rhetoric to instill their despair and desire for death. Before he can finish his sentence, the 3 spirits become restless. Therefore, when he referred to the 4 useless individuals earlier, was he speaking of us? And what is this business about a commission? Xiang cast a sidelong glance at the 3 of them. It's astonishing that despite your academic prowess or exceptional talent, you stoop to such trivialities, even imitating others in their self-destructive tendencies. What gives? Are the words of a stranger more effective than those of your parents, teachers, or girlfriends? If they were to tell you to eat dirt, would you comply? Recalling her earlier comments about their dual roles, one playing the villain and the other the hero, the chubby one stepped forward. Aunt Xiang, don't blame my 3 older brothers. They too have been deceived by malevolent forces. Moreover, they are all individuals with ideals and aspirations. With that, he reached out his pudgy little hand and tugged at each of their garments in turn. Older brother number 1 aspires to research the most formidable explosives, and sister number 2 wishes to create the most advanced robotic warriors. Then, with wide, innocent eyes, he gazed at the 3rd spirit. This brother no. 3 aims to study subatomic particles. Xiang continued to provoke those who are so easily swayed, who can be led astray at a whim. How can they achieve anything of significance? The 3 spirits were left speechless, their faces reddening with indignation. They looked towards Xiang and asked, May we inquire a few questions of them? Xiang nodded. You may, but first, allow me to give them a proper reckoning before you proceed with your inquiries. After all, I wouldn't want these 3 simpletons to be led astray once more without getting any questions answered. Upon hearing Xiang's words, the chubby one could hardly contain herself and immediately transformed into her infant spirit form. Aunt Xiang, let me go first. Since they enjoy leading others to their demise, let them taste the flavor of death first. Xiang swiftly pulled her back. What's your rush, little one? She positioned herself between the 2 men, waving her hand before their eyes. The once tense atmosphere between the 2 men dissipated instantly at the sight of Xiang's sudden appearance.
Who are you?
How did you get in here? Xiang glared at them coldly. I am your father. With that, she delivered a series of sharp slaps across their faces. The resounding strikes echoed, leaving them dazed, their heads ringing, and as they opened their mouths, teeth fell out. They looked at Xiang in terror, incoherently pleading for mercy.
Who are you?
Please spare us. Where did this crazy woman come from? Why is she so violent? The middle-aged man's eyes darted nervously towards the monitoring equipment, hoping that the other lackeys nearby would come to their rescue. Xiang pulled out the black dagger left by Yu Luo, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the 2 men. After all the vile deeds you've committed, do you still expect me to show you mercy? Fine, let each of you take 10 stabs from me, and if you survive, I may consider sparing you. The sycophantic man immediately scurried behind the middle-aged man. Hero, spare me. I was coerced. It was he who made me do all those wicked things. Xiang had inquired about the dagger's purpose from Yu Luo, who had informed her that as long as blood was drawn to acknowledge its master, the dagger could be wielded at her discretion. It could inflict physical harm or target souls. In essence, when she intended to harm someone, it functioned as an ordinary knife. But when she wished to avoid inflicting physical injuries, it became a weapon that attacked the soul. Grasping the dagger, Xiang approached the two men and without hesitation plunged it into each of their arms. Ah, that hurts. Both the sycophantic man and the middle-aged man howled, clutching their arms as the intense pain made their foreheads bulge with veins. The chubby one, frightened, hid behind the fair one. My goodness,
This is terrifying.
Xiang's eyes widened as she fixated on the two men's arms. Surprisingly, there were no visible wounds. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the spiritual wounds etched upon their souls. The pain of the soul is exponentially more acute than that of the body. Xiang's eyes sparkled brighter than a 1,000-watt bulb as she beheld the dagger.
Wow.
This dagger bestowed by my master's father is quite effective. Recalling Yu Luo's advice, she grinned and approached the two men, stabbing them in non-lethal yet excruciatingly painful spots repeatedly. After a while, both men had wet their pants multiple times, collapsing to the ground like limp pigs. Only then did she beckon the three spirits over, signaling that it was time for their inquiries. The two men, who had just moments ago been sobbing and begging for their lives, were now the subject of scrutiny. The female spirit spoke first. Did you establish that group for profit? The middle-aged man's face contorted with pain as he glanced at the three spirits. Isn't that obvious? If it wasn't for profit, would I be wasting my time with you? Xiang had already seized the man's phone, unlocked it, and began recording a video. After the female spirit's question, the other two spirits lost interest in further inquiries, suddenly realizing how foolish they had been. Nonetheless, Xiang had another question for the two men. You claim you incite others to suicide for profit. Where does the money come from? The middle-aged man hesitated, but upon seeing the dagger in her hand, he spilled the beans. I'm not sure where it originates, but someone contacted me 5 years ago and provided me with a list. As long as I convinced the individuals on that list to end their lives, I would receive between 50,000 to 5 million. The accounts they transfer the money to are always different. Xiang attempted to probe further, but her abilities could not reveal the identities of the puppeteers behind the scenes. What else do you know? Speak everything at once, or else. She raised the dagger, leaving her threat implied. The middle-aged man shrank back slightly. I've heard that they've trained a group of individuals to brainwash those who are deemed valuable to society and the nation. Chapter 51. This little ghost is utterly inhuman. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiang furrowed her brow. This was a matter far beyond their capacity to handle. She glanced at the three spirits, who were now awakened to the folly of their previous actions. She lightly touched them to ensure they could not escape the room. Then she instructed the fair and chubby ones, you two keep an eye on these two, just don't let them die. I'll be stepping out for a moment, but I'll return shortly. With that, she vanished, appearing outside Yu Luo's door. As a clever little mouse, when the master is at a loss, it is only natural to return and consult the master. Having learned from the morning's lesson, she knocked softly this time. Yu Luo, deep in slumber, was jolted awake once more by the knocking. Xiang, what on earth are you doing? You didn't let me sleep this morning, and now you're interrupting my nap. Xiang felt a twinge of guilt. The matter that person spoke of is rather serious. I'm uncertain how to proceed, so I thought I'd consult with you.
Yu Luo shot her a glance.
Sister, if you're indecisive, why not contact the police?
What can I do for you?
With that, she picked up her phone and initiated a video call to Zhou Qiang. After 2 rings, Zhou Qiang answered. Hello, master. What brings you to call? Upon hearing Xiang's words, Zhou Qiang abruptly stood up. What did you say? The others around him turned their curious gazes towards him. What could have possibly unsettled team leader Zhou to this extent? With a grim expression, Zhou Qiang spoke into the phone. All right, send me the address, and I shall bring my team over immediately. After hanging up, he looked at the others and exclaimed, don't just stand there. We have significant work ahead. After receiving the specific address, Yu Luo put down her phone and yawned. All right, you should hurry back. Just remember to avoid the cameras while teleporting. Xiang looked at her incredulously. Master, are you entrusting this matter to me and the plump one just so you can catch some sleep? Yu Luo shot her a disapproving glance. What else should I do? It's all your fault for waking me up so early. With that, she waved her hand, pushing Xiang out. After closing the door, she promptly resumed her slumber. After all, today's performance had already exceeded expectations. A little more sleep wouldn't be a crime. When Xiang reluctantly returned to the middle-aged man's residence, she was taken aback by the scene before her. There was the chubby spirit, in a ghostly state, herding the middle-aged man and his sycophant upstairs as if they were cattle. You always enjoy inciting others to take their own lives, don't you? Hurry up. I've even prepared the rope for you. The two men, blackened and sporting frizzy hair, knelt before her, banging their heads on the floor. Please, we beg you, spare us. Only then did they realize that compared to the specter before them, Xiang had been merciful beyond measure. This little ghost was truly terrifying. She had even cruelly pulled the plug halfway, forcing them to touch it, claiming she wanted them to experience the sensation of being electrocuted. Just as they were on the brink of being electrocuted, she would pull them back from the edge. Next, she instructed them to lie in a bathtub filled to the brim, offering them a drowning package. Now, she was presenting them with a hanging ghost package to experience. Xiang crossed her arms, watching with delight. Chubby, you're quite impressive, showing a flair reminiscent of Master Shu. Upon seeing her return, the two men looked at her as if she were their savior. Heroine, please intervene. If this continues, we will truly be tormented to death. The three souls chimed in unison. Didn't you frequently claim in the group that you've lived long enough and wished for death? What are you afraid of now? The middle-aged man could no longer hold back. That was just talk. Why would I want to die when I'm living just fine? Besides, if I don't say that, how could I trick you fools into dying? The three souls could no longer contain themselves, rushing at the two men with a flurry of punches and kicks. Once they had vented their frustrations, Xiang finally spoke. All right, hurry and experience the hanging ghost package. Do not let my dear Chubby's good intentions go to waste. Seeing that Xiang did not stop her, Chubby grinned widely. What? Do you still wish to experience the sensation of your soul being torn apart? Watching Chubby and the two men vanish up the stairs, the three souls bore expressions of uncertainty. It turned out that the one who had been urging them to die was the most terrified of death. They looked at Xiang with remorse. We were wrong. Please take us back. We will no longer seek death. Xiang regarded the three of them. Her tone softened. It's good that you understand. Remember, every individual has a purpose for existence. Life is singular, and one must learn to cherish it. Noticing their guilt-ridden faces, she continued. You need not feel remorse. This incident is not your fault. You are still young, and it is entirely normal to succumb to such organized and premeditated temptation. However, I hope that in the future, you can all become individuals with strong inner convictions, capable of discerning right from wrong. The three nodded vigorously. We will certainly strive to do so. Before Xiang sent them back, they expressed their concerns. Actually, we have one more person. Xiang raised her hand to halt their words. I know, he will be fine. You are all exceptional. Now, return and pursue your goals. As the three turned to leave, Xiang generously bestowed blessings upon each of them. Their futures would be bright, destined to become the pillars of the nation. When Chubby tossed the two, who had experienced the hanging ghost package down the stairs, Xiang added a few more cuts to their souls. They wouldn't die immediately, but each day they lived would feel worse than death. Having completed all this, Zhou Qiang arrived with over 100 police officers, apprehending a dozen of the middle-aged man's lackeys from the nearby buildings. For each target, they devised different strategies. Each of these individuals had their specific tasks. Some started with friends, gradually unearthing the most painful memories of their targets, amplifying those sorrowful points indefinitely. Even the joys of life could be distorted into shadows from various angles. Others, attractive girls or handsome boys, would lure their targets through online romance. Once the targets fell in love, they would heartlessly abandon them, allowing another person to begin the brainwashing process. Their ultimate goal was to lead the target towards a nihilistic suicide. According to the middle-aged man and the testimonies of these individuals, there were dozens of similar groups, and even branches in other cities. Sometimes, they would gather to exchange insights. For each person they successfully coaxed into dying, the middle-aged man would receive between $50,000 to $500,000, depending on the target's potential. As they said, if an ordinary person were coaxed into death, there would be no money to claim. Of course, there were those who resisted their temptations. At such times, They resorted to another insidious tactic, using the target S family as leverage. As for the subsequent handling, that would be the police's responsibility. After Xiang provided her statement, she proudly returned to the villa with Chubby and the plump one. Master, this dagger from my father is simply exquisite.
Before the police arrived,
I took the liberty of giving each of them a good stab, ensuring they would have no pleasant outcomes in the future.
those are soul wounds.
No one can heal from that. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Chubby chimed in, excitedly recounting her achievements. Master, you wouldn't believe how terrified those two were. Yu Luo, hearing this, gave a thumbs up. You both did well. Although Gao Fan wasn't present at the scene, given the seriousness of the matter, the police will surely issue a statement within 24 hours. By the time he wakes up and sees the announcement, everything should be fine. As soon as she finished speaking, several rays of golden light soared towards the four of them. Chubby exclaimed, "Wow. We've all become glowing light bulbs." Feeling the powerful aura of merit, Yu Luo's heart finally found some equilibrium. It seemed that the pizza had not been a poor investment after all. Chapter 52. Didn't you say you were willing to lay your heart bare for me? After parting ways with Yu Luo, Fat Ant returned home, feeling increasingly restless. On one hand, she worried that the painted skin ghost would harm her son if discovered. On one hand, she was concerned that her son might disregard her advice and proceed with the test. Recalling Yu Luo's words, the worried matron dialed Chao Dayong's number again. Dayong, I consulted the master, and if that painted skin demon manifests, you must quickly keep that talisman close to you. Understood?
As long as you safeguard that talisman,
it won't be able to approach you. Make sure to return promptly. I'll take you to see the master. Upon hearing his mother mention the master, Dayong grew somewhat impatient. Mom, where can you find a master these days? Those genuinely skilled individuals are beyond our reach. The ones who parade around claiming to be masters are nothing but charlatans, swindlers of the lowest order. Don't let yourself be conned out of your savings. He considered the fortune-tellers peddling their wares outside to be mere frauds, and only someone of his mother's generation would fall for such nonsense. The matron, growing increasingly irate, retorted, I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think I can't discern a fraud? Your Uncle Lu's renovation issues were easily spotted by that master. And despite numerous hospitals declaring there was no hope, that master assured us they would be healed in a few months. Who would dare make such claims without genuine skill? Her foolish son was on the brink of being consumed by the painted skin demon, yet he dared to question her judgment. It was utterly outrageous. Dayong, growing more exasperated, snapped back, Mom, it seems you've been brainwashed by that so-called master. If she were as remarkable as you say, hospitals would shut down. He continued vehemently. There are no ghosts in this world, let alone painted skin demons. If you don't believe me, I'll conduct a test on Huangshu when I return and record a video for you. He was incredulous that his once astute mother, after a lifetime of wisdom, could still be deceived by such absurd tales. The matron's discontent was palpable. Dayong, how can you speak like that? That master undoubtedly possesses true abilities.
Dayong,
a skeptic of the supernatural, interrupted her sharply. All right, Mom, I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Staring at the disconnected call on her phone, the matron was incredulous. You ungrateful wretch. Not only do you slander the master, but you also dare to hang up on me. When that painted skin demon comes for you, even if you beg for my help, I won't lift a finger. Humph, what a foolish son. If he weren't her own flesh and blood, she would be tempted to strangle him. That demon was ready to tear out his heart while he remained infatuated. As his mother, she was solely concerned for his well-being, yet he treated her with disdain. After hanging up on his mother, Dayong, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. He had no intention of working and decided to leave early instead. Remembering the test his mother mentioned, he retrieved a package he had received the previous day, opening it to find nothing but a small red envelope. Inside was a triangular talisman.
Huh.
I can't believe my mother is so muddled. She spent 50,000 on this worthless trinket. She must have money to burn. He resolved to download an anti-fraud app on his parents' phones when he returned home, as such gullibility was unacceptable. He disdainfully tucked the talisman into his briefcase and pulled out a large diamond ring he had secretly purchased the day before. As memories of Huangshu's supple waist and the intoxicating moments they shared in bed flooded his mind, Dayong's gaze darkened momentarily. Eager to return to his residence in Lucheng, he recalled his promise to his mother about testing Huangshu. Thus, he paused at the door, adjusting his phone to camera mode and slipping it into his shirt pocket, the lens perfectly positioned to capture the forthcoming scene. He smiled at the prospect of passing the test, allowing his family to accept the woman he cherished. Upon entering, he was greeted by Huang Shu, clad in a seductive red camisole, her delicate bare feet padding towards him. She slinked into his embrace, her large eyes brimming with feigned sorrow. "Darling, you're finally back. I've missed you." Daeong looked down, captivated by the alluring sights beneath her garment. He placed his briefcase on the entryway cabinet and pulled Huang Shu close, squeezing her backside playfully. "My dear, where exactly do you miss me?" Huang Shu shot him a playful glare, lightly punching his chest with her small fist. "Uncle, you're so annoying. Always teasing me." Daeong felt as if his soul was being ensnared by her gaze, yearning to whisk her away to the bed and punish her for her teasing. However, considering the long term, he suppressed his urges and gently pushed Huang Shu away. "Close your eyes, sweetheart. I have a big surprise for you." Huang Shu gave a coy glance at his briefcase, obediently shutting her eyes. "Uncle, you're not proposing, are you?" Daeong pinched her cheek with a mischievous grin. "Just trust me, keep your eyes closed. I'll tell you when to open them." He stepped back, retrieving the ring and the talisman from his briefcase. His intention was to conduct a quick test with the talisman while Huang Shu's eyes were closed, allowing him to appease his mother before proceeding with the proposal. However, at the moment he intended to slip the talisman into Huang Shu's lingerie. He recalled his mother's warning about ensuring the talisman was kept close if she truly were a painted skin demon. Altering his approach, he gently placed the talisman atop her head. The instant the talisman made contact, Huang Shu, who had been smiling, suddenly let out a chilling scream. Dark smoke billowing from her head. Her once delicate features grotesquely transformed into a monstrous visage, complete with sharp fangs and a terrifying countenance. Startled, Daeong stumbled backward, collapsing to the floor in shock. "Oh my god, it's a ghost." He cursed under his breath, realizing that this woman was indeed a painted skin demon. Paralyzed by fear, he found himself unable to flee, shrinking back into a corner. Huang Shu swiped the talisman from her head, her claw-like fingers clutching her scalp. Her bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on Daeong. Her once sweet voice now turned raspy and menacing. "What have you done to me, you wretched man?" She advanced toward him step by step. Daeong was utterly terrified, grasping anything within reach to hurl at her. "Don't come any closer." Huang Shu regarded him with disdain.
"Oh,
"Weren't you just calling me sweetheart?" She scoffed. "A man with a wife who cavorts outside deserves nothing less." She cackled maliciously. "Initially intending to keep you for a couple more days, but since you have seen through her so quickly, then you shall perish now." With that, her sharp claws lunged directly at Chao Daeong's heart. "Did you not claim you could extract my heart for me? Allow me to fulfill your promise." Just as Chao Daeong believed he was doomed, a glimmer of hope caught his eye as he noticed a talisman lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto the floor, stretching out his hand as if grasping a lifeline, seizing the talisman tightly. In the next moment, Huang Shu's vicious claws struck him. But the instant they made contact, she let out a shriek and retreated several meters, her claws emanating wisps of black smoke. Seeing this, Chao Daeong finally relaxed, panting heavily as he rose from the ground. Both man and ghost warily regarded each other. Chapter 53. Lord Mouse detests pretentious ghosts. The plump woman was just about to head out to buy groceries and prepare a meal when she received a phone call from her son. "Mom, help. Huang Shu is truly inhuman. What should I do now?" Watching Huang Shu slowly approach, Chao Daeong was on the verge of tears. "Don't come any closer. I have a talisman." Hearing his words, the plump woman's heart raced. She took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself. "Daeong, don't panic. The master said that as long as you hold that talisman, the painted skin ghost won't dare to approach you. If you can get outside, leave the room immediately and hurry back." Upon hearing this, Huang Shu quickly walked over, locked the door, and took the key. "Humph! Trying to escape? Not so easily." She licked her lips, declaring, "No prey has ever escaped my grasp." With that, she ignored Chao Daeong and headed straight for the bathroom. "It's just a talisman. As long as that dog of a man can't run away, I have plenty of ways to destroy it." Even with the air conditioning on, Chao Daeong's clothes were drenched in sweat. Seeing Huang Shu enter the bathroom, he hastily scrambled to his feet and dashed into the bedroom, locking the door behind him. "Mom, I can't get out." She locked the door and took the key. The plump woman frowned upon hearing this. "There's not just one key. Why don't you find a spare key?" How could her son be so foolish at such a critical moment? Her words reminded Chao Daeong, and he quickly opened the bedside cabinet, retrieving the spare key. Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Remembering how he had hung up on her earlier. The plump woman interrupted him sharply. All right, find the key and hurry back. Don't be afraid. The master said that with that talisman, she won't be able to approach you. Listening to his mother, tears welled in Chao Dayong's eyes. Yes, Mom, I'll be back soon. If I survive this time, I'll live life to the fullest. However, as he grasped the key and approached the bedroom door, it was suddenly kicked down, and Huang Shu, her face contorted with rage, brandished a bucket of water, cackling. Did you think hiding here would spare you from me?
With that,
She poured the bucket of water directly over Chao Dayong. The talisman was particularly vulnerable to water. If she destroyed it, this dog of a man would be as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Chao Dayong could not evade in time and was drenched to the bone. Fortunately, the talisman was still clutched tightly in his hand and remained intact. Huang Shu tested his defenses with a swipe of her claw, which immediately billowed thick black smoke. Realizing the talisman hadn't been destroyed, she screeched in frustration and stormed into the kitchen. If water won't work, then I shall use fire. No matter what. This dog of a man must die today. Witnessing Huang Shu's determined demeanor, Chao Dayong understood that if she couldn't destroy the talisman, she would surely find another way. If he couldn't escape and remained here, he was as good as dead. An overwhelming desire to survive dulled the fear in Chao Dayong's heart. As Huang Shu took a few steps away, he charged forward and grabbed her. If the talisman could harm the painted skin ghost, then he would inflict greater harm, rendering her powerless to pursue him.
Ah!
Huang Shu screamed, black smoke swirling around her as she fell to the ground, convulsing. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Dayong released her and dashed to the front door, flinging it open and bolting outside. Yu Luo had just finished dinner when she received a call from Lu Zhangwo, who mentioned that the plump woman's son had returned and sought her assistance. Yu Luo glanced at the sky. I'll send you my address. Bring them over. Were it not for her regard for the plump woman, she wouldn't bother with such a scoundrel. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up at the mention of a painted skin ghost. Master, can I stay a little longer? Xiang patted his shoulder. Have you learned those two talismans? Shen Xingchen's face flushed, and his voice dropped a notch. I can practice more when I go home tonight. As he spoke, he covertly glanced at Yu Luo, wondering if the little master thought he was foolish. Observing his cautious demeanor, Yu Luo chuckled. If you wish to stay, then by all means. Lu Zhangwo and the others arrived swiftly. Before getting out of the car, the plump woman shot Chao Dayong a glare filled with exasperation. When you see the master, you better have a good attitude, understand? Just the thought of Huang Shu's fearsome visage sent chills down Chao Dayong's spine. Nodding fervently, he replied, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely listen to the master. Only then did the plump woman feel slightly reassured. As they stepped out of the car, the injured yet recovering painted skin ghost rushed towards them with fiery eyes. Dogman, I'll take your life. This was the first time she had sustained such severe injuries. Even if it was not for the heart, she would ensure that Chao Dayong perished today. The plump woman and Lu Zhangwo were seeing a painted skin ghost for the first time. They grabbed Chao Dayong and dashed into the house. Master, save us. The painted skin ghost is chasing us. The painted skin ghost cackled, advancing step by step. Master? Ha ha ha, I want to see how this so-called master will save you. She had long since discerned that genuine masters would not concern themselves with trivial matters. As she stepped through the door, she was promptly slapped to the ground. Xiang shook her hand. Damn it, Lord Mouse despises pretentious ghosts. Especially when this bastard dared to act pretentious in front of her master. It was akin to seeking death. The painted skin ghost, dazed, struggled to rise, shaking her head in fear. Great immortal, what are you doing here? Realizing a great deity was present, she regretted coming here. Xiang ignored her, leading the stunned plump woman and the others inside. She turned back and glared at the painted skin ghost. Come here. The painted skin ghost dared not utter a word, obediently rolling into the living room. Chao Dayong, who had already seated himself, jumped up in fright, moving to the farthest corner from the painted skin ghost. With an eager gaze fixed on the esteemed master Xiang, the stout woman tightened her grip on his arm and exclaimed, Hurry, and finish her off. She gestured towards Yu Luo, who was seated munching on an apple, stating, That is the master. This one is truly the master. Chao Dayong contemplated an apology, but Yu Luo discarded the apple core into the trash, raising her hand to signal him to remain silent. There exist two methods to eliminate the mark. One is to simply erase the imprint left by this skinwalking demon, and the other is to obliterate her entirely. Once her soul is scattered, the mark will naturally vanish. Which do you choose? As she spoke, she flicked her fingers. The grotesque visage of the skinwalking demon transformed instantaneously into a stunning beauty, alluring and delicate in form. The once eager Chao Daong, who had insisted on Yu Luo dispatching the demon, quickly retracted his statement. I never intended for her to meet such a grim fate. Yu Luo scoffed disdainfully. Very well. Then I shall merely erase the mark for you. However, should she attempt to reach for your heart again? Before she could finish, Chao Daong hurriedly interjected. Then let her soul be scattered. Such a lecherous, self-serving scoundrel. Yu Luo felt an overwhelming urge to slap him into oblivion. She produced a specially prepared yellow bitter ball and tossed it to him. Here, consume this, and the mark left by the skinwalking demon will be eradicated. She then extracted a QR code. You can settle the fee at your discretion. Chao Daong swiftly accepted the yellow ball, and the moment it touched his lips, he grimaced in agony. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit from the bitterness, he gritted his teeth and crushed the ball, swallowing it whole. He then retrieved his phone and transferred 100,000. Upon confirmation of the payment, Yu Luo waved her hand impatiently. You may leave now. I will handle this skinwalking demon myself. The stout woman and her husband were decent individuals. It perplexed her how they had raised such a worthless offspring. Chapter 54. Am I just a soft persimmon? Upon realizing that the skinwalking demon would no longer pose a threat, Chao Daong felt an immediate sense of relief. Mom, I owe you big time. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Rest assured, I will cherish my life with Xia Ting from now on. The stout woman shoved him away, declaring, Now that you're not dead, you can leave. Chao Daong, bewildered, replied, Mom, this is my home. Where am I supposed to go? Ignoring him, she turned and retreated inside. Go wherever you please, as far as the ends of the earth. She slammed the door behind her. It was then that Chao Daong noticed his 2 large suitcases sitting at the entrance, leaving him utterly speechless. Dad, Mom, what is the meaning of this? The stout couple exchanged glances and untied the leash of their golden retriever, commanding, San, go and break your brother's legs. Chao Daong's wife, Xia Ting, intercepted the golden retriever and stepped outside, calmly producing a divorce agreement. Chao Daong, please sign this divorce agreement. Chao Daong was taken aback. Why are you seeking a divorce? Have I not treated you well all these years? Xia Ting replied with a cold laugh. Your treatment has indeed been good, but your infidelity is equally real. You told that woman I am unworthy to even carry her shoes, and for a woman you've only known for a few days, you wish to divorce me. That is the truth. Having seen photographs of him with that woman, and hearing him demean himself in her presence, she suddenly found that the man who once vowed to grow old with her was utterly repulsive. She no longer wished to be the wife of such a scoundrel. In a fit of rage, Chao Daong tore the divorce agreement to shreds. I will not divorce. I merely made a mistake that all men are prone to. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slap landed on his face. Chao Shooting, his father, pointed an accusatory finger at him. You are not a man. Do not implicate all men in your disgrace. The stout woman, recalling her son's previous words, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. The house in the east. You can have it. From now on, live there and do not return to plague our sight. Neither we, nor Xia Ting, nor the children want to see you again. They had envisioned a life of purity and honor, only to find their son engaging in such disgraceful conduct in his old age. Realizing that his parents and wife were genuinely intent on abandoning him, Chao Daong grew anxious. He raised his hands and slapped his own face repeatedly.
Xia Ting.
I was wrong. I am not a human, but a beast. Please, grant me your forgiveness just this once. Even if a celestial being were to appear before me, I would never lay eyes on her again. Xia Ting evaded him, retreating indoors to retrieve another divorce agreement. Chao Daong, we are nearly 50. We should understand that broken mirrors cannot be made whole again. A mistake is a mistake. Take a good look. If there is anything you wish to negotiate, we can discuss it. If not, please sign it sooner rather than later. With that, she ignored him and went back inside. Chao Daong attempted to follow her, but his father released the golden retriever, commanding, San, go bite your brother. If he dares to enter, give him a good mauling. Faced with the growling dog, Chao Daong grabbed his suitcase and fled. It was not cowardice. San truly bit without mercy. Forget it. Better to avoid immediate conflict. Today, I will simply retreat. He was their son, a father to his children, and a childhood friend to his wife. Surely, they were merely upset in the heat of the moment. After some time, He would surely smooth things over. Unbeknownst to him, he would never return to this home again. In the commercial housing area behind the Lanjianju Villa district, Yi Zhou sensed a thick aura of malevolence. Looking out from the balcony, he saw a figure emanating a sinister vibe drifting directly towards Villa number 6. He frowned and observed. This was the first time he had witnessed a ghost daring to invade a feng shui masteress abode. He wondered what audacity fueled such a spirit. Huang Wei approached. "Master Yi, what are you looking at?" Without turning his head, Yi Zhou replied, "Watching a ghost." Huang Wei felt a chill creep down his back and shuffled closer to Yi Zhou. "Where is the ghost?" Yi Zhou turned to glare at him coldly. "What are you afraid of?" Huang Wei jumped in fright. "I am not afraid. I'm just curious." "Yes, just curious." With that, he promptly slipped away to his own room. Oh, dear. Ever since the boss moved in, he seems even more terrifying than before. I wonder if it's that time of the month? After Huang Wei's departure, Yi Zhou looked once more towards Villa number 6. To be able to create such formidable talismans and discern the whereabouts of the couple's child merely by observing their faces. Not to mention promising to heal the couple whose organs had been damaged by toxic renovations within 6 months, this girl named Yu Luo was quite extraordinary. If he could gain her guidance, perhaps he would be able to unearth the identity of his master's murderer more swiftly. Alternatively, he could approach her as a client. Inside Villa number 6, Shun Xingqian regarded Huang Shu with curiosity. "Master, is it true that the second master and the painted skin ghost are like this? No wonder they can deceive men with such looks and figures. And that naturally seductive aura. It's no surprise that even lecherous men find them delightful." The chubby one tilted her head, glancing at Huang Shu, and then at Bai Bai, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "Mother is still the most beautiful. This painted skin ghost has such a large chest, such a slim waist, and such a perky backside. It's simply grotesque." Although Huang Shu feared Xiang, seeing the little chubby one dare to criticize her made her scrunch her nose and bare her teeth at her. Everyone knew that Chubby had consumed several ghosts, and with the merits gained from the previous Gao Fan incident, her power was far beyond that of an ordinary ghost. When Huang Shu glared at her, Chubby's temper flared up in an instant. She floated over and slapped Huang Shu, sending her flying several meters away. Then, with a fierce yet adorable demeanor, she chased after her, raising her chubby fists to rain blows upon Huang Shu. "Come on, show me your teeth again. I refuse to believe I can't beat you into submission. Really? Do you think I'm just a soft persimmon?" Huang Shu screamed in pain, glancing fearfully at the chubby child before her. "My goodness. It's like the heavens have turned upside down. They're both ghosts, yet why is this little ghost so formidable?" As she watched the raised fists, she panicked. "Please, don't hit me anymore. I concede. I am completely convinced." Chubby disdainfully shot her a glance. "Humph, coward." Yu Luo waved her hand, summoning Chubby back. Then she turned to Xiang. "What do you think is the best way to deal with her?" Xiang looked puzzled. "She's not a good ghost. Just twist her and let Chubby have her as a snack." Upon hearing this blunt suggestion, Chubby was the first to protest. "No, I don't want to eat her. She's too ugly." Huang Shu quickly chimed in, "Great master, I am not a bad ghost. I only harm wicked men." Yu Luo cast her a cool glance. "Do you think you're still here blabbering because of your own merit?" With just one look, Huang Shu felt as if she had been completely seen through. She swallowed the words she had been about to say, kneeling down with a thud. "I beg the Celestial Master for mercy. I beg the Great Master for mercy." Yu Luo stood up and walked step by step towards her, lifting her chin with her hand. "If you want me to spare you, it's not impossible. As for the matter of the suicide group, those behind it surely do not think they can stretch their hands so far. They merely pushed out a few scapegoats, hoping to escape unscathed. They won't be able to run." Shun Xingqian's eyes flickered. "So, ghosts can be utilized in this way." The following morning, when Yu Luo arrived at her stall, she spotted a man in his 30s approaching while speaking into his phone. "Dear friends, thank you for recommending this remarkable master to me. I have just arrived at the location, and next, let us see what the master has to say." Yu Luo had gained a bit of a reputation in this area, and her stall had already gathered a number of elderly folks who had finished buying eggs. An elderly man craned his neck to take a look. "Oh, is this an internet celebrity?" The man, hearing the old man's words, revealed a smile of cunning triumph, then said with a pained expression, "Sir, I'm just a family-seeking blogger, not an internet celebrity. Since my birth, my mother has treated me poorly. I didn't even get to drink a drop of milk. Later on, because she was ashamed of our poverty, she ran off with another man. For all these years, she has never returned nor contacted me. Upon hearing this, many of the elderly folks looked at him with a hint of sympathy, beginning to murmur among themselves. Oh dear, in a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. Such a mother would be better off dead. Isn't that the truth? There are so many irresponsible women nowadays. It's no wonder she ran off with another man, not even loving her own child. If I were him, I wouldn't bother looking for her. What is the point of bringing back such a mother?
Indeed.
Having such a mother is worse than having none. A portion of the elderly remained silent. The man lowered his head, rubbing his eyes. Elderly folks, please don't say that. Even though my mother ran off with another man, after all, she carried me for 10 months. I never hated her. I just want to find her. If she's not doing well now, I'll bring her home and take care of her with all my heart. Without her, there wouldn't be me, and I wouldn't have been able to get into a good university with excellent grades. As soon as he spoke, he immediately garnered unanimous praise from the elderly folks. Oh my, what a good child. I wonder if his mother will feel ashamed seeing how well he has grown. Young man, you're truly wonderful. A son like you is your mother's fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. With such a good child, why is he so restless? Understanding, filial, and academically accomplished, he's simply a dream son. I really can't fathom what his mother was thinking, abandoning such a good son for a man on the side. A woman like that would bring misfortune to anyone who marries her. Yu Luo could no longer listen. She shot a cold glance at the man. You keep claiming to be a family-seeking blogger, but I can't help but feel you're more interested in having everyone condemn your mother. The murmurs among the crowd ceased. The man glanced at the camera. I'm not. I didn't. Yu Luo interrupted him directly.
Not you?
Then let me ask. Every time you speak, you're condemning your mother. First, you say she treated you poorly since birth, refusing to feed you. Then you claim that at the age of 3, she ran off with another man because she was ashamed of your poverty. Which of these statements does not accuse her? Which of them does not condemn her? She let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze on the man. Did you emerge from your mother's womb with memories? Otherwise, how would you know she never fed you? The man's expression darkened. This is what my grandmother told me. She has no reason to lie to me. Yu Luo didn't care about his justifications. So, first point, even you don't know the truth. Now, let us proceed to the second point. You say your mother ran off with another man because she despised your poverty. Did you hear her say that yourself? Or did you see her running off with another man? The man's face grew even grimmer. He wanted to end the live stream, but upon seeing the number of viewers online, he hesitated, feigning innocence as he scratched his head. This is what my dad and grandmother told me. Others in the village say the same. Among the onlookers were many astute individuals and the elderly women. Having come from their daughters-in-law, looked at the man with eyes devoid of sympathy. Yu Luo regarded the man with disdain, scoffing lightly. So, none of this is something you witnessed firsthand. Why then do you confidently defame your mother every time you go live? The man lowered his head again, rubbing his eyes vigorously, his voice hoarse as he said, I admit that that's my fault, but after all, she is my biological mother. How could she be so heartless?
Slap.
Yu Luo could no longer contain her frustration. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. Isn't it exhausting, pretending every day? The man attempted to speak, but found himself utterly voiceless. Yu Luo cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Today, I shall enlighten you as to why your mother harbors such disdain for you. She was lured away against her will, and your father coerced her into bearing you. So tell me, as the son of a rapist, why should she show you any kindness? The fact that she hasn't strangled you and allowed you to grow up is already a testament to her mercy. The bystanders gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such revelations. One elderly woman, momentarily taken aback, remarked, if it were a legitimate marriage, wouldn't she know where her mother lived? Why would she need to advertise her search for her family online? Another matron wore a complex expression. No wonder people say that a golden phoenix can emerge from the mountains. Perhaps it's because a phoenix has fallen there. An elderly man, who had remained silent until now, spat at the man. Humph. The moment you open your mouth, I knew you were no good. Several parents of daughters began to feel relieved for the unfortunate girl, grateful she had escaped that place. The man's face darkened. What woman doesn't marry? Regardless of circumstances, she chose to be with my father and bore a child. Shouldn't they just live their lives well together? Even our ancestors said that women should adhere to certain virtues. Yet she ran off with another man after being with my father. Such promiscuity. His words succeeded in pleasing a faction of the crowd still clinging to archaic values. He's got a point. No matter how his father got together with his mother, once a child is born, they should settle down and live a proper life. One of them asserted. Indeed, no matter whom a woman marries, her destiny is to bear children. Why make such a fuss? Another chimed in, I agree. Even for the sake of the child, she shouldn't be so selfish. Yu Luo was nearly amused to the point of rage by their statements. She gazed coldly at those who spoke. You are truly adept at dispensing judgments on others. Had this not happened to you or your daughters, you would naturally stand there, unscathed. One elderly man, somewhat resistant, retorted, I haven't said anything incorrect. How could a good girl be abducted? At the end of the day, who knows what kind of person this young man's mother truly is? Yu Luo found herself genuinely laughing in anger. She was astounded by the shamelessness of these old fools. Is this not what netizens refer to as victim-blaming? The individuals averted their gazes, unwilling to meet her eyes. After committing their faces to memory, Yu Luo disdainfully turned to the man. You've spun your lies for so long that you truly believe them. With a casual flick of her hand, she took out her phone and dialed the police. I have a murder here. I wish to report a crime. A murder? The crowd turned their attention to the man holding the phone. Master, are you saying that he is the murderer? The man attempted to conceal his phone and flee but found himself immobilized. He glared at Yu Luo in fury. You deceitful charlatan. Don't you dare accuse me of murder, without evidence. Yu Luo merely glanced at him with indifference. When the police arrive, I will indeed provide the evidence. Xiang stealthily approached the man from behind, deftly producing a black dagger and plunging it into his backside. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream. Help! The charlatan is killing me. Xiang widened her eyes in mock surprise. Goodness, you are truly wicked. First, you tarnish your mother's reputation. And now you want to play the victim? An elderly woman approached and slapped the man on the back, causing him to yelp in pain. What's wrong? You thought you could take advantage of me? Yu Luo smirked slightly, secretly giving Xiang a thumbs up. Xiang playfully winked. Moment latte. Police sirens blared as they arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Yu Luo, Zhou Qiang was left speechless, deeply doubting whether the master would need to report a crime every day henceforth. Where is the murder you spoke of? Zhou Qiang inquired, stepping forward. Yu Luo pointed to the man holding the phone. That is him. When he was 10, he and his father killed his mother with stones and buried her body in his grandfather's grave. If you dig up his grandfather's grave, the truth will be revealed. Zhou Qiang waved his hand, instructing his team to retrieve the man's identification. Upon seeing the address on the ID, the officer realized that Yu Luo's claims were 99% accurate. Nevertheless, he followed protocol and contacted the local police station to verify the matter. The man panicked. Officer, she's lying. That woman just stabbed my backside. The officer who had searched the man's ID frowned. Have you spoken so many lies that you simply fabricate more? Your pants are intact, and there are no bloodstains. What makes you think you can claim someone stabbed you? Due to the involvement of a homicide. The local police chief summoned personnel to depart immediately. However, an older officer named Zhang halted them. The young chief, impatient, urged, Get out of the way, old Zhang. This is a murder case. If we don't investigate quickly, we might face repercussions. Old Zhang remained firm. If you wish to uncover the truth swiftly, you must not make a scene. The chief paused, contemplating. Are you suggesting? Old Zhang nodded. There's an old saying, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. That village is surrounded by mountains, and the paths leading in are perilous. The villagers are extremely insular. In past abduction cases, the police have gone there multiple times, only to return empty-handed. I once went undercover and spoke to a villager who said that in their community, killing an unruly woman is merely a commonplace affair. To them, women are not regarded as human beings, not even their own daughters. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They had heard rumors of the poor conduct in some nearby villages, but never imagined it was to such an extent. The chief contemplated for a moment and then commanded, Fine, let us take my old car. We'll head directly up the mountain without entering the village. Old Zhang did not object further. Be cautious. The villagers there are quite brutal. In previous abduction cases, they even dared to overturn police cars. The most severe incident resulted in the sacrifice of 2 officers while attempting to rescue an abducted girl. A group was arrested because of that incident. Although the villagers have become more subdued over the years, their inherent nature remains. It's better to be cautious. The chief reflected and decided to take all the firearms from the station. If necessary, we'll brandish our badges and fire warning shots. I refuse to believe those villagers would continue their misdeeds upon learning we are police officers. Before their departure, the director had already ensured the precise location of the grave was known. A group of 5 stealthily ascended the mountain, tools in hand, and commenced their excavation. They had barely dug down 20 centimeters when they unearthed a skull. Moreover, the lengthy hair indicated that it was clearly not the remains of the grave's owner. The director pulled out his mobile phone and made a call, confirming that indeed, there was a female corpse within the grave. After hanging up, he retrieved a box and meticulously collected the bones, restoring the disturbed grave to its former state. Just as the group reached the foot of the mountain, a gaunt old man suddenly emerged.
Halt.
What are you doing? What do you have in your hands? The director cautiously surveyed the surroundings, relieved to see no one else in sight. Since their vehicle was just ahead, he decided to present his credentials. We are police officers from the precinct. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man interrupted with a wave of his hand. I don't care who you are. You cannot take anything from our mountain. You may leave, but the items must remain. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. The officers exchanged glances, realizing old Zhang's words about the locals being uncivilized were indeed true. The director patiently explained, Sir, this is evidence of a crime, and we must take it with us today. The moment those words left his mouth, the old man's gaze turned menacing. Fine, this is of your own making. With that, he pulled a whistle from his pocket and began to blow it. Realizing he was signaling others, the director lost interest in further conversation. He shoved the old man aside and sprinted towards the vehicle with the others. Just as they were mere meters from the car, a cacophony of shouts erupted ahead, and a group of villagers armed with sticks, shovels, and hoes appeared at the other end of the road. Stop right there. It was the director's first encounter with such a scene. He froze for a few seconds before urgently calling for his colleagues to get into the car. As the vehicle roared to life, a resounding crash echoed as a stone, roughly the size of a fist, shattered the rear windshield. Goodness, these people truly have audacity. The director frowned. Forget about it. Just drive. The officer at the wheel pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward as villagers continued to hurl stones. The director, seated in the passenger seat, caught a glimpse of the gaunt old man saying something before several individuals followed him back up the mountain. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He urged the driver to accelerate, fearing they might take a shortcut to obstruct them. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could hardly fathom that in this day and age, there were still people bold enough to openly confront those they knew were police officers. The 3 officers in the back turned to look, spotting the gaunt old man and his companions making their way up the mountain. Director, what should we do? The director maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. Moments later, he drew his pistol and chambered a round. Today, he intended to gauge just how ruthless the inhabitants of this small mountain village could be. Minutes later, the director glanced at the steep cliff ahead and urged, drive faster. No sooner had he spoken than the officer at the wheel pressed the accelerator, significantly increasing their speed. The next instant, a deafening crash resounded from behind. The group turned in fear to see a boulder, larger than a barrel, lying in the middle of the road. Had they been a few seconds later, it would have landed directly on their vehicle. The director looked up and saw the gaunt old man with 2 others racing down from the mountain. Clearly, that boulder was cast down by them. Gripping the armrest tightly, he urged, accelerate. The driver floored the gas pedal, and the car sped down the road, the sound of falling rocks echoing behind them. Fortunately, they soon cleared the treacherous cliff section. As they exhaled in relief, they realized their backs were already soaked with sweat. Yet the director's brow remained furrowed. He recalled seeing 5 people accompanying the gaunt old man. Together with him, that made 7. But when he looked up moments ago, he had only seen 4. Where had the other 3 gone? Just as he pondered this, 3 figures emerged from the mountain ahead. 2 of them wielded hoes, blocking the road, while the 3rd hurled a stone at the windshield, instantly creating a spiderweb of cracks. The vehicle nearly collided with the rocky outcrop on the right. The director's expression darkened. Why were these people so desperate to prevent them from taking anything? Did this village harbor more illicit activities, aside from the murder that occurred years ago? With that thought, he coldly commanded, "Don't stop. Ram through." These individuals dared to obstruct the vehicle, confident that the officers would not dare to collide with them. As expected, upon seeing the speeding car and hearing the roar of the engine, the 2 blocking the road faltered, scrambling to the sides. Although they safely exited the village, a heavy weight lingered in the hearts of those inside the vehicle. They were police officers, yet they faced such treatment. If there truly were girls being trafficked, how could they possibly escape these mountains? More importantly, could they even find their way out of this vast wilderness? Chapter 57. I was beaten by my wife. As the vehicle gradually disappeared from sight, The gaunt old man raised his hand and slapped each of his companions. Useless. You couldn't even stop a car. With a grim expression, he led the group back into the crowd, sternly instructing, stay vigilant. Keep an eye on your livestock. Those who disobey, don't rush to deal with them. We'll talk after this blows over. For now, he needed to ascertain which household's evidence the police had taken. Among the crowd, a man with large yellow teeth and a lecherous appearance scoffed. Uncle Tianlin, the precinct has sent people before and they never gained anything. We have no reason to fear them. The gaunt old man kicked him hard in the rear. What do you know? His gaze turned fierce as he scanned the crowd. What I say goes. Anyone who disobeys will find themselves buried alive. Everyone lowered their heads. The man with yellow teeth cringed, holding his backside, too frightened to speak. Upon receiving confirmed news, Zhou Qiang immediately ordered his men to handcuff the man and take him to the police vehicle. Yu Luo snapped her fingers at the man's retreating figure. Looking up at the sky, she instructed, Xiang, go buy an umbrella and a reclining chair. Even livestock deserve to live comfortably. Besides, I have a significant task ahead. I need to conserve my energy. Just as Xiang departed, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Master, help me. The crowd parted to reveal a man with a crutch, an arm in a sling, a bruised face, and his head wrapped in bandages. Those around looked on with palpable sympathy. Speculation ran rampant in their minds about what calamity had befallen this unfortunate soul, transforming him into such a wretched state. Many, fearing the possibility of being exploited, instinctively distanced themselves. A particularly inquisitive gentleman could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, have you been in an accident? The man trembled as he raised the hand that hung limply before his chest, wiping away a tear. What accident? I was beaten by my wife. He then cast a desperate glance at Yu Luo. Master, I implore you, save me. My wife has gone mad. Just look at the injuries I bear. They are all her doing. She was never like this before. Something must have possessed her. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. That's a bit too severe. Isn't it? Another man, brimming with curiosity, chimed in. Do you perhaps have a vendetta against your wife? Before the man could respond, an elderly gentleman approached. Are you Wang Yujian? As soon as the words left his mouth, several others stepped forward. A middle-aged woman, glancing around, exclaimed, Oh, it really is you. Upon saying this, she erupted into laughter. My goodness, I must say, your appearance is quite unique. As she spoke, she playfully slapped Wang Yujian's injured arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Li Dama, what are you doing? He protested. The woman laughed, her eyes nearly squinting shut with mirth. What am I doing? I'm reveling in your misfortune. Can't you tell? The elderly gentleman who had first approached also chuckled. Who would have thought that Swallow would rise up like this? Quite impressive. Another silent elderly couple, presumably husband and wife, exchanged disdainful glances with him. You deserve this. You've never held back when it came to beating Swallow and the children. They were Wang Yujian's neighbors, and he was notorious for his domestic violence. While he appeared meek as a mouse in public, he assumed the role of a tyrant at home, often leaving his wife and children battered. His wife had reported him to the police and sought help from the Women's Federation, yet every time, the response was merely conciliatory, with the police dismissing it as a domestic dispute. When she attempted to file for divorce, Wang Yujian adamantly refused, and despite multiple appeals, the divorce remained elusive. As this conversation unfolded, a slender woman, approximately 5 feet tall and weighing no more than 70 or 80 pounds, approached. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and flashed a radiant smile. Darling, how can you, a grown man, behave like a child and disobey? You've gotten yourself injured and still sneaked out. Have you forgotten what I said this morning? Upon seeing her, Wang Yujian's body recoiled instinctively. Don't come any closer. As the woman closed the distance, he had no retreat left and frantically sought Yu Luo's assistance. Master, please save me. She is not my wife. She is a demon. Quickly, subdue her. Yu Luo cast a glance at the woman, her eyes suddenly alight with realization. Is it truly a dual soul? She had initially thought that Swallow had been possessed, but to her astonishment, it appeared she had willingly shared her body with this foreign spirit, even ceding control to it. She rose, casting a disdainful look at Wang Yujian. You, sir, are quite foolish. Every family encounters its share of bumps along the way. People say that hitting is a sign of affection. Your wife strikes you because she loves you. Why doesn't she hit others, Isn't it normal for couples to quarrel? Hearing Yu Luo's words, Swallow, who had been somewhat apprehensive about Yu Luo's reputed prowess in fortune-telling, finally exhaled in relief. She approached Wang Yujian and slapped him twice. Indeed. I believe you've lost your mind. Wang Yujian's head spun. Master, are you suggesting she is not at fault? Yu Luo nodded. Of course not. Look how much she cares for you. She came out to find you on such a hot day. You should hurry back and cherish your life together. Recalling his recent experiences, Wang Yujian shook his head vehemently. No, I refuse to go back. She'll beat me again. She might even kill me. This time. Before Yu Luo could speak, the neighbors chimed in. Yujian, what nonsense are you spouting? Swallow loves you dearly. How could she bear to harm you? The earlier gloating woman added. Indeed. Just look at how she specifically strikes your left arm, leaving your right free for eating. Be grateful. Yes, this is just a bit of marital squabbling. It's not as serious as you claim. Listening to the neighbor's sarcastic remarks, Wang Yujian recalled how, just days before, when he had called the police, they had merely mediated and told him it was a common domestic dispute. Moreover, Swallow had shown such a contrite attitude that the officers advised him, as a man, not to stoop to a woman's level. Yet, as soon as the police left, he was met with another brutal beating. Wang Yujian felt a wave of despair wash over him. This is not trivial. She has broken my arms and legs. How can this be considered small? The neighbor woman rolled her eyes in silence. Swallow and the children have been hospitalized because of you before. What's the big deal? A grown man whining here. How embarrassing. Swallow crossed her arms and glared at him coldly. Are you going to leave or not? Do I need to force you to move? She raised her fist, threateningly brandishing it before him. Seeing her fist, Wang Yujian felt a fresh wave of pain wash over his face. Don't strike me. I'll go back right now. In his mind, he thought, fine, I'll play the fool for a few days. Once I recover, I will make that wretched woman pay. Observing the malice flickering in his eyes, Yu Luo called out to the woman, Swallow, wait a moment. When Swallow turned back, Yu Luo gently waved her hand, infusing a stream of spiritual energy into Swallow's body. This body, having endured prolonged physical and psychological torment, was severely depleted. This energy would aid her in regaining her health. She then produced a talisman for health and safety, handing it to Swallow. Take this, it will help you restore your health sooner. After saying this, she inquired, will you consider divorcing him? Swallow carefully accepted the talisman, tucking it into her pocket. Thank you, but I will not divorce him. Although his supermarket is small, it earns quite a bit each month. At this, Swallow glanced at Wang Yujian, who was limping away. There's an old saying that a man remains a child until death. If a child misbehaves, a good beating will suffice. If one beating doesn't teach him, then several will. There will come a day when he learns his lesson. Besides, we are married. No matter how I strike him, it's merely a domestic matter. Yu Luo smiled, giving her a thumbs up. I have faith in you. You must discipline this scoundrel and ensure he doesn't harm other women. Swallow extended her hand, gripping firmly, her gaze sharp. Rest assured, no one can escape from my grasp. Chapter 58. Here, apart from mountains, there are only mountains. Where might one find a buffet? As Xiangxiang returned with her sunshade, she could only catch a glimpse of the departing figures of the Swallow couple. Sister, what were those two here for? Yu Luo also cast her gaze towards their vanishing silhouettes. They are either fortune-tellers or simply a couple having a minor spat, she surmised. A curious feeling washed over Xiangxiang. Wasn't it their own affair? Could consulting a fortune-teller truly resolve their issues? Observing her purchase of the sunshade, the onlookers eagerly volunteered to assist in unfurling it. At that moment, the reclining chair also arrived, and Xiangxiang had specifically chosen one with soft cushioning. Yu Luo reclined upon it to test its comfort. Not bad, quite cozy. She picked up a fan and shielded her face, instructing Xiangxiang, I shall take a brief nap. Handle the trivial matters yourself. If nothing significant arises, do not disturb me.
Oh.
The greatest agony in life is being affluent and idle, yet still compelled to serve like a beast of burden. It was no wonder that the song lamented about differing fortunes. Your father and my father, all are not the same. One must cast aside the burden. The casual demeanor of those nearby made her ponder. Is it possible that there are no more little masters in the world who care? Time passed, and Yu Luo awoke, her hunger rousing her from slumber. She checked her phone and realized it was already 1 PM. Xiangxiang, why didn't you wake me? Xiangxiang hurriedly tucked away the vibrant purple phone that Yu Luo had purchased for her. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she replied, I saw you sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to disturb you. Yu Luo blinked at her and then glanced at her phone. Ah, you little rascal, you've learned to spin tales. You were clearly engrossed in a novel, losing track of time, yet you claim I was sleeping soundly. Xiang lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting. Sister, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Yu Luo ignored her and beckoned Wang Hu over. Uncle Wang, please stow the sunshade and reclining chair in the car. Later, take us back. And you may finish your shift for the day. Wang Hu responded cheerfully, certainly, miss you. If you need the car, feel free to contact me, and I will return immediately. Xiang surreptitiously lifted her gaze to Yu Luo, tugging at her sleeve, pouting and speaking in a high-pitched voice. Sister, please don't be angry, all right? Yu Luo playfully swatted her on the head. Let us go eat. If you dare to pull this again, I'll give you a good beating. Xiang instantly brightened, following her eagerly. I have 300 yuan. What would you like to eat today? It's on me. Given their impending engagements, Yu Luo casually selected a restaurant serving rice dishes. After satisfying their appetites, they had Wang Hu escort them back to the villa. Upon returning, Yu Luo took out her phone, opened the navigation app, and entered the detailed address for Shantao village. The navigation system soon emitted a charmingly kawaii voice, departing from Lanshanju to Shantao village. A total of 2,226 kilometers. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Hearing the voice, Xiang leaned in excitedly. I knew the master had further plans. Master, what shall we do next? Yu Luo remained silent, closing her eyes and reaching into the void. With a sudden thud, Huang Shu found herself unceremoniously toppled onto her back. Thinking Yu Luo had changed her mind and was about to reprimand her, Huang Shu's heart raced, and she hurriedly explained, Master, I was merely following your instructions to approach that person. I haven't done anything wrong. Yu Luo shot her a look. If you haven't done anything wrong, what is there to fear? Do you think I would consume you? Huang Shu glanced nervously at the plump figure beside her, retracting her neck. While you may not consume me, you might let them do so. Observing her timid demeanor, Yu Luo felt a twinge of disdain. Enough with the overthinking. Let us go. I'm treating you all to a buffet. At the mention of a buffet, the chubby one's eyes lit up. I want to eat tomato scrambled eggs over rice. Yu Luo couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable enthusiasm. However, she decided to keep the surprise. We'll save the rice dish for next time. Today, we shall have something different. She mused about taking the child for a proper meal soon, lest she think that only rice dishes existed in the world. At the entrance of Shantao village, a voluptuous woman with striking features appeared, accompanied by two young girls around 18 or 19 years old, each shouldering a backpack. The round-faced girl tugged at her attire. Master, do we look like we're here for vacation? The other girls scrutinized her from head to toe. Whether we look like it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that we appear as delicate beauties incapable of harm. The alluring woman surveyed the surroundings. Here, it's nothing but mountains. Where's the buffet? Yet, she dared not voice her curiosity. The trio consisted of Yu Luo, Xiang, and Huang Shu. Yu Luo turned to Huang Shu and instructed, if we encounter anyone, just say we are your younger sisters. We heard there is a natural waterfall in these mountains and came for a visit, understood? Huang Shu nodded. Understood, rest assured. I will not make a mistake. Yu Luo waved her hand in front of Huang Shu's eyes. Once we enter the village, pay close attention. Any man here who carries a life on him can be dealt with at your discretion.
What?
Huang Shu could hardly believe her ears. Does your notion of dealing with them mean what I think it does? Yu Luo affirmed, I have just opened your heavenly eye. Those who have blood on their hands will reveal a crimson aura. Moreover, you can also observe their hearts. Those with malicious intent will exude dark energy. Huang Shu's alluring eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying that here I can unleash chaos?
Wow.
Finally, she comprehended what Yu Luo had meant by a buffet.
Master.
Do not worry, I will not spare a single villain. With that, she licked her lips, as if already savoring the sweetness of fresh hearts. Yu Luo then turned her attention to Xiang. Your dagger can also be put to good use. Perhaps it will even upgrade.
What?
The dagger given by the master can upgrade? Xiang responded earnestly, saluting. Rest assured, I will ensure they cannot escape. She couldn't help but wonder what form the upgraded dagger might take. Floating beside them, the chubby one eagerly inquired, Master, what shall my mother and I do? Yu Luo patted her little head. Those whose lives are not worth preserving do not deserve reincarnation. You and your mother may devour their souls. Any leftovers can be taken home to enjoy at your leisure, and in time, your and your mother's powers will greatly increase. Though the chubby one still longed for tomato scrambled eggs over rice, the prospect of growing stronger seemed far more enticing. Chapter 59. When will the time for the hunt commence? A few miles away, a van was making its way toward Shantou village. Suddenly, a startled exclamation rang out. Uncle Lin, is this not the second child of Uncle Wu's family? No sooner had he spoken than the screeching sound of tires echoed, bringing the vehicle to a halt in the middle of the road. The man driving snatched the phone from the hands of the person in the back seat. The wiry old man, Tian Lin, who had initially directed the others to stop the police vehicle, leaned in closer from the front passenger seat. The entire video was predominantly a close-up shot of one individual's face, with the others only able to hear the audio, completely unable to see anyone else. Upon recognizing the face in the video, both men's eyes widened in shock. Tian Lin slammed his fist down onto the seat. No wonder I've been unable to reach the second child. How could he be so foolish as to meddle with fate? The man in the back seat's face drooped in despair. Uncle Lin, Brother Ko, all the men in our village are counting on the second child to find brides. Now that he has been captured, who'll trick us into wives? Before Tian Lin could respond, the driver, Tian Ko, impatiently turned around and slapped the man in the back. Shut up. If you have questions, who do you think we can ask? With that, he pounded the steering wheel. He then glanced at Tian Lin and said, it seems those police are digging up the grave of the second child's grandfather because of this. The driver, Tian Ko, was indeed Tian Lin's son and the current village chief of Shantou village. Tian Lin fell silent, pulling out a lighter to fill his pipe with tobacco. Taking a few puffs. Well, it has come to this. There's no point in saying more. Let us head back. If we can produce one second child, we can certainly produce another. Following this, the atmosphere in the car grew somewhat oppressive, with none of the three men uttering a word. Minutes later, upon spotting three figures by the roadside, a chilling smile crept onto Tian Lin's gaunt face.
See?
There's always a way out. Haven't we just stumbled upon three little lambs? Tian Ku's gaze fixated greedily on the curvaceous figure. Father, this woman is indeed a stunner. The man in the back chuckled lewdly, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Brother Ko, could you possibly spare me one? Tian Ko shot him a glare. Tian Qiusheng, you'd better behave yourself. Once we get into the village, you can choose from the other two, but leave that stunner alone. Hearing this, Tian Qiusheng in the back seat rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly, revealing a set of unsightly yellow teeth. With a screech, the van came to a halt beside the three beauties. Tian Ko rolled down the window. Where are you lovely ladies headed? Would you like a ride? Huang Shu instantly transformed into a dramatic actress, pulling Yu Luo and Xiang protectively behind her, eyeing him warily. No, thank you. You can go.
Tian Keskivikko smiley damiadly.
I'm the village chief from the nearby village. I'm not a bad person. Xiang tugged at Huang Shu's sleeve. Sister, I'm exhausted. This man is the village chief. He shouldn't be a bad person, right? Why don't we let them give us a ride? Yu Luo pulled her aside. Are you foolish? You can't judge a person by their appearance. Not all villains wear a sign saying I'm a villain. Besides, just because he claims to be the village chief doesn't he mean he is. I could just as easily declare myself the Jade Emperor. Huang Shu glanced at Tian Ko, then turned back to her companions, whispering, my parents told me to always be cautious when out and about. Let us walk by ourselves. Upon closer inspection, Huang Shu's figure appeared even more alluring. Tian Ko swallowed hard, desire evident in his gaze. Little sister, I truly am the village chief. I just returned from a meeting in town. If you don't believe me, I have the village committee's seal right here. Upon hearing about the seal, Xiang's eyes lit up like a naive girl. She tugged on Huang Shu's arm, shaking it excitedly. Sister, I'm so tired. Let this village chief give us a ride, okay? Huang Shu hesitated for a moment. All right, I'm really at my wit's end with you too. You were the ones who wanted to see the waterfall in the mountains, and now you don't want to walk.
With that,
she looked up at Tian Ko and smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Tian Ko felt his heart skip several beats. He waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I often give villagers rides. He then turned to the back seat and shouted at Tian Qiusheng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and move back to make room for the three lovely ladies. Tian Qiusheng leered at Xiang, reluctantly shifting to the third row. This little lady looks quite enticing. My mother always said that women with ample bosoms are good for nursing, and those with ample backsides are good for bearing sons. This one has both traits. She'll surely bear me a dozen chubby kids. His disgusting gaze made Xiang want to punch him, but was subtly restrained by Yu Luo. Stay calm. It's not time to deal with him yet. As Tian Ko drove, He frequently glanced back at Huang Shu's voluptuous figure and her naturally alluring demeanor, completely captivated. Beautiful lady, I heard you say you wanted to see the waterfall. At this time, there's no water in the waterfall, you know. At this, Huang Shu became anxious. What? Are we going to make a fruitless trip? If there's no water, just let us out. We can come back another time. Tianlin shot Tianku a warning glare, silently mouthing. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. He then feigned a sympathetic smile and turned to the three of them. Don't worry. I know of a place where you can see a waterfall all year round. Once we reach our village, I'll take you there. The prey had already entered the trap. There was no reason to let them escape. The three women's faces lit up with excitement upon hearing his words. Really? Thank you so much. Xiang chirped sweetly. You're such a good person. Tianlin's lips curled into a cold smirk. Indeed, three gullible fools. I hope you maintain that opinion once we reach our village. An hour later, the vehicle officially entered Shantao village. Xiang, like an innocent young girl, leaned against the window, gazing outside.
Wow.
Why does that cow not have horns? Oh, sister, look. That house is still made of mud bricks. And that big tree over there has such a poetic ambience. I want to take pictures there. Yu Luo lightly slapped her on the head. We're not at home.
Tone it down.
Otherwise, you might attract unwanted attention. Xiang stuck out her tongue. The old man and the village chief are good people. They won't mind me. Tianlin and his son chuckled. Not at all. When we were your age, we were just as lively. With that, the two exchanged glances, realizing that such naive girls were indeed easy to deceive. In the back seat, Xiang raised an eyebrow at Yu Luo. Leaning closer, she whispered, Master, do I look convincing? Yu Luo poked her forehead. You look just like it. Huang Shu was growing increasingly impatient, casting glances at her master, eager for the moment to strike. Chapter 60. So many prey, unsure where to begin. Ultimately, the van came to a halt before a quaint three-story building. Tianku opened the car door. Step out, this is my home. The twilight hour is upon us, and venturing into the mountains now is perilous. You shall spend the night here, and tomorrow morning I will have my father escort you to the waterfall. His tone had transformed, shedding the initial warmth and adopting a more assertive demeanor. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence. Over the years, not a single unsuspecting sheep that wandered into their village had managed to stir up any trouble. Xiang was the first to leap from the vehicle.
Wow.
Uncle Village Chief, your home is absolutely stunning. Big sister, little sister, doesn't this resemble a villa from a city? Yu Luo and Huang Shu followed suit, disembarking shortly after. Huang Shu tugged at Xiang from behind, then turned to Tianku. We won't need to stay at your house. We have sleeping bags. We can head up the mountain now and see the waterfall in the morning. Before she could finish, De Huangya Tianqiuxing emerged from the van, seizing Xiang. Little sister, what business do you have in the mountains? There's no fun to be had up there. Come, return with your brother. I promise to take you to heights of ecstasy. Xiang struggled fiercely, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to him. Uncle Village Chief, you must control him. He being lewd. This scoundrel would not escape her memory. When the moment arose for her to retaliate, she would be the first to deal with him. Tianku, no longer inclined to maintain pretense, revealed his true nature, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Huang Shu. Nonchalantly, he remarked, then scream for help and see if anyone comes to your rescue. Tianlin, clutching a pipe and with hands behind his back, cast a glance at Yu Luo and her companions. Once you've entered our village, it's best if you behave, or you shall reap what you sow. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of men of varying ages encircled them. Tall and short, stout and thin, they all shared one thing in common, a brazen gaze, harboring ill intentions towards Yu Luo and her companions. I hear there are 3 fresh catches. Could it be them? My word. Koboy's reputation as village chief is well deserved. He rarely intervenes, but when he does, it's with a heavy hand. I wonder if these 3 women are fiery enough? An older man, perhaps in his 50s, sporting a goat beard and a haggard appearance, fixated his gaze on Huang Shu's chest. The more fiery, the better. That way, we can all indulge ourselves, right? Upon hearing this, a lewd laughter erupted from the crowd. Indeed, the more fiery, the better. Huang Shu, trembling with fear, pulled Xiang and Yu Luo behind her. What do you want? Don't come any closer. She had assumed there were only a few nefarious individuals here, but to her astonishment, not a single good soul was in sight. Good heavens! After all these years as a painted ghost, she had never encountered such abundance. With so many potential prey, she was at a loss for where to begin. Her reaction incited uproarious laughter among the men. The goat-bearded elder leered forward, raising a hand in a suggestive manner. TSK, this woman is undeniably provocative. Look at her figure, her waist, her bosom, her derriere. Huang Shu slapped his hand away. You old man, what do you want? Her disdainful gaze darted toward a certain part of the elder. No wonder the netizens claimed that those with wicked hearts would never be honest, even if hung on a wall. It seemed the saying held true. Having remained silent until now, Tianke finally approached, gripping Huang Shu's chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. You'd better comply, or I won't hesitate to give you a baptism. He glanced at the men surrounding them. Since you've just arrived, you may not know what baptism entails. Allow me to explain. It involves stripping disobedient women bare and parading them in the village square, allowing every man to have his turn. If they still resist, well, we repeat the process. As soon as Tianke's words fell, the men began to cheer. Little lady, resist. The more you resist, the more excited we become. Yu Luo. Witnessing the throng of men gathering, initially intended for Xiang and Huang Shu to retaliate, but upon hearing the words, she swiftly revised her plan. She turned to Tianlin, who sat smoking at the door. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who suggested this baptism, right? One who devises such punishments must surely enjoy being baptized themselves? Tianlin, a man who had committed countless vile deeds throughout his life, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, Yu Luo flicked her wrist, causing the lewd gazes of the men to turn blank. She pointed at Tianlin. You all go and give him a baptism. In the next instant, the men surged toward Tianlin as if they had spotted a living human among zombies. In their eyes, this frail old man was more alluring than Diao Chan herself. Tianlin clutched his trousers tightly. Have you all lost your minds? Get away from me. Yet, regardless of his protests, those men appeared bewitched, showing no sign of relent. Tianke seized the opportunity, yanking down Tianlin's trousers. Moments later, anguished screams erupted from the crowd. Bai swiftly covered the plump face and led her aside. Huang Shu stood frozen in disbelief. Master, can I still partake in the buffet? Yu Luo cast a disdainful glance at the men engaged in their sordid activities. Goodness, what an eyesore. This can wait. For now, let us use this place as our base to search the village for any abducted or trafficked girls. Once found, we shall bring them here. If anyone obstructs us, do not hesitate. From the moment she spotted that man with a phone seeking her fortune, she had known this village was beyond redemption. Just that one scoundrel alone had trafficked nearly 50 girls over the years. Of those who had been brought here, nearly half had been killed or tortured to death for refusing to submit. Among the remaining half, 1/3 were left disabled, and another third had descended into madness. The few girls who endured the humiliation were confined for years, living worse than pigs or dogs. On the mountainside behind the village, countless abandoned baby girls had been cast aside, just as Bai had been, snatched from life by their own families at birth. Infuriatingly, those who abused the abducted girls and even took the lives of the infants were not solely the local men. Some were women who had been kidnapped here long ago, having transformed from victims into perpetrators. It could be said that in this village, aside from the currently abducted girls, the rest deserved to perish 1,000 times over for the heinous acts they had committed. Chapter 61. The seeds of evil have no need to survive. Yu Luo and her group divided into 4 teams. Bai and Pang were the first to drift towards the villagers' homes in the west. Master, my mother and I will handle the inspection in the western area. Huang Shufei glanced around and chose the densely populated northern side. Xiang shrugged. You may select first. I am indifferent to which direction I go. Yu Luo proceeded straight towards the villagers' homes in the south. Xiang brandished a dagger and entered the crowd, forcibly dragging out the old man with the goatee. She stabbed him repeatedly, delivering over 20 thrusts in quick succession. The final strike landed squarely between his legs. Although the old man appeared unscathed on the surface, his screams were more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig. Disdainfully, Xiang kicked him into the pig pen of the Tianlin family. The old man's face contorted in pain, veins bulging, yet he showed no signs of fainting. Xiang toyed with the dagger, grinning at him. Weren't you quite cheerful just a moment ago? Why the long face now? The old man tried to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. Without sparing him another glance, Xiang turned and headed towards the villagers' homes in the east. As she turned, 2 large black pigs from the Tianlin family ambled over to the old man with the goatee. Sniffing around excitedly, they wagged their tails and began to feast. Hearing the old man's anguished whimpers, Xiang Xiang snorted disdainfully, "Serves you right." In the firewood room of the southern villager's home, a woman in her 50s kicked open the door with a clang, holding a bowl of dishwater. She poured the water into a stone trough on the ground. "You worthless wretch, come eat." A thick iron chain hung from the beams of the room, leading to a corner where a girl, disheveled and with a slightly protruding abdomen, huddled. Numbly, she crawled over on her broken legs, leaning over the stone trough to gulp down the dishwater. The old woman stood nearby, eyeing her with disdain. "Useless. Worthless thing. Can't even bear a son. What good are you? If you can't produce a son soon, I'll break your other leg too." At this, the girl trembled and quickly retreated to her corner. A smug smile spread across the old woman's face. "Now that you know fear, don't just eat for free. Hurry up and give us a healthy baby boy. Otherwise..." Before she could finish her threat, a cold voice interrupted. "Otherwise, what do you plan to do?" The old woman, momentarily taken aback, replied without thinking, "Otherwise, I'll break your arms and legs and throw you on the back mountain to let you starve and die of thirst." Only after the words had left her mouth did she realize her mistake. She turned sharply to see a pair of murderous eyes staring back at her. Yu Luo gazed coldly at the fierce-looking old woman. "Have you forgotten? Once, you too were deceived." The old woman remained silent, sizing her up from head to toe. Suddenly, she yelled at the top of her lungs, old man, there's a prime catch here. Come quick and tie her up, she'll surely bear us several chubby boys." The girl, huddled in the corner, urged Yu Luo, "You must leave, quickly, get out of here." Yu Luo shook her head at her. Just as the old woman's voice faded, a man's curse erupted from the nearby outhouse. "Damn it, I can't even take a decent shit because of this." Another filthy old man, around 50 or 60, barged in, cursing as he pushed the door open. Without a word, he slapped the old woman twice. However, the moment he spotted Yu Luo standing nearby, his eyes gleamed with interest. Well, a real gem," he leered, advancing toward her. "Come here, let me treat you well." Yet, before he could get close, Yu Luo kicked him away with such force that he crashed through the door, creating a gaping hole. "You little wench, just you wait." He spat, but before he could finish, a fist-sized rock was hurled into his mouth. Yu Luo ignored him and turned back to the old woman, posing the same question. "Have you forgotten? Once, you too were deceived." The old woman looked visibly shaken by her boldness, stammering, "I was deceived, so what? I'm her mother-in-law now. If she disobeys, she deserves to be punished. You had better recognize your place, otherwise, I will treat you just as I did those wretched girls, breaking your limbs and leaving you for wild dogs." Yu Luo fixed her gaze on the old woman. This woman had 3 sons, and over the years, she had been responsible for the deaths of no fewer than 5 abducted girls. Her cruelty surpassed that of the village men. The girls' legs had been broken by her hands. Yu Luo retrieved a thick piece of wood from the firewood pile. The old woman stepped back, fear evident in her eyes. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. I'll let you go, I swear." Yu Luo raised the wood and struck it down on her leg. "Let you go? Sorry, but I no longer wish to grant you that mercy." With a piercing scream, the old woman collapsed to the ground, her legs shattered below the knees. Yu Luo discarded the wood and walked back into the firewood room. She approached the girl in the corner, gently pulling off the iron chain. "Don't be afraid. I will rescue you." The girl stared at her blankly, her eyes slowly welling with tears. Looking down at her protruding abdomen with disgust, she asked, "Can you help me get rid of this abomination?" She wanted nothing more than to be free of this repulsive burden. Yu Luo nodded, "All right." With that, she raised her hand and brushed over the girl's abdomen. A mass of flesh and blood was abruptly discarded into the nearby outhouse. The seed of sin had no right to survive. The girl gazed at her flat stomach, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Thank you." Yu Luo interrupted her with a gentle gesture. "Stand up, I will lead you out of here." The girl hesitated, instinctively glancing at her legs, only to find that the severe muscle atrophy from lack of treatment had vanished. In disbelief, she rolled up the tattered cuffs of her pants. "My legs, they're really healed." Unable to contain herself, the girl finally broke down, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Yu Luo patted her shoulder. "Have you finished crying? Once you're done, we must leave this cursed place." The girl quickly wiped her tears and stood up, leaving behind the inferno that had ensnared her for years. Chapter 62. To live well is to hope for a day of escape. Unexpectedly, as they exited the firewood room, the old woman lunged at the girl's legs, clinging desperately. "You are my daughter-in-law. You cannot leave." Upon seeing the girl's flat abdomen, her eyes widened in shock. "Wretched girl. Where is my grandchild? What have you done with my grandchild?" The girl forcefully broke free, kicking the old woman down. "Do you really think I would bear that loathsome abomination? Naturally, I got rid of it." The elderly woman paused momentarily. In the next instant, she pointed a trembling finger at the girl, cursing through gritted teeth. "You wretched creature, to slay your own flesh and blood. Truly, you are a beast." The girl crouched down, delivering resounding slaps to the face she had long yearned to strike. "Silence. It is but a loathsome tumor, not my child." Once the girl had vented her fury, Yu Luo disregarded the two individuals on the ground, leading her away towards another household. Inside another dwelling, a woman in her 50s cautiously peered outside. Stealthily, she seized two buns and made her way to the low, cluttered storage room at the back of the house. Gently opening the door, she called out, "Little Jiang, I've brought you some buns. Quick, eat while they're not back." The room contained little more than some odds and ends and a rudimentary wooden plank bed. On the bed sat a girl, shackled by iron chains, her eyes devoid of life. Upon hearing the woman's voice, the girl's gaze began to sharpen. Grasping the woman's hand, she implored, "Since they are absent, will you not release me?" The woman lowered her head, unable to meet her eyes. "I do not know where the key is.
They have always kept a close watch on me."
The girl, named Xiao Jiang, bit into the bun with fervor. "Do not worry, my family will surely come for me. And I will take you away with me." The woman then turned and returned with a bowl of water. Xiao Jiang accepted it eagerly and took a sip. Her eyes brightened. "Did you add sugar again?" At times, she felt fortunate to have been taken to this household, for throughout the past 10 days, she had not been beaten, and the woman had occasionally provided her with clandestine nourishment. After Xiao Jiang finished, the woman took the bowl back to its place and returned. "Xiao Jiang, I fear I can no longer endure this. You must prepare yourself mentally. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, living in one piece offers hope." After being abducted for so many years, she had witnessed countless girls who had been beaten into a state of ruin. Even if they survived, they existed as mere shadows of their former selves. If they ever managed to escape, what would they even do? Would they beg on the streets? Xiao Jiang tilted her head, gazing at the woman. "Have you ever attempted to escape?" The woman looked through the small window, letting out a heavy sigh. "Xiao Jiang, you do not understand. One cannot escape from here. Those demons would even dare to kill the police. I have seen countless women beaten to death or left crippled by them." Upon hearing the woman speak of the villagers' audacity to harm the police, Xiao Jiang's eyes widened in shock. "Then how are we to escape?" The woman's lips curled into a bitter smile. "I was abducted at 18, and now, over 40 years later, I have yet to meet anyone who successfully escaped." She gently patted Xiao Jiang's head. "Now, I must return. You should rest well, and keep your strength up. Only when the time is right can we endeavor to flee." For so many years, she had endured the revulsion, feigning compliance with those demons, clinging to the hope that one day she might stand before her family, whole and unbroken. Watching the woman's departing figure, Xiao Jiang tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Initially, she had doubted the woman's intentions. When the woman first brought food and drink, she had been too afraid to touch it, fearing it might be laced with drugs, as depicted on television. Eventually, hunger compelled her to accept the offerings. Sighing silently, she reflected on the woman's earlier words. If no one had ever escaped in all those years, did she still have a chance to leave? The woman returned to her room, and just as she sat down, she heard the sound of a girl crying from the abandoned cow pen next door. After a moment's hesitation, she stood and walked over. As she approached the cow pen, a loud slap echoed through the air. In a few swift steps, she pushed open the gate to find Huang Sheng, the neighbor's son, tearing at the clothing of a small girl who was crying and desperately resisting. The woman stepped forward, grasping Huang Sheng's arm. "Hey there, Xingzi. Why the rush? What pleasure is there in forcing a woman? Perhaps I could persuade her for you? Look at my little Jiang. She has been so well behaved these past days. Not a peep of complaint. Such a relief." Huang Sheng glanced at the girl cowering in the corner. "You get out. This wretch deserves a beating. I must have her submit today." The woman cast a quick look at the girl. "Xingzi, if you have to beat her down, how can you expect her to willingly choose to be with you?" Huang Sheng had previously purchased a wife, but when she refused to yield, he had accidentally killed her. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Fine, then you help me persuade her. What's the worry? I'm a fine catch. Being with me is no loss. The woman observed his flat nose, beady eyes, and frog-like mouth, barely suppressing a smirk. Indeed, our Xingzi is as handsome as Panin. It is this little minx who fails to recognize her fortune. I shall have a word with her. This flattery greatly pleased Huang Sheng. He shot a menacing glare at the girl in the corner. You better comply, or I'll break your legs. Just as he stepped outside, Yu Luo delivered a forceful slap that sent him flying. I cannot say whether you will break her legs, but I can assure you that yours are doomed. With that, she stomped down on his legs. A sickening crack echoed, and Huang Sheng let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig as his legs were rendered utterly useless. Yu Luo's brutal actions left both the woman and the girl in the cow pen in shock. As she entered, the woman hurriedly shielded the girl. Don't come any closer. Seeing the woman tremble in fear while protecting the girl, Yu Luo finally smiled genuinely. Fear not. I am here to rescue you. With that, she approached and forcefully yanked, breaking the iron chain that bound the girl's neck into several pieces. The woman remained skeptical. What did you say? I don't understand. This is our home. We aren't going anywhere. In the past, the village demons had toyed with women under the guise of rescue, and those who fell for such traps met dire fates. Until she was certain of a safe escape, she had to remain vigilant. Yu Luo softened her tone. Do not be afraid. I truly come to save you. Only when several dirty girls began to enter did the woman finally relax. The girl behind her seized a wooden stick and staggered towards the fallen Huang Sheng, striking him without hesitation, again and again. Chapter 63. Mother, Huang Shu is such a pervert. On the northern side of Shantao village, where houses were densely packed, a man emerged from a lowly abode, cursing vehemently. Wretched woman, I swear I will not let you live today. Just as he reached for a pole leaning against the wall, a delicate hand grasped his arm. A melodious voice, so enchanting it seemed capable of dripping water, reached his ears. Brother, what is happening? The man shuddered, licking his lips, and turned to behold a strikingly voluptuous beauty, her countenance radiating joy as she gazed at him. Her captivating eyes sparkled with an electric allure, rendering him utterly weak at the knees with just one glance. Eagerly, the man reached out to embrace the woman before him, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to encounter such a stunning beauty. However, Huang Shu, with a sinuous twist of her waist, deftly evaded his lecherous hand. With a sultry glance, she lowered her head shyly and asked, Brother, do you fancy me? The man, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, Of course I do. Huang Shu gradually raised her gaze, her finger gently pressing against his chest. Then, would you be willing to offer me your true heart? Impatiently, the man leaned in, declaring, I would. If you stay with me, I'll gladly lay my heart bare for you. But Huang Shu's expression turned icy. With a swift motion, she extracted his heart. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, a look of rapture washing over her. Ah, this is the flavor, truly exquisite. At that moment, a rotund ghost, sensing something amiss, floated over and, upon witnessing the scene, let out a terrified shriek before hastily retreating to Bai Bai's side.
Mama.
Huang Shu is so twisted. She claims human hearts are delicious. Bai gently patted the little one's head. She is a skinning ghost, thriving by consuming human hearts. We mustn't speak ill of her, understand? The chubby ghost, tilting her head in contemplation, pondered aloud. Does she become powerful by eating hearts? Just like we do when consuming bad ghosts?
Bye, not that.
Precisely, and she feasts only upon the hearts of evildoers. The chubby ghost's eyes widened in realization. So, does that mean Huang Shu is a good ghost? Bai took her hand, floating forward. Indeed, based on Mama's understanding of the master, if she were a wicked ghost, the master would never allow her to continue living. The chubby ghost found her mother's reasoning sound. With her big eyes blinking innocently, she chirped. Then I shall no longer call her Huang Shu, but Huang Shu Auntie. Bai bestowed a kiss upon her. You are such a polite child.
Come now.
We only have a few more houses to inspect, and once we finish the master's task, we can enjoy a buffet with your Auntie Huang Shu. As they continued their investigation, the mother-daughter duo rescued 5 girls who had been confined in sheds or pens. Among them, 3 exhibited signs of severe mental distress, while the other 2 bore numerous injuries. They temporarily rendered the girls unconscious and placed them in an empty house not far from the village chief's home. Upon hearing the mention of food, the chubby ghost's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly floated toward a few unexamined houses. After inspecting every corner, she found no abducted girls, no living soul was in sight. Puzzled, she tilted her head and asked, "Mama, could it be that no one resides in these houses?" Bai furrowed her brow, surveying the disheveled homes and clothing hanging outside. No, the inhabitants of these houses were likely among that group we just encountered. As they spoke, a faint sound suddenly echoed from somewhere. Water. If not for the ghost's acute hearing, they would have missed it entirely. Bai's already pale face turned even whiter. Could there be another hiding place they had overlooked? She summoned the malice within her, conducting a thorough search of the vicinity. Moment latte. Her gaze fixated on a vegetable garden beside one of the homes. At first glance, it appeared to be a well, locked and covered. Yet, she distinctly sensed the presence of a living being within. This indicated that the well was merely a ruse. Determined, the chubby ghost floated over and swiftly dove inside. Moments later, she emerged, her large eyes filled with terror. "Mama, it's terrifying in there." Bai embraced her, gently patting her back. "Do not fear, my dear. Mama will protect you." The chubby ghost soon calmed down. "Mama, that sister is so pitiful. Her hands and feet are broken." Bai removed the well cover. "Sweetheart, wait here for Mama. I will rescue that sister, all right?" After the chubby ghost nodded obediently, Bai descended. Even having heard her daughter's description of the girl's plight, Bai was still taken aback by the grim sight before her. The girl lay twisted, her body riddled with wounds, emaciated to the brink of death, and maggots writhing within her injuries. Hearing the sound of the well cover being lifted, the girl's eyes flickered open. With great effort, she uttered a faint plea, "Water." Gazing at the girl, who resembled a tattered doll, Bai hesitated to even touch her, fearful of extinguishing the fragile breath that lingered. "Hang on. I'll fetch someone to save you." Such grave injuries required the master's intervention. After emerging from the well, she swiftly floated over to Yu Luo.
Master.
"We have a girl who is gravely injured, nearly at death's door. Please come and see." Yu Luo glanced back at the dozen or so girls following her. "There is a severely injured girl over there. I must go check on her. You all stay here for now." She intended to direct them to the village square. But recalling the men's earlier remarks about the baptism, she quickly amended her words. "You all remain here. I will return shortly." She said this because she had already assessed that the area posed no immediate danger. Unexpectedly, a woman, who had been silent since her rescue, abruptly blocked her path. "You cannot leave. You must be responsible for us now that you have saved us. What will happen if we encounter danger and you are gone?" Before Yu Luo could respond, a girl named Xiao Jiang shoved the woman aside. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you acting so fierce? If you have the guts, why not confront those who bought you?" The woman lunged at Xiao Jiang, snarling, "Who are you? Did I ask her to save me? She must be responsible for saving me, or else." Yu Luo had no patience for such scum. With a swift motion, she slapped the woman. "You have a point. I indeed should not have saved you." Grabbing her, she dragged her to a nearby shed, reapplying the iron chain around her neck and securing it. She had initially thought the woman merely had a poor temperament, but was taken aback by her audacity. "In that case, let us leave you here." The woman stood in shock, speechless, and by the time she regained her composure, Yu Luo had already departed without a backward glance. Panic set in as the woman shouted,
"Hey,
"You can't leave me like this." Chapter 64. The dagger upgrades Yu Luo followed Bai back to the well. Though she had steeled herself for the sight, she gasped upon seeing the girl's condition. Those responsible truly deserve their fate. The extent of the girl's injuries surpassed her worst fears. Yu Luo found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend how these individuals could possess such malice as to torment a living being to this extent. She first infused a strand of spiritual energy into the girl's body, then gently caressed the girl's contorted limbs and wounds. Instantly, the once withered body was revitalized with vigor. The girl, incredulous, sat up, lifted her hand, and moved her legs that had long since lost sensation. "I can't possibly be alive and my limbs are functioning again?" In the next moment, tears of joy welled in her eyes. "Thank you. Thank you. I will surely repay you once I am free." Yu Luo remained silent, her act of salvation stemming solely from the knowledge of the situation. Her compassion was not driven by a desire for gratitude. The healing of this girl had drained a significant amount of Yu Luo's spiritual energy, rendering her once rosy complexion somewhat pallid. Casting a glance at the girl with tear-brimmed eyes, she called for Bai. I'll head to the Tianke residence first. You take her inside to eat something and clean up, not to mention the repulsive maggots crawling everywhere. It's enough to make anyone shudder. The girl obediently allowed Bai to lead her away. Once inside, she eagerly turned on the faucet and drank deeply. Her near-lifeless state was due not only to her injuries, but also to the fact that she hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days. Those people had cast her into an abandoned well, intending for her to perish there. After quenching her thirst, she noticed porridge in a pot and grabbed a spoon to eat. Once sufficiently nourished, the girl quickly took a cold shower. Observing her hair, matted and infested with lice, she unhesitatingly picked up a nearby razor and shaved her head clean. After she emerged from this ordeal, her life would commence anew. Upon Yu Luo's return, the woman she had confined began to clamor once more. "Hey, that woman! I apologize. Please, release me quickly." Yu Luo paid her no mind, instead addressing the girls waiting for her. "Do you have any other matters to attend to?
If not, we should depart now."
Xiao Jiang stepped forward. "Miss, my ID and phone are still at the aunt's house. I would like to retrieve them." The other girls, hearing this, also recalled their identification. Yu Luo understood the complications arising from being without ID. "Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to assist you in retrieving them." Aside from this, the girls had no other concerns. As it became evident that they were about to leave, the woman grew increasingly frantic. "Hey, you can't leave. You saved so many. Saving one more won't cost you anything." No matter how she shouted, Yu Luo did not glance back. Were it not for the substantial drain of spiritual energy spent in rescuing the girl from the well, leaving her somewhat dazed, she would have relished the thought of silencing that incessantly nagging woman with a swift slap. "Master, why do you look so unwell?" Xiang rushed over upon seeing Yu Luo, immediately noticing her pallor. Yu Luo waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely a bit of fatigue from expending too much spiritual energy." Xiang glanced at the girls trailing behind Yu Luo. Although they were all quite thin, they appeared to be in good spirits. In contrast, she and Bai had brought back girls who were plump and well-fed. Suddenly, the reason dawned on her. "Oh, master is so kind." Shu is deeply moved. Yu Luo furrowed her brow as she surveyed the cluster of girls. After a rough count, she realized that in this small village, which barely housed 100 households, nearly 60 abducted girls had been discovered. Many among them were pregnant. Once the mentally disturbed girls regained their sanity, Yu Luo called the pregnant ones aside. "What about the one in your womb? Do you wish to keep it? If not, I can assist you in dealing with it now." Before she could finish her sentence, the girls erupted in agitation. "No, this is not a child. It's a demon. I do not want this cursed spawn forced upon me. I don't want it either. Ever since I found out I was pregnant, I have wished to end its existence every moment. This is a disgrace, not a child." The chorus of resolute refusals from all the pregnant girls echoed in unison. They loathed the monstrous men who had violated them, and there was no way they would consider bringing forth their offspring. Thus, Yu Luo promptly provided them with a painless and safe termination procedure. Huang Shu, however, was unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Her gaze was fixed hungrily on the dozens of men in the yard of the Tianke household. Licking her lips, she asked, "Master, may I feast now?" Yu Luo shot her a disapproving look. "First, help find their IDs and personal belongings." Were it not for her knowledge of Huang Shu's true nature, Yu Luo might have mistaken her for a gluttonous specter, given that she had already consumed several meals. Was she truly that famished now? After Huang Shu departed, Yu Luo called Xiang over. "You will do this, and then that." Xiang's eyes lit up, and with a glimmer of excitement, she entered the fray with her dagger in hand. She delivered swift and fair strikes to the souls of each individual present, and soon, the air was filled with anguished cries. Xiang stared at the dagger in her hand as it grew increasingly translucent until it was entirely invisible, bewildered. She hurried back to Yu Luo. "Master, has this dagger leveled up?" Yu Luo glanced at it and nodded. "Yes, you no longer need to hold it, you can control it with your mind." Xiang's eyes sparkled with delight. After ensuring every soul had been touched, she transformed back into her weasel form and unleashed an extraordinarily foul odor into the crowd. The lecherous demons gradually halted their actions, standing dazed and confused. In her human form, Xiang placed her hands on her hips amid the stunned men, her eyes glowing with a crimson light. Suddenly, all the demons reached for their groins. Xiang extended her hand and clenched it tightly in the air. The sound of countless chickens being plucked echoed in the air, accompanied by continuous screams of agony. Upon returning, Huang Shu was taken aback by the scene. Oh my. So this is how one deals with scoundrels? Yu Luo turned to her. Alright, you may take action now, but remember, which is more important, a single feast or a continuous supply. To simply allow these men to perish would be far too merciful. Huang Shu paused, somewhat bewildered by Yu Luo's words. She leaned toward Bai Bai and tugged at her sleeve. Sister Bai, does the master mean I should eat or not? Recalling the horrific state of the girl from the well, Bai Bai glanced at the men, a cold smile curving her lips. What the master means is that you need not consume everything at once. You can savor it slowly. Those who are selfish, brutal, and devoid of humanity are often the most terrified of death. Knowing one will die is different from knowing one could die at any moment without knowing when. The latter is undoubtedly more psychologically tormenting. Chapter 65. Sometimes, one truly feels the urge to call the police. At the town's police station, the landline suddenly rang. Officer Zhang, on duty, answered the call. Hello, this is the Waya Town Police Station. A voice on the other end was indistinguishable in terms of gender. In Shantao Village, over 50 girls have been rescued, and you are to come and escort them back to their respective homes. Old Zhang initially suspected that someone was deliberately causing trouble. He attempted to ascertain the phone number from which the call originated, only to find that the caller ID displayed a series of zeros. Noticing his silence, the caller remarked that there were quite a few people present, and it would be prudent to prepare a large bus. Realizing that the other party was not jesting, Old Zhang excitedly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" The voice on the other end reassured him with 4 words, "Absolutely, without a doubt." Before he could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Old Zhang paced back and forth in the room, decisively dialing the station chief's number. Upon returning that day, the chief had shared his suspicions regarding Shantao Village with his superiors, seeking to request additional personnel for a surprise inspection. However, he was met with harsh reprimands, being told that police work relies on evidence, not conjecture, and instructed to gather proof first. Feeling quite dejected, the chief indulged in a couple of drinks. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, he received a call from Old Zhang. What did you say? Someone reported that there are over 50 abducted girls in Shantao Village. Old Zhang expressed caution, stating that while the caller had said so, he was unsure of its veracity. However, judging by the caller's tone, it seemed credible. Should we report this? Report what? The chief retorted. He had been thoroughly chastised that afternoon. With the situation still unverified, how could he dare to report it recklessly? For now, inform everyone to gather several vans. I'll head back to the station immediately. Half an hour later, several vehicles sped down the narrow road towards Shantao Village. Upon confirming from a distance that the newcomers were indeed police officers, Yu Luo wearily signaled for Xiang Xiang and Huang Shu to return. The police have arrived. It is time for us to leave. She had cast a minor spell upon her arrival, ensuring that once they departed, all memories of them would be altered in the minds of those who remained. In the next moment, the rescued girls stood together, gazing at the spot where they had initially been. They felt an inexplicable sensation that someone ought to be there. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not recall who it was. Given the daylight hours, the chief had instructed his team to park their vehicles a distance away. All personnel entered Shantao Village on foot. However, as they stepped into the village, they were met with a pungent scent of blood. Several seasoned officers exchanged glances in the darkness, instinctively quickening their pace. Before long, they stumbled upon a corpse of a man in a yard, a gaping hole in his chest. As they ventured deeper, they discovered villagers lying on the ground, uncertain if they were alive or dead. Upon reaching the village center, they encountered a throng of men writhing and wailing on the ground, while a group of frail girls stood nearby in a daze. Upon seeing the police, many of the girls began to weep. Xiao Jiang sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh, police uncles. You have finally come to save us." The chief was taken aback by the scene before him, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Please do not cry. Can you first explain what has happened here?" Damn it. He too felt the urge to weep. Such a loss of life, and so many others lying on the ground, bloodied and moaning. The chief felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. A woman stepped forward, stating, "We have only just arrived, and we wanted to ask you what was happening here." A girl, having shaved her head, furrowed her brow in an effort to recall. "I remember being mutilated, my limbs broken and my body bruised, cast into an abandoned well. Just when I thought I was doomed, a tall, large man healed my wounds and brought me here, telling me to wait for the police." Other girls chimed in, recounting similar tales. Their narratives were strikingly consistent. all detailing their harrowing torment before being rescued by the same towering figure who had healed them. The chief approached a nearby utility pole, gesturing at approximately 2 meters in height. "Is this the height of the tall man you described?" All the girls shook their heads vigorously. He fetched a stool to stand on and gestured again. "What about here?" The girls continued to shake their heads. One girl pointed toward Tianka's house. "I remember that when he brought us here, he seemed to be about the same height as this house." The others nodded in agreement. The chief turned to glance at the 3-story building behind him, feeling utterly despondent. "Are you certain you wish to pursue this line of questioning? There simply cannot exist such a tall person in this world." At this juncture, the matter had escalated beyond the chief's control. He had no choice but to report the situation upward, steeling himself for the inevitable backlash. Soon he received a call. "Have you lost your mind? Such a significant matter. And you acted without reporting it? Damn it. They had rescued nearly 60 abducted women. Such a monumental achievement could not go unrecognized." The chief felt utterly overwhelmed. Discovering the situation was a miss led to reprimands. Now he faced rebuke for waiting to report until he had clarity. In less than 3 hours, several dozen more vehicles arrived in Shantao village. Leaders from various ranks disembarked from their cars, tears welling in their eyes as they comforted all the girls who had been rescued. The chief and his team found themselves on the periphery of the scene. After capturing countless poignant images and heart-wrenching videos, ambulances arrived on the scene. Due to the sheer number of injured, doctors could only conduct preliminary examinations. Once completed, one of them awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, their primary injuries are in the lower body. The best course of action is to remove the damaged tissue." All the reporters tacitly refrained from asking the foolish question of who had rescued these girls. As for the deceased villagers, Shantao village had a history of violent encounters with the police. Given the scale of this rescue, how could there not be casualties? Regardless of the circumstances, the malevolence of Shantao village had come to an end today. Meanwhile, in the detention room, the man who had been seeking Yu Luo's fortune-telling suddenly clutched his groin and let out a blood-curdling scream. Upon being rushed to the hospital, the doctors were taken aback. Goodness, how could this happen? It seems this was beyond saving. Amputation was the only option left. Chapter 66. In critical moments, one's true father is reliable. At Villa Number 6 in Lanshan residence, Yu Luo lay bewildered on her bed, staring at the ceiling in utter confusion. "No way. I merely exerted a bit more spiritual energy than usual. Normally, I would just need a good night's sleep to recover. Why, after a whole night, do I still feel utterly drained, as if my very essence has been siphoned away? Could it be that the spiritual energy in this world is so deficient that it causes this?" She wrapped herself in a quilt and lamented, "Oh, dear father. If you do not provide some spiritual sustenance, your daughter shall soon find her spiritual energy depleted and be rendered inactive." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a resounding thud echoed through the air as a large watermelon plummeted directly onto her. "Ouch!" Yu Luo sprang up, baring her teeth in a scowl as she cursed. "Do I harbor some grudge against you, dear father?" The icy voice of her father cut through the air. "Stop your nonsense and simply tell me, do you want the spiritual melon or not?" Yu Luo clutched the watermelon tightly to her chest. "Isn't that obvious? Of course I want it." This little world was delightful in many aspects, yet the lack of spiritual energy was painfully noticeable, and food imbued with such energy was non-existent. After much anticipation, a spiritual melon had finally arrived. Only a fool would refuse it. Alas! She needed to devise a plan to persuade her father to lift the seals on her bracelet and ring. Once accomplished, she would have ample spiritual sustenance at her disposal. However, that was a concern for another time. For now, she must swiftly consume the melon to recharge. The sensation of languor was utterly unbearable. At that moment, as Yu Luo opened the door while cradling the spiritual melon, she heard the sweet voice of Xiang. "Master, are you feeling any better?" Having worried about Yu Luo, Xiang had kept vigil outside the door since her return last night. Upon seeing Yu Luo, she hurried over and took the large watermelon from her. In the next instant, Xiang found herself nearly toppled over by its weight. Goodness, this watermelon is not only large but also exceedingly heavy. Despite her considerable strength, she struggled to hold it. "Master, when did you purchase this melon? It smells divine." Xiang had eaten watermelon before, but never had she encountered one that exuded such a rich fragrance before being cut open. Though Yu Luo was drained of energy, she could still sense that Xiang had kept watch over her throughout the night. She did not conceal the fact that it was a gift from her father. After patting Xiang Xiang on the head, she reassured her, "I will be fine. Do not stand foolishly outside waiting for me anymore." Xiang Xiang remained silent, her head bowed. After a moment, she murmured, "Master, could you please refrain from being so kind in the future?" Little did she know how terrified she had been upon seeing Yu Luo faintly slump into sleep the previous night, fearing that her master might pass away and she would become a forsaken street mouse. Yu Luo had initially felt a twinge of gratitude, but upon hearing the latter part of Xiang Xiang's statement, that fleeting sentiment dissipated entirely. "I thought you genuinely cared for me. It turns out you are merely afraid of my demise. Humph, ungrateful little creature." Infuriated, she snatched the watermelon back and turned to descend the stairs. "Xiang Xiang, there are no good people who can read others' hearts without reason." Nevertheless, Xiang Xiang scurried after her. "Master, please do not be angry. I truly do not wish for your death. Enough. Sometimes, it's more exhausting to have a master who is easily angered." Yu Luo entered the kitchen, swiftly slicing the watermelon into 4 pieces. She then retrieved a large white box from her storage bag, placing 3 of the pieces inside before sealing it shut. Xiang Xiang, who had been trailing behind with her head drooping, caught a whiff of the sweet aroma and nearly drooled. "Master, may I have a taste?" Yu Luo shot her a sidelong glance, picked up a fruit knife, and cut a minuscule piece for her, small enough to be devoured in a single bite. Xiang Xiang gazed incredulously at the meager morsel in her hand before glancing at the generous portion Yu Luo held. "Am I not your biological mouse? This is hardly sufficient to fill a gap between my teeth. How stingy." Yu Luo shoved her away. "Go away. I cannot possibly give birth to a weasel." Seeing the forlorn expression in Xiang Xiang's eyes, she kindly explained, "This is a spiritual melon, rich in spiritual energy. If you consume too much, your petite frame may burst." Noting Xiang Xiang's skepticism, she arched an eyebrow. "Imagine yourself as a balloon, gradually inflating until, boom, you explode. If you wish to experience that, I would not mind slicing you another piece." Xiang Xiang envisioned that scenario and shivered. "No, thank you. I do not wish to experience that at all." With that, she quickly devoured her tiny piece of watermelon, skin and all, eager to see if this spiritual melon was truly as remarkable as her master claimed. As soon as she swallowed, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through her body, akin to every cell within her being receiving a vigorous thrashing. An indescribable sensation rapidly spread throughout her form. "Wow! This little piece of watermelon possesses such formidable energy." Realizing her strength was escalating, Xiang Xiang hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, take your time eating. I shall retreat for a moment." She dashed back to her own room. Yu Luo regarded the watermelon in her hands and was suddenly reminded of the Lu Jiangwo couple's multiple organ failures. Previously, she had planned to gather enough merit to unlock her storage ring and bracelet to retrieve spiritual food for their recovery. However, it seemed unnecessary now. A simple slice of the spiritual melon, turned into puree, would suffice for the couple's needs. "Wait." Her gaze fell upon the pile of watermelon seeds on the table. Slapping her thigh, she sprang to her feet. This was a spiritual melon. If cultivated, it could yield a second generation of spiritual melons. While they might not possess the same potency as the first generation, even the smallest morsel has its worth. Furthermore, as long as she could grow second-generation spiritual melons, she would never lack for spiritual sustenance. Whatever she could not consume could be sold. Even if the energy was minimal, it should still suffice for body conditioning or healing. This was a splendid opportunity to accumulate merit effortlessly. Yu Luo stroked her chin, contemplating for a moment, and increasingly found this idea to be feasible. "My little brain is indeed quite clever." Meanwhile, in the back room of the building, Yizhou sprang out of bed in a hurry, neglecting to put on his shoes as he rushed to the balcony to gaze towards the villa district. He felt an inexplicable, captivating force drawing him in that direction. After a moment's thought, he dialed Sun Wujin's number. The reason for contacting Sun Wujin was a decision he had contemplated for quite some time. Firstly, he had discerned that Yu Luo was likely to be his newly recognized master. Given his prior interactions with Sun Wujin, it would be unwise to approach Yu Luo directly without an introduction, as it might provoke her disdain. Secondly, those with extraordinary abilities often harbor peculiarities. Not everyone can meet them at will. The fact that Yu Luo entrusted Sun Wujin with selling talismans indicated a significant level of trust. Overall, Yizhou concluded that seeking Sun Wujin's assistance for an introduction would likely yield a higher success rate than attempting to meet her on his own. At that moment, Sun Wujin's home resembled a refuse heap, cluttered with discarded talisman papers and used talisman pens. Sitting despondently on the ground, the usually ethereal Shen Dazheng was in disbelief. Muttering to himself, 3 days. 3 days, and I have not managed to draw a single talisman. Sun Wujin, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the increasingly deranged individuals around him. Why don't we consult the master? He suggested, but before he could finish, Shen Dazheng interjected sharply, silence. The master has clearly stated that we must not seek her out until we have succeeded in our drawings. Sun Wujin, exasperated, retorted. But this insular approach will not yield results. Look at the state of his home. Other people's pigsties are far cleaner. Just then his phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Yi Zhou calling. Irritated, he answered, "Hello, Master Yi, what brings you to call so early in the morning?" Yi Zhou felt a jolt of apprehension. The tone of Sun Wujin suggested that this call might not be well-timed. Chapter 67. You shameless scoundrel. What are you thinking? Despite sensing Sun Wujin's irritation, Yi Zhou steeled himself to voice his purpose. Master Sun, might I trouble you to introduce me to Master Yu Luo? I wish to seek her assistance in divination. Upon hearing Yi Zhou's request, Sun Wujin's temper flared. Dropping the honorific, he bellowed, "Yi Zhou, are you actually investigating me?" Yi Zhou had never intended to become adversarial with Sun Wujin and quickly attempted to clarify, "Master Sun, please allow me to explain. I am not investigating." But Sun Wujin was not in the mood to listen. "You despicable scoundrel. I would rather die than assist you." With that, he abruptly ended the call, furiously guzzling several cups of cold tea from the table to quell his rising temper. Damn it. He dares to ask for my help in introducing him to a young master. I suspect this little brat wants to steal her from me. No way. No way, he's too gifted. What if the young master takes a liking to him and decides to accept him as a disciple? In a flash, Sun Wujin imagined a myriad of scenarios. As he indulged in these thoughts, his phone rang again. He cursed under his breath as he picked it up. What a scheming little brat. However, upon seeing the caller's name, he abruptly fell silent and adopted a servile demeanor, rising from the sofa, slightly bending at the waist. He answered, "Hello, young master. What is your command?" Yu Luo did not mince words. "Master Sun, do you know of any land available for rent?"
What?
The master wishes to rent land? Sun Wujin initially thought he had misheard. "Master, may I be so bold as to inquire what you intend to do with the land? Have you discovered a new business opportunity? If so, I must stay close to your endeavors. While I may not feast, at least I can have my fill of broth." Yu Luo was straightforward. "I plan to rent a plot of land to cultivate health melons. It doesn't need to be extensive, but it should ideally have access to spring water for irrigation." She had done a rough calculation. A quarter of a watermelon could yield nearly 200 seeds. She intended to plant a dozen or so initially to see if they would bear fruit and assess the quality. If successful, she would expand her cultivation next year. Although Sun Wujin had never heard of health melons, he recognized that anything associated with wellness was usually quite lucrative. With this realization, he bent slightly more and donned an even more obsequious smile. What a coincidence. A friend of mine happens to have a farm in the suburbs, complete with fields and spring water. I can take you there shortly, so you can discuss the details with him." After hanging up the phone, he slapped his own mouth in reprimand. "You foul mouth, retract that last statement. I still wish to live a long life." Once he had composed himself, he donned a sly grin and dialed Yi Zhou's number. Yi Zhou was contemplating whether to head directly to the villa district to meet Yu Luo when his phone rang. Seeing it was Sun Wujin, he promptly answered, "Master Sun Yu." Before he could finish, Sun Wujin cut in.
Yi Zhou, I will consider it.
"And I have no objections to introducing you. However, you see, we aren't related by blood, which does present a slight inconvenience."
Yi Zhou posed insultrise.
According to his information, Sun Wujin had a daughter, 26 years old, and unmarried. Was he suggesting that Yi Zhou become his son-in-law? He quickly asserted his position. "Master Sun, I currently have no plans for marriage." Realizing what Yi Zhou implied, Sun Wujin instantly took offense. "You shameless scoundrel. What are you thinking?"
Truly.
Some people are so brazen as to inflate their own worth. Not bothering to beat around the bush, he stated, "If you want me to introduce you, that's fine. But I have a request. You must acknowledge me as your godfather. By having Yi Zhou become his godson, even if the master took notice of Yi Zhou's talent and accepted him as a disciple, he would still bask in the glory." Hearing Sun Wujin's words, Yi Zhou felt a surge of joy. He had been fretting over how to forge a closer relationship with Yu Luo, and unexpectedly, Sun Wujin proposed to become his godfather. Given Sun Wujin's connection to Yu Luo, he had no choice but to accept. Alright, no problem. When does my godfather plan to introduce me to the master? His forthrightness caught Sun Wujin off guard. Wait a moment. You are, after all, one of the most formidable young feng shui masters in Huaqing. How can you so readily accept a godfather? He chuckled awkwardly. The matter of meeting the master is not urgent. I heard you have a farm in the suburbs with fields and spring water? The master is looking to rent a plot with spring water. And you were the first to come to mind. I turned down other offers that came my way. I just need to know if you have any extra land available and if I might also rent it. Yi Zhou, being astute, quickly interrupted, since you are my godfather. The master is essentially my ancestral master. Why talk of rent? I will simply gift you and the master the land from my farm. Feel free to use it as you wish. Remembering Yu Luo's advice not to be too clever, Sun Wujin hurriedly countered, No. We must keep accounts clear among brothers. Where are you right now? I will contact the master and take you to see her shortly. Upon learning that Yi Zhou was at Lanshanju, Sun Wujin smiled triumphantly. This lad likely intended to meet the master on his own. Thankfully, he had made this call. Otherwise, he feared his godson would have slipped away. After hanging up, he strolled over to Xin Dazheng and the others. I'm going to meet the master. Are you really not coming? Xin Dazheng maintained a serious expression. I would like to go, but I haven't drawn a single talisman. How can I possibly show my face? Sun Wujin patted him on the shoulder.
Well,
take your time with your drawings. I shall be on my way. After taking a few steps, he paused. Would you like me to inquire with the master about why we are unable to succeed in our drawings? Indeed, you read that correctly. Sun Wujin had not drawn a successful talisman since then. It was merely upon witnessing the other senior brothers and sisters, as well as the younger generation, that the most gifted among them, Shen Xingchen, had not succeeded in inscribing these talismans. He had completely given up. Shen Denian pondered for a moment, picking up a few of the talismans they had just drawn, thinking that perhaps he could present these to the master for evaluation. He considered himself to have achieved a modest degree of success in talisman crafting. Yet, after 3 consecutive days of attempts, his confidence began to wane. Sun Wujin took the discarded talismans and neatly arranged them, subtly reminding, You all ought to be mindful not only of crafting talismans, but also of your personal appearance and the overall cleanliness. It was only then that Shen Denian and the others realized the room had become so cluttered that there was scarcely any space to stand. They exchanged awkward smiles. With Shen Denian apologizing, My dear Junior, we will tidy up right away and ensure the house is restored to its original state before your return. The somewhat slow-witted 8th junior sister looked up in bewilderment. Goodness, how did 5th senior brother's house end up like this? Chapter 68. Indeed, the master is the kindest to the little mouse. As Yi Zhou approached Villa number 6, he could increasingly sense an inexplicable force pulling him closer, compelling him to quicken his pace. Son, why are you walking so fast? Wait for your father. Sun Wujin puffed behind him, struggling to keep up. Damn it. Why is this kid running so swiftly? Having just consumed a considerable amount of spirit melons and successfully replenished his energy, Yu Luo intended to stroll around the yard. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Sun Wujin and a young man entering. Sun Wujin was still vocally calling his son from behind. She cast a glance at the two and immediately grasped the situation, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The reason she chose to consign the talismans to Sun Wujin was due to his fortuitous nature. Her elder brother had always said that whether seeking subordinates or partners, one should associate with those who possess good luck, otherwise, one's own fortune could be adversely affected. Given Sun Wujin's life experiences, combined with the fact that he had managed to coax Yi Zhou, this prodigious talent, into becoming his godson with a handful of ambiguous words, one could indeed say his luck was rather remarkable. Although he had been abandoned in his youth, he was cared for by affectionate masters and senior brothers. As he grew up, his marriage and family affairs were orchestrated by his masters and peers, and he seldom needed to worry about finances or the education and careers of his children. However, the thought of him using her name to speak carelessly made Yu Luo's attitude towards him cool significantly. She even refrained from addressing him as Grandpa Sun, instead casting a cold glance in his direction before turning to Yi Zhou. Is this the friend you mentioned with the farm? Sun Wujin's heart sank, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face, introducing the two. Yes, master, this is my godson Yi Zhou. This young man owns that farm in the suburbs, perfectly aligning with your requirements. It's as if it were tailor-made for you. He then nudged Yi Zhou, saying, This is Master Yu Luo. Weren't you just saying you wanted to ask the master for a divination? Yi Zhou appeared entranced, his gaze fixated on the interior of the house, feeling an irresistible force beckoning him inside. When nudged by Sun Wujin, he hastily performed a bow. "Greetings, Master Yu." Yu Luo regarded Yi Zhou briefly before turning to re-enter the living room. "Come in and speak." Sun Wujin was still processing what had just happened when Yi Zhou, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped inside. He was desperate to uncover what it was that attracted him so strongly. Sun Wujin watched with a furrowed brow, pondering if this young man had always been this impulsive. However, recalling Yu Luo's earlier demeanor, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Yi Zhou's gaze discreetly scanned the living room, finally settling on the remnants of a watermelon rind left by Yu Luo. He swallowed hard. Just then, Xiangxiang burst through the door, racing down the stairs. Noticing Yi Zhou fixated on the watermelon rind, she lunged forward protectively, cradling it in her arms. "This is mine." She had only consumed a small piece earlier, but now felt revitalized as if reborn. With such a large rind, it would suffice for her for many days. Realizing he had been staring at someone else's leftovers, Yi Zhou's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to his neck. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. He had never felt so embarrassed in his entire life. Yu Luo, too, noticed Yi Zhou's gaze and couldn't help but marvel at his talent. In this realm, where spiritual energy was scarce to the point of near non-existence, it was indeed remarkable for anyone to so accurately perceive the presence of spiritual energy. She smiled at Yi Zhou, saying, "There is no need to feel embarrassed. This is a spirit melon, a manifestation of your body's yearning for spiritual energy that has allowed you to sense its existence." Yi Zhou was taken aback. "Master, where can I purchase this spirit melon?" He could feel every cell in his body yearning for the power contained within the rind. He considered himself financially stable. With his resources and connections, he believed he could procure anything that existed in this world. However, Yu Luo promptly extinguished his hopes. "Do not entertain such thoughts. In this world, spirit melons cannot be bought." Just as Yi Zhou felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, she continued, "However, my intention in renting land is to attempt cultivating a second generation of spirit melons. Although their spiritual potency may not match that of the first generation, they should not be lacking by much." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If that is the case, I would be willing to gift the farm to you, Master. All I ask is for a few melons in return." Sun Wujin, who had been left out of the conversation, hastily raised his hand.
And me too.
Yu Luo shot him a sidelong glance and coldly laughed. "What business is it of yours?" Sun Wujin's eyes darted as he quickly replied, "I can grow melons." Yu Luo regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing him closely. "You truly can grow melons?" Sun Wujin, puffing out his chest, asserted, "During my time with my master, I was primarily responsible for the garden's fruits and vegetables. I assure you, I'm not boasting. The watermelons, pumpkins, and winter melons I grew all reached impressive sizes. Those vegetables were far tastier than those grown by others. You can ask Xingqian. He enjoyed the cantaloupes I grew when he was little." As Xingqian approached the door to deliver breakfast, he overheard Sun Wujin's enthusiastic chatter. "Grandpa Wu, that was ages ago. You haven't farmed in so many years. Your skills must have grown rusty." Sun Wujin glared at him. "You little brat don't understand. Don't speak nonsense. How could an old farmer forget the essentials of providing for oneself?" With a grin, he turned to Yu Luo. "I'll grow melons for you for free, and when it comes time to sell them, how about we split the profits 90 to 10? Yu Luo shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smile gracing her lips, but she said nothing. Yi Zhou had been focused on the watermelon rind, and hadn't he caught much of what Sun Wujin had said. Now, upon hearing him, he felt something was amiss. "Godfather, didn't you say the master is your teacher?" Sun Wujin quickly glanced at Yu Luo, exclaiming, "Don't say such things." After saying this, he furtively looked at Yu Luo, fearing she would become upset. "Damn it, had I known, I would never have acknowledged this adopted son." Yu Luo shot him a fierce glare and reiterated, "Let me make myself abundantly clear. I have no intentions of taking on any disciples, now or in the future. Should I ever hear of anyone proclaiming themselves as my apprentice, I will ensure they regret ever coming into this world." Shun Xingqian, frightened, pressed himself against the wall, fearing he might be inadvertently embroiled in this predicament. Sun Wujin repeatedly assured the master, "I shall never dare again, not after that incident with the melons." Yu Luo meticulously counted out 15 watermelon seeds from the table and placed them in a small box. Ignoring him entirely, she addressed Yi Zhou. Take these seeds back and find someone trustworthy to see if they can cultivate seedlings. Remember to use spring water for nurturing. If seedlings emerge, then you may transplant them into the fields. Sun Wujin was taken aback. Was he now the object of the master's disdain?
No.
He still needed to cling to the master's golden thigh. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly knelt down, slapping his own face repeatedly. Master, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have prattled on.
Please grant me another chance. I promise to control this reckless mouth of mine. If there essay next time, you may dismantle me piece by piece. He genuinely regretted his words. From now on, he would not dare to indulge in cleverness again. Yu Luo continued to ignore him until he had slapped himself nearly 30 times before finally speaking. All right, remember this is your last chance. If you wish to partake in the cultivation of seedlings, simply find Yi Zhou. I detest those who are overly clever. Should there be a next time, even if Sun Wujin were fortunate, I would not employ him again. Seeing her cold demeanor, Sun Wujin became much more cautious in his speech. Master, it seems that the season for planting watermelons is past. The fruit may not ripen properly. Yu Luo, lacking experience in farming, was not well versed in the specifics of seasonal planting. No matter, I shall first see if seedlings can sprout and if they will bear fruit. Upon hearing her words, Sun Wujin felt relieved. Yu Luo noticed Yi Zhou gazing longingly at the watermelon rind in Xiang Xiang's embrace and recalled how generously the latter had gifted her a farm. She reluctantly went to the kitchen and cut a slice of watermelon for both Xin Xingqian and Yi Zhou, slightly smaller than the one Xiang Xiang had. She intentionally left Sun Wujin out. Xiang Xiang glanced at the rind she held. Hey, it's not as big as mine. My master truly dotes on me the most. Chapter 69. The Dog That Came for Fortune-Telling. Yi Zhou was taken aback to receive a spiritual melon, carefully cradling the small box, thanking the master profusely. His expression turned somber as he recalled his deceased master. By the way, master, I was thinking, Yu Luo raised a hand to halt his words. Do not dwell on that now. It would be futile and might even bring you trouble. Yi Zhou's pupils constricted, instinctively recalling his master's last words.
Master. Do you mean?
Yu Luo opened the food box, retrieving breakfast while waving her hand dismissively. I mean nothing of the sort. Hurry back. Sun Wujin, sensing the mood, stood up. Master, we shall take our leave then. Without lifting her head, Yu Luo replied, Go on, go on. Just as the two were about to exit, she called out to Sun Wujin, Old son, send that video of the talisman making to Yi Zhou as well. So he can learn.
예소 haltet momentarily.
So, master, you are indeed teaching Sun Wujin? It seemed this adoptive father had not acknowledged his mistakes. After the two departed, Yu Luo noticed Xiang Xiang still clutching the watermelon rind and couldn't help poking her forehead. You pitiful creature, fighting over a mere watermelon rind. Xiang Xiang glared back. With such an impressive master, who needs any achievements? Achievements won't get me a spiritual melon. She had noticed Yi Zhou's gaze almost glued to the rind moments ago. Fortunately, she was quicker, otherwise, it would have surely been snatched away. Seeing her triumphant demeanor, Yu Luo retrieved a white box from her storage bag. Alright, put it in here. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will dissipate quickly. Observing that Xiang Xiang had not even glanced at the breakfast on the table, she curiously inquired, Aren't you going to eat breakfast? Xiang Xiang disdainfully turned her head. After consuming the spiritual melon, I have no interest in such mundane fare. Yu Luo slapped her. Will you die if you don't show off? Fatty, having just adjusted the ghost he ate the night before, floated out and heard this. With a curious tilt of his head, he asked, Master, what does showing off mean? Xiang Xiang quickly changed the subject. Oh, Fatty, you seem taller. Fatty instantly forgot his previous question, launching into a mutual flattery session. Wow, Aunt Xiang Xiang, I think you've become much more beautiful. Half an hour later, Yu Luo sat at her stall, looking disheveled and vacant-eyed. No wonder people often say, great debts must be repaid in the next life as cattle or horses. Cattle and horses are truly not meant for humans. Since learning her son would not die, Fat Mama returned to the market. Noticing Yu Luo's despondent demeanor, she anxiously asked, Little master, what troubles you? Yu Luo cast her glance. You wouldn't understand my burdens. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd outside. Oh my, why is that dog covered in blood? Step back, lest it bites you.
Whose dog is this?
Get it out of here.
Goodness.
People nowadays are so irresponsible with their dogs. Such a large dog, not only off-leash, but allowed to roam freely. Indeed, they have no sense of public responsibility.
What if it bites someone?
The crowd quickly parted to make way. Xiang Xiang stretched her neck to look, only to retreat behind Yu Luo the next moment. Oh my, what a huge dog. Master, help. Yu Luo swiftly pulled her out, poking her forehead. You pitiful creature. You've cultivated into a spirit. Why are you afraid of it? Xiang Xiang pondered for a moment. True. I am a great spirit. Yu Luo ignored her and focused on the large dog that was slowly approaching. She remembered seeing such a dog while browsing short videos. People said it was an Alaskan. The dog halted a few meters away, placing a $100 bill it had in its mouth on the ground and nudging it forward with its paw. Yu Luo scrutinized the dog and gently asked, Are you here for fortune-telling? Seeing her converse with the dog, the surrounding crowd was left utterly astonished. What? Can the master communicate with animals? While it was not particularly surprising that the master could converse with animals, many were curious how this dog knew to come to the master and even brought $100. Don't you find it a bit too clever? As this thought spread through the crowd, realization dawned on them. Oh right, we all know the master possesses true abilities. But what about this dog? Has it also attained enlightenment? An elderly man trembled as he fished out his glasses to put them on. Goodness gracious. After 80 long years, this is the first time I have witnessed a dog seeking to foretell the future. Today truly opens my eyes. The dog, a tad uneasy, turned its head to glance back momentarily. Then, it lifted its gaze towards Yu Luo and barked. Master, can you comprehend my words? Yu Luo nodded. Speak, I am listening. Realizing that Yu Luo could indeed understand its speech, the dog exhaled in relief. Master, I have taken a life, and soon I shall be captured and euthanized. Yu Luo raised a hand to interrupt. I am already aware of the specifics. Simply tell me what you wish to inquire about today. The dog whimpered softly. I wish to know about my daughter, what her future holds. Yu Luo approached it, gently patting its head. Your daughter will encounter her destined partner in 6 months. Marry within a year, and together they will live a blissful life, filled with love and children, enjoying the latter half of their lives in happiness. The surrounding onlookers were left astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. While it is not unusual for a dog to have a daughter, the concepts of true love, marriage, mutual affection, and children, each word was understood, yet together they conjured confusion. Especially remarkable was the sight of the dog, who, upon hearing this, broke into a grin. The dog raised a paw to wipe away the tears of joy, nodding gratefully towards Yu Luo. That is wonderful, that is wonderful. Thank you, master. With that, it turned to leave. Yu Luo discreetly signaled to Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang, please fetch us 2 cups of milk tea. Xiang Xiang understood immediately and slipped through the crowd. The onlookers could no longer contain their curiosity. Master, did that dog truly come for fortune-telling? Indeed. Master, from what I gather, it seems like its daughter is a human. Master, could it have transformed into a spirit? Yu Luo observed the crowd, their faces filled with questions. Raising a hand, he beckoned for silence. It indeed came to me for divination, and its daughter is indeed human. However, it is not a spirit. The elder who had shakily donned glasses earlier, a fervent reader of novels, widened his eyes in astonishment. Master, could this dog have been possessed? As these words left his lips, a chill swept through the crowd. Old Zhou, I believe your immersion in novels has skewed your perception. Such possession is merely a fabrication of authors. Yu Luo, smiling gently at the crowd, proposed. Allow me to share a tale. Chapter 70. You frighten me, do you know that? These retired uncles and aunts had little to occupy their time. Upon hearing Yu Luo's intention to narrate a story, they eagerly leaned forward, anxious not to miss a word. Master, please share. We promise to listen attentively. One eager aunt hurried off towards a nearby shop. Master, wait for me. I need to buy some sunflower seeds. Yu Luo surveyed the crowd. This story begins with a couple who drove a delivery truck. During a delivery, in an attempt to avoid a child who suddenly darted into the road, their vehicle overturned, resulting in their immediate demise. Perhaps their kind deeds touched the heavens, for when they awoke, their souls found themselves within the body of the dog raised by their only daughter. Overjoyed to be able to accompany their daughter once more, they were nearly beside themselves with happiness. Later, their daughter fell in love with a cunning man, a phoenix man with nefarious intentions. Initially, he masqueraded well, leaving no room for suspicion. However, after marriage, his true nature was revealed. The family of four ceased working, indulging only in leisure, and whenever money ran low, they would extort it from their daughter. This phoenix man engaged in all manner of vices, including gambling and alcohol, and eventually resorted to domestic violence. One day, the couple overheard him conspiring with his family to murder their daughter for insurance money. To protect her, they swiftly ended the lives of the Phoenix man and his kin. The crowd, primarily composed of parents, fell silent after hearing the tale. Moments later, an aunt wiped her eyes. Master, were you speaking of that dog from earlier? Yu Luo shook his head with a smile. It is merely a simple story. Why do you all seem to have become so emotionally invested? Just then, a group of individuals armed with sticks and nets approached. Did any of you see a large dog, bloodied? Yes, it was an Alaskan standing this tall and this long. It killed someone. If you see it, maintain your distance and call the authorities. An elder grabbed one of them. Young man, did that dog really take a life? The individual nodded. Yes, it killed 4 people in one go. It's terrifying. The thought of that family's tragedy sent a shiver down his spine. I suspect that dog has gone mad. It's best to stay vigilant until it is caught. An ant pointed in the direction the dog had gone. It headed that way. You should hurry. Regardless of the truth in the Master's story, a dog that had killed 4 individuals roaming freely posed a significant danger to others. The group reiterated their warnings to the surrounding crowd before hastening in pursuit of the dog. In a nearby alley, the dog chose a sunlit area with few people and lay down. It felt no remorse for killing the Phoenix man and his family. Instead, it regretted not having acted sooner. Given a second chance, it would have bitten the Phoenix man before he ever met its daughter. Thoughts of its daughter brought tears streaming down its face, once more. If only it could remain by her side until its last breath. At that moment, a hand gently stroked its head. Do not cry. Tears will not resolve your troubles. The dog looked up, bewildered. You are the girl beside the master? Xiang remained silent, extending a hand to lightly tap its head. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped the dog. When the light faded, the dog had undergone a complete transformation, appearing immaculate, with its previously brown and white fur now black and white. Staring at its reflection in the glass, the dog was utterly flabbergasted. Xiang patted it. Go now, and remember, if you dare harm the innocent, I shall personally flay your hide. The dog lowered itself, offering a bow, then dashed out of the alley. Upon exiting, it encountered the group searching for it. Instantly, it grinned, lowered its head, and wagged its tail vigorously, sidling up against the wall to clear the path. One of them reached out to pat it. We're all dogs. Why is that one so savage? Another glanced at the dog by the wall. Who knows? I heard that dog was raised by that family's matriarch since it was a pup. The deceased man frequently abused his wife, and perhaps the dog could no longer tolerate it. Hearing this, the individual trailing behind with a net hastened to catch up. If that's the case, I can't help but feel that dog may not be entirely at fault. The apparent leader of the group turned and shouted at the others. The 3 of you, what are you dawdling for? The trio hastily quickened their pace as they moved forward. To avoid any unforeseen complications, the dog pressed closely against the wall as it ran ahead. Faintly, the echoes of voices could still be heard. Boss, do you really think that dog has to die? Personally, I don't believe it deserves such a fate, but who can guarantee that a dog that has bitten someone won't suddenly go mad and attack others in the future? Upon hearing this, the dog halted, turning to gaze at the figures retreating. Rest assured, as long as no one harms my daughter again, I promise not to bite anyone. Meanwhile, the woman at work suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Recalling the words of her in-laws and husband from the previous night, her eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. She was merely a lowly employee. How could she possibly secure a high-paying job for her undereducated sister-in-law? This family was nothing short of a nightmare. Reluctant to divorce, yet unwilling to live harmoniously, there were times she contemplated a mutual demise. Just then her phone rang. Hello, we are the police from the Huacheng Public Security Bureau. A homicide has occurred at your residence. Upon hearing the officer's words, the woman felt a surge of disbelief. Her voice trembled with a mix of joy and dread. Are you saying my husband, in-laws, and sister-in-law are all dead? The officer, mistaking her reaction for overwhelming grief, gently consoled her. Yes, please accept our condolences. We have already investigated and confirmed that your dog was responsible for their deaths. We are currently in the process of capturing it, and it will be euthanized upon capture. You should take a leave of absence to handle their affairs. The woman instantly panicked. No, you must have made a mistake. Lele is very well behaved. It has never even bared its teeth. How could it have killed anyone? The officer sighed. Ma'am, please trust us. We have thoroughly investigated the matter, and your home surveillance has captured the act. Leaning helplessly against the wall, she realized that after her parents' passing, Lele was her only family in this world. What would she do if Lele were taken away from her? After obtaining a leave of absence, the woman wandered out of the office in a daze. Since her workplace was close to home, she usually walked to and from work. Just a short distance away, a familiar figure came bounding towards her. Although its color had changed, she recognized it instantly as her beloved Lele. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced the dog that leaped into her arms. The police say you killed someone and that they will take you away to be euthanized. How did you escape? You scared me to death, do you know that? And what happened to you? Clearly, the dog could not respond to her questions, but nuzzled affectionately against her. Chapter 71. So arrogant, are you not afraid of a beating? Just as the group of dog catchers had departed, Xiangxiang returned with 2 cups of milk tea. Sister, would you prefer red bean or taro? Yu Luo decisively opted for taro milk tea, as she found the red bean too sweet towards the end. The two had barely begun to enjoy their drinks when an arrogant voice pierced the air. Old man, are you blind? Can't you see I want to pass through here? Even a good dog knows not to block the way, yet you are even worse than a dog. At your age, rather than wasting food, you might as well just die. What the heck? Who is this? So arrogant, are they not afraid of a beating? It was well known that although these retired gentlemen and ladies spent their days idly, they were not all ordinary individuals. The previously feeble, bespectacled Mr. Zhou, who loved reading novels, was quite remarkable prior to retirement. Squinting his eyes and furrowing his brow, he observed a girl with brightly colored hair and dreadlocks, adorned with heavy makeup, striding towards Yu Luo. Upon reaching Yu Luo, she pulled out a wad of cash from her bag and tossed it toward her. Pointing at Yu Luo, she demanded, "You fortune teller, hurry up and get rid of the ghost beside me. I want her to be obliterated, never to be reincarnated." Yu Luo glanced at the battered ghost on her back and raised her hand to block the cash, which promptly bounced back. Naturally, she would not show kindness to someone with such a delusional mindset. Get lost. I want to read your fortune. The girl stared at Yu Luo in disbelief. Do you see this? It's 10,000 yuan. You usually charge only 100 for fortune. Seeing that Yu Luo didn't even glance her way, the girl retrieved several more stacks of money from her bag. I'll give you 50,000, just calculate for me. Don't be ungrateful.
Slap.
Before she could finish her sentence, she received 2 heavy slaps across her face. How outrageous. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Just as Xiangxiang was about to intervene, she stood there in a daze, staring at the bespectacled gentleman. Excuse me, sir, why are you stealing my job? The girl with the dreadlocks seemed taken aback that someone dared to slap her. Covering her face in shock, she then lunged at the gentleman. You old fool. Who do you think you are to speak of my parents? The bespectacled gentleman quickly stepped back, realizing his frail body could not withstand such chaos. Xiangxiang, however, would not allow the girl to harm anyone in front of their stall. She seized the girl by her collar and pulled her back. Behave yourself, or I swear I will slap you. The girl glared defiantly. Try slapping me. Do you know who my father is? Xiangxiang was astonished that such a dim-witted person could exist. She raised her hand and slapped the girl again. Who is your father? Go ask your mother. How would I know? Yu Luo, mid-sip of her milk tea, nearly choked upon hearing Xiangxiang's words. The girl, one hand covering her face and the other pointing at Xiangxiang, spat. You wretched woman, you're dead meat. I'll have my father kill you. Xiangxiang seized her finger and twisted it back. When your mother gave birth to you, did she forget to leave your brain in her belly? This is a society governed by law. You think your father can kill me? Believe me, I can have him sent to prison first. Such brazen behavior in public was bound to backfire. Even if her father was a good man, he would eventually be led astray. The girl immediately erupted into a blood-curdling scream. Let go of me, you wretched creature. Meanwhile, the bespectacled gentleman shook his head and pulled out his phone to make a call. Let us set aside the matter of Feng Zhi's promotion for now. His qualifications are still lacking and his current position is not suitable for him. Additionally, please investigate whether he has abused his power. If there are no issues, let him spend a few more years gaining experience on the ground. And inform him that if he doesn't have time to care for his child, the unit can grant him an extended leave. As the old gentleman spoke on the phone, he cast a disdainful glance at the girl, whose language was so foul. With a child raised like this, what kind of character can the parents possess? Such individuals will only become a scourge if they rise to power. With a single call, the facade of the heartless Feng Zhi, who had maintained a guise for over 2 decades, was finally stripped away. Growing weary of the girl's incessant complaints, Xiangxiang shoved a handful of wilted vegetable leaves into her mouth. Subsequently, she yanked her arm, dragging her out of the crowd and throwing her onto the ground.
Now, scram.
If it weren't for the fact that this individual was a girl, I would have already knocked her to the ground, leaving her searching for her teeth. The girl with dreadlocks disdainfully spat out the rotten vegetable leaves from her mouth, glaring fiercely at the fragrant figure of the despicable one, wishing for her demise.
With that,
she picked up her phone and made a call. Brother, I've been bullied. Humph. You two wretched beings, along with that pretentious old fool, just you wait. She had resolved that shortly, she would shatter the faces of those two little harlots. After avenging herself, she would have her brother deal with them, first violating and then disposing of them in the sea to feed the fish. As for that old man, she planned to beat him up and throw him in a cage. Her father's hunting club was in dire need of targets. Everyone thought this matter had passed. Just as they awaited the next fortune-teller, the roar of a sports car pierced the air. Before long, a voice more arrogant than that of the girl resonated from outside the crowd. Get the hell out of my way. I want to see which fool dares to bully my sister. The crowd swiftly parted, revealing a group of young men with hair dyed in vibrant colors, adorned with earrings, nose rings, and lip piercings, wielding baseball bats. Upon seeing the composed Yu Luo and Xiang, the man in the center made a lewd gesture and whistled obnoxiously. So, you're the one who bullied my sister? Now kneel down and apologize to her immediately, and take care of that ghost by her side. Before he could finish, Yu Luo calmly raised her gaze to him. With a thud, the man collapsed to his knees, beginning to bang his head against the ground. He desperately wished to rise with dignity, but found himself utterly unable to control his body. A man who had never encountered nails before cursed, "You wretched." In the next instant, it felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 razor blades, the pain forcing tears from his eyes until he could no longer make a sound. The few individuals behind him were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Feng Xiao, what are you doing? Yet the man on the ground ignored them, continuing to bang his head as if oblivious to the pain. The girl with dreadlocks, hiding behind the group, covered her mouth in shock, no longer daring to speak. It was only when the man's head was bloodied that Yu Luo lightly snapped her fingers and said, "Get lost." The man, in a state of disarray, stumbled away with his entourage. Before getting into his car, he glanced back at Yu Luo with bloodshot eyes. Xiang leaned closer to Yu Luo and whispered, "Sister, both of them have blood on their hands. Why not call the police?" Yu Luo gazed in the direction they had departed. Do you think, if calling the police were effective, they would be so audaciously rampant in the streets? With past experiences in mind, Xiang remained silent, realizing her master surely had her own plans. Chapter 72, 10,000 yuan per gram? In a speeding sports car, the girl with dreadlocks cautiously glanced at the young man driving. Brother, are we really going to let it end like this? Hearing this, the man's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Don't worry, I will not let them off the hook. The girl's eyes brightened. Brother, have you thought of a way to deal with them? The man scoffed. She's just a filthy fortune-teller. I refuse to believe she can outmaneuver me. Soon enough, those two harlots will understand the meaning of unable to live or die. The girl with dreadlocks paused for a moment. Brother, you're so clever. Those people always kneel and grovel whenever they hear Dada's name. Without hesitation, the man pulled the car to the side of the road and took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Uncle Lee, it's Feng Xiaozhe. I need your assistance. Just as he began to speak, the other party interrupted. Is that Xiaozhe? I'm about to start a meeting. Let's talk after. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Feng Xiaozhe listened to the beeping tone in disbelief. The people who had previously fawned over his father and catered to his every whim had the audacity to hang up on him. Unwilling to accept this, he dialed again. This time, the call went unanswered. He continued to make several calls, but each time, as soon as he spoke, the other party found an excuse to terminate the conversation. Furious, Feng Xiaozhe kicked the curb, muttering, "Damn it. These sycophants must think they can defy us." After venting his anger, he directly called his father. However, after a series of attempts, no one answered. At this moment, Feng Ji had already been taken away by the investigation team. His crimes would soon be exposed. Listening to the incessant ringing on his phone, the siblings' expressions gradually turned blank. They then got into the car and drove to the police station. We need to report our father, Feng Ji. He has abused his power for personal gain, embezzled funds, and even established a real-life hunting game. After recording their statement, the two returned to the car only to realize what they had done. Their faces paled in an instant. The girl with dreadlocks looked at Feng Xiaozhe with red-rimmed eyes. Brother, do you think this is the work of those two harlots? Feng Xiaozhe raised his hand and slapped her across the face. What the hell were you thinking? going to that place to have your fortune told. He then kicked her hard. Now look what you've done. You've ruined our entire family. The girl with dreadlocks shrank back, stammering, I wasn't scared. Foam Xiaozhi kicked her again. What are you afraid of? After Dad falls, we'll all be doomed. The girl with dreadlocks was at a loss, tears brimming in her eyes. What do we do now? Foam Xiaozhi, irritated, raked his fingers through his hair. Let us go home and see if Mom has a plan. As the car drove to a desolate area with few people or vehicles, suddenly, a pair of hands covered Foam Xiaozhi's eyes. The steering wheel spiraled out of control, followed by a deafening roar of the engine. The car shot forward like an arrow, crashing directly into a nearby tree. Watching the occupants of the vehicle slowly lose their life signs, the two spirits beside them shed a trail of blood tears, bowing in the direction of Yu Luo. At last, they had avenged their grievances. Without waiting for the souls of Foam Xiaozhi and his sister to react, they pounced and devoured them whole. Meanwhile, after the Foam siblings departed, an odd-looking old man with a distinctive mustache approached Yu Luo. Little master, I'm old Zhang from the antique street. Are you planning to sell that stool? Yu Luo glanced at her two small stools. Had she just arrived in this world, she might have considered selling them. However, now, she was not in need of money. Thus, she decisively refused. I'm not selling. Her outright rejection also stemmed from the fact that this stool was crafted by her fifth master from discarded materials as a footrest. Even if she were to sell it, it wouldn't fetch much. Hearing her words, old Zhang was somewhat unwilling to give up. Young master, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. We can certainly negotiate the price, Yu Luo said, her eyes glinting with mischief. Why don't you tell me how much you are willing to offer? After scrutinizing one of the stools, the old man Zhang exclaimed, Goodness, this is a sheer travesty. Who would dare to use such a rare and exquisite agarwood as a mere stool? Suppressing the urge to scream, he extended a finger and declared, I shall offer you 10,000 yuan per gram.
What?
How much? The surrounding elderly were once again left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This ordinary wooden stool is worth more than gold? Surely this old man cannot be serious. Yu Luo remained unfazed by Zhang's initial offer. After all, 10,000 yuan was hardly more than her bounty for capturing a criminal. However, upon hearing the price per gram, her composure faltered slightly. She snatched the stool from his hands, examining it closely, yet found no discernible special qualities. Zhang, mistaking her hesitation for dissatisfaction, gritted his teeth and raised his offer. I can increase it to 20,000 per gram. This type of agarwood is something I have only heard of. Its true value is anyone's guess. Yu Luo weighed the stool in her hands, calculating its weight to be at least several dozen pounds. At 500 grams per pound and 20,000 yuan per gram, the calculations resulted in a staggering sum. Goodness, that's an exorbitant amount. Although she was not financially desperate, her curiosity about the item's true worth piqued. After a moment's thought, she turned and pulled from her backpack a small, chubby pig figurine. I cannot sell the stool, but I can offer you this, she said. This pig was a creation from her various masters, crafted during their attempts to win her favor as a disciple when she was a child. It was deemed the ugliest and most poorly made, and she had salvaged it from being discarded, though she could not quite explain why. Upon seeing the adorably clumsy pig, Zhang's mouth fell open in astonishment. He gingerly accepted it and examined it closely. My goodness, the craftsmanship here is extraordinary. Not to mention, the materials must be worth quite a bit. He puzzled over why she would refuse to sell the unattractive stool while offering to part with such a beautiful pig. What he did not realize was that Yu Luo possessed only 2 of the unattractive stools, while she had over a dozen pigs that were even more charming and larger than this one. Concerned that Yu Luo might change her mind, Zhang hurriedly produced a small scale and weighed the pig. Afterward, he opened a calculator app on his phone. This pig weighs 6 pounds and 6 ounces, which translates to... Yu Luo interrupted him. I prefer not to sell it in your suggested manner. I want to consign it, and we shall split the proceeds 80-20. If you agree, we can draft a contract. If not, then it's settled. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly calculated the potential profit in his mind. He estimated that the pig could fetch at least 30,000 yuan. 6 pounds and 6 ounces equated to 3,300 grams, meaning he stood to gain a considerable sum without bearing any risk. All right then, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I will draft the contract immediately. He reluctantly set the pig down and dashed away, calling back, Wait for me, master. I shall return shortly. In less than half an hour, Zhang returned with the consignment contract, eagerly presenting it to Yu Luo. Please take a look. If there is anything unsatisfactory, we can discuss it further. Yu Luo accepted the contract and skimmed through it, though she found it largely incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the plump woman beside her seemed preoccupied with her own affairs. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Luo pulled out her phone and called Su Luo. Su Luo, do you have a moment? Could you come to the market to help me review a contract? Su Luo, just beginning his freshman year, was not well versed in such matters. However, he knew that his cunning uncle, Xie Zhonglin, would certainly understand. Thus, while tending to his wife and child at home, Xie Zhonglin received his nephew's call. Uncle, are you available? The master wishes to have someone review a contract. Under normal circumstances, Xie Zhonglin would have declined, but upon learning it was Yu Luo, he promptly arranged for his family before heading over. Upon seeing Yu Luo, Xie Zhonglin donned a sycophantic smile. Master, should you encounter such matters again, please feel free to reach out to me directly. Su Luo is still just a child and lacks understanding.
Uncle Sule.
Your demeanor resembles that of a eunuch from the television. Yu Luo chuckled. Please, first check if there are any issues with this contract. Having seen a lawyer's video warning of potential pitfalls in contracts, she was cautious. Xie Zhonglin took the contract and examined it carefully. Master, there are no issues with this contract. Relieved, Yu Luo promptly signed her name. Zhang was even quicker, producing 2 copies of the contract for both parties to retain. With the contract finalized, Xie Zhonglin chuckled. Thanks to your talisman, my precious daughter is thriving, eating well, and sleeping soundly. I insist on treating you to a meal today. Before Yu Luo could respond, Zhang interjected, No, if anyone should treat, it ought to be me. I know of a splendid restaurant. Yu Luo waved her hand dismissively. Let us save the meal for another time. I have to get back to work. Just as she finished speaking, a boy of about 15 or 16 stepped forward from the crowd, somewhat shyly taking a seat on the stool before her. He lowered his head and adjusted his glasses. Master, hello. I've noticed my mother has been acting strangely lately. Could you possibly help me understand what is happening with her? He had attempted to inquire before, but his mother always insisted there was nothing amiss. If everything were truly fine, why would she be secretly wiping away tears every day?
Zhang,
eager to boast about his newfound treasure, gestured to Yu Luo and took his leave. Xie Zhonglin, concerned for his family, offered a brief farewell before departing with Su Luo. Once they were gone, Yu Luo smiled warmly at the boy. First, let me commend you for your awareness. It is quite rare for someone your age to notice their mother's unusual behavior. At her praise, the boy looked up, his face flushing a deep crimson. Thank you, master. Yu Luo's smile deepened. Now, please use your smartwatch to call your mother and inform her that I can help her. She should come here immediately. The boy's eyes brightened. Really? Yu Luo nodded. Of course. You have heard that I possess remarkable skills, which is why you sought me out, correct? The boy immediately stood up and said, all right, I will call my mother right away. With that, he stepped out of the crowd to make the call. The onlookers were filled with curiosity.
Master,
what has happened to this child's mother? Could it be that she has fallen victim to fraud? One woman remarked. My neighbor's daughter-in-law was scammed out of over 100,000 last year. The couple had such a rift over it that their business collapsed. Her husband later sought work as a mechanic in another city, and, tragically, he died in a car accident one night. If it weren't for the scam, they might have been living a blissful life. This woman's words struck a chord with everyone present. Another woman, filled with bitterness, chimed in, indeed. My daughter-in-law also fell prey to online fraud, losing over 200,000. The worst part is that most of it was through credit cards or loans. When she realized she had been deceived, she jumped into a river. The mention of this sent tears welling up in the eyes of the elder. Yu Luo furrowed her brow. Was the prevalence of scammers in this small world so audacious? However, she had little time to ponder as the boy returned after finishing his call. Master, my mother's shop isn't far from here. She said she would come over shortly. Yu Luo nodded. Very well, let us patiently await her arrival. The elderly men and women surrounding them began to ask the boy their own questions.
Child,
what seems to be the matter with your mother? Yes, how did you notice something was off with her? How old are you, child? The boy politely turned to the elderly questioners. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, I am 15 years old. A week ago, I came home from school and noticed that my mother had red eyes. When I asked her, she said it was due to sand getting in her eyes. Later, I observed that she was often wiping away tears in secret. When I inquired further, she always said it was nothing, which is why I came to find the master today. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. Remembering his teacher's advice to trust in science, he felt a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing the boy's words, an inquisitive elder asked, "Have you spoken to your father about this?" The boy slowly lowered his head, his voice muffled. "It's just my mother and me at home. My father abandoned us." The elder felt a pang of regret. "Child, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Please don't take it to heart. We don't need a father like that." "Oh, dear. How can one be so thoughtless as to ask such things? It's like stabbing a knife into the child's heart." The boy smiled gently at the elderly woman. "It's all right, Grandma. My mother and I live happily together." Observing the well-mannered and understanding boy, the elder felt she would be awake in the middle of the night, berating herself for her insensitivity. One elder gave the boy a thumbs up. "Kid, I have faith in you. Study hard and make your father regret his choices." The other elders joined in praising the boy. "Child, I believe in you too. My grandson, who is the same age as you, only knows how to play on his phone. If he had just half of your understanding, our family would wake up laughing every day." Another woman looked at the boy with a proud smile. "This child is truly remarkable. Nowadays, so many kids are rebellious. My grandchildren won't even listen to a word, and they get angry at the slightest provocation, making family life a delicate affair." An elder slammed his cane down. "Exactly. My two grandsons are just like that. If you ask me, there's no such thing as a rebellious phase. It's just that they were never disciplined enough." This statement garnered unanimous agreement from the others. Indeed, today us children can't be scolded or hit, or they fall into depression. I believe it's because they've been spoiled by an easy life. We, on the other hand, grew up getting beaten, and we turned out just fine. The conversation gradually morphed into a session of complaints. Chapter 74. Reserve some love for yourself. The boy's mother arrived about 10 minutes later. She appeared to be in her late 30s, her hair neatly tied back, dressed in a fitted business suit. Upon arriving, she first scanned her son to ensure he was unharmed before turning her gaze to Yu Luo. "Hello, you must be the master that everyone has been talking about. Can you truly help me?" To be honest, she personally had little faith in fortune-telling. Yu Luo remained silent, simply observing her. "Do you think your ex-husband, who abandoned you and your child, would care for your son after your death?" The woman quickly glanced at her son. Yu Luo continued, "Do not underestimate your son. He is far stronger than you realize." The woman's eyes reddened. "But I have cancer, and the doctor said it would cost 200,000 to 300,000, and there's no guarantee of a cure. If the treatment fails, it would be better not to treat it at all. So I can leave some money for Liang." Before she could finish her thought, her son interrupted her. "Mom, I would rather have you than a single penny." He too felt tears welling in his eyes. "Mom, my father has abandoned me. You are my only family. If you are gone, I would be a child without parents." Yu Luo raised her hands. "You see, you haven't even consulted him about your decision. How can you be sure it is what is best for him?" The elders, as seasoned in the ways of life, began to chime in. "Indeed, your ex-husband was willing to abandon his child once. Do you think he would take you back now? Dear, you must be stronger and cooperate with the doctors to treat your illness. A man like your father is not worth relying on. You really think that the saying 'with a stepmother comes a stepfather' is just a phrase? Besides, your ex-husband is truly a scoundrel, likely worse than any stepfather." An elder spoke earnestly. "Dear, consider those who have killed their children to marry anew. You say you want to leave money for your child. But with a father like that, will any of that money truly benefit the child?" Moved by their words, the woman felt a change of heart.
"Thank you, Master."
"Thank you, everyone. I was mistaken. I will contact the doctor when I return." Yu Luo glanced at the boy and took out a box the size of a cushion. "There's no need to rush. Take this home. Each night, take a scoop and dissolve it in water, finishing it over 7 days. Starting today, you must sleep early and wake early, running for an hour in the morning and evening. After finishing the medication, return to the hospital for a checkup in 7 days. And then follow the doctor's advice." As she spoke, she pulled out a payment code. "This is 10,000, no negotiation. If you find it too expensive, you may decline." Her willingness to offer a box of herbal remedies stemmed from the fact that this mother-son duo possessed commendable character. If they were unwilling to part with such a sum, then perhaps death was their fate. After the woman's divorce, she had worked hard to save some money and opened a small nail salon. Though her life was modest, it was still comfortable enough that she could afford a 2-bedroom apartment for herself and her son, with savings of over 100,000. Hence, she hesitated only for a moment before decisively scanning her phone to make the payment. "Thank you, Master. Since I have already been diagnosed with cancer at several hospitals, I might as well give this a try. Upon returning home, the woman opened the small box and cast a glance inside. It contained a clay-like substance, interspersed with vibrant red and green hues. She leaned in to inhale its scent, and in an instant, her previously weary body was revitalized. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find. Unable to contain her excitement, she fetched a small spoon, scooped out a portion, and mixed it with water in a cup before drinking it down. The taste was overwhelmingly reminiscent of watermelon, filling her mouth with its rich flavor. The boy watched his mother intently, not daring to blink. "Mom, how do you feel?" he inquired. The woman affectionately ruffled his hair. "Silly boy. Even the most miraculous medicine cannot produce immediate results." Before she could finish her sentence, she was struck silent. She had been diagnosed with cervical cancer and had recently been experiencing intermittent abdominal pain. Yet now, she could distinctly feel a warm current gathering swiftly from her stomach down to her lower abdomen. The discomfort that had lingered there was suddenly alleviated. Overwhelmed with joy, she embraced her son tightly. "Liang, it's all thanks to you. That master truly is extraordinary. I feel fantastic now, and I believe that in 14 days, I will surely have an even better treatment plan." The boy returned the embrace with equal fervor. "Mom, you must remember, in this world, you are my only remaining family. I have grown up now, and I hope you can share everything with me. Together we will find solutions. Regardless of whether we have a lot or a little, whether life is tough or easy, I just want you to live well by my side." Upon hearing her son's words, tears streamed down the woman's face uncontrollably. She nodded repeatedly. "All right, I promise you from now on, I will discuss everything with you and never act foolishly again." Previously, she had believed their finances amounted to only a few 100,000 yuan. The thought of treating cancer felt like an endless pit, and she feared running out of money without securing her own recovery. "Mom, you weren't foolish. You simply love me too much. From now on, you must reserve some of that love for yourself," the boy wisely advised. The woman looked at her son with gratitude, wiping her tears away. "All right, I will listen to you." In the days that followed, the woman adhered strictly to Yu Luo's advice, rising early and running for an hour each morning and evening alongside her son. Soon, the day arrived for her follow-up examination at the hospital as instructed by Yu Luo. "How has your condition changed so drastically?" the doctor exclaimed, eyes widening as he scrutinized the report. The woman felt a surge of anxiety within her. "Doctor, if I were to undergo treatment now, what are the chances of a cure?" The doctor stared intently at the papers in his hands. "What treatment? No need for treatment." "What? No need for treatment?" The woman felt her heart plummet. Could it be that her cancer cells had spread to a point where treatment was futile? The doctor glanced at the report again, then looked up to see her pale face, her eyes brimming with despair. Realizing his previous words had led to a misunderstanding, he quickly clarified, "Please don't be upset. That's not what I meant. You only need a simple hysterectomy and you'll be fine." Upon hearing this, the woman felt a surge of vitality return to her. "Doctor, are you sure? When can I have the surgery?" The doctor meticulously reviewed all the examination results again. "All right, I will conduct a few more tests, and if everything checks out, we can schedule the surgery for tomorrow morning." To alleviate her worries, he added, "Given your situation, a minimally invasive procedure should suffice, and you'll only need a few days in the hospital before returning home for recovery. As for costs, most of it will be covered by medical insurance, so you won't have to spend much." The woman felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Okay, please arrange it for me." After all, she had no plans for remarriage or bearing more children. Compared to cancer and death, losing a uterus was hardly a concern. Chapter 75. Master, I've heard that your fortune-telling skills are exceptional. Just as the mother and son departed, a girl in her 20s rushed excitedly towards Yu Luo. "Master, I've heard that your fortune-telling is incredible. Please help me see if I've been cursed. I've always been a very clear-headed person, but suddenly yesterday, I started becoming infatuated. The problem is, the object of my affections is someone I particularly detest." A few older folks who were about to leave paused, intrigued by her words. "No way, such a thing truly exists? Isn't it said that those who can cast curses shouldn't do so casually?" Old Zhao removed his glasses to clean them. No. People have both good and bad sides. Among those who can cast curses, there are certainly selfish individuals. They wouldn't care as long as there is something to gain." Upon hearing this, many gasped in disbelief. "Old Zhao, are you serious?" He nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. And there are also malevolent practitioners among them." A woman placed her hand over her heart. If that's the case, it's best to keep a distance from others when out, and be cautious with what we eat and drink. Old Xiao put his glasses back on. Yes. It's best not to consume anything given by others, and any food or drink that has left your sight should also be avoided. Yu Luo chimed in. What this gentleman says is very true. One must always remain vigilant. Curiously, she circled the girl. Dear, you're quite remarkable. It's rare to maintain some clarity amidst such insidious sorcery. The girl stared, perplexed. Master, are you saying there's really something wrong with me? Yu Luo nodded. Yes. But it's not as you think about being cursed. It's a form of sorcery where the perpetrator collects your hair and blood. They mix your blood with water and drink it for 7 consecutive days, and then, upon hearing about her blood, the girl interrupted, confused. Master, my hair might be taken, but how would he steal my blood? And for 7 days in a row? She simply couldn't comprehend how that man could steal her blood. Yu Luo raised an eyebrow. Menstrual blood is still blood, you know. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Master, are you suggesting he stole my sanitary napkin and soaked it in water? At this point, her expression was beyond words. The thought of a pervert hiding in the bathroom, stealing her used sanitary napkin to drink, made her feel utterly repulsed. Yu Luo confirmed, yes. The sorcery he employs is extremely vile. He must first drink the water mixed with your blood for 7 days. Then burn your hair along with his until it turns to ash. He will then mix the ashes into your food, and once you consume it, you will become infatuated with him. The girl could no longer contain herself and rushed aside, retching violently. Just the thought of having ingested something so disgusting made her wish to get her stomach pumped at the hospital. After throwing up, she slapped her thigh. Damn it. I knew it. Even if I were blind, I could never fall for such a piece of trash. Master, let me tell you. That jerk is not only ugly and has poor character, but he is also incredibly shameless. Realizing that her words had been somewhat crude, the girl awkwardly chuckled at the master, apologizing, I tend to be rather blunt. Yu Luo couldn't help but smile at her.
No worries.
After all, my own speech is hardly refined. Seeing that Yu Luo genuinely bore no ill will, the girl continued, you have no idea how disgusting he is. I began to feel something was amiss after he treated everyone in our department to milk tea yesterday morning. And then last night, he outright suggested taking me to a hotel. He even claimed that I must bear him 10 or 8 sons in the future. To make matters worse, he shamelessly asked me to provide my parents with 50,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. As if that wasn't enough, he demanded that I transfer the ownership of the house my parents bought for me into his name. Taking a few deep breaths, she exclaimed, if it weren't for my inability to control my thoughts, I would have slapped that shameless scoundrel. Observing her fury, Xiang couldn't help but feel curious and leaned closer. Hey, do you have a photo of that guy? I want to see what kind of creature could be so audacious. The girl pulled out her phone and turned it on. Look, this is him. He even insisted I set this as my screensaver. After saying that, she opened her phone, intending to delete the photo. Xiang took a glance and grimaced, turning her head away. Ugh, he's quite hideous yet harbors such grandiose thoughts. And his heart is equally vile. The girl seemed to find camaraderie in this sentiment.
Right?
I think he's incredibly ugly, both in looks and character. Onlookers, older folks nearby, craned their necks. Dear, let us have a look. The girl, being rather straightforward, opened the photo and displayed it for everyone. Here, grandparents, this is him. The older folks instantly gaped in disbelief. Goodness, he really is quite ugly. The man in the photo had a large body, but a small head. Oddly enough, atop that small head were disproportionately large, bulging eyes, resembling dead fish. While an ordinary person's nose is smaller at the top and larger at the bottom, his was the opposite. His mouth was alarmingly small, akin to the dolls from horror films, while his chin was sharp as a cone. His face was not only unattractive but also bizarre in an indescribable way. After viewing the man's photo, an older woman expressed her disgust. Truly, ugly people tend to act strangely. Young lady, having suffered this loss, it's best to steer clear of such oddly featured individuals in the future. Yu Luo nodded in agreement. The elder's words rang true. A person's features can indeed change in accordance with their character, barring medical reasons. The girl wore a troubled expression. Master, what should I do now? Since drinking that cup of milk tea yesterday morning, I've been most alert. At this point, she quickly checked the time on her phone. Oh no, has 20 minutes really passed? And I'm still awake? She looked at Yu Luo with surprise. Master, you interrupted that witchcraft, didn't you? She exclaimed, leaping forward to embrace Yu Luo and spinning in circles. Master, I declare you my #1 benefactor. If you ever need anything, just call. And I will face any challenge without hesitation. Xiang was startled by her exuberance. Hey, let go of her. If you're happy, just be happy. Why are you hugging my sister? She huffed. Master belongs to Mouse. If you dare compete with Mouse, I swear I'll beat you up. Yu Luo felt somewhat speechless. Why is this girl even more unhinged than I am? All right, please put me down. The girl finally realized her actions were a bit inappropriate, awkwardly scratching her head. Master, I was just too overjoyed. Yu Luo gently pushed her aside. Enough. If you want to completely rid yourself of that witchcraft, stand still. She subtly distanced herself from the girl, ensuring that even if she became overly excited, she wouldn't cause any trouble. Then she raised her hand and gently grasped the air above the girl's head, summoning several invisible black misty tendrils that immediately floated above her. Yu Luo calculated briefly and waved in a certain direction, causing the black mist to disperse. You're all set to go back now. Just be cautious and don't fall under other spells again. Handing her a payment code, she added, since we have a connection, just give what you think is appropriate. The girl worked at a company owned by her family, so she was not short on money. She promptly scanned the code and transferred 30,000 yuan. Master, let us add each other as friends and exchange contact details. If anything comes up, just call me. I'll be of service in this area. Yu Luo found herself quite fond of the girl and immediately added her as a friend, saving her contact information. Chapter 76. His little Yaozu has been ruined. At Xing Yan's company, the ugly and vile scoundrel intercepted a colleague, lifting his nose arrogantly. Hey, have you seen Xing Yan? The colleague initially had no desire to engage, but recalled that since yesterday afternoon, this guy had been boasting that Xing Yan had agreed to be his girlfriend. They were already dating and would soon be married. Not only had Xing Yan not opposed him, but her gaze toward him was practically syrupy. After all, she was the boss's daughter. If she truly was foolish enough to end up with this scoundrel, offending him now would surely lead to trouble in the future. With this thought in mind, the colleague forced a stiff smile. I haven't seen Xing Yan either. Why not ask someone else? The ugly man shot him a glare. With a face like yours, you deserve to be a lifetime wage slave. He then pulled out his phone, returned to his desk, and dialed Xing Yan's number. After several attempts, he was met with disconnection. Upon calling again, he discovered she had blocked him. The ugly man was certain he had Xing Yan wrapped around his finger, so he couldn't accept being blocked. He kicked the office desk in frustration. Damn it, how dare that shameless woman block me? When she returns, I'll make her pay. Just then, a cold voice sounded from behind. You think you can deal with whom, you fool? Startled by Xing Yan's voice, the ugly man jumped to his feet. Xing Yan, didn't I ask you to bring me 50,000 yuan by noon? Where have you been? Where's the money? Hurry up. My mom has been wanting to buy gold. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy slap landed on his face. Xing Yan shook her hand. Damn it. Shameless people truly have thicker skins than others. The ugly man, clutching his face in disbelief, widened his eyes in shock, making him appear even more grotesque. Xing Yan. You little vixen. How dare you hit me? Noticing his continued bravado, a furious Xing Yan delivered 2 more slaps. What's wrong? Do I need to pick a special occasion to hit trash like you? She then seized the ugly man's collar. And who can compete with you in shamelessness? Do you find that blood-stained sanitary napkin you stole and soaked in water to be delicious? The colleagues who had gathered around, hearing this, were left utterly stunned. What? A blood-stained sanitary napkin? Soaked in water? This is not merely disgraceful. It is, without a doubt, a manifestation of perversion. Goodness gracious. I previously perceived Ma Yaozu as lacking in character, but I had no inkling of his true depravity. The individual beside Ma Yaozu scoffed. His character is far from the only issue. Let me tell you, he is also incredibly disheveled. You may not notice it from a distance, but I am subjected to the nauseating odor emanating from him every single day. Ma Yaozu, just the sound of his name reveals his nature. I've heard he has 7 sisters, none of whom have even completed high school. Moreover, all of his sisters bear names that include younger brother in them. What kind of decent person could possibly emerge from such a family? Observing his colleagues whisper and point, the ugly man felt his eyes redden with rage. Yet, recalling what his mother had said, that if he followed her advice, any woman would be utterly devoted to marrying him, even in death, he straightened up with renewed determination. Fixing his gaze on Xing Yan, you will kneel and apologize to me immediately, pay me 1 million, and transfer your house to my name. Otherwise, I will never marry you. Before he could finish his threat, Xing Yan delivered 2 resounding slaps that sent him sprawling.
Ha!
Are you still dreaming? With a disdainful scoff, she turned away, informing Human Resources, I wish to terminate Ma Yaozu's employment. He must leave immediately, having committed such vile deeds. Merely receiving a few slaps is far from sufficient. Once he is out of the company, any subsequent misfortune will solely be attributed to him. Upon hearing Xing Yan's intention to dismiss him, Ma Yaozu finally sensed the gravity of the situation. Gazing into Xing Yan's clear, resolute eyes, he felt a surge of rage. Did you break the curse? How could you do this? You promised to be my girlfriend. Doesn't your conscience ache? Seeing that she ignored him entirely, Ma Yaozu, filled with humiliation and fury, snatched the termination notice and shouted with reddened eyes, You will regret this. If I can cast a curse once, I can do it again. You will never escape my grasp. Once outside the company, he hurled the box he had been clutching into a trash bin. As long as he could find another opportunity to cast his curse, the Xing family's company would eventually belong to him. These trivial possessions hardly piqued his interest. He cast one last furious glance at the company before driving the car, a gift from his 7 sisters, back to his rural hometown in the neighboring province. Upon entering the village, the sound of firecrackers intermingled with wails reached his ears. What was happening? Had someone died? Cursing his bad luck, he barely had time to react before a throng of people surrounded his vehicle. Several men clad in mourning attire yanked him from the car. Ma Yaozu, you damned scoundrel. You caused my father's death, and if you don't provide an explanation today, my brothers and I will not spare you. Ma Yaozu defiantly retorted, Get lost. Your father's death is his own misfortune. What does it have to do with me? One of the men punched him squarely in the eye. Are you even human? My father said before he died that it was because he aided you in your wicked schemes that he was met with retribution. Thus, before Ma Yaozu could even set foot inside his house, he was subjected to a brutal beating. After the assault, they dragged him to his home, declaring that without a sum of 500,000 yuan, there would be no resolution. Ma Yaozu's parents lamented their poverty for what felt like an eternity. But the assailants remained unyielding. Ultimately, they had no choice but to part with a portion of the substantial bride price they had set aside for their daughter's marriage to compensate the grieving family. Ma Yaozu could never have anticipated that upon returning home, he would not only fail to find a way to cast another curse, but also endure a vicious beating and a financial loss. In a fit of rage, after resting for 2 days, he returned to Huaqing, purchasing an electric bike and masquerading as a delivery worker, intending to bide his time before attempting to curse Xing Yan again. However, as soon as he appeared near Xing Yan's company, he was ensnared in a sack and dragged to a secluded area where he was mercilessly beaten. Time passed, and Ma Yaozu gradually regained consciousness, groaning in pain. What on earth happened to me? The moment he attempted to move, a searing agony shot through his lower body, pulling down his pants. He was horrified to discover that his manhood had been rendered useless. The combination of rage and pain distorted Ma Yaozu's already unattractive features even further. Xing Yan, you vile woman, I swear I will ensure you meet a most wretched end. As he limped back to his residence, several large black dogs suddenly surged forth. Their eyes glowed red, and upon spotting Ma Yaozu, they charged at him. Bystanders gasped in shock. Aren't these the dogs that attacked a mother and her child a few days ago? I heard their owner was so arrogant that he didn't even offer compensation. Such ferocious beasts should never be kept in a residential area. I watched that video, and it was clear they were out for blood. As the spectators murmured, Ma Yaozu was dragged into an isolated spot by the dogs. 2 pinned him down while the others swiftly tore off his pants. In the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Get away from me. Help. Somebody please. Each time he cried out, the remaining dogs bit him mercilessly. Eventually, he resigned himself to his fate. When the police arrived in response to the reports, both man and beast had succumbed to exhaustion, lifeless beyond recovery. Chapter 77. The Master will take action. Old Zhang returned to his shop, briefly contemplating before snapping a series of clear photographs and videos of the pig, sharing them in antique and client groups. Before long, a dozen people flocked to his store. Hey, Old Zhang, where did you acquire this treasure?
Wow.
Old Zhang, you're not being fair. How could you quietly take in such a remarkable item? Brother, spill the beans. How much did you pay for it?
Old Zhang, where is it? Show us.
Old Zhang leisurely brewed tea, unhurried. No rush, no rush. Let us have some tea first. Before he could finish, an elder pulled him up, exclaiming, What are you talking about? When can we drink tea? Stop showing off and hurry up with that pig. Reluctantly, Old Zhang opened his safe. The moment he revealed the pig, it was snatched away by the elder. The crowd gathered around, their eyes bulging with excitement, fixated on the little pig. The elder took it outside, holding it up to the sunlight. Incredible. I never expected to encounter such a heavenly grade of agarwood in my lifetime. Another individual, armed with a magnifying glass, examined it closely, exclaiming, "Goodness. It truly resembles the legendary descriptions, deep red with hints of purple and gold. Look at the golden sheen. It surpasses even the finest golden silk nanmo by 100-fold. A newcomer squeezed in, equally astonished. I have heard that this particular incense, even in small quantities, can burn for an extended duration, and its fragrance lingers for an extraordinary length of time. Once ignited, the aroma can persist for at least half a month, if not longer." A glimmer of yearning ignited in the eyes of the senior. "How about we scrape a bit to try?" The others were eager to join in. Old Zhang snatched the little pig away, clutching it protectively to his chest. "Nonsense. Just letting you all have a glimpse is generous enough. You think you can take more?"
Just then, a phone rang. What?
"The wealthiest in the Magic City, Lu Feng, is interested in this pig? Very well. We shall prepare a quote for him shortly." Each of them possessed their own network of contacts. Typically, when someone had something of value, they would share it in the group, and everyone would assist in promoting it. Once sold through someone's connections, a small fee would suffice as a token of gratitude. As soon as the previous call ended, Old Zhang received a call from Yang Tiancheng, the true wealthiest individual in Huaqing, the one who previously purchased a talisman from Yi Zhou and miraculously survived after a car accident involving a utility pole. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Regardless of the price, I want that pig." Old Zhang glanced at the person who had just hung up.
Haha, and Mariam.
Lu Feng from the Magic City has already expressed interest. Among these elite families, there existed an unwritten rule. When it came to antiques and such, whoever inquired first had priority, and others must negotiate with that individual if they wished to acquire it. If someone forcibly took it from the seller, it would result in enmity among the three parties involved. Thus, sellers typically informed subsequent inquirers of the initial interest, allowing them to resolve matters amongst themselves. Naturally, Yang Tiancheng was well aware of this rule. After a brief silence, he replied with a smile, "All right, I shall discuss it with Brother Lu." He had begun to ponder the implications. The talisman was likely crafted by someone more formidable than Yi Zhou. He intended to purchase the pig and have Yi Zhou pass it on to the other party. Cultivating a good relationship with such a powerful feng shui master could yield nothing but benefits. After Xing Yan's departure, Yu Luo's stall welcomed a visitor for a housewarming. Such trivial matters were promptly delegated to Xiang by Yu Luo. Just as she was preparing to close up, she received a call from Lu Feng, the sixth disciple of Sun Wujin. "Master, a very rare agarwood pig carving has appeared on the market. I would like to purchase it as a gift for you. Would you be interested in agarwood?"
Rare?
"An agarwood pig? Isn't that the very item I consigned to Old Zhang?" Upon realizing this, Yu Luo promptly declined. "Do not purchase it. I have no fondness for such things." Hearing her response, Lu Feng acknowledged her wishes. Since the master wasn't interested, there was no need for him to acquire it. He might as well let Yang Tiancheng have it instead. After ending the call with Lu Feng, Yu Luo was about to put her phone away when another call came in. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, she initially intended to ignore it. However, the caller persisted, dialing 3 times consecutively. On the third attempt, Yu Luo decided to answer. Before she could speak, the voice on the other end blurted out, "Yu Luo, it's your father. I just had a car accident, and the doctor said they want to treat me without money. Hurry and transfer some funds." Yu Luo thought she must have misheard. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Who did you say you are?" The caller coughed twice. "I'm your father. How can you not recognize your own father's voice?" Yu Luo laughed outright. "Why choose to impersonate someone else? Of all people, why my father? You truly have a flair for the dramatic. Shouldn't the real concern after a car accident be whether he damaged someone else's vehicle? Such an unconvincing charade." With that thought, Yu Luo immediately informed the caller, "I have no money. Moreover, the vehicle that hit you was arranged by me. If you survived this time, consider yourself fortunate." The caller on the other end appeared utterly flabbergasted. What grudge does she hold against her father that she would go so far as to arrange for his car to crash? After a few seconds of silence, the caller swiftly altered his approach. "Actually, I'm a friend of your father's. I gifted you a figurine for your birthday last time. What I said earlier was just a joke. I have a highly lucrative project you might be interested in." Upon hearing this, Yu Luo feigned ignorance. "Is that so? Then how about you transfer 10,000 yuan to me first, and I might just believe you. After saying this, she hung up the phone. The caller, after reviewing Yu Luo's account balance, noted that she had just turned 18. He believed that a girl of such tender age would be easily deceived. Thus, in pursuit of a long-term scheme, he decided to gamble. Within a minute, Yu Luo received a notification from the bank indicating that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Subsequently, she blocked that number. Although she had not been deceived, but rather turned the tables and tricked the caller out of 10,000 yuan, Yu Luo still felt quite displeased. She had only recently heard the elderly discussing online scams. And now she found herself embroiled in one. Reflecting on it, since acquiring her phone, she had only opened a bank account and registered for daily social media applications. Who could have leaked her number to these scammers? As a princess born with the innate ability to discern and calculate, the simplest solution was to cast her calculations. Yet, after doing so, her expression soured. From the very provider of her phone number to the social media platforms she registered with, it appeared they were all selling customer information behind her back. How despicable, she thought. Isn't there anyone to oversee this? With renewed determination, she calculated once more. To her astonishment, it turned out there was a powerful backer involved. Yu Luo's eyes gleamed mischievously. Those morally bankrupt little scamps, brace yourselves. I, the master, am about to take action. Chapter 78. Do you believe that fortune falls from the sky? By the time lunch was barely underway, the personal numbers of leaders from all levels were inundated with harassment calls. These calls ranged from scams to promotional advertisements and even included offers for courses, real estate, and health products. Who could endure such a nuisance? The various departments, unable to finish their meals, were summoned back immediately. Before it was even 2:30, a notice was issued demanding a thorough investigation of all individuals and entities leaking customer information. Soon after, relevant laws were enacted, and news about the matter spread like wildfire. Every time one opened their phone, short video platforms were flooded with reports about this development. Speculation ran rampant. Information leaks and incessant telemarketing calls had long been a source of distress for the public, yet no one had previously taken action to remedy the situation. Why, then, was there such a swift and decisive response this time? Consequently, a myriad of theories emerged. Naturally, Yu Luo noticed this news. Indeed, quite impressive. The response time is commendable. She felt quite satisfied with the outcome. After shutting off her phone, in a splendid mood, Yu Luo decided to indulge in some retail therapy.
Xiang, come.
Sister is taking you shopping for clothes. Previously, while scrolling through short videos, she had come across a custom women's clothing store that appeared promising. Half an hour later, Xiang lifted her gaze to behold the upscale boutique before her. She tugged at her companion Yu Luo, murmuring that this establishment appeared rather expensive. Yu Luo playfully tapped her on the head. Look at you, my dear. I have several million in my account, so what is there to fear? She believed in earning money to relish life, to purchase what she desired and savor the delicacies she craved. Upon reflection, Xiang concurred. Indeed, her master was affluent. Why should she fret? The two entered the shop with confidence and poise. At the entrance, a young lady clad in a qipao greeted them with a radiant smile. Welcome to Fenghua Residence. Please follow me. As soon as they settled into their seats, complimentary tea, snacks, and fruits were promptly served. The attendant poured each of them a cup of tea before inquiring whether they wished to customize their garments or explore the ready-to-wear samples. Yu Luo glanced at Xiang, who shrugged in uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Luo suggested they peruse the samples first. With her sweet smile still in place, the attendant replied, Very well. Let us proceed to the exhibition hall on the second floor. Please watch your step. Upon reaching the second floor, Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, sister. This one is beautiful, and so is this. There are so many styles I adore. I want them all. And look, they have my favorite color, purple. Yu Luo chuckled and playfully poked her forehead. All right, today you may choose 4 styles. Hurry and pick your favorites. At this, Xiang's eyes gleamed with delight. Thank you, sister. I will earn plenty in the future and buy you beautiful clothes too. The attendant's eyes shimmered with envy. You two sisters share a wonderful bond. Yu Luo merely smiled in response. After half an hour, both Yu Luo and Xiang had selected 4 styles each. The attendant's smile grew more genuine upon witnessing their choices. Now that you have selected your styles, we can head back downstairs to choose fabrics and craftsmanship. As the trio descended, they crossed paths with 2 girls, one tall and slender, the other shorter and slightly plump, being guided upstairs by another attendant. The taller girl linked arms with her slightly shorter companion. Man, I still can't believe that a daughter of a wealthy family could end up in such circumstances. We promised to never forget each other once we gained riches. Don't forget your humble friend when you return to your affluent life. The plump girl feigned annoyance and shot her a glare. Jiang Tao. How many times must you repeat that? If I were truly one of them, would I bring you here? Not wishing to dwell on the topic, Jiang Tao glanced at her friend with concern. Man, if the Shu family genuinely wanted to acknowledge you, why didn't they seek you out all these years? As the plump girl was about to respond, she caught sight of Yu Luo and her companions descending the stairs, her eyes widening with surprise. Wow, Master, is that really you? Ever since witnessing your incredible talent during Jin Xiaobai's livestream, I've been your fan. Beside her, Jiang Tao squealed with excitement, jumping up and down. Oh my gosh! I can't believe I'm seeing my idol. Yu Luo was pleasantly surprised to find herself admired by such youthful fans, and she waved at them cheerfully. Hello, I am Yu Luo, and this is my sister Xiangxiang. The plump girl waved back. Hello, Master Yu Luo. Hello, Xiangxiang. I am Su Man. She gestured toward the tall girl beside her. This is my best friend, Jiang Tao. Xiangxiang looked at the two girls. Are you going upstairs to select styles? Su Man nodded. Yes, I need to visit Rongqing soon, and my family asked me to check out some clothes. Remembering her friend's earlier remarks, she hesitated before asking, Master, may I request you to read my fortune? I wish to know how life will treat me in Rongqing. Yu Luo studied her intently, then furrowed her brow. Let us discuss this downstairs. Upon seeing her expression, both Su Man and Jiang Tao felt a chill of apprehension. They exchanged glances and followed Yu Luo to a secluded corner of the reception area. Aware that they were about to discuss something serious, the two attendants discreetly brought them fresh tea and snacks before stepping back. Once seated, Jiang Tao eagerly spoke up. Master, I noticed your expression earlier. Does that mean something unfortunate might happen to my sister in Rongqing? Su Man also looked at Yu Luo with urgency. Instead of answering Jiang Tao's question, Yu Luo posed another. Do you believe that fortune simply falls from the sky? After asking this, she turned to Jiang Tao. You mentioned something very insightful earlier. If they truly wanted to acknowledge Su Man, why hadn't they done so before? Noticing their confusion, she redirected her gaze to Su Man. After discovering you are the lost daughter of the Shu family, did you think to investigate their background? Or have you looked into any news about the Shu family over the years?
Su Man hesita.
Their affairs should be difficult to research, right? Yu Luo shook her head. If you haven't even looked into it, how can you assume it's hard to find out? For now, you should start your investigation. Once you've gathered information, we can discuss further. The Shu family is considered one of the most prominent families in Rongqing. People pay more attention to the affairs of wealthy families than they do to celebrities. In this digital age, discovering significant events related to the Shu family is merely a matter of a few clicks. Su Man appeared lost in thought. Truth be told, her life had never been filled with happiness. She lost her mother in a car accident at a young age and began living a life of dependency at her uncle's house. Despite them claiming her mother's entire estate and compensation, they constantly belittled her as a burden. At the dining table, even a slight increase in her portion would provoke her aunt's disapproving glares. Until she secured a job, she had never even purchased a new piece of clothing, often wearing her cousin's hand-me-downs. As a child, witnessing her cousins celebrating birthdays with lavish cakes, she mustered the courage to ask her uncle for a small cake to commemorate her own birthday. She vividly remembered being scolded by her aunt for that request. If not for her excellent academic performance, which granted her exemptions from tuition and meal fees, she might not have even finished middle or high school. Having endured so much hardship, the revelation that she might be a child of the Shu family in Rongqing overwhelmed her with joy, leaving no room for further contemplation.